Li Qingshan was merely an ordinary man, struggling to provide for his family, unable to achieve great wealth and prosperity. His wife, Xie Meilan, grew weary of his mediocrity and ultimately chose to terminate her pregnancy and divorce him. The blow of the divorce left Li Qingshan disheartened. However, to his astonishment, following the dissolution of their marriage, his misfortunes dissipated and good fortune arrived. Li Qingshan unexpectedly acquired a celestial artifact that granted him the ability to traverse time and space, leading him to a fantastical realm. This new world resembled an ancient society, and leveraging the vast resources of the modern world, Li Qingshan thrived, ultimately becoming a supreme powerhouse in both realms. Meanwhile, his ex-wife Xie Meilan was filled with regret, but by then, it was far too late. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau in Jiangcheng, Li Qingshan remarked with a melancholy smile, "I never imagined we would end up divorced." His ex-wife, Xie Meilan, scoffed disdainfully and retorted, "You have only yourself to blame for your ineptitude. After so many years, you still cannot earn a decent living. If you had, we might not be in this predicament. I must consider myself blind for marrying you in the first place. From now on, we shall part ways. Do not seek me out again." With that, Xie Meilan hastily departed. A Mercedes-Benz parked nearby opened its door, and she slid into the passenger seat. Under Li Qingshan's watchful gaze, the luxurious vehicle whisked her away. Li Qingshan's eyes flickered. He recognized the license plate. This very Mercedes-Benz belonged to the owner of the company where Xie Meilan worked. Truly, the service of a corporate leader is commendable, taking care of a female subordinate post-divorce. Li Qingshan's face remained expressionless, yet his heart ached profoundly. He felt a deep sorrow within. He and Xie Meilan had been college sweethearts, their romance blossoming over 4 years before they wed immediately after graduation, a union that many envied. After their marriage, Li Qingshan secured a position in a prestigious company, dedicating himself to hard work. The majority of his earnings were handed over to Xie Meilan, and he took on all household chores, fulfilling her every request, for he loved her deeply and wished to provide her with a good life. In the early years of their marriage, happiness enveloped them, but gradually, Xie Meilan began to nitpick and criticize him relentlessly. Her demeanor turned increasingly cold, and her temper flared with each passing day. Li Qingshan's life gradually became unbearable, as he alone tasted the bitter fruit of their union, compounded by the pressures of work and his wife's indifference. Yet, Li Qingshan's love for his wife remained steadfast. He knew he lacked the means to fulfill her expectations, feeling indebted to her. However, the revelation that Xie Meilan was pregnant should have brought joy, but instead, he was devastated to learn she had secretly terminated the pregnancy. This was the second time in 5 years that Xie Meilan had undergone an abortion. The first time, she justified it by claiming they were too young and needed to prioritize their careers. Li Qingshan had acquiesced then. But now, after 5 years of marriage and with their age no longer on the side of youth, her decision to abort once more left him cold with despair. Li Qingshan's parents had been eagerly awaiting a grandchild, only to have their hopes dashed once again by Xie Meilan's actions. Compounded by her frequent trips with her boss for work, their relationship had finally reached an irreparable state. When Xie Meilan initiated the divorce, a dejected Li Qingshan acquiesced to her demands. Today, they finalized the paperwork, officially ending their marriage. Their shared assets were minimal. Both the house and car had been purchased with loans after their wedding, and now they belonged to Xie Meilan, who would also be responsible for repaying the debts. Li Qingshan received a compensation of 100,000 yuan from Xie Meilan. Although he felt shortchanged by the division of their assets, he did not care. His heart was numb. This failed marriage had inflicted a profound wound upon him. He had loved her deeply and treated her with utmost kindness. Yet in the end, Xie Meilan chose to leave. Disheartened, Li Qingshan had lost the will to work. He resigned from his job, bid farewell to his parents, and set off on a solitary journey, eager to explore the vastness of the country. 3 months later, his savings were nearly depleted, but his spirit had begun to settle. Li Qingshan had come to terms with his situation. He understood that there are no eternal feasts. If Xie Meilan wished to depart, so be it. She would follow her own path, and he would forge his own. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered from the city into the wilderness. He paid little mind to his surroundings, content to walk as long as there was a path ahead. As he continued on, the landscape grew desolate. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, and thunder rumbled as raindrops began to fall. Before him, a dilapidated temple appeared, its presence almost serendipitous. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the structure, seeking refuge from the rain. The temple, though small and long abandoned, was in a state of disarray, covered in dust, yet it provided adequate shelter from the downpour. Peering inside, Li Qingshan noted the statues of the three pure ones, the incense long extinguished, giving the place an air of desolation. He offered 3 bows before the statues, murmuring, "May the 3 pure ones bestow their blessings." Afterward, he gathered some timber within the temple and ignited a fire with a lighter, bringing warmth to the otherwise cold space. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, and it seemed unlikely he could leave anytime soon. A slight smile graced Li Qingshan's lips as he felt no fear. He was the youngest of 3 siblings, with 2 elder sisters who had long been married. His parents, both in good health and enjoying their retirement, received a pension each month. Even if misfortune befell him, he had no worries regarding their well-being. With no children and a divorced wife, he found himself utterly alone. What was there to fear? Even if he were to perish there, it would amount to little more than that. At that moment, a sudden thunderclap erupted outside, striking the temple's roof. The entire structure quaked from the force. Li Qingshan jumped, startled by the sheer power of the thunder. In that instant, a hazy white light emanated before the statue of the 3 pure ones. Li Qingshan stared, astonished. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he discerned that the light was emerging from beneath the feet of the 3 pure ones. As he approached, he discovered a white jade ring nestled at their feet. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, for he had not noticed it before. This exquisite ring, crafted from white jade, was intricately adorned with carvings of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers. The ethereal white light radiated from it. It was a treasure beyond measure. Filled with excitement, Li Qingshan carefully slipped the white jade ring onto his finger. The ring felt warm and comforting against his skin. In that instant, the white light faded, and Li Qingshan's consciousness blurred. He envisioned an ancient celestial being, far above in the heavens, collecting a divine stone. This stone was refined by the celestial being into a ring called the Xiantian ring. Eventually, the celestial being broke through the void, ascending to a higher dimensional world, leaving behind his treasures scattered across the 9 heavens. Among these relics, the Xiantian ring fell to the Blue Star realm. For centuries, it remained unseen, hidden from the world, until now, perhaps it was Li Qingshan's destined moment. Amidst the rumbling thunder, the Xiantian ring revealed itself, now claimed by Li Qingshan. It had recognized him as its master, granting him the ability to wield it. The previous owner of the Xiantian ring was an ancient celestial being, and the ring itself was a celestial artifact of immense power. Only immortals could truly harness its capabilities. As a mere mortal, Li Qingshan could not fully unleash the ring's potential, but he could access a fraction of its functions. Currently, the Xiantian ring possessed 2 primary abilities. The first was storage. Within the ring lay a separate realm of vast space. Upon inspection, Li Qingshan discovered this storage area was enormous, roughly the size of a football field. Utilizing this space for transporting goods could lead to significant wealth. The second function allowed for teleportation, one of the ring's most formidable capabilities. The Xiantian ring could facilitate travel across myriad realms, even to the celestial realm. Regrettably, as Li Qingshan was not an immortal, he lacked the capacity to teleport to the celestial realm. He could only transport himself to the nearest small world. Yet even that possibility of trading goods in a small world promised fortune. With this thought, Li Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why does his life seem so unfulfilled? Why is his wife seeking a divorce? Is it not simply because he lacks financial means? Now an opportunity to earn money has presented itself. Chapter 2: Arrival in a foreign realm. There comes a day when even tiles can turn over, and a day when the east wind changes to the south. The opportunity for Li Qingshan's fortunes to change has arrived. Outside the Taoist temple, the rain pours incessantly, yet Li Qingshan's heart burns with fervor. Transmission, he silently intones. The Xiantian ring emits a hazy white light, enveloping his entire being in the blink of an eye. He vanishes from the temple. With another flash of white light, Li Qingshan finds himself in an entirely different world. The sky is clear, and the weather is somewhat warm. Taking a deep breath, he savors the particularly fresh air. He stands atop a ridge, with fields of farmland beneath his feet, a forest behind him, and beyond that, a range of towering mountains. Not far in front of him lies a quaint, underdeveloped village. This is indeed a foreign realm. This world possesses farmland and villages, suggesting the existence of civilization, albeit one that appears to be somewhat primitive, reminiscent of a bygone era. Suppressing his excitement, Li Qingshan activates the transmission once again. The white light engulfs him. And with another flash, he disappears from the spot, returning to the ancient temple. Success. The transmission has been accomplished. He has successfully traversed from the small world back to the blue star world. The passage between the two realms has been seamless. Whether returning to blue star or venturing into the small world, with minimal consumption of energy, in truth, this transmission does incur some expenditure on the part of the Xie ring, yet it is negligible, provided he does not engage in repeated transmissions within a short span of time. The Xie ring is capable of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, replenishing its energy, thus alleviating any concerns regarding energy depletion. Truly, a celestial artifact is formidable indeed. Li Qingshan shifts his position slightly and transmigrates once more, returning to the small world. This time, he appears in the same location he originally occupied within the small world. Without any alteration, nodding in acknowledgement, he takes 3 steps forward and transmits again, returning to the Taoist temple of the blue star world. Ultimately, he finds himself in the same spot he had left before. After several transmissions, Li Qingshan has grasped the characteristics of this ability. The locations for transmission are fixed. The spot from which he departs is the same as where he returns. Upon arriving once more in the foreign realm, he decides not to return immediately. The testing is complete, and it is time to explore this new world. Here, there are fields and villages, indicating the presence of civilization. This is a culture reminiscent of ancient times. Though whether it aligns with traditional ancient civilization, immortal cultivating ancient civilization, or martial arts ancient civilization remains uncertain. Despite all being categorized as ancient civilizations, Li Qingshan is yet to ascertain the specifics of this place. Turning to survey his surroundings, he notices a small hillside. The elevation affords a vantage point to observe the area. Li Qingshan promptly races toward the hilltop, where he can look down upon the land. He observes farmers toiling in the fields, both men and women of Han descent, prompting a sigh of relief from him. The farmers appear quite destitute, their garments riddled with patches. Their hairstyles vary, some with long hair, others with short. It seems there are no set standards for hairstyles in this world. Li Qingshan brushes his fingers through his short hair, feeling a sense of reassurance. He also notices several young herdsmen, 2 of whom are playfully chasing each other, embodying a scene of tranquil harmony. "Who are you?" a voice suddenly questions from behind him. Startled, Li Qingshan feels a surge of excitement upon realizing the inquiry is in Mandarin, with a slight accent reminiscent of Shandong, ensuring communication is feasible. Turning around, he sees 3 men standing behind him. All 3 sport short hair, wear tattered clothing, and don straw sandals. One carries a hunting bow on his back while another wields a machete. 2 of them are clutching what appears to be game. Adopting a demeanor reminiscent of ancient scholars depicted in television dramas, Li Qingshan clasps his fists in greeting and smiles amicably. "I am Li Qingshan, a traveling merchant who has lost his way in your esteemed land. I humbly ask for your understanding." "A merchant, you say? You hardly look the part," the leader of the trio remarks skeptically, scrutinizing Li Qingshan from head to toe. The 3 men are examining him closely. Dressed in outdoor sports attire, Li Qingshan's clothing is evidently not the coarse fabric typical of a merchant. Yet, his travel-worn appearance does lend him an air of authenticity, especially with a large backpack slung over his shoulders. With a wry smile, Li Qingshan responds, "Your keen observation is commendable, my friend. This is my first excursion into commerce, and I am not yet a true merchant. I seem to have lost my way while traveling that I see." "What do you sell?" one of the younger men inquires with curiosity. Li Qingshan answers cautiously, "As it is my first venture, I carry only a few items. But I do have some food and medicine. If you gentlemen require anything, I can bring it upon my next visit." "You have food and medicine? Is that true?" the young man exclaims with delight. "May I inquire as to your names?" Li Qingshan asks politely, smiling. The 3 men then introduce themselves. The first, the most robust, identifies himself as Zhang Hu, while the younger one is his brother, Zhang Bao. The last of the trio, Zhang Kuei, is their cousin and a herbalist. "This is not a suitable place for conversation. Why not come to our village and rest for a while? We can offer you a cup of tea," Zhang Hu suggests with a smile, his demeanor having softened upon learning of Li Qingshan's status as a merchant. "Very well, I appreciate your hospitality," Li Qingshan replies courteously. He then follows the 3 men toward their village. The village is known as Zhangjia Village, named for the prevalence of residents with the surname Zhang. This area is called Wonia Mountain, with Qinglian Town located 30 miles away. Li Qingshan learns these details during his conversation with the 3 men. Concerned about revealing his identity, he refrains from probing too deeply into specific questions, such as the name of this place or the title of the country, fearing that such inquiries may arouse suspicion regarding his true identity. The strategy of speaking little, asking less, and observing more seems prudent. Zhang Hu, you have finally returned. Hurry home. Your dog Dan is on the verge of death. An elderly farmer at the village entrance exclaims upon seeing Zhang Hu's return. Zhang Hu's expression changes dramatically upon hearing this news. He drops his belongings and rushes toward his home. Zhang Bao and Zhang Kuei, after a moment of surprise, quickly follow suit. Li Qingshan, slightly delayed, also hurries after them. However, the physical prowess of Zhang Hu, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Kuei is remarkable. They run swiftly, leaving Li Qingshan struggling to keep pace. Fortunately, Zhang Hu's home is not far ahead, and Li Qingshan watches as he dashes into a courtyard, promptly following behind. Chapter 3: A heroic rescue. Li Qingshan enters the courtyard alongside Zhang Hu and the others, proceeding into a thatched cottage. The interior is infused with the earthy scent of soil and a strong aroma of medicinal herbs. An oil lamp flickers dimly within the modest space. On a small wooden bed lies a child, appearing around 7 or 8 years old, his complexion pale and devoid of color, having lapsed into unconsciousness. This child is none other than Zhang Hu's son. Zhang Do Dan. What has happened to Do Dan? He was perfectly fine when we left, Zhang Hu asks, trembling with anxiety. When we entered the mountains to hunt 2 days ago. He was well. Returning today. He is on the brink of death. A woman weeps, clearly distressed. It is my fault for not keeping a closer watch on Do Dan yesterday. He was playing by the river and accidentally injured his foot. I thought nothing of it, but today, the wound has festered, and the child is in dire straits. Heaven help me, if anything happens to my son. I cannot bear to live. The woman is Zhang Hu's wife, and Do Dan's mother, who bursts into tears. Uncle, is there any hope for my Do Dan? Zhang Hu implores a nearby elderly man. The elder, Zhang Hu's great-uncle, possesses some knowledge of medicinal herbs and is the village's go-to healer for common ailments. He shakes his head with a bitter smile. I've used all the herbs I could find that may help the child. If that doesn't work, I fear there's little more I can do. We may have to take him to the medical clinic in Qinglian town. The clinic in Qinglian town, but we have no money for treatment, Zhang Hu exclaims, anguish etched across his face. The clinic's fees are exorbitant, far beyond the means of these mountain dwellers. With a sigh, the great-uncle admits, the villagers are impoverished, and the costs of treatment are burdensome. Even if we do go to the town, whether they can cure him is uncertain. Zhang Hu appears distraught, feeling helpless as he watches his son linger on the brink of death. At that moment, a youthful voice breaks through the despair. May I take a look at the child's wound? Perhaps I can offer some assistance. Li Qingshan softly suggests. Li Qingshan still possesses some medicine, and it is possible he may be able to treat the child. However, he knows he cannot ascertain this without first examining the wound. The others gasp in surprise. Zhang Hu, taken aback, strides toward Li Qingshan, his eyes lit with hope. Li brother, can you truly save my son? It remains uncertain for now. I can only ascertain after I have taken a look, Li Qingshan said in a deep voice. Very well, please proceed, Zhang Hu replied hastily. The second uncle glanced at Li Qingshan but refrained from speaking. The woman also stepped aside from the bedside. The child's wound is on the leg. Are there other injuries on the body? Li Qingshan inquired. There are no other injuries. It is only the leg that is wounded. It was not serious before, so I thought nothing of it. I do not know how it became this way. The woman, Zhang, wept. Li Qingshan nodded. Upon examining Zhang Godin's thigh, which was bound with medicinal herbs, he cautiously unwrapped the bandage and found the wound to be dark and ominous. The dim light within the room made it difficult to see clearly. After contemplating, he made a decision, setting down his backpack to retrieve his medical kit and flashlight. As he turned on the flashlight, a brilliant beam of light illuminated the room, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those present. This luminous treasure was a first for Zhang Hu and the second uncle. Li Qingshan, protected by his Xintian ring, was not overly concerned for his safety. He considered it a test of the villagers' integrity. What a marvelous treasure! I have lived for decades and never seen such a thing. The old man muttered in a Li Qingshan paid them no mind and directed the beam of light onto the child's wound for examination. The injury was swollen and festering, with pus and blood seeping out. No wonder the child was feverish and unconscious. The wound had become infected. It could only be said that the medicinal herbs were ineffective and the wound was improperly treated, leading to the infection. Otherwise, even in ancient times, if the herbs were used correctly, infections would not occur. As many herbs are capable of treating infections, I am 80% confident that I can heal the child, but I must first caution you. If I cannot succeed, do not place the blame on me, Li Qingshan said solemnly, looking at Zhang Hu. Although Li Qingshan was confident in his ability to treat such injuries, he was acutely aware that this was a foreign realm, and the patient was a child from another world. He could not be certain of the outcome of his treatment. Should the child die during the procedure, he could not bear the responsibility. Therefore, it was imperative to clarify this matter beforehand. Zhang Hu took a deep breath and replied earnestly, "Sir, please proceed with the treatment. Regardless of the outcome, we will be forever grateful to you and would never dare to entertain any other thoughts." Zhang Hu was indeed a man of discernment, at least for now. His words were commendable. Previously, he had referred to Li Qingshan as brother, but now he addressed him as sir. With Zhang Hu saying so, naturally, the others had no objections. The woman, Zhang, silently shed tears, and though she dared not speak, the prospect of Li Qingshan's treatment instilled a glimmer of hope. Li Qingshan instructed Zhang Hu to hold the flashlight for illumination. His hands were visibly trembling. "Zhang Hu, steady your hands. I cannot see clearly like this," Li Qingshan said helplessly. "My hands just shake." "There is nothing I can do about it," Zhang Hu replied, even more helplessly, as his hands trembled uncontrollably. "Let me take over." "You are of no use at all," the second uncle grumbled, taking the flashlight, and indeed, his hands were steady, showing no signs of tremors. Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction and instructed Zhang to prepare a pot of hot water. He then took out a utility knife and iodine, first disinfecting the knife with iodine before cleaning the wound with it. Finally, he used the sterilized utility knife to carefully cut open the wound. Clearing away necrotic tissue and pus, he then used cotton swabs to gently cleanse the area. The entire process was conducted in silence. The onlookers dared not breathe a word. Fortunately, the child remained unconscious during the procedure, allowing it to proceed relatively smoothly. The third uncle's eyes widened in curiosity as he quietly asked, "Sir, why must we perform such procedures? Whenever there is an external wound, it must be cleaned. Otherwise, if it festers, healing becomes exceedingly difficult. If there is no antiseptic available, saline can be used to cleanse the wound. Although it may sting, it can save a life," Li Qingshan explained earnestly. "I understand now." The third uncle replied, enlightened. "Moreover, the saline must be made with boiled water. Do not use river water or well water directly," Li Qingshan added. "Understood." The third uncle nodded again. Li Qingshan then took out a spray can and applied it to the wound. This was a specialized spray for external injuries, designed to reduce inflammation, alleviate pain, promote healing, and form a protective film over the wound, effectively preventing reinfection. Chapter 4. Remarkable results. Li Qingshan had spent months traveling on foot, often encountering injuries. Thus, he always carried a medical kit. Fortunately, he had brought it along. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding this child's condition. The wound must not come into contact with water for several days. "And here is a pill. Let the child take it," Li Qingshan said, producing an amoxicillin capsule and handing it to Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu promptly agreed and administered the capsule to the child. He did not know what the medication was, but his faith in Li Qingshan left no room for hesitation. Before long, the hot water was ready. Li Qingshan cleaned the utility knife with boiling water and instructed Zhang to pour some hot water to prepare a saline solution for the child to drink. "By the way, do you have any refined salt?" Li Qingshan recalled that in ancient times, salt was precious and quickly inquired. "We have some coarse salt," Zhang replied hastily. "Bring it here. Let me take a look," Li Qingshan instructed. Zhang brought over a small jar of coarse salt, and upon inspection, Li Qingshan gently shook his head. This coarse salt was yellowish-brown and clearly contained a significant amount of impurities. Perhaps it was time to showcase his abilities. Li Qingshan retrieved a small packet of refined salt from his backpack, poured some into a bowl, and dissolved it in hot water. Seeing the pristine white salt that Li Qingshan produced, Zhang Hu and the others gasped in astonishment. "This is the finest salt. It is incredibly precious," Zhang Hu stammered. "This salt is nothing compared to the value of the medicines I just used." "They are the true treasures," Li Qingshan replied with a smile. "You speak truly, sir." Zhang Hu nodded in agreement, realizing that while he had been astonished by the salt, the true valuable items were the healing medicines. "Sir, how shall I repay you for your services?" Zhang Hu asked, flustered. Both the medicines Li Qingshan had produced and the refined salt were clearly treasures beyond the means of someone like Zhang Hu. He was unsure how to repay the cost of treatment. Li Qingshan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. This child and I are fated to meet. Otherwise, how could I have become lost and wandered into your village, only to encounter you outside? All of this is the handiwork of fate, so there is no need to discuss payment for the treatment," Li Qingshan stated nonchalantly. Had Zhang Hu been from a wealthy family, Li Qingshan would not have been so generous. However, he could see that this village was impoverished, and Zhang Hu's family was hardly affluent. Expecting him to produce anything of worth would likely be futile. Since they could not offer anything valuable, Li Qingshan chose to be magnanimous. Hearing this, Zhang Hu was deeply moved and knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times to Li Qingshan. "Please, rise. What is this?" Li Qingshan quickly urged him to stand. However, he was taken aback by Zhang Hu's strength. No matter how hard he tried, he could not lift him. Zhang Hu spoke earnestly, "Sir, I owe you my life. If you ever need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and, not wishing to be overly sentimental, replied seriously, "Very well, consider it a favor owed. You may repay it when the time comes." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Zhang Hu's face as he finally stood up. "Father, mother," Zhang Godin murmured, blinking awake. All attention was instantly drawn to him. "He is awake. My Godin is finally awake," Zhang cried out in excitement. Zhang, who was overjoyed as well, Li Qingshan approached to examine the child, noticing that his fever had subsided. He was no longer burning hot, and color had returned to his face, which was no longer as pale as before. This was the result of the medication taking effect at Li Qingshan's side in relief. Regardless of the circumstances, he had successfully treated Zhang Hu's son, and the Zhang family from Zhangjia village ought to be grateful to him and treat him well. Li Qingshan did not have high expectations. As long as they did not harm him, that would suffice. After all, he merely wished to establish himself in this foreign realm. First, let the child drink some saline. Then he should rest well, Li Qingshan instructed. Zhang promptly agreed and hurriedly gave her son the saline solution. "By the way, dear husband, go and kill the 2 wild chickens at home to treat our guest," Zhang said as she administered the saline to her son. Seeing his child's improvement, Zhang Hu was overjoyed and hurried off to fetch the chickens, with Zhang Bao quickly following to assist. Li Qingshan did not decline. It was a perfect opportunity to sample the local delicacies. At that moment, the second uncle also approached, cheerfully engaging Li Qingshan in conversation, eager to learn more about his origins. Li Qingshan had long devised a set of explanations. He merely claimed that his family had once been illustrious, but now faced a decline in fortune. Reluctantly, he found himself carrying a few goods, traversing the streets and peddling wares. This was, in fact, his first venture into trade, and he had lost his way in the mountains, fortuitously encountering Zhang Hu and his companions. One might say this was fate. The second uncle, being quite astute, did not fully believe Li Qingshan's words, yet he refrained from contradiction. Moreover, Li Qingshan had shown no malice. Upon arriving in the village, he had saved the life of Godan, thus earning the gratitude of Zhangjia village. Out of both sentiment and reason, he had no intention of making things difficult for Li Qingshan. In truth, he was more curious about Li Qingshan's medical skills and had even inquired about them. But regrettably, Li Qingshan possessed little knowledge of medicine. He was merely acquainted with basic hygiene principles, and thus could only speak ambiguously on medical matters. The second uncle felt a tinge of disappointment, but chose not to press further. "By the way, is there anything the village requires for trade?" Li Qingshan asked proactively. Although the village appeared impoverished, even a dilapidated ship has its nails, and perhaps he could procure some valuable items there. "Indeed, we do need to trade, but alas, our village is quite destitute and cannot offer much silver for supplies," the second uncle replied with a bittersweet smile. Li Qingshan's earlier display of medicinal herbs and fine salt had caught his eye, and he was envious. Nevertheless, the second uncle was a man of reason and understood that such precious items were beyond the means of himself and his kin. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air as Zhang Hu approached, carrying a large earthenware pot. "Mr. Li, second uncle, the chicken soup is ready. Let us eat and chat," Zhang Hu said with a smile. "That was quick," Li Qingshan remarked in astonishment. He had expected that cooking chicken soup would take considerable time and had not anticipated such rapid completion. Could it be that Zhang Hu's group had utilized a pressure cooker? It seemed unlikely. Zhang Hu, hearing this, smiled with pride and replied, "Sir, you are unaware that our wild chicken stew with mushrooms is a secret recipe of the Zhang family. It not only cooks quickly but is also exceptionally delicious. The chicken turns out tender and flavorful." "Really?" Li Qingshan asked, intrigued. "Just give it a taste," Zhang Hu urged eagerly. Zhang's family members came over, each serving a small bowl of chicken soup and meat. The rich aroma made Li Qingshan begin to believe Zhang Hu's claims. This was no ordinary chicken soup. It was genuine wild chicken soup. If this were on Blue Star, it would not be a delicacy accessible to just anyone with wealth. Cautiously, Li Qingshan took a sip, and indeed, the soup was exquisite, with the chicken remarkably tender. Zhang Hu remained silent. This chicken soup could be deemed a masterpiece. "How is it made? What makes it so delicious?" Li Qingshan inquired out of curiosity. Zhang Hu exchanged glances with his companions, a brief, silent communication, before the second uncle nodded slightly. Zhang Hu then spoke softly, "This is our family's secret recipe, not to be shared with outsiders. However, since you are not an outsider, we shall share it with you today. Have you noticed the mulberry trees that flourish outside our village? We dry the leaves, grind them into powder, and use them to stew meat, be it chicken or pork. It results in extraordinary tenderness and also saves time." Are those trees outside mulberry trees? Li Qingshan thought to himself. Inwardly scoffing, he had seen enough mulberry trees to be certain that the trees outside were not of that variety, at least not akin to the ones on Blue Star. Perhaps they should be referred to as otherworldly mulberry trees. He had not anticipated that the leaves of these otherworldly mulberry trees possessed such culinary prowess. He wondered if these leaves could yield similar results if brought to Blue Star, and if so, it could indeed pave a profitable avenue. Moreover, Li Qingshan had noticed that the flavor of the soup was somewhat bland, owing to the scant use of seasonings. Only a pinch of coarse salt had been added, with no other seasonings to enhance the flavor, as Zhang Hu's family lacked additional condiments. The bitterness of the coarse salt had directly impacted the soup's taste. If modern seasonings could be incorporated, it might yield a far superior effect. Li Qingshan's mind began to brim with ideas. "Would it be possible for you to sell me some of that mulberry leaf powder?" Li Qingshan inquired. "Now that you mention it, there's no need to discuss selling. This is a valuable item," Zhang Hu replied promptly. "Since you've put it that way, I shall not hold back. In the spirit of reciprocity, I will also provide you with something delightful to try," Li Qingshan stated. This pot of chicken soup, while tasty, was rather mild in flavor, primarily tender and smooth. More importantly, Zhang Hu had not prepared any staple food. Thus, Li Qingshan intended to treat Zhang Hu and the others to authentic Blue Star culinary delights. Though deemed technological cuisine, it was still a form of gastronomy, and for those who had never tasted it, sampling it would be a unique experience. "Sister-in-law, is there any hot water left? Please bring some over," Li Qingshan cheerfully requested of Zhang's wife. Zhang Hu appeared rugged, but he was actually 5 years younger than Li Qingshan. So Li Qingshan's calling of Zhang Hu's wife as sister-in-law was entirely appropriate and carried a sense of intimacy. "There's plenty of hot water. I'll fetch it right away." Zhang's wife responded promptly. Li Qingshan smiled as he opened his backpack and took out several packages of instant noodles. He had chosen the flavor of braised beef noodles, which was rather robust. It was not that he particularly fancied instant noodles. Rather, his pockets had been rather empty lately, prompting him to be frugal and thus carry a considerable supply of instant noodles on his outings. He could prepare a bowl of noodles anytime, anywhere. "Here comes the hot water," Zhang's wife announced, bringing over a large earthen pot filled with steaming water. "Just place it here," Li Qingshan instructed, pointing to the table. Zhang's wife promptly set the pot down on the table. "Today, I invite you all to sample my family's instant noodles," Li Qingshan said with a smile. "Instant noodles?" The others echoed in confusion. Unsure of what this was, Li Qingshan did not elaborate. Instead, he opened 3 packages of braised beef noodles, placing the noodle cakes directly into the pot, and then began to pour in the seasonings. "Dante, you need to boil the noodles in hot water?" someone asked. "What a delightful aroma. Can you all smell it? This is instant noodles, right? Noodles that you soak? Mr. Li, this instant noodle must be quite precious. Only the nobility can afford such delicacies, I presume? Look at the packaging. It's no ordinary thing, neither gold nor silver, yet it is waterproof," Zhang Bao exclaimed in astonishment, holding up the noodle packaging. The instant noodle packaging was made of composite plastic, a material unheard of in ancient times. Tio Zhang Bao, this was indeed something extraordinary. The attractive designs on the packaging made it seem almost like a treasure. Li Qingshan suddenly halted, feeling a wave of anxiety. The packaging bore text that he hoped they would not recognize. Suppressing his unease, he feigned curiosity and asked, "Do you not recognize the text on this packaging?" He inquired about the writing on the instant noodle wrapper. "We don't recognize it. What language is this?" "It looks peculiar," one replied. "Indeed, the characters are quite strange, different from our great Zhou script," the second uncle noted, examining the packaging closely with a puzzled expression. Although the second uncle had limited education, he could read. He was certain that this was neither the script of Great Zhou nor that of the neighboring nations. It was a type of writing they had never encountered before. Li Qingshan felt a spark of realization. He had received a significant clue. Great Zhou. This Great Zhou was, presumably, the name of this country. It was entirely normal for the script of Great Zhou to differ from simplified characters. Yet he was curious what script was in use here. In Great Zhou, he must be considered illiterate, he thought to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. As the second uncle spoke, he pulled out a black wooden plaque. upon which red paint inscribed characters. Comparing the noodle packaging with the characters on the plaque, he shook his head in surprise. Somewhat similar, yet distinctly different. Li Qingshan's gaze sharpened. He recognized the characters on the plaque. This was a form of small seal script, also known as Qin seal script, used after the unification of the Qin state. It was also a precursor to simplified characters. Of course, there were considerable differences between small seal script and simplified characters. Li Qingshan could hardly believe that Great Zhou utilized small seal script. This revelation meant he was no longer illiterate. Chapter 6. The charm of instant noodles. Small seal script is an ancient form of writing, generally incomprehensible to the average person. However, Li Qingshan was not just anyone. During his school years, his exam scores had been less than stellar, compelling him to fill out all available majors to secure a place in a decent university. Fortune favored him, and he eventually enrolled in a prestigious institution, albeit in a rather obscure major, classical Chinese. Small seal script was a mandatory subject, and Li Qingshan had become quite proficient in it. Now, the remaining question was whether the small seal script in this world was identical to that of Blue Star. The small seal script on the plaque was recognizable to Li Qingshan. It was an identity token. Great Zhou, Lingyun Path, Huanglong Prefecture, Taiping County, Qinglian Town, and the village chief of Zhangjia Village. Li Qingshan felt a swell of joy within, having received a valuable piece of information. At the very least, I have come to understand that this place is Dazhou, and I am also aware of its specific location. Li Qingshan casually remarked, Uncle Heir, this must be the village chief's identification token. Correct? Are you the village chief of Zhangjia Village? The token clearly states, Dazhou Lingyun Dao, Huanglong Prefecture, Taiping County, Qinglian Town, village chief of Zhangjia Village. Uncle Heir stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, I am not the village chief of Zhangjia Village. I am too old for such responsibilities. The village chief is my son. I merely happen to be carrying his token. I see. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. However, this indirectly confirmed that he had not misread the characters. The small seal script on the plaque indeed conveyed what he had stated. The small seal script of this world was identical to the one Li Qingshan had learned. With a smile, Li Qingshan sipped his chicken soup and nonchalantly remarked, It is entirely understandable that you and Uncle Heir do not recognize the text. It is not the script of Dazhou, but rather that of the Han dynasty. The method of making this instant noodle also originates from the Han, which is why you have never tasted such noodles before. So it comes from the Han. But where is this Han? Uncle Heir inquired, a look of regret on his face. I do not know the specifics. I have only heard that the land of Han is exceedingly distant from Dazhou, and a merchant caravan takes quite a bit of time to travel between Han and Dazhou. These instant noodles are brought over by the merchants from Han, and they are not inexpensive. The average person cannot afford such noodles. I, however, am fortunate to have some to sample due to my family background. Since you have treated me to chicken soup today, I shall offer you the chance to taste the flavor of these noodles. Li Qingshan purposefully stated this, primarily to elevate the perceived value of the noodles and to elucidate their origin. If anyone else had said such a thing, Zhang Hu and the others would undoubtedly have been skeptical. However, given Li Qingshan's words, they found themselves somewhat convinced. The noodles were indeed extraordinary, particularly the outer packaging, which piqued Zhang Hu's curiosity. They are delicacies sold from the Han. No wonder they smell so delightful, Zhang Hu remarked with admiration. Uncle Heir chuckled, neither fully believing nor disbelieving, merely remaining somewhat skeptical. After all, having lived many years, he had experienced much and was not easily swayed by others' words. Li Qingshan tidied his backpack, refraining from revealing any more of his possessions. To expose too many valuable items at once would not be prudent. Mr. Li, what does your family do that you possess delicacies from the Han? Zhang Bao, being younger, could not contain his curiosity and directly inquired. My family was once prosperous and retained many fine things. But we are not as well off now. Otherwise, I would not be out here seeking my fortune, Li Qingshan replied with a hint of helplessness. His words seemed to imply much yet offered no substantial introduction to his family circumstances. Zhang Bao's eyes darted momentarily, yet he chose not to press further. That moment, a wave of enticing aroma began to waft through the air. Mother, I am hungry. I crave something delicious. It smells so good. A weak voice emanated from the bed, belonging to Zhang Godin. The fragrance of the instant noodles was truly irresistible, especially for someone encountering it for the first time, making it nearly impossible to resist. Despite his frail condition, Zhang Godin could not help but be drawn to the scent. This child, oh dear, Zhang Hu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. If the noodles were from their own household, it would be one thing. But given that they were brought by Li Qingshan, who had just mentioned their precious nature, It felt rather inappropriate for his son to express such a desire. The fact that the child had an appetite was a positive sign, indicating that his health was improving. I shall check on the noodles to see if they are ready to eat, Li Qingshan said, inspecting the noodles and confirming that they were indeed cooked. Zhang Shi brought over bowls and chopsticks, and with deft movements, Li Qingshan served a small bowl of noodles along with some broth. The broth was essential, as it enhanced the noodles' flavor. Given Zhang Gouden's frail state, he could not eat too much at once. A small bowl would suffice to satisfy his cravings, Li Qingshan explained. This reasoning was sound, and Zhang Hu and the others understood it would not be fitting to give such precious noodles to a child in large quantities. This is quite valuable. Giving it to the child seems inappropriate, Zhang Shi remarked cautiously. What does it matter? They were brought out to be shared and enjoyed, Li Qingshan said with a smile as he began serving the instant noodles to everyone. The quantity was limited, allowing only a small portion for each person. It was merely a tasting experience. Zhang Gouden eagerly received his bowl and began to eat with great enthusiasm. Delicious. So very delicious, he exclaimed excitedly. For those who had never tasted instant noodles, the experience was genuinely remarkable. It was indeed a delightful treat. Li Qingshan recalled the first time he had tasted instant noodles in his youth. It had been equally delightful. As he grew older and consumed them more frequently, the novelty faded, and they became a staple primarily due to their affordability. Zhang Hu and his wife were overjoyed to see their son's appetite return. Compared to his previous frail state, Zhang Gouden now appeared vibrant and full of life. Their hearts were relieved, grateful to Li Qingshan for his kindness. So tasty, truly fragrant. Zhang Bao mumbled with delight, heh. I would like to take some back for my child to taste, Zhang Kuei said shyly. Then let us have a little more, Li Qingshan replied, adding a bit more to Zhang Kuei's bowl. The noodles were already scarce, and this would nearly deplete the supply. Li Qingshan himself had yet to eat any noodles. However, he did not mind, as he often enjoyed chicken soup far more. Observing the dwindling supply of noodles, Zhang Kuei felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Li Qingshan had not even had a chance to taste the noodles himself, yet he had given them all away. Mr. Li, you should have this bowl of noodles for yourself, Zhang Kuei quickly suggested. Enough of that, there is no need to be polite with me. Hurry and take it back for your child to eat while it is hot. It will not taste as good when it cools. Li Qingshan replied with a smile, gratitude shone in Zhang Kuei's eyes. Chapter 7. Ginseng for instant noodles. Father, you have returned. What is this delightful thing? It smells so wonderful. Zhang of Dandan, who had been playing with mud at home, suddenly spotted his father, Zhang Kuei, returning, and the enticing aroma wafting through the air quickly drew him over in excitement. Zhang Kuei, beaming with joy, stated, "This is called instant noodles. It is a rare delicacy brought over from the faraway land of Han. You are in for a treat today." Zhang Kuei's wife, who had been weaving cloth inside, also perked up at this news and came over. "Father, I want to eat instant noodles. I want to eat instant noodles." Zhang of Dandan exclaimed enthusiastically. "You will have some, do not fret. However, there are not many noodles, so we shall all share." Zhang Kuei replied with a chuckle, By the way, where is your sister? Hurry and call her over so we can all eat together." Zhang Kuei had one son and one daughter. His daughter, the elder sibling, was 12 years old and working in the backyard. Hearing her father's call, she quickly ran over. The family of 4 gathered together to eat the instant noodles, and the flavor immediately captivated them. However, the small bowl of noodles was hardly sufficient, and each person could only manage a couple of bites. Merely a taste? Delicious. "Father, I want more. Why is it all gone? Please, go buy some more." Zhang of Dandan licked the bowl clean, still feeling unsatisfied, and immediately began to whine. Being only 5 or 6 years old, he was at that age where he was greedy and prone to sulking. Zhang Kuei, being indulgent with his son, said with a sigh, "There is no more. This is all we have. We were merely fortunate to have encountered Li in our village, allowing us this stroke of luck to taste these instant noodles." Upon hearing his father's words, Zhang of Dandan felt utterly wronged, and a tear fell down his cheek. Children can cry at the drop of a hat. His wife gently suggested, "Dear, can't we think of a way?" Both parents were quite indulgent with their child, and seeing their son in distress made their hearts ache. "Well, I believe Li still has some instant noodles. However, we cannot simply take them without offering anything in return," Zhang Kuei said, feeling torn. "Who says we cannot? We can buy them," his wife quickly replied. "Buying them may be a challenge. They are quite precious, these instant noodles from the Han," Zhang Kuei lamented. He had no idea of their true value. However, given their origin, he presumed they were not cheap. The thought of spending money on something so rare was daunting, and he was reluctant to part with their savings. I have a plan. Perhaps it is worth a try? Zhang Kuei suddenly exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. You all stay here. I shall go ask Mr. Li. With that, he grabbed a parcel from home and hurried towards Zhang Hu's house, Zhang Hu's residence. Li Qingshan was leisurely enjoying his chicken soup. Although the soup was somewhat mild, it was genuinely delicious. Just then, Zhang Kuei entered, holding the parcel. Zhang Kuei, feeling somewhat anxious, approached Li Qingshan and, with a bashful expression, said, Mr. Li, I would like to discuss a matter with you. I wonder if I could exchange these medicinal herbs for a pack of instant noodles. The notion of trading medicinal herbs for instant noodles left Li Qingshan momentarily dumbfounded. It was the first time he had ever heard of someone willing to barter such items for a mere pack of noodles. However, Zhang Kuei misinterpreted Li Qingshan's hesitant demeanor, believing he had been overly greedy. He quickly added, with an embarrassed look, Mr. Li, I apologize. I have been too covetous. These insignificant herbs of mine are hardly worth a pack of noodles. Upon hearing Zhang Kuei's words, the onlookers nodded in agreement. Feeling that his assessment was accurate, indeed, he had been somewhat too ambitious. After all, how could something as precious as instant noodles be exchanged for herbs from the mountains? They were unaware of the noodles' actual price. But they assumed it must be quite high, for instant noodles were notoriously delectable and aromatic. In the kingdom of Dezhou, spices were extremely valuable, and ordinary folk rarely had access to them. Instant noodles, enriched with such spices, were regarded as a luxury. For the natives of Dezhou, instant noodles represented top-tier cuisine, while for Blue Star, they were a product of technology and ingenuity. Observing the expressions of those around him, Li Qingshan realized they had misunderstood his intent. However, he had no intention of clarifying. Instead, he smiled brightly and said, To be honest, I never intended to sell these instant noodles. I merely brought them along to make friends. Since you, Brother Zhang Kuei, are interested, I shall gladly trade you a pack. Thank you so much, Mr. Li, Zhang Kuei exclaimed, filled with excitement. He had feared he would fail in his attempt to trade, but unexpectedly, the situation had taken a turn for the better. With Li Qingshan agreeing to the exchange, Sir, please take a look at these herbs, Zhang Kuei said eagerly as he opened the bundle he had brought. The contents were meager, consisting of only 7 or 8 types of herbs. While Li Qingshan recognized most of them, one particular herb made his heart skip a beat. Ginseng, he could identify it, and it appeared to be wild ginseng, as cultivated varieties were unlikely to be found in their region. I am not familiar with these herbs. Could you possibly provide me with some insight? Li Qingshan inquired, suppressing his excitement. Of course, it would be my pleasure, Zhang Kuei replied with a smile. Mr. Li, I am a herbalist. All these herbs were foraged by me in the mountains, so I possess some knowledge about them. Here, this is called Qing Chao, and it can treat wind-cold ailments. It is bought at the town pharmacy for 10 won per gene. This is Huang Shu Mu, known for its efficacy in treating diarrhea, worth about 5 won per gene. Zhang Kuei meticulously introduced each herb, displaying a wealth of knowledge, as it would be quite comical for a herbalist to be unfamiliar with herbs. However, these herbs were rather ordinary and, one could say, not particularly valuable. This ginseng is the most precious herb here. It is worth around 700 won and is approximately 10 years old, Zhang Kuei said, wearing an apologetic expression. After all, these herbs were indeed not very valuable and could hardly compare to the coveted instant noodles. Zhang Kuei, you are being too stingy. You expect to trade such a paltry amount of herbs for instant noodles? Zhang Bao interjected with discontent, genuinely feeling that Zhang Kuei's offering was far too low in value. I have no alternative, Zhang Kuei replied helplessly. His family had more herbs, but those would need to be sold in town for money to purchase food for their sustenance. It was simply impossible to exchange all their herbs for instant noodles. How would they survive? At this moment, Li Qingshan spoke up. How can this ginseng be so inexpensive? The price of ginseng left him astonished. 1 tael of silver could only be exchanged for 1,000 won. Yet this 10-year-old wild ginseng was valued at only 700 won, not even reaching the worth of a single tael of silver. Li Qingshan found it hard to believe. Did that mean ginseng in this world was so undervalued? Sir, you may not be aware, but in a large city like Huanglong Prefecture, a 10-year-old ginseng can fetch at least 3 taels of silver. Zhang Kuei's uncle explained with a smile. However, we are in a remote and impoverished area, and such a precious herb cannot command a good price. Selling it in Qinglian town for 700 won is already considered a fair deal. As for selling it in Huanglong Prefecture, do not even think about it. Just the expenses for the journey would be beyond our means. Li Qingshan nodded, beginning to comprehend. Ginseng in this world was indeed far cheaper than in Blue Star. And in the secluded Zhangjia village, the purchase price was even lower. Was there not a profit to be made here? Ideas began to form in Li Qingshan's mind. In that case, I shall exchange this ginseng for 3 packs of instant noodles. To be frank, I have connections that can facilitate the sale of ginseng in the capital, where the price could be even higher. Since I stand to profit, I would not want you to be at a loss. This ginseng shall be traded for 3 packs of instant noodles, and it is of use to me. If you happen to possess other similar valuable herbs, feel free to seek me out for further exchanges. I have many fine items, not only instant noodles but also grains, cloth, and medicinal herbs. If you wish to trade for silver, that is also possible. For ginseng like this, I am willing to offer 2 taels of silver per piece. Li Qingshan's sincerity was palpable, aimed at winning their trust. Moreover, he stood to gain substantially. 1 tael of silver equated to 50 grams, and with silver priced at approximately 5 yuan per gram, that would amount to around 250 yuan for 1 tael. Thus, 2 taels would equate to only 500 yuan for a 10-year-old wild ginseng. An incredible deal for Li Qingshan. Is this truly the case? Zhang Kuei asked, excitement evident in his voice. As a herbalist, he had a considerable stock of fine herbs at home, and if such a high price were attainable, it would be a significant windfall for him. Indeed, it is true. Let us complete this transaction. Li Qingshan replied with a smile as he retrieved 3 packs of instant noodles from his backpack. Each pack offered a distinct flavor, and it would be best to enjoy them separately. This one is chicken soup flavor, this one is seafood flavor, and this one is braised flavor. The one we just tasted was the braised flavor. Brother Zhang Kuei, are you still willing to trade the ginseng for my instant noodles? Li Qingshan inquired once more after his introductions. I will trade. I will trade. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your generosity. Zhang Kuei expressed his gratitude fervently. Earlier, he had merely hoped to exchange for a single pack of noodles. But now he would receive 3. He felt he had struck gold and would certainly not decline the offer. Zhang Kuei's uncle also stroked his beard, nodding with a smile. Our ally is indeed an honest man. He praised. This is simply the proper conduct of business. It should be so, Li Qingshan replied hastily. Sir, we also have some herbs at home that we would like to trade with you, but we do not wish for instant noodles. We would prefer to exchange for other items, Zhang Kuei added. Li Qingshan quickly responded. How about I take a day to return home? I did not bring many goods with me this time, so I cannot continue trading. When I come again, I will ensure to bring ample supplies. After a moment's thought, he turned to his uncle and said, Uncle, I would like to conduct a trading event in the village. Please inquire among the villagers how many would be interested in trading. The villagers could inform me in advance of their needs so that I can be better prepared. As for the items for trade, it is straightforward. Transactions can be conducted with money, and for those without money, bartering will suffice. Upon hearing this, Uncle and the others were visibly excited. For their village, this was a remarkable opportunity. They were impoverished, with their remote location rendering them inaccessible to merchant caravans. Typically, they had to travel to the town for purchases, which was quite inconvenient. Furthermore, the prices in town were exorbitant, while their mountain goods fetched little when sold at Qinglian town. This cycle had only deepened their poverty. If they could trade with a sincere merchant like Li Qingshan, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon. Excellent. Please wait here, Mr. Li. I will consult with the villagers immediately, Uncle said eagerly, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity and the need to seize it. Zhang Kuei returned home, elated with 3 packs of instant noodles. As he opened one to share with his family. Their satisfaction was palpable. Uncle gathered the villagers and explained the situation, which immediately sparked excitement. However, some villagers expressed skepticism, fearing they might be deceived by a swindler. Initially, Uncle had been animated, but upon hearing the villagers' doubts, he calmed down and, together with everyone, devised a plan. Since there were reservations, they would first conduct a trial trade. If it proved successful, they would continue. If not, they would cease further dealings. Although the villagers were poor and possessed little money, they still had some resources. After reaching a consensus, they decided to offer 10 pieces of ginseng and 10 wolf skins in exchange for some grains and coarse salt. Grains and coarse salt are both urgently needed commodities in the village. When Uncle Heir mentioned this matter to Li Qingshan, although he did not elaborate in detail, Li Qingshan understood the implications. Li Qingshan may not be the most astute individual, yet as a citizen of the Blue Star, he has encountered an abundance of information. Naturally, he is well versed in such matters. I comprehend the situation now. Uncle Heir, please ask the villagers to hold on for a moment. Within 3 days, I shall return, and we will conduct our transaction then, Li Qingshan said with a smile, his face radiating confidence. He thought to himself that once he brought the goods back, the villagers would certainly be eager to engage in trade with him. As long as he could win their favor, the rest would be straightforward. Well, I have eaten my fill and quenched my thirst. It is time for me to take my leave, Li Qingshan announced as he stood up. Sir, Do you require me to escort you home? Are you familiar with the route? Zhang Hu inquired hastily. No, I can manage on my own, Li Qingshan replied, waving his hand dismissively. In that case, I shall not accompany you further. Zhang Hu nodded in agreement. However, despite claiming not to escort him, Zhang Feng and Uncle Heir still accompanied Li Qingshan to the village entrance before bidding him farewell. Watching Li Qingshan's silhouette gradually fade into the distance, Uncle Heir sighed. This MRLI is quite extraordinary. Uncle Heir, why do I feel that this MRLI has not practiced martial arts and is merely an ordinary person? An ordinary person, yet possessing such courage to traverse the wilderness. Zhang Hu pondered before shaking his head. I cannot fathom it, which is why I say MR.LI is exceptional. Zhang Hu nodded in agreement. Chapter 9. Appraising ginseng. Upon exiting Zhangjiazhuang, Li Qingshan did not rush to teleport but walked approximately a kilometer into the wilds. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he sought refuge behind a large tree and chose to teleport. In a flash of white light, Li Qingshan vanished from his location. He reappeared in the Taoist temple. The torrential rain outside had ceased, and the previously overcast sky had cleared, revealing a ray of sunshine as he basked in the bright sunlight. Li Qingshan's spirits lifted. He smiled gently and checked the contents of his package, which contained a ginseng root and a small packet of powder. This powder was mulberry leaf powder, suitable for stewing meat broth. The items were intact, which filled Li Qingshan with quiet joy. He stored all his belongings in his storage space, including his backpack. With his hands empty, he felt unburdened. Before departing, Li Qingshan knelt before the statue of the three purities, bowing thrice while expressing his gratitude and making a vow. Once he attained wealth, he would return to renovate the temple and restore the statue's golden form. Rising, he strode out of the temple, heading downhill. The temple's location had been marked on his map, and he had made notes along the mountain paths, ensuring he could find it again on his next visit. After walking for over 2 hours along the mountain path, he finally spotted a road. Fortune smiled upon him as a rugged vehicle approached. Li Qingshan quickly waved to hail it. The vehicle came to a slow stop, and the driver, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard, exuded a formidable presence. What do you want? The driver asked coldly, scrutinizing Li Qingshan with a wary gaze. Despite the driver's brusque demeanor, Li Qingshan greeted him with a warm smile. Brother, I am a backpacker who lost my way in the mountains. Could you give me a ride? Just out of the mountains and into the city? Name your price. The bearded driver neither rejected nor accepted the request. Instead, he turned to glance at the back seat. It seemed the decision-maker was seated there. Take him along, came the voice of an elderly gentleman from the back. All right, boss, the middle-aged driver replied respectfully, then turned to Li Qingshan and gestured for him to get in the front passenger seat. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sir. Li Qingshan quickly expressed his gratitude, hastily opening the door and taking his seat. A light laugh from a young girl in the back caught his attention, but he merely glanced back before returning his gaze forward. However, that brief glance was enough for him to discern the back seat's occupants. An elderly man, likely in his 70s, who was presumably the boss, and a charming young girl in her 20s. Delightful and strikingly beautiful. You're not one of my grandfather's employees. Why call him boss? The girl giggled, covering her mouth. Without turning around, Li Qingshan replied, given the old gentleman's stature and demeanor, it is indeed an honor for me to address him as such. Oh, do you know me? The elderly man asked, somewhat surprised. He was certain he did not recognize the young man before him. Not personally, but judging by your presence and character, I can tell you are no ordinary individual. Li Qingshan said with a hint of respect. Flattering words bore no cost, so he was inclined to say a few more. The elderly man chuckled but fell silent. The vehicle's interior settled into a comfortable quiet. The young woman, seemingly restless, broke the silence after a couple of minutes. Grandpa, those villagers are such deceivers. They claim to have authentic wild ginseng, but it turned out to be fake. It infuriates me. The elderly man chuckled and replied calmly. In the past, wild ginseng was relatively common here, but in recent years, it has been nearly excavated to extinction. It is quite normal not to find any now. As for deception, one cannot wholly blame them. They have been driven to desperation by poverty. In truth, if one is willing to spend, wild ginseng can still be procured, albeit at a higher price and with some waiting. Years ago, wild ginseng was more readily available. If you had the money, you could easily obtain it at major pharmacies. However, in recent times, it has become increasingly scarce, and even with ample funds, finding genuine wild ginseng is a challenge. Most so-called wild ginseng is cultivated ginseng, grown in forested areas for 10 to 20 years before being labeled as wild. Yet, compared to authentic wild ginseng, this cultivated version still falls short, while the average person may not discern the difference. Those knowledgeable can easily tell. This grandfather and granddaughter pair heard that there was genuine wild ginseng for sale in a nearby village, which is why they came to procure it, only to discover it was counterfeit. The elderly man remained calm, while the young girl was visibly upset, likely still fuming over the prevalence of deceit in rural areas. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan was momentarily taken aback before feigning curiosity and asking, "Sir, what brings you to this area to buy ginseng?" "Haha, we heard rumors of wild ginseng for sale in a nearby village. We were originally out here for a leisurely trip and decided to check it out, only to find it was counterfeit," the elderly man explained casually. "It seems that if one wishes to purchase wild ginseng, one must go through proper channels." The elderly man did not dwell on it further. "If I may be so bold, what is the current price of wild ginseng?" "I am merely curious," Li Qingshan inquired with genuine interest. The price of wild ginseng is influenced by many factors. First, one must determine whether it is genuine wild ginseng or artificially cultivated. Then, one must consider the age and quality. Last month, a friend of mine purchased a 20-year-old genuine wild ginseng at an auction for $2,100,000. Unfortunately, I wasn't present. Otherwise, I would have intended to buy it myself. Genuine wild ginseng is becoming increasingly rare, the elderly man lamented, a look of regret crossing his face. "Sir, since you are so well versed in ginseng, would you be able to help me appraise a piece?" Li Qingshan asked, feigning hesitation. "Of course, if you have ginseng that needs appraisal, do show it to me," the young girl said with curiosity. The elderly man's expression turned serious as he said earnestly, "Young man, if you truly possess ginseng, I would be glad to examine it. I have some knowledge in this area." Naturally, he was also very curious as to whether Li Qingshan could actually produce ginseng. Li Qingshan reached into his pocket, discreetly retrieving the ginseng from his storage space. This ginseng was unearthed from the mountains. It is quite fresh, still bearing some soiled. As for whether it is genuine wild ginseng, I cannot say. I leave that to you to assess. Chapter 10. Tang Wenxuan. Initially, the elderly man appeared indifferent, but soon his gaze sharpened with seriousness as he examined the ginseng. He discovered that the ginseng was indeed authentic. With great care, he took the ginseng in hand and scrutinized it closely. The beautiful girl beside him tilted her head to observe as well. After a considerable time, the elderly man finally set the ginseng down. Astonished as he exclaimed, "This ginseng is genuine wild ginseng, with a decent quality and approximately 10 years of age. Were it several decades ago, a 10-year-old wild ginseng would not have been regarded as particularly remarkable. However, in the present day, any wild ginseng is considered a valuable item, and 10-year-old wild ginseng can be deemed a treasure." "Grandpa, this ginseng is real?" the beautiful young woman exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it truly a 10-year-old wild ginseng?" The elderly gentleman nodded in affirmation and inquired with interest, "Young man, are you willing to part with this ginseng?" Li Qingshan replied, "If the price is right, I will sell it." After all, for him, ginseng was merely a means to acquire money. "I can tell you that on the market, the price for 10-year-old wild ginseng ranges from 500,000 to 1 million. Your specimen is quite decent, and considering its age, I offer you 700,000. What do you think?" After contemplating for a moment, the elderly gentleman stated a price. This offer was somewhat lower than what one might find at an auction house, yet still above the market rate. "Making it a fair proposal. 700,000? Very well, I shall sell it," Li Qingshan replied, suppressing his excitement and wearing a smile. He was quite satisfied with the price, especially since he had exchanged merely 3 packs of instant noodles for this ginseng. Essentially, it was as if 3 packs of noodles had netted him 700,000. How could he not be pleased? "Excellent, let us proceed with the transaction," the elderly gentleman said joyfully, initially fearing disappointment. He found himself unexpectedly fortunate, acquiring a genuine wild ginseng. Although it was only 10 years old, its quality was commendable, and its authenticity justified the price. As for the wild ginseng priced at several thousand on the market, those were typically forest-cultivated varieties, essentially artificially farmed ginseng sold under the guise of wild ginseng. The uninitiated would be unable to discern the difference, but the elderly gentleman was well versed in such matters. Recognizing the distinctions, only for genuine wild ginseng would he be willing to spend a substantial sum. After confirming Li Qingshan's account details, he promptly transferred 700,000, thus completing the transaction. At this juncture, the two parties finally exchanged names. The elderly gentleman was named Tang Wenxuan, and the lovely young woman beside him was his granddaughter, Tang Qianqian. Tang Qianqian was indeed beautiful, yet Li Qingshan only glanced at her initially, subsequently directing his focus elsewhere. He understood that, at this stage in his life, Earning money was of utmost importance, and women must take a back seat. Li Qingshan was unaware of the elderly gentleman's status. But he recognized that Tang Wenxuan was exceedingly wealthy. Spending 700,000 on ginseng without so much as a blink was something most elderly individuals could not achieve. Furthermore, the fact that this gentleman could discern the authenticity and age of wild ginseng was even more remarkable. Tang Laoyes, do you require more ginseng? Li Qingshan suddenly asked. Tang Laoyes paused, casting a peculiar glance at Li Qingshan, and then chuckled, you have more ginseng. I was merely thinking how fortunate I am, and perhaps I shall venture into the mountains again to dig up some more ginseng. Li Qingshan replied with a smile. Tang Laoyes nodded with a grin, that would be splendid. I hope you unearth plenty of ginseng. I would gladly purchase all you have. Since you have offered, I shall take you at your word. Li Qingshan said cheerfully. The elderly gentleman was not short on funds, and this was an excellent channel for business. Aside from ginseng, are there other items that pique your interest? Li Qingshan casually inquired. Of course, I have interest in other items. What else do you have to offer? Tang Laoyes responded with newfound enthusiasm. Currently, I have none, but I will reach out to you once I discover something valuable in the future. Li Qingshan replied, no problem. Should you find anything of worth, do not hesitate to contact me, but I only wish for the finest quality, Tang Laoyes said with a subtle smile. Rest assured, anything I recommend will undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. Li Qingshan eagerly assured him. You are indeed quite amusing, Tang Laoyes chuckled. By the way, I haven't inquired about your place of employment or where you hail from, he continued, curiosity regarding Li Qingshan's background evident in his tone. I am from Jiangxing. I used to work at a company, but I recently went through a divorce. My ex-wife left me. Feeling down, I decided to travel and clear my mind. Perhaps it is a sign that my fortunes are changing. Otherwise, I would not have stumbled upon this ginseng. Li Qingshan replied candidly, his tone casual. In truth, given the Tang family's resources, they could easily investigate Li Qingshan's background, and he had nothing to conceal, I see. Well, I truly wish you good fortune, Tang Laoyes remarked thoughtfully. He had initially assumed Li Qingshan might possess a more intriguing background, only to discover he was from an ordinary family and had recently experienced a divorce. However, the demeanor Li Qingshan exhibited left a lasting impression on Tang Laoyes, suggesting he was not an ordinary individual. Little did Tang Laoyes know that Li Qingshan had only recently developed such confidence. It was a result of possessing the Xintian ring, which had instilled a newfound assurance within him. It seems we are both from the same province. We are fellow Zhujiang natives. You are from Jiangxing, while we are from Hangqing, so the distance between our two places is not great, Tang Laoyes remarked with a smile. What a coincidence. No wonder your accent feels so familiar. We are indeed fellow townsfolk. Li Qingshan responded with a grin. As their conversation flowed, they became fast friends, nearly transcending the boundaries of age. Tang Qianqian, however, had no particular interest in Li Qingshan and remained quiet throughout the journey, only occasionally interjecting. Upon reaching the city, Li Qingshan took the initiative to alight from the vehicle. Tang Laoyes did not insist he stay, waving goodbye as he departed. However, as soon as Li Qingshan exited the car, Tang Laoyes instructed his driver, Old Ding, look into him. Understood, boss, the driver, Old Ding, replied solemnly. Old Ding was not only his driver, but also the captain of his security team. Entrusting such matters to him was a guarantee of thoroughness. Tang Wenxuan did not harbor ill intentions toward Li Qingshan. He merely believed in exercising caution. He needed to ascertain whether this encounter was merely coincidental, or if Li Qingshan had ulterior motives in approaching him. His survival thus far had relied on prudence. Chapter 11. The first purchase. Li Qingshan remained oblivious to the fact that he was being investigated. Without any ulterior motives, he walked directly to a nearby restaurant. Feeling hungry and intent on satisfying his appetite at the restaurant, he ordered 3 dishes: fish-flavored shredded pork, twice-cooked pork, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, all of which were among his favorites. He also ordered a bowl of white rice and a bottle of soda. This meal was thoroughly enjoyable. Although the establishment was not a grand hotel, the chef's skills were commendable, and he left feeling full and content. After satisfying his hunger, Li Qingshan found a decent hotel nearby to stay at. After taking a hot shower and changing into a fresh set of clothes, he felt refreshed and re-energized. With his hunger satiated and everything in order, Li Qingshan began to contemplate his future. Previously, he would never have had such ambitions. At most, he would seek a job, work diligently to earn money, and eventually find a woman to marry and have children with. However, things had changed. Li Qingshan now felt emboldened to consider entrepreneurship. Setting aside the ability to engage in trade between two worlds, even the capacity for spatial storage alone was sufficient for him to amass wealth that, of course, The prospect of trading between the two realms was even more enticing and provided a more straightforward path to riches. Once he became wealthy, would he lack for beautiful women? He envisioned a future where he would not marry, but rather maintain relationships with a multitude of exquisite women, perhaps 17 or 18. Without any legal implications as long as he remained unmarried. Call it keeping mistresses felt crude. It would be more accurate to say he would have numerous girlfriends. The law did not prohibit one from having multiple romantic relationships as long as one did not marry. Moreover, having girlfriends would not impede his ability to have children. In this era, it was entirely feasible to have children without a marriage certificate. As long as he possessed wealth, none of these matters would pose an issue. The key point remained. He needed to earn money. Li Qingshan had formulated his own plans for how to achieve this. He intended to begin by reselling goods in Zhangjiazhuang, gradually expanding and strengthening his operations. He opened the note-taking app on his phone and began sketching out his plans, preparing to take action. With 700,000 in his pocket, Li Qingshan had secured his startup capital. This sum was crucial for him. At least he no longer needed to worry about initial funding, and he had confirmed the value of the ginseng. Zhangjiazhuang was abundant with ginseng, and merely reselling it would be sufficient for Li Qingshan to amass a fortune. Upon exiting the hotel, he summoned a rideshare vehicle and headed straight to a used car dealership. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the bustling used car market. True to its reputation, the place was filled with a plethora of second-hand vehicles of various types. Li Qingshan sought a second-hand 7-seater van, one that could accommodate passengers in the front while allowing for cargo in the rear. The prices for second-hand vans were exceedingly reasonable. One could acquire a decent vehicle for merely 20 to 30,000. Li Qingshan, unburdened by financial constraints, selected a well-maintained van that was around 80% new. Spending only 60,000. Having checked the prices, he noted that a new model cost 100,000, making the second-hand option quite a bargain. An hour later, the paperwork was completed, and Li Qingshan drove his new purchase to a nearby wholesale market for grains and oils. The grain and oil wholesale department was quite substantial, engaging not only in wholesale transactions but also in retail. Upon alighting from his vehicle, Li Qingshan made his way directly into the store. Noticing his entrance, a middle-aged gentleman promptly approached him. "How much for the rice?" Li Qingshan inquired straightforwardly. It depends on the type of rice and the quantity you require. The prices differ for retail and wholesale. The manager replied with a smile. "I run a fast food restaurant and need a bulk supply of rice. Could you provide some recommendations?" Li Qingshan stated. For a fast food establishment, I understand. How about this variety? Northern Pearl rice? It starts at 1,000 pounds, and I can offer it to you at 1.1 yuan per pound, the shopkeeper promptly suggested. Li Qingshan examined the rice. The price was somewhat more than a yuan per pound. Indicative of average quality, certainly not premium rice. Typically, household rice costs around 2 to 3 yuan per pound. However, for a fast food restaurant, such rice suffices. Although the quality was slightly lacking, it was still standard rice. Li Qingshan found himself quite fond of this rice, as it was ideal for transactions. Higher grade rice would complicate dealings. The minimum sale of 1,000 pounds was manageable, with the smallest packaging here being 50 pounds, while the largest was 200 pounds. Thus, 1,000 pounds would amount to merely 5 bags. All right, let us start with 10,000 pounds in 51-pound bags, Li Qingshan instructed. No problem at all, the owner replied cheerfully, realizing a significant business deal was at hand. You need not worry about transportation. I'll handle it myself and make a few trips, Li Qingshan indicated, gesturing towards his van. That works too, the shopkeeper nodded, pleased with the arrangement, as arranging transport on his end would have been more cumbersome. However, transporting 10,000 pounds would indeed require several trips since it equated to 250-pound bags. Li Qingshan promptly settled the payment and requested the rice to be prepared. Soon, workers busily began loading the rice into his vehicle. Once filled, he drove off, taking a brief detour for about 20 minutes before returning. During the drive, Li Qingshan made a stop to transfer the rice to the storage compartment in the back seat. By the time he returned home, the vehicle was empty. Although this process was somewhat tedious, it ensured safety and concealed his secret. After dedicating considerable time to transporting the rice, he finally completed the task. Following the rice procurement, Li Qingshan turned his attention to purchasing salt. To his delight, the store also offered bulk coarse salt. 100 pounds of coarse salt cost merely 80 yuan. A true bargain. Li Qingshan ordered 3,000 pounds of coarse salt and 1,000 pounds of fine salt. In addition to the salts, he acquired a substantial quantity of soybean oil. The store also stocked bulk white liquor, priced at 100 yuan for a 20-pound barrel. After examining the liquor, Li Qingshan confirmed its quality as it came from a reputable company, alleviating any concerns regarding its safety. By the time his errands concluded, night had fallen. Currently, without his own warehouse, Li Qingshan found the procurement process somewhat cumbersome. However, once he returned to his hometown of Jiangxing and established a warehouse, the logistics would become significantly easier. Jiangxing, being a provincial capital and a first-tier city, had seen considerable development over the years, presenting promising business opportunities. Moreover, his family resided there, and Li Qingshan was determined to return. Before doing so, however, he intended to amass some funds to alleviate his parents' worries upon his return. Chapter 12. Li Qingshan's decline. Having secured the rice and oil, it was only fitting that he also procure instant noodles. Li Qingshan purchased a diverse array of flavors, totaling over 10 boxes. Additionally, he sought kitchenware, specifically a large iron wok and a kettle. He had previously noted that Zhangjia village lacked such items, with residents primarily relying on earthenware. Upon inquiry, he discovered that it wasn't a matter of availability but rather affordability, as iron cookware was deemed too expensive for most families. While a few households possessed iron pots, the majority relied on clay pots for cooking and boiling water. The village was impoverished, severely lacking in basic necessities. Li Qingshan bought a significant quantity of iron pots, knives, and scissors. He also acquired ample pork and chicken, storing them within his spatial ring, along with several dozens of prepared meats. The time within the storage space remained constant, ensuring that the food would not spoil and could be utilized at any moment. This was one of the reasons Li Qingshan opted for cooked food. Moreover, fabric was another essential item. As he drove along the street, he finally located a shop specializing in handmade garments, a rarity in this modern age. This establishment not only produced clothing but also sold fabric. Upon inquiring about prices, he found them quite reasonable, with all materials being pure cotton. The shop did not stock synthetic fabrics, as they were deemed undesirable. Li Qingshan purchased a selection of fabric to take back to the village for resale, deciding later whether to acquire more. By the time he finished purchasing fabric, night had fully descended. His stomach growled in hunger, yet he did not rush to dine. Instead, he drove to a nearby jewelry store, where he spent 10,000 yuan on silver ingots. These modern crafted silver products were exquisitely made, with each ingot weighing 50 grams, equivalent to one tael. The price was 500 yuan per ingot, which seemed somewhat steep as it included processing fees. Nevertheless, Li Qingshan was unconcerned about the expenditure. He purchased 100 ingots for a total of 50,000 yuan, equating to 500 taels of silver. In this alternate world, silver and copper coins served as currency. The production of copper coins was labor-intensive and complex, prompting Li Qingshan to opt for silver instead. In the future, he could explore channels for mass silver production. For now, he intended to hold on to this wealth for stability. Having acquired all necessary items, Li Qingshan felt at ease to finally indulge in a meal. Directly across from the jewelry store was a seafood restaurant, and with his finances in order, he promptly entered. "Welcome." As Li Qingshan approached the entrance, a hostess greeted him. He nodded in acknowledgement and followed her inside. "How many in your party?" "Just me," Li Qingshan replied, glancing at the numerous tanks filled with various seafood. Since he was dining alone, he had no intention of ordering excessively. His gaze swept over the menu, and he opted for a serving of oil-braised abalone and a platter of seafood sashimi with foie gras. Although the restaurant offered large crabs, Li Qingshan found them too cumbersome to eat, so he chose to forego them. "Is that a sea snake?" Li Qingshan suddenly spotted a snake-like creature in the tank and inquired with interest. "Yes, that's indeed a sea snake," the server quickly responded. "I'll have one, please, to make a soup." Without inquiring about the cost, he placed his order. The sea snake's price was reasonable, totaling 600 yuan after weighing, and like an order of scallion stir-fried sea cucumber and a serving of fried noodles. "That will be all," Li Qingshan concluded. Having money was indeed a blessing. The dishes he had just ordered were indulgent, totaling nearly 1,000 yuan, a sum he would have previously hesitated to spend. Dining alone felt somewhat extravagant, but with his current financial situation, spending over 1,000 yuan on a meal was merely routine. The seafood feast was delectable, and Li Qingshan savored every bite. Exiting the restaurant, he found himself momentarily unsure of where to go next. Traveling to the alternate world at night was impractical, and returning to the inn seemed unnecessary, given it was still only 8 o'clock, too early to retire for the evening. Opting not to drive, he strolled leisurely down the street, considering it a chance to exercise and digest his meal. After a half-hour walk, the glow of red lights caught his attention, and upon raising his gaze, he saw the prominent electronic sign for Heaven on Earth Wellness Center. Li Qingshan hesitated, his footsteps halting. He had never ventured into such establishments before. Previously, he lacked the opportunity and never considered it, as he was married and believed a good husband should avoid such places. However, now single, he felt a flicker of curiosity and temptation after months without indulgence. What kind of scene could possibly await him inside? Perhaps I could simply enter for a legitimate foot massage. A surge of excitement coursed through him, and he redirected his steps towards heaven on earth. The establishment known as Tianshang Renjian has garnered quite a reputation, especially in the capital city, though it also has branches in other locales. The name itself possesses a melodious allure. While this particular branch may not boast an extravagant ambience, it is by no means lacking in quality. Upon entering, one is greeted by a row of stunning hostesses clad in elegant kipeos, who bow gracefully to Li Qingshan, warmly exclaiming their welcome. One of the hostesses, with a smile, approached Li Qingshan and, upon realizing he was alone and visiting for the first time, tenderly guided him to a private room. The caliber of these hostesses is evidently high, surpassing that of most women one might encounter on the streets. Li Qingshan felt somewhat stiff, as it was his inaugural visit. "Sir, please relax. There's no need for concern. Our establishment is quite safe," the beautiful hostess gently reassured him, having sensed his nervousness. "All right," Li Qingshan nodded, acknowledging that it was natural to feel anxious on his first visit. The charming hostess smiled softly and said, "Since this is your first time here, allow me to make arrangements for you. What would you like to drink? Longjing tea, ginseng tea, or perhaps a soft drink? I'll have longjing tea. However, I haven't even mentioned what services I wish to partake in. Is it appropriate for you to make arrangements already?" Li Qingshan inquired, beginning to relax. "It's perfectly appropriate. Please wait, and once the technician arrives, you may make your decision," the beautiful hostess smiled before departing. Watching her leave, Li Qingshan couldn't help but chuckle at himself. What brings me to such a place? It seems I have truly fallen from grace. Chapter 13. The beauty of humanity. As the door swung open, a server entered, carrying a tray laden with fruits, pastries, and tea. After a few moments, a knock echoed at the door, and the previous beautiful hostess returned, accompanied by a group of 7 or 8 stunning women. All were adorned in high heels, short black skirts, and white short-sleeved tops. They appeared youthful, ranging from 20 to late 20s, with exquisitely applied makeup and figures that exceeded the norm. Several of them were even more attractive and youthful than Li Qingshan's ex-wife. "VIP, we are delighted to serve you," the group of beauties bowed in unison. "Sir, do any of them catch your eye?" the beautiful hostess inquired eagerly. Li Qingshan now understood that they were not merely hostesses but also held a role akin to a madam. His gaze swept over the group, filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated the caliber of women present here. It was truly an eye-opener. Several of them had already reached internet celebrity status, and this was without the enhancements of filters or beauty apps. If they were to appear on a streaming platform with such enhancements, they would likely appear even more stunning. Li Qingshan pondered why such beautiful women existed in this establishment, and yet those top-tier patrons would choose to give gifts in the livestream instead of enjoying their company in reality. Contemplating this, he pointed at one of the beauties and declared, "I'll choose her. Your taste is impeccable. This is number 88, our finest lady. Please enjoy your time with her," the hostess remarked with a knowing smile before leading the other women away. "Hello, esteemed guest. I am number 88, and it is a pleasure to serve you. What service would you like to engage in?" Number 88 inquired with a radiant smile. Her attributes were indeed impressive. She stood tall at nearly 1.7 meters, which is quite tall for a woman, especially with her high heels giving her an almost 1.8-meter appearance. Her slender figure, delicate waist, and moderately sized bosom were enticing. However, it was her pure and beautiful face that captivated him most. Had he not encountered her here, Li Qingshan would never have believed that such an innocent beauty would work in this establishment. With her qualifications, demanding a dowry of 380,000 would not be unreasonable. Yet here, one could enjoy her company for a mere fraction of that cost. Wasn't that somewhat tragic? Li Qingshan found it not laughable but rather lamentable. However, what did it matter to him? He could not change the situation. "Sir, let me introduce you to our services. We offer foot baths, Thai massages, and health-preserving treatments, but the best is the soft and charming service. While I cannot divulge specifics, I assure you it will exceed your expectations." Number 88 explained slowly, her expression warm as she gazed at Li Qingshan. In this private environment, Li Qingshan felt considerably more at ease. Initially, he had only intended to opt for a foot bath, but curious about the peculiar names, he asked, "Is there no way to elaborate on what soft and charming entails? And what are the prices?" "The price is $5.99, which includes a soft service for 90 minutes, executed to perfection," Number 88 replied, winking playfully. Leaning closer to Li Qingshan's ear, she whispered, "Moreover, this service can be extended, offering an additional charming night experience." "Extending means double the price, right?" Li Qingshan asked, intrigued. Yes, but it's worth every penny, number 88 replied enticingly. Then let's give it a try, Li Qingshan said, feeling somewhat stiff. Having recently divorced, he reasoned that indulging in a health treatment was quite reasonable. Upon hearing his agreement, number 88 beamed with delight, aware that pricier services would yield higher commissions for her. Please wait a moment. I will prepare the water for you. Let us start with a bath to relieve your fatigue, number 88 said gently. Li Qingshan found it somewhat absurd. It was the first time in his life a beautiful woman had treated him with such tenderness. Even during his relationship with his ex-wife, she had never been this gentle. She had always been quite assertive, even during their courtship. The room featured a bathtub, which number 88 lined with a disposable plastic cover before adjusting the water temperature and filling it with warm water. After a short while, the bath was ready. Sir, the water is prepared. You may come and bathe, number 88 said sweetly. Although her gentleness was contrived, it still provided Li Qingshan with a pleasant sensation. Being treated tenderly by a woman felt remarkably blissful. This expenditure was indeed justified. And no wonder so many men preferred not to marry and instead frequented establishments like this. It made perfect sense. Li Qingshan removed his clothing and stepped into the bathing area. Initially, he felt somewhat uneasy, especially with number 88 watching. However, persuaded by her gentle encouragement, he eventually relented. What surprised him was that while he was bathing, number 88 also began to remove her attire, gracefully stepping into the tub. Is this allowed? Li Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment, his breath momentarily hitching. Under normal circumstances, such a thing would not occur, but since you opted for an extension, this is a complimentary service designed to ensure your expenditure is worthwhile. This is a special arrangement for you, number 88 cheekily replied. Li Qingshan was left speechless. However, the bathing was merely a prelude, and nothing overtly inappropriate transpired. After showering, number 88 changed into a different work outfit. Li Qingshan was taken aback by what she wore. Was that clothing? It was merely a few scraps of fabric, yet it looked stunning on number 88. The subsequent services truly opened Li Qingshan's eyes, and the specifics of the experience are beyond description. After the 90-minute session, he felt utterly relaxed. The extension did not prolong the time, but rather varied the content of the service. Li Qingshan found the extension appealing, as this beautiful woman, who would demand a dowry of 380,000 yet could not be taken home, could be experienced for just a little more. It was indeed worth every penny. After the session concluded, Li Qingshan entered a state of enlightenment. After another shower to cleanse himself, he dressed and gave number 88 a heartfelt embrace. With her reluctant, gentle gaze following him, he resolutely made his way to the reception. The service was exceptional, but the cost was undeniably high. For 90 minutes, he spent 200. Yet, Li Qingshan did not feel cheated. Rather, he felt it was worth it. Upon exiting Tianshang Rinjian, Li Qingshan's resolve to earn money solidified further, for only through financial gain could he continue to savor the myriad delights of life. Chapter 14. The excited villagers. That night, Li Qingshan slept soundly, devoid of dreams, and awoke to the dawn's light. After dressing and washing up, he enjoyed the complimentary breakfast provided by the hotel, which was included in his room charge. After breakfast, he leisurely exited the hotel and climbed into his van. Li Qingshan drove directly out of the urban area, and after an hour, arrived at a secluded path in the countryside. Following the path, he drove into a remote grove. Beyond this point, there was no road, so Li Qingshan cautiously maneuvered his vehicle inside and parked. This location was discovered through careful examination of a map. It was sufficiently isolated, with no nearby residences and certainly no surveillance cameras. After parking, Li Qingshan remained in the vehicle and utilized the teleportation feature to complete his transfer within the car. This was the safest method he could conceive. The vehicle remained where it was, yet the interior was now empty, as a flash of white light enveloped him. Li Qingshan found himself in the wilderness, greeted by the familiar scenery. Li Qingshan smiled faintly, surveying his surroundings to ensure that no one else was present before swiftly taking action. His first step was to summon a brand new tricycle, purchased just yesterday. This contraption was quite affordable and did not cost him much. From his storage space, Li Qingshan retrieved a portion of supplies and loaded them onto the tricycle before riding it towards the village. He had previously considered driving a car directly, but the mere presence of an automobile in this world was rather alarming. Concerned about potential unforeseen incidents, he feared that the villagers might perceive him as a monster. Thus, he opted for the tricycle as his mode of transport. In this world, the tricycle was indeed a rare sight. Yet it was far less conspicuous than a car, being a more easily understood object. The mechanics of a tricycle were straightforward, easily comprehensible at a glance, unlike a car, which might be regarded with suspicion. "Oh my, what is that?" exclaimed a villager upon seeing Li Qingshan riding the tricycle, astonished. "That appears to be Mr. Li, who visited yesterday." Indeed, it was the same Mr. Li from the day before. Finally, a villager recognized his identity and exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Li, what is that? What are you planning to do?" One bold villager approached, curious. Li Qingshan patted the tricycle and smiled, saying, "This is called a tricycle. As you can see, it has 3 wheels to as for my purpose. It is quite simple. I am here to conduct business. I am a merchant, and I have brought some goods to sell in the village. Dear brothers, if you are interested in my wares, why not follow me into the village for a closer look?" After introducing himself, Li Qingshan continued to ride his tricycle towards the village. Most villagers, upon hearing he was merely selling goods, lost interest, as they were busy tending to their fields and had no time to waste. However, a few villagers were intrigued by what Li Qingshan had to offer and hurriedly followed him. As Li Qingshan entered the village, he drew the attention of several villagers. Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, 2 brothers, promptly emerged from their home upon hearing the commotion. "Mr. Li, you've arrived!" Zhang Hu exclaimed with joy. "Yes, I am back. By the way, how is your dog, Gooden?" Li Qingshan inquired with concern. "Much better. Today he is lively and jumping around." "We owe you a great debt of gratitude, Mr. Li," Zhang Hu replied hastily. Zhang Bao, standing nearby, bowed repeatedly in appreciation. Gooden was Zhang Bao's beloved nephew, and they were both immensely grateful to Li Qingshan for saving him. "Thank goodness he is well. Please, there is no need for such formality. Being overly polite creates distance between us." Li Qingshan chuckled. By the way, I have one more request. I intend to sell some goods right at your doorstep." "I hope that is convenient," Li Qingshan added. "Why would it not be convenient? Treat this place as your own home. Feel free to use it. Speaking to me in such a manner is overly polite." Zhang Hu insisted earnestly. "Very well then, I shan't be polite any longer," Li Qingshan replied with a smile. "Are these the items you plan to sell?" Zhang Hu finally noticed the goods atop the tricycle. His expression momentarily stunned. There were indeed quite a few valuable items. Although he did not recognize some of them, he was familiar with kitchen knives and iron pots. While Zhang Hu had a kitchen knife at home, the iron pot caught his eye. Iron pots were quite valuable, and he had previously wished to buy one in the nearby town, but their prices were too steep for him to afford. "I wonder what price Mr. Li is asking for that iron pot. If it is reasonable, I would like to purchase it," Zhang Hu inquired with anticipation. "I had been hoping to discuss prices with you." Li Qingshan began. "I understand that your village does not possess much currency, and purchasing these items with money might be beyond your means. Therefore, I plan to engage in barter. We can negotiate the specific quantities for trade. For instance, this iron pot can be exchanged for ginseng. 1 root of ginseng can secure 1 iron pot. If the ginseng is of high quality, more items can be exchanged. Is that true?" Zhang Hu exclaimed in delight. Although ginseng is a precious herb, it is relatively common in their village and not particularly valuable. Ginseng could be found in the mountains with some patience, while iron pots were scarce and costly. A top-quality iron pot in Qinglian town would cost at least 3 taels of silver. For villagers like them, affording an iron pot was a genuine challenge. Zhang Hu happened to have a few roots of ginseng at home, making the prospect of trading ginseng for an iron pot a worthwhile deal for him. Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers grew excited, and several rushed forward. Li Qingshan clasped his hands together in greeting and addressed the villagers. "Esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk of Zhangjia village, I am Li Qingshan, a traveling merchant. Today, I have come to your esteemed land to earn a meal. I have brought rice, coarse salt, iron pots, kitchen knives, scissors, cotton cloth, and fine wine for you. If anyone is interested in my goods, please feel free to converse with me. I assure you, the prices will be favorable. You need not use silver for transactions. We can barter instead. If you possess rare and valuable items, such as ginseng, lingzhi, or other precious herbs, they can be exchanged with me." Li Qingshan's proclamation instantly stirred excitement among the villagers. Chapter 15. Determining Prices. The villagers were elated to hear Li Qingshan's words. Zhangjia village was a mountainous area with limited arable land, making it difficult for farmers to thrive. Consequently, even landlords looked down upon this place, leaving only hard-working peasants to inhabit it. Perhaps due to the village's poverty, both officials and bandits had little interest in it, allowing Zhangjia village to live in peace. While poverty has its advantages, it also brings numerous disadvantages, such as a dire shortage of essential goods. The village lacked everything. 30 miles away lay Qinglian town, where goods were sold at exorbitant prices, far beyond the villagers' means. Li Qingshan brought with him a wealth of items that the villagers desperately needed. And most importantly, They could be obtained without the need for money, through barter instead. Mr. Li, while I appreciate the barter system, could you please provide a precise price for our understanding? One cautious villager spoke up. Yes, please state your prices, or what will we do if we bring our goods only for you to undervalue them? Another villager added, expressing concern. Li Qingshan found himself in a predicament. Determining specific prices was challenging. First, because he was engaging in barter, which required an assessment based on the items exchanged, and second, due to his unfamiliarity with local prices. Esteemed elders, please forgive me. This is my first time venturing out to trade, and I have not adequately considered the pricing. Why don't you return home to gather your items, and we can negotiate a fair price? Li Qingshan suggested it is better to agree on prices first before proceeding with the trade. One villager insisted stubbornly. The others nodded in agreement. Though the villagers were simple and honest, they had previously encountered deceitful merchants, making them cautious in their dealings. Li Qingshan felt increasingly troubled, unsure how to set a fair price. Listen to me, I know him. Li is an honest man and would never deceive you. So, for those interested in trading, perhaps you should return home to find items for exchange, and then we can negotiate. I can serve as a guarantor for this matter. An elder spoke, slowly approaching with a hearty voice. Smiling at Li Qingshan, Li Qingshan promptly bowed in gratitude. Since the elder has spoken, let us return home and gather our items. The villagers agreed. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the elder had intervened, or this situation could have proven difficult to resolve. Reflecting on the matter, Li Qingshan realized he had underestimated the complexities of trading, especially given his lack of familiarity with local prices. Elder, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to seek your advice, Li Qingshan said eagerly. The elder nodded, smiling as he asked, Mr. Li, is there something you need my assistance with? Please do not hesitate to ask. Li Qingshan smiled and shared his predicament. To be honest, elder, my family sent me out to gain experience. Making this my first venture into business, I am unfamiliar with local prices. So I kindly request your guidance in determining them. The elder chuckled, in my many decades of life, this is the first time I have heard of a merchant who doesn't know the prices before venturing into trade. Although it was a situation that elicited both laughter and tears, Uncle Air still genuinely wished to assist Li Qingshan in resolving his troubles. With a smile, Uncle Air suggested, how about this? I shall inform you of the local prices for these items, and then you can make your own decision regarding the pricing. Li Qingshan promptly agreed. Uncle Air slowly articulated the prices of rice and coarse salt in the locality, followed by the recycling prices of ginseng and ganoderma. Despite his advanced age, Uncle Air possessed a wealth of knowledge and a clear mind. With his explanations, Li Qingshan quickly gained a lucid understanding of the local market prices. Feigning an air of seriousness, Li Qingshan retrieved paper and pen from his backpack. In reality, the act of pulling items from his backpack was merely a ruse. The true source was his storage space. Once he produced the paper and pen, Li Qingshan began to jot down the local prices. Observing him take notes, Uncle Air was taken aback, for Li Qingshan was using a sketch pen, not the traditional brush of this world. Thus, Uncle Air was astonished. Although he did not witness Li Qingshan using ink, he could still write on the paper, which certainly evoked his surprise. Mr. Li, what kind of pen is this? It writes without ink. Uncle Air could not help but inquire. Li Qingshan, without hesitation, raised the sketch pen and explained, Uncle Air, this is a sketch pen. The ink is contained within the nib, allowing it to write on paper without the need for external ink. Ah, I see. What a marvelous treasure, Uncle Air praised. Although he did not comprehend the pen's manufacturing process, he grasped its principle. Hearing Uncle Air's words, Li Qingshan felt a spark of inspiration, realizing he had uncovered another avenue for profit. This sketch pen could indeed be sold in the larger cities, likely fetching a handsome price. After all, the advantages of the sketch pen were evident. It was far more convenient than the cumbersome brush. Moreover, the portability of the sketch pen allowed for spontaneous note-taking, a feature the brush could not rival. Nevertheless, the thought of selling pens was fleeting, as Li Qingshan decided to focus on trading his current goods first. Li Qingshan now understood that even in bartering, there should be a clear trading price. He could establish a selling price for his goods and a separate recycling price for the ginseng and ganoderma. The selling prices for rice and coarse salt would be slightly lower than market rates, while the recycling prices for ginseng and ganoderma would be considerably higher. By setting clear prices, the trading process would become much more straightforward for both parties. Just as Li Qingshan finalized the prices, nearby villagers arrived with their goods. The first villager to approach was, surprisingly, an old acquaintance, Zhang Kuei. Chapter 16. The century-old ginseng Zhang Kuei arrived with a large bundle. Smiling at Li Qingshan as he spoke, Mr. Li, I have come to conduct business with you. I hope it is suitable. What could be unsuitable? I am most grateful, Li Qingshan replied with a smile. He held genuine gratitude for Zhang Kuei, as his first fortune was made through the ginseng transaction with him. Now that Zhang Kuei had returned for another trade, Li Qingshan had every reason to be delighted. Raising his voice, Li Qingshan declared, "Brother Zhang Kuei, let me first introduce the prices to you, so you are well informed for our transaction." Seizing the opportunity to inform the surrounding villagers of the prices, Li Qingshan took the chance to enlighten them. Although he had initially mentioned bartering, he had not established clear prices during their first transaction. Now, however, he possessed precise pricing information. Upon announcing the prices, the villagers were astonished. "Is this price genuine? It is considerably lower than market rates." They murmured, disbelief etched on their faces. "Isn't coarse salt priced at 31 per pound in Chilean town? Mr. Li is selling it for merely 10 won. Such generosity," exclaimed a villager, who had received some education and considered himself somewhat literate. Indeed, at 10 won per pound for coarse salt, it was wise to purchase several pounds. Not only is Mr. Li's coarse salt inexpensive, but his rice is also reasonably priced, and the recycling price for ginseng is high, 3 taels of silver for a single root. Truly a remarkable offer. Another villager chimed in, raising a thumb in praise. "Old Lu, I recall your family possesses a fair number of ginseng roots. It seems you are destined to prosper," another villager remarked enviously. Old Lu chuckled, his face brimming with pride. His family indeed had numerous ginseng roots, collected during his previous mountain excursions, initially intended for sale in the county town. However, now that Li Qingshan's recycling prices were more favorable, he decided to sell them immediately. Zhang Kuei was equally astonished by the prices Li Qingshan had presented. His decision to be the first to approach Li Qingshan stemmed from trust, but he had not anticipated such low selling prices and significantly higher recycling prices for the medicinal herbs. "Mr. Li, let me show you the herbs I have," Zhang Kuei said eagerly, opening his bundle. As a herbalist, he possessed an array of valuable medicinal herbs. Typically, he would sell some to support his family while saving others. Upon learning that Li Qingshan was interested in recycling herbs, he brought all his stock. Li Qingshan promptly examined the contents of the bundle. Ginseng and Ganoderma were relatively easy to identify, but he struggled with the other herbs. After considering, he decided against feigning expertise and sincerely asked Zhang Kuei, "Brother Zhang Kuei, I am not well versed in identifying these herbs, so I would appreciate your guidance. There is one more matter requiring your assistance. Brother Zhang Kuei, when I collect the herbs, I will need your help with the inspection. In such situations, sincerity often proved more beneficial than pretense." Zhang Kuei paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "No problem, I will take care of it. Now, let me introduce you to these herbs. These are all ginseng, 7 roots in total. 2 of these are 10 years old, while 4 are between 30 and 40 years. This one is 60 years old, but the finest of them all is this century-old ginseng." Upon hearing century-old ginseng, Li Qingshan was genuinely taken aback and immediately turned his attention to the prized specimen. The century-old ginseng was indeed distinct from ordinary mountain ginseng, larger, more humanoid, and imbued with the unique essence. Li Qingshan inquired further about identifying ginseng. Zhang Kuei, being an expert in this field, eagerly shared his knowledge. The insights he provided were simple tricks, easily grasped. Li Qingshan experienced a revelation as he examined the ginseng, confirming that he would now know how to identify it in the future. In addition to ginseng, Zhang Kuei had brought a wealth of Ganoderma and other herbs. Among them, the most valuable were, of course, ginseng and Ganoderma, while the other herbs were less expensive. Li Qingshan meticulously appraised the prices of the ginseng and Ganoderma, estimating the remaining herbs at 500 won. With each price he announced, Zhang Kuei's heart raced, for Li Qingshan's offers were remarkably high, much greater than the market rates. "We are about to strike it rich." Zhang Kuei thought to himself, "Brother Zhang Kuei, I have assessed the value of your herbs. The total comes to 76 taels of silver, plus 500 wen. Do you find this agreeable? If so, I shall proceed with the purchase." Li Qingshan stated loudly, ensuring that the surrounding villagers were aware of the attractive prices offered for medicinal herbs. "Agreeable? It is more than agreeable. I shall sell," Zhang Kuei exclaimed, rising with excitement. He had never imagined his herbs could yield such a high price. Although the century-old ginseng was indeed precious, Zhang Kuei understood that even it would not fetch a high price in a store. Customers purchasing herbs would face steep prices, yet herbalists like him, lacking sales channels, could not command such rates. Li Qingshan wasted no time, producing gleaming silver ingots and counting out 76 taels, handing them to Zhang Kuei. "Brother Zhang Kuei, here are 76 taels of silver for you. The additional 500 can be exchanged for goods here. I apologize, but I currently lack copper coins, so I can only offer goods in exchange." Very well, I shall accept, Zhang Kuei replied, his joy evident. Zhang Kuei gazed at the items atop Li Qingshan's cart, his eyes sparkling with delight. Rice, salt, cotton cloth, iron pots, and kitchen knives. These were all treasures indeed. With his newfound wealth, Zhang Kuei was quite generous, spending 5 taels of silver right there with Lin Feng. He purchased a considerable quantity of rice, cotton cloth, iron pots, kitchen knives, and salt. Chapter 17. Expanding the business. Zhang Kuei's exemplary influence was remarkably potent. Under his leadership, the villagers eagerly began to bring forth their possessions to sell. Li Qingshan's business flourished tremendously. Within mere hours, the entire load of goods was sold out, and to his astonishment, he had expended a significant portion of his silver. How could this be? I haven't even made my purchases yet. A large group of villagers, having failed to buy anything, wore expressions of utter disappointment upon witnessing the complete depletion of goods. Li Qingshan quickly addressed the crowd. Dear fellow villagers, do not fret. I have plenty of goods at home. Today is merely my first foray into trade. I shall return this afternoon with another cart full of supplies. In the coming days, as long as you require goods, I can continue to bring them here. Moreover, every month, I will make several trips to fulfill your needs. Upon hearing Li Qingshan's assurances, the villagers felt a sense of relief. His wares were not only affordable but of good quality, infinitely more advantageous than traveling to the town for trade. Furthermore, the inconvenience of going to town rendered Li Qingshan's offerings far more appealing. Realizing that there were no more goods available for purchase, the villagers gradually dispersed. Li Qingshan reflected on the ease of conducting business here. As long as he transported the goods, there was no chance they would go unsold. This was, of course, also due to his competitive pricing, which incentivized the villagers to buy eagerly. Had the prices been higher, it was likely that no one would have made a purchase. Additionally, given that Li Qingshan sold consumables that were used daily, he could expect to return frequently for trade. However, the village's poverty posed a challenge. The villagers lacked funds, making it impossible to establish a sales network relying solely on them. An idea began to form in Li Qingshan's mind regarding the search for distributors, though he was uncertain of its success. Mr. Li, please come inside and rest for a moment, Zhang Hu urged upon noticing Li Qingshan's bustling activity. Nodding in agreement, Li Qingshan had no intention of being overly formal. Just as he settled down, a middle-aged man accompanying his second uncle could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Mr. Li, were your earlier statements entirely truthful? Will there indeed be goods available for us to purchase at lower prices in the future? This man, named Zhang Yin, was the son of Li Qingshan's second uncle and the village chief of Zhangjia village. As the chief, he was particularly concerned about such matters. Their village was lacking in many essentials, and if Li Qingshan could frequently sell goods there, it would be a tremendous boon for the villagers. Li Qingshan nodded, smiling as he replied, Of course, it is all true. While I sell these items at a low price, there is still a profit to be made. Since there is a profit, I am more than willing to come often. However, I do have one request of the villagers. I hope you can help me by gathering more ginseng and other precious medicinal herbs. I will offer high prices for them. Absolutely, we would be delighted to assist, Zhang Yin exclaimed with joy. Since Li offers such favorable prices, we are more than willing to sell you ginseng. You can rest assured about this matter. Li Qingshan nodded with some happiness, yet also a hint of regret. The village's resources were limited, primarily consisting of ginseng and lingzhi, the only valuable herbs that could be of assistance to him. The other items presented by the villagers, such as pottery, porcelain, and paintings, held no value for Li Qingshan. Some villagers even brought antiques, yet these relics belonged to the Great Zhou dynasty and were entirely unrelated to Blue Star. Bringing such items back to Blue Star would yield no worth. Thus, the only truly rewarding products were ginseng and lingzhi. Of course, if there were jewels or gold, Li Qingshan would also consider bringing those back to Blue Star for trade. However, Zhangjia village was far too impoverished to harbor such treasures, leaving no room for such hopes. Li Qingshan's current focus was on acquiring ginseng and other expensive medicinal herbs. Selling goods within the village was not particularly lucrative for him. Yet he intended to continue this venture primarily to foster good relations with the villagers, facilitating future acquisitions of ginseng. There was, however, one matter he wished to inquire about with the village chief. May I ask, Li Qingshan politely inquired, are there other villages nearby? I am inclined to procure ginseng and other herbs from neighboring villages and sell my goods there as well. I thought it was something significant. There are numerous villages within a 10-mile radius. If Li wishes to visit, there will surely be business opportunities. Zhang Yin generously replied, Is there any assistance we can provide you? Li Qingshan's second uncle suddenly interjected. Li Qingshan was taken aback but smiled as he responded, Indeed. I do have a request for you. second uncle Li Qingshan thought to himself. Truly, the elder has a keen eye, as he immediately discerned that Li Qingshan had ulterior motives. Contemplating in his mind, Li Qingshan spoke. I am unfamiliar with the surrounding villages, so I would like to hire villagers to assist me in selling goods and collecting ginseng as for remuneration. I propose 3 taels of silver per month, along with a commission. The commission entails a share of the profits from the goods sold. The more they sell, the more they earn, and I shall share some of the profits with them. Initially, Li Qingshan had intended to seek collaboration, but as he spoke, it transformed into hiring help. There is indeed a distinction between collaboration and employing hands, and ultimately, Li Qingshan chose to employ. Having gained some understanding of the local economy, he deemed 3 taels of silver a fair monthly wage, which was quite substantial. 3 taels of silver a month, that's a decent sum, Zhang Bao remarked enviously. While it may not be an extravagant amount, it is certainly not insubstantial, and the greatest advantage lies in its stability. Hunting in the mountains is unpredictable. One never knows when they might catch something. If they fail to catch anything, they would be left to starve. This steady income far surpasses that uncertainty. Zhang Bao, if this idea appeals to you, I can certainly consider you as well, Li Qingshan replied with a smile. After all, this opportunity could be extended to anyone. I'll do it. I agree, Zhang Bao exclaimed with excitement. However, after his exuberance, he sheepishly added, but I've never engaged in trade before, and I'm worried I might not do it well. Li Qingshan then turned to Zhang Hu. What about you, brother Zhang Hu? Would you be interested in joining in? If so, you two brothers could work together for mutual support. Zhang Hu had also been keen to participate but had hesitated to express it. With Li Qingshan's invitation, he readily agreed. If Li thinks highly of me, then I would be more than willing to accept. Chapter 18. A house acquired 3 taels of silver a month was quite substantial for Zhang Hu. It would be sufficient to support his family and ensure a stable life for them. Yet, he expressed his concerns. Mr. Li, my brother and I are indeed willing to undertake this work, but we worry that if we do not perform well, it might adversely affect your business. Do not worry. This business is quite manageable. The prices are fixed, payment upon delivery. I will write down the prices for you, and you can conduct your transactions accordingly. You will simply need to transport the goods to their respective villages for sale. There is actually no need for such complexity, Zhang Yin interjected suddenly. Do tell? Li Qingshan replied, somewhat surprised yet intrigued. Zhang Yin nodded. The villages around us are not far apart. They are much closer than Qinglian town. All we need to do is spread the word, informing the surrounding villages that Zhangjia village has affordable goods for sale, and that we are offering high prices for ginseng. The villagers will surely come to us. This approach is far more convenient and secure than visiting each village one by one, Zhang Yin elaborated. Li Qingshan had considered this method previously but hesitated due to his unfamiliarity with the area. Now, hearing Zhang Yin's confidence, he felt reassured. Indeed, the neighboring villages are all within a short distance of Zhangjia village. We can let them come to us for transactions, which is certainly safer. Although both of us are skilled in martial arts and have reached the bone-refining stage, trading within the village is still safer. Zhang Hu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Li Qingshan, however, was keenly aware of the terms martial artist and bone-refining stage. Could it be that this world possesses a cultivation system? Is it not true that this place is a fantastical world? Could it be that one can cultivate martial arts here? With this thought, Li Qingshan's heart ignited with fervor. At this moment, it was not suitable to delve further into the topic, so it would be prudent to inquire later. Since you, the village chief, have assured me that there are no issues, then there are certainly none. However, to conduct business within the village, a location is essential, Li Qingshan remarked. That is quite simple. Our village has numerous vacant houses, and Li can also have a place to stay, Zhang Yin replied with a beaming smile. His suggestion was, of course, driven by ulterior motives. If this endeavor were to succeed, the benefits to Zhangjia village would be substantial. In the future, all of Li Qingshan's wares would be sold in Zhangjia village, attracting nearby villagers to come and trade, thus bringing prosperity and convenience to Zhangjia village. As the village chief, he had a duty to consider the welfare of his community. Leave the housing arrangements to me, Zhang Yin declared, patting his chest confidently. Li Qingshan, not one to be overly formal, nodded in agreement. Zhang Yin was swift and decisive in his actions, soon arranging a fine house for Li Qingshan, a splendid independent courtyard, complete with several rooms and a pleasant environment. After inspecting the premises, Li Qingshan was exceedingly satisfied. Zhang Yin explained, this courtyard belongs to my cousin, a capable individual who has gone to Qinglian town to manage an inn, and his family has relocated there, leaving this place vacant. Since it stands empty, it is perfect for your use, Mr. Li. Li Qingshan nodded appreciatively. This courtyard is indeed commendable. I will take it. However, regarding the rent, how much do you deem appropriate? Zhang Yin hesitated briefly before responding. Let us say 101 per month. For a year, it would amount to 1 tael of silver. 1,000. One could be exchanged for 1 tael of silver. But typically silver is deemed more valuable than copper coins. Thus, if calculated on an annual basis, it could be directly converted to 1 tael of silver. 1 tael for a year's rent is not exorbitant. Of course, in this mountainous village, as Zhang Yin implied, it could be arranged that no rent is required. Since Li Qingshan intended to pay rent, 1 tael of silver would suffice. Without further ado, Li Qingshan produced 1 tael of silver and handed it over. Upon receiving the silver, Zhang Yin confirmed the rental agreement. With a slight smile, Li Qingshan felt a sense of contentment. He had now established a foothold in this realm. The location of the courtyard also pleased him. Situated conveniently near the village entrance, facilitating easy access in and out. Importantly, one could reach the courtyard from outside the village without passing by the homes of other villagers, making it convenient for Li Qingshan to transport goods. He promptly drove his tricycle into the courtyard for storage before returning to Zhang Hu's residence. The Zhang family was sparse in numbers, with only Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao remaining. Mr. Li, they greeted upon his arrival. There is something I wish to inquire about with you, Brother Zhang Hu, Li Qingshan stated directly. Please, Mr. Li, feel free to ask anything, Zhang Hu replied with a hearty smile. It pertains to martial arts. I overheard you mention your practice and that you have reached the realm of bone refinement. Could you enlighten me about the intricacies of martial arts? Li Qingshan inquired candidly to Mr. Li. Are you unfamiliar with martial arts? Zhang Hu asked, a look of surprise crossing his face. After all, in his view, Li Qingshan's distinguished background suggested he should possess some knowledge of martial arts. Zhang Hu had initially thought that Li Qingshan might not practice martial arts, later surmising that Li Qingshan's cultivation level was simply too high for him to discern. Now, Zhang Hu felt even more puzzled by Li Qingshan's inquiry. Li Qingshan had already prepared his explanation and responded with a wry smile. You see, my family has certain peculiar customs. Only the direct descendants are permitted to practice martial arts and to be privy to the knowledge of martial arts. As for me, I am not a direct descendant and thus, not only am I barred from martial practice, but I have also never been informed of any martial knowledge. He continued, however, my family does not prohibit us from seeking martial arts outside. If we can learn martial skills externally, that is our own merit, and the family will not interfere. I see, Zhang Hu replied with a sigh, unsure how to comment on such traditions. He could only remark on how many rules exist within prominent families. Rules that those from lesser backgrounds like his own did not contend with. In their case, if someone possessed martial skills, all family members would practice together, regardless of lineage. Given this, I shall make it my duty to explain martial arts to you thoroughly, Mr. Li, Zhang Hu said. However, Li Qingshan waved his hand and replied, Brother Zhang Hu, please refrain from calling me Mr. henceforth. Given our camaraderie, let us refer to each other as brothers. I am merely a few years your senior. You may call me elder brother. Li Qingshan intended to collaborate long-term with the Zhang brothers, thus it was wise to foster a closer bond. His proposal touched both Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, who immediately addressed him as elder brother with heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 19. The difficulty of martial training. Zhang Hu continued, to let elder brother know, my understanding of martial arts is merely superficial. I am not well versed in the deeper mysteries, as we are merely rustic villagers. Far removed from advanced martial arts, Li Qingshan nodded, assuring him that it was of no consequence. Zhang Hu elaborated, those of us who practice martial arts are called martial artists, and there are many realms within this discipline. I only know that the entry level is the body refinement realm, followed by the blood qi realm and the energy transformation realm. Beyond the energy transformation realm, I am at a loss. In truth, the blood qi and energy transformation realms seemed distant and unattainable to them. Zhang Hu mused that he would likely never reach the blood qi realm, let alone the energy transformation realm. When discussing these two realms, a yearning glimmer shone in his eyes, indicating a deep desire to attain those levels. After a brief pause, Zhang Hu regained his composure and continued, the subsequent realms are too profound for me to comprehend, and I cannot articulate them to you, elder brother. What I do know is that the body refinement realm, often referred to as the foundation of martial artists, determines one's potential for future cultivation based on the foundation laid during this stage. The body refinement realm is further divided into 5 levels: flesh refinement, bone refinement, blood refinement, organ refinement, and skin refinement. Upon achieving complete mastery of skin refinement, one can attempt to break into the blood qi realm. And once successful, one becomes a formidable expert within that realm. It is said that within the Dezhou army, those at the blood qi realm can attain the rank of 1,000 household commander. Exuding great prestige. Zhang Hu's face lit up with envy at the thought. The path of martial arts depends on both the innate aptitude of the practitioner and the resources available for cultivation. Both are indispensable. Individuals like myself, who practice only ordinary techniques and lack high innate talent and training resources, can only achieve the bone refinement realm despite starting training from a young age. The difficulty of cultivation is thus evident, he lamented. Moreover, within the 5 levels of body refinement, each level can be further subdivided into 4 tiers. For instance, the flesh refinement level can be categorized into iron flesh, copper flesh, silver flesh, and gold flesh. Similarly, bone refinement can be divided into iron bone, copper bone, silver bone, and gold bone. Iron flesh represents the lowest level, while gold flesh is the highest. I have barely reached the copper flesh and copper bone levels. In the future, I will likely only be able to cultivate copper blood, copper organs, and copper skin. As for silver flesh and gold bone, I do not dare to hope for such achievements, as they are exceedingly challenging. Zhang Hu stated with a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan began to comprehend the martial arts system of this world, which indeed exuded an aura of the fantastical. Perhaps this realm was truly a fantastical world after all. I wonder what techniques you practice. Might I also learn them? Li Qingshan inquired eagerly. Certainly, but the techniques we practice are of a lowly grade. I fear they may hinder your cultivation, elder brother, Zhang Hu replied, somewhat embarrassed. However, internally, he believed that Li Qingshan was already past the prime age for martial cultivation. Being older than himself, how could he still have an opportunity to train? Yet, he refrained from voicing such discouraging thoughts. It is well known that the younger one is, the better the chances for martial cultivation. Typically, children begin training around the ages of 3 or 4, Li Qingshan's age. Even if he were to practice, it would be futile. Zhang Hu understood this principle but felt it inappropriate to express it openly. He planned to wait until Li Qingshan showed no progress in his training before revealing such truths. Making it easier for Li Qingshan to accept. In Zhangjia village, we all practice the bull strength technique, which is a yellow grade technique within the body refinement realm, the lowest grade of martial arts. Martial arts are classified into 4 major grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow the lowest. Elder brother, I shall first impart the bull strength technique to you. Please give it a try and see the results. Zhang Hu declared. Zhang Hu was well aware that Li Qingshan's practice of the bull strength technique would yield limited results. However, discussing such matters extensively could not compare to allowing Li Qingshan to experience it firsthand, which would prove far more beneficial. Once Li Qingshan had undergone the arduous training and grasped the challenges of martial arts, he would naturally seek Zhang Hu's counsel again. Li Qingshan nodded, feeling a flicker of excitement within. At last, he could begin his martial arts journey. Zhang Hu, demonstrating his willingness to share knowledge, promptly commenced the instruction of the bull strength technique, which comprised both training methods and combat techniques. The combat technique was a series of bull fist forms, while the training methods included breathing techniques and stance practices. Zhang Hu began with the training methods, intending to teach the combat techniques once the foundational practices bore fruit. Although the bull strength technique was considered the most rudimentary form of martial arts, its complexity was undeniable. The breathing method alone encompassed a staggering 18 transformations. Each breath required 18 conversions, a feat that would undoubtedly challenge many aspiring martial artists. Moreover, the breathing techniques had to be harmonized with the stance practices, compounding the difficulty. After hearing this, Li Qingshan felt utterly bewildered. Was this level of difficulty something an ordinary person could master? Moreover, the bull strength technique was merely an entry-level skill, with its difficulty already at the lowest tier. As the rank of martial arts increased, so too did the challenges of mastering them. Thus, it was not necessarily true that a higher-level martial arts manual was always preferable. Skills of an excessively high rank might be unattainable even if one possessed them. Li Qingshan set aside his distractions and resolutely began to learn the techniques. After dedicating a full hour, he finally grasped the training methods of the bull strength technique. However, this was merely a foundational understanding. He was still leagues away from mastery. The 18 transformations of breathing remained elusive, and each inhalation left his lungs aching severely. This practice was clearly not suited for an average individual. Upon hearing Li Qingshan's concerns, Zhang Hu chuckled and remarked, "This is entirely normal. Training requires hardship. How can one consider it training without enduring some suffering? Yet, there is no need to worry. The initial discomfort is to be expected. With time and practice, your body will acclimate, and the pain will subside." Li Qingshan could only hope that this would indeed be the case. With a bitter smile, he felt the earlier excitement about martial arts dissipate. It was evident that he was no prodigy in the realm of martial arts and lacked the innate talent for it. Achieving any significant accomplishment seemed increasingly improbable, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Just then, his stomach grumbled loudly, a clear indication of hunger. Zhang Hu quickly interjected, "Brother, let us first have a meal. It is best to train on a full stomach." Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch some provisions." After saying this, he returned to his courtyard and soon reappeared with a large basket. This substantial basket contained a hefty chunk of pork belly, along with various marinated meats. Additionally, there were bottles of white liquor, soft drinks, and snacks. That Li Qingshan handed the meats to Zhang Hu's wife for preparation and entrusted the snacks and beverages to Zhang Hu's son, Zhang Godin. Having fully recovered, Zhang Godin's eyes sparkled as he beheld the treats Li Qingshan had brought. "Uncle, what are these things?" Zhang Godin asked, his curiosity evident. "These are snacks and drinks. Allow me to open them for you." Li Qingshan replied with a gentle smile, tearing open a bag of tomato-flavored chips. The moment the bag was opened, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, prompting Zhang Godin to swallow eagerly. "Give it a try," Li Qingshan urged, extending the bag of chips toward him. Zhang Godin eagerly took a piece and bit into it. "Delicious. Thank you, uncle," he exclaimed joyfully. "You should truly express your gratitude, young lad. Without me, who knows where you would be?" Zhang Hu said affectionately to Zhang Godin. "I understand, and I will definitely repay uncle," Zhang Godin declared earnestly. "Very well, I shall await your token of gratitude," Li Qingshan replied cheerfully, not taking the boy's words too seriously. Regarding them as playful banter, Zhang Godin nodded earnestly. "Try this as well. It's called soda because it has bubbles." Li Qingshan smiled, opening a bottle of soda and pouring glasses for everyone. Soda may not be the most exquisite beverage, but for those who had never tasted it, it was a refreshing novelty. Li Qingshan chose Sprite, as its lighter color would likely be more acceptable than the darker hue of cola. Zhang Hu and the others each received a glass of Sprite, allowing them to savor its flavor. "Delicious." Zhang Godin beamed with happiness as he held his cup. Zhang Hu and the others also enjoyed the sweet, distinctive taste. However, it was merely a pleasant diversion. Before long, the snacks and drinks were entirely consumed. "Uncle, I promise to repay you. Wait here, I have a treasure to give you," Zhang Godin said, hands on his hips, seriousness etched on his face. "Very well, I thank you in advance," Li Qingshan replied with a smile, not truly believing the boy's words. Most likely, the treasure would be some child's trinket. Zhang Godin dashed out like the wind and returned just as swiftly, holding a beautifully colored piece of jade the size of a walnut, emanating a faint radiance. "Uncle, this is my treasured possession. I am giving it to you today," he said, his face reflecting a hint of reluctance as he offered the jade to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stood up abruptly. Astonished, the moment Zhang Godin appeared with the jade, he felt the Xintian ring on his finger radiating warmth. A profound realization struck him. The ring seemed to be drawn to this jade, as if it yearned to absorb it. A spirit stone. This is indeed a spirit stone. Li Qingshan's heart surged with excitement as he recognized the jade's origin. It was a spirit stone, a stone imbued with spiritual energy. In the realm of cultivation, spirit stones served as vital resources for training and were also used as currency among practitioners. "Where did you find this, Godin?" Li Qingshan inquired, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "I found it in the river behind the mountain," Zhang Godin replied candidly. "Do you have more of these stones? Have you found any before?" Li Qingshan pressed on. "No, this is the only one I have." Zhang Godin shook his head. "Brother, is this stone very valuable?" Zhang Hu asked, puzzled. "Yes, it is quite precious and useful to me," Li Qingshan confirmed with a nod. "Have you ever seen such a stone before?" he asked Zhang Hu. "Isn't it just an ordinary stone? It looks a bit pretty, but nothing special," Zhang Hu remarked, scratching his head in confusion. Li Qingshan sighed in resignation. It seemed Zhang Hu had never encountered such a stone. Even if he had seen one before, he would not have been able to recognize a spirit stone. Li Qingshan himself was also unfamiliar with spirit stones, but the Xintian ring had the ability to absorb their spiritual energy. As long as the spirit stone was within a certain proximity, the ring could detect its presence. The Xintian ring was a celestial artifact, and naturally, it was not without its complexities, as an ordinary person. Li Qingshan could not fully utilize the Xintian ring's capabilities. For now, he could only employ its storage and teleportation functions. However, possessing a spirit stone changed everything. The ring could absorb the spiritual energy contained within the stone, converting it into celestial energy for use. Celestial energy possessed myriad wondrous applications. Li Qingshan had only a vague understanding of its potential, as the specifics could only be discerned through experimentation. Previously, he had believed that this world lacked spirit stones, but now he realized that they indeed existed. Could it be that cultivators also thrived in this realm? No, it was unlikely that there were any cultivators here, as the air was devoid of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was the foundation of cultivation. Without it, the existence of cultivators was impossible. Li Qingshan, possessing the Xintian ring, was naturally aware of whether or not spiritual energy permeated the air. Thank you, child. Your treasure is invaluable to me, and I owe you a debt of gratitude, he said, gently ruffling Zhang Godin's hair. I'm glad you like it, uncle. Zhang Godin beamed with pride upon receiving Li Qingshan's praise. What debt of gratitude? As long as this treasure is beneficial for my brother, that is enough. Zhang Hu interjected with a smile. Li Qingshan chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, but inwardly resolved to bring Zhang Godin more food and drinks in the future. As a child, giving him money would serve little purpose. It was far better to provide him with sustenance, clothing, and shoes. Zhang Hu was reasonably well off, but their clothing and provisions were rather modest. Zhang Godin's garments were patched, and he wore straw sandals. Li Qingshan had already decided that his next visit would include several sets of clothing and shoes for Zhang Godin. Unbeknownst to the child, his small act of kindness would bring about significant changes in his life. However, it must also be noted that had Li Qingshan not previously intervened to save the nearly lifeless Zhang Godin, this moment would never have occurred. The cycle of cause and effect is indeed profound. It's time to eat, came the voice of Zhang's family from the kitchen. A group of individuals, laughing joyously, made their way to the kitchen for a meal. As today featured a feast of meat brought by Li Qingshan. This dinner brought immense joy to Zhang Hu's family. In high spirits, Li Qingshan indulged to the point of satiation. Once he had eaten his fill and quenched his thirst, he returned to his courtyard with the spirit stone in hand. After securely locking the gate, he took out the spirit stone. Chapter 21. Nourishing the mind. Li Qingshan approached the Xintian ring with the spirit stone in hand. The ring emitted a faint white glow, and Li Qingshan felt a connection, realizing he could manipulate the ring to absorb the energy from the spirit stone. Absorb, he silently commanded. Immediately, the Xintian ring began to draw in the spiritual energy from the stone, and wisps of white mist were seen being drawn into it. The entire process lasted only a few seconds before the spirit stone crumbled into dust. Li Qingshan promptly inspected the Xintian ring and discovered a new source of white light within it. This light radiated a platinum hue, glimmering softly like strands of silk, swirling gently like a galaxy. This was the celestial energy transformed from the absorbed spiritual energy. Although scarce, this celestial energy was exceedingly precious. Leaving Li Qingshan pondering its potential effect on a mere mortal like himself, he focused his mind toward the celestial energy, and as the master of the Xintian ring, he found he could control it flawlessly. As his consciousness approached the energy, it naturally entwined around him, and he realized he could fully command this celestial essence. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingshan finally understood the profound effect this celestial energy held for him. It could enhance him in every conceivable way. It could fortify his physical body, his roots, his martial prowess, and even his spiritual foundation for cultivation. Not only could his own being be strengthened, but external objects could also be enhanced. For instance, infusing celestial energy into a treasured blade would empower it, rendering it even more formidable. Celestial energy could bolster both oneself and external entities, and it could also be utilized to amplify martial arts skills. Any martial art Li Qingshan had learned could be fortified with celestial energy. Astonishing, truly, the might of celestial energy was undeniable. Li Qingshan gasped in awe, realizing the remarkable efficacy of this energy. If he possessed an ocean of celestial energy, he could effortlessly elevate himself to the pinnacle of earthly mastery. However, did he have such an abundance? No, he had but a single cluster of celestial energy. Thus, he needed to exercise caution in determining its application. I require more spirit stones, Li Qingshan mused. Previously, Zhang Godin had mentioned that spirit stones could be found in the small river behind the mountain. Li Qingshan resolved to venture there shortly in hopes of discovering additional spirit stones. In the past, Li Qingshan had solely aimed to amass wealth through the two realms trade. Now, he harbored a new ambition: to seek out more spirit stones. With a sufficient quantity of spirit stones, he could attain formidable strength. The future could wait. For now, he would test the extraordinary effects of the celestial energy within the Xintian ring. Drawing closer to the celestial essence, a strand of white energy floated forth, gradually infusing into Li Qingshan's body under his control. As the celestial energy entered him, he felt as though his body transformed into a transparent apparition, composed entirely of countless beams of light. This celestial energy could be infused into these rays to enhance them. Each ray represented a unique facet of enhancement. Some could amplify physical constitution, others could strengthen bones and tendons, while others could fortify spiritual roots or enhance innate talents. All the secrets and treasures of the body lay hidden within these rays. Li Qingshan inhaled sharply, astonished by the wondrous capabilities of celestial energy. Merely directing a whisper of it into his body unveiled the mysteries of human anatomy. Countless projects could be enhanced, yet celestial energy was rare and invaluable. Therefore, the decision of where to apply it demanded utmost prudence. After careful consideration, Li Qingshan decided to first enhance his intellect. He recognized that he was not inherently a particularly clever individual. During his time as an ordinary person, an average intellect sufficed. But now, with the Xintian ring and the ability to traverse two realms, he felt his mental faculties were somewhat lacking. Not only did his intellect prove insufficient for business, but it also fell short in martial arts. Strengthening his mind would render him more astute, enabling him to learn martial skills with greater efficiency. Indeed, it was settled. He would first enhance his intellect. With utmost care, Li Qingshan guided a strand of celestial energy toward his brain, where countless rays resided. The structure of these rays influenced the brain's function. Li Qingshan quickly discerned the roles of these rays, each possessing distinct effects. His primary goal was to become more intelligent. He identified the corresponding ray and gently infused it with celestial energy. Just a small amount was sufficient to enhance his cognitive abilities. He felt a refreshing chill envelop his mind as his computational capacity surged, along with his thinking and memory capabilities. At this moment, the celestial energy had only consumed a mere fraction, 1% of its total. Continue. Let us enhance the relevant rays further, he thought with excitement. Yet he remained exceedingly cautious. He once again directed a wisp of celestial energy into his brain, fortifying the appropriate ray. During this process, Li Qingshan also noticed a peculiar trait. These rays within the human body were not independent but interconnected as a whole. Pulling one thread affected the entire system. He enhanced the rays related to his intellect. The other rays throughout his body were subtly influenced as well. However, this interaction was intricate, and Li Qingshan had yet to grasp its deeper mysteries. Just as he enhanced 5 rays related to his intellect, he suddenly felt sharp pains in his head, and the rays began to flicker in and out of existence. A realization dawned upon him. If he continued to amplify his brain without concurrently enhancing the rest of his body, the burden on his brain would become overwhelming. If his brain could not sustain the pressure, it would inevitably collapse. Li Qingshan understood. He had only reinforced his brain while neglecting the other parts of his body, which would lead to an excessive strain on his mind. To illustrate, imagine installing a race car engine into a bicycle. The bicycle would be incapable of withstanding such power and would disintegrate. The human body operates as a cohesive entity. One cannot merely enhance a singular aspect without consideration for the whole. Recognizing this, Li Qingshan immediately ceased the enhancement of his brain. For now, his brain's enhancement was sufficient, and the remaining celestial energy could continue to strengthen his body. Chapter 22. The martial arts prodigy. With the enhancement of his intellect completed, Li Qingshan felt that his cognitive abilities surpassed anything he had previously experienced. Yet, his body remained feeble and could not sustain further mental enhancement. It was time to focus on fortifying his physique. The enhancement of the body could take various forms. One could directly strengthen the physical form, the spiritual roots, or the martial aptitude. All these areas were ripe for enhancement. Given the limited quantity of celestial energy, careful consideration was paramount. Li Qingshan cautiously opted for a singular enhancement of his physical constitution. He infused a wisp of celestial energy into one of the rays, and upon its enhancement, he felt his body rapidly gaining strength. His previously muscle-less physique began to swell with defined muscles. However, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, signaling an intense hunger. The process of enhancing his body had consumed considerable energy, necessitating sustenance to replenish his reserves. Li Qingshan swiftly retrieved some prepared food from his storage ring and devoured it voraciously. After consuming 3 roasted chickens, he finally felt a semblance of satisfaction. With his hunger abated, Li Qingshan resumed his physical enhancement endeavors. His body had undergone one successful enhancement, but this initial boost only rendered him somewhat sturdier. Without fundamentally altering his essence, Li Qingshan realized that merely enhancing his physical form didn't yield significant benefits. Such enhancement was akin to transforming glass into tempered glass. While the tempered glass boasted greater strength, its fundamental nature remained unchanged. It was still glass. Only by converting glass into an alloy could a true transformation occur. Unfortunately, the current amount of celestial energy was wholly inadequate for such a fundamental change. Simply fortifying his body yielded diminishing returns. Li Qingshan's mind raced as he directed wisps of celestial energy to traverse through his body, exploring the effects of each ray and simulating the most effective enhancement methods. Awakening his bloodline? No, the celestial energy was too scant. Infinite physical enhancement? That too was unattainable. The celestial energy remained insufficient to achieve such limits. With the current celestial energy, he could at most bolster his physical strength to 1,000 pounds in each arm. While such power was formidable amongst ordinary individuals, it offered little aid to Li Qingshan. The most effective enhancement strategy now lay in martial arts, fortifying his roots and martial aptitude, followed by diligent training in martial techniques. Merely enhancing his physique was like providing a lump sum of money, offering immediate results but leading to eventual stagnation. To strengthen one's foundational abilities and martial arts aptitude is akin to mastering a lucrative craft. Initially, the effects may not be immediately apparent, yet subsequently, it can lead to an incessant surge in strength. The former Li Qingshan lacked the discernment to recognize this distinction. However, the enhanced Li Qingshan, with a fortified mind, could analyze which approach would yield the most effective results. Given the current essence of celestial energy, the most efficacious strategy lies in augmenting one's foundation and martial arts aptitude before embarking on the practice of the Manticore Fist. Strengthen the foundation, enhance the aptitude. Li Qingshan resolved, promptly initiating the process. His decision was marked by remarkable decisiveness, yet his execution was characterized by utmost caution. He meticulously sought out the most suitable points for enhancement, striving to elevate his foundational abilities and aptitude to their current limits, until he had depleted all of his celestial energy. Alas, alas, the celestial energy remains insufficient, Li Qingshan lamented. Despite the exhaustion of celestial energy, Li Qingshan's physique underwent a profound transformation. He was no longer the ordinary individual he once was. This transformation was deeply enigmatic, invisible to the untrained eye, only detectable by those knowledgeable enough to examine his body. Now, let us see how my martial arts practice fares, Li Qingshan thought with a tinge of excitement. He then commenced his training in the Manticore Fist, a basic technique within the realm of physical cultivation. Categorized as a yellow-grade method, regarded as one of the least impressive at this level. Yet, even this seemingly inferior technique had previously posed significant challenges for Li Qingshan. He had struggled to master even a single breathing technique. However, upon revisiting the Manticore breathing technique now, the outcome was wholly transformed. The 18 transformations of the Manticore breathing technique were effortlessly executed by Li Qingshan. Where once the practice would have scorched his chest with pain, he now felt a refreshing coolness that was most agreeable. The disparity was staggering. It was akin to the difference between an academic prodigy and a struggling student. The prodigy would grasp all the knowledge from a text with ease, effortlessly achieving a perfect score, whereas the struggling student, despite diligent study and attentive listening, would find it challenging to even reach the passing grade. Li Qingshan found himself in a similar predicament. Previously, he had been the struggling student, laboring tirelessly to cultivate the Manticore Fist, yet even the introductory breathing technique had eluded him. It had simply been beyond his capacity. Now, however, the situation was entirely transformed. It could be described as a complete reversal. The 18 transformations of the breathing technique were mastered with ease, and the stance technique was also swiftly learned. The combination of the breathing and stance techniques flowed seamlessly, resulting in effortless mastery. I am a martial arts genius, Li Qingshan silently affirmed, having come to realize the immense value of celestial energy. Once an ordinary person lacking martial arts aptitude, he had now ascended to the status of a martial arts prodigy under the enhancement of celestial energy. The Manticore Fist could now be easily cultivated. Indeed, within a mere 10 minutes, Li Qingshan had successfully mastered the Manticore Fist. After only a few attempts, he had smoothly honed this technique. Following the cultivation of the Manticore Fist, his body became notably stronger, yet that was merely the beginning. Continuous daily practice would be necessary to further fortify his physique. Once he reached the iron body stage, he could begin to challenge the bone refinement stage. However, initiating the bone refinement stage at the iron body level would be a grave misstep, leading to an unstable foundation. Ideally, he should cultivate to the copper body stage, with the ultimate goal being the golden body stage. The deeper the foundation, the greater the future achievements. Li Qingshan set his sights on the golden body stage as his goal. His martial arts aptitude was now extraordinary, yet even with such aptitude, the time required to reach the golden body stage remained uncertain. The path of martial arts was indeed fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, Li Qingshan was not disheartened. He recognized that he had established a solid foundation in martial arts. Compared to the majority, his circumstances were significantly more favorable. If only he could find a few more spirit stones, that would be even better at that point. Enhancing his martial arts aptitude would yield more effective and rapid results. Ah yes, I should search the small creek on the back mountain for any spirit stones, Li Qingshan resolved. Chapter 23. Techniques and Runes. Li Qingshan promptly sought out Zhang Guden, requesting his assistance in locating spirit stones at the back mountain. Uncle, I'll take you there, the excited Zhang Guden replied, clutching a large bottle of soda. He was taken aback by the kindness shown to him by his uncle, who had gifted him such a delightful treat. While adults might not place much value on such beverages, for a child like Zhang Guden, it was a treasure. Thus, upon receiving Li Qingshan's request, Zhang Guden readily agreed without hesitation. Concealing his soda, Zhang Guden bounced eagerly alongside Li Qingshan as they made their way to the back mountain. The path was rugged, making it impossible to ride a bike. They could only proceed on foot. The journey was not excessively long, as it was within a distance that Zhang Guden could manage. Nonetheless, they walked for over an hour before finally reaching a small creek nestled between the mountains. Uncle, this is where I found the treasure. Zhang Guden pointed excitedly at the creek. In truth, Li Qingshan already recognized the location, for as they approached the creek, he sensed the subtle waves of spiritual energy emanating from the water. The Xintian ring on his finger began to warm in response. There are spirit stones here. Indeed, there are spirit stones. Ha ha ha, we have come to the right place, Guden. Do not wander off. Wait for me here while I take a look. I'll bring you something to eat, Li Qingshan instructed, tossing a packet of spicy strips toward Zhang Guden. Upon receiving the snack, Zhang Guden was overjoyed. He may not have known what it was, but his instincts told him it was something delicious. Thank you, uncle, Zhang Guden exclaimed happily. Li Qingshan smiled gently and waded into the creek with his shoes on. The Xintian ring allowed him to sense the presence of spirit stones, and he followed its guidance in search of them. He soon grasped a stone from the water. Indeed, it was a spirit stone. A smile spread across Li Qingshan's face. Excellent! I have truly found another spirit stone. His martial arts aptitude would now continue to ascend. The higher one's martial arts aptitude, the swifter the training progress, leading to greater future achievements. Earning money was for enhancing one's life, to ensure a better existence. Similarly, practicing martial arts was for a better life, to safeguard one's safety and financial well-being. Having wealth without corresponding martial prowess was, in Li Qingshan's view, undoubtedly perilous. He continued upstream along the creek, and fortune favored him, as he discovered 3 more spirit stones along the way. Now, he held 4 spirit stones in his possession. These stones were hidden within the creek. Had it not been for the Xintian ring's ability to sense their presence, he would have been unable to locate them. Even if he had stumbled upon them, identifying them would have proven challenging. The creek soon reached its end, culminating in a waterfall. Beyond this point, one would need to traverse mountains and hills. With a child accompanying him, it was evidently impractical to proceed further. Li Qingshan felt reluctant to leave Zhang Guden behind as he continued the search alone. Thus, he decided to take Zhang Guden home first and return the following day to seek more spirit stones. With 4 spirit stones already in hand, he had sufficient resources to significantly enhance his cultivation. On the return journey, Li Qingshan was in high spirits, handing Zhang Guden a few more tasty snacks. At this point, it was safe to say that Zhang Guden's favorite person was undoubtedly Li Qingshan. After an hour, Li Qingshan delivered Zhang Guden home and returned to his own courtyard. Having absorbed the 4 spirit stones along the way, Li Qingshan felt invigorated. The Xintian ring now radiated with 4 additional beams of white light. Each spirit stone, upon being absorbed by the ring, was transformed into a surge of celestial energy. Thus, the 4 spirit stones had bestowed upon the Xintian ring 4 units of celestial energy. Eager to commence his enhancements, Li Qingshan's astute mind advised caution. He began to experiment judiciously. A thread of celestial energy coursed into his body, causing it to become ethereal, and radiant lines began to emerge. Li Qingshan intended to observe his current state before deciding how to proceed with the enhancements. The celestial energy remained scant. Careful usage was imperative. How curious, there seems to be something new, Li Qingshan remarked in astonishment. He had noticed a peculiar rune within his ethereal form, one that had not existed prior. As the celestial energy approached the rune, it illuminated, revealing a familiar power to Li Qingshan. It was the essence of the Manticore Fist. The realization dawned upon him. Every technique he had practiced left behind a rune within his body. These runes were the physical manifestation of the powers associated with the techniques he had cultivated. As the celestial energy infused into the rune of the Manticore Fist, it illuminated, and Li Qingshan instantly perceived the power contained within. He realized he could directly enhance both the quality and the strength of the rune. The quality of the rune signified the grade of the technique, while the strength represented the level of cultivation achieved. Incredible! Li Qingshan couldn't help but exclaim in exhilaration. He never could have anticipated that the outcome would turn out this way. Previously, he believed that celestial energy could only enhance the body and improve one's innate qualities, completely unaware that it could also elevate the level of martial arts techniques. The Mighty Bull Strength technique, classified as a yellow-grade martial art, is the most basic form, yielding rather mediocre results in practice. If he could elevate the level of Mighty Bull Strength, the effects of his training would be entirely transformed. With his eyes gleaming with excitement, Li Qingshan felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, he reminded himself to be patient and cautious. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. The celestial energy was limited and could not be wasted indiscriminately. Thus, meticulous planning was essential. Li Qingshan pondered deeply, secretly concluding, no matter how powerful a technique may be, it is still an external force, while one's innate qualities are the foundation. Therefore, the priority should be to enhance his martial arts aptitude first, followed by upgrading the technique level, and finally, increasing the power of the technique itself. This was the optimal plan in Li Qingshan's eyes. Having made his decision, he resolved to proceed according to this strategy. Good techniques could be acquired through various means, but improving martial aptitude was the most challenging task. Hence, the use of celestial energy must be prioritized, starting with enhancing martial aptitude. Li Qingshan silently affirmed this in his heart, then directed the celestial energy to continue enhancing his innate qualities and aptitude. In Chapter 24, Mighty Bull Demon Technique, after exhausting a portion of celestial energy, Li Qingshan's innate qualities and aptitude received a significant boost once again. However, it seemed he had reached a plateau. The reason for this assertion was that as his aptitude improved, the celestial energy became increasingly less effective. Previously, even a small amount of celestial energy could yield considerable enhancements, yet now, even with a substantial expenditure, it was challenging to achieve any improvement. Simply put, he had hit the upper limit. Li Qingshan had anticipated this, but was surprised at how swiftly he reached this limit. The human body has its constraints, and martial aptitude undoubtedly does too. If there were an abundance of celestial energy, surpassing this limit would be a straightforward endeavor. However, the dilemma arose. There simply wasn't enough celestial energy available. Thus, breaking through the limit became an unattainable aspiration, at least in the short term. Until he could acquire more celestial energy, he should not entertain thoughts of surpassing his current limits. With 3 portions of celestial energy remaining, Li Qingshan hesitated to attempt breaking through his aptitude limit. Should these 3 portions prove insufficient for such a breakthrough, it would be a waste. One must use their resources wisely. The remaining celestial energy should be allocated to enhancing his martial arts. Only then could he maximize its effects. The improvement of martial aptitude would not immediately translate to an enhancement in his martial abilities. Only through practice could his combat power be elevated. He contemplated how much celestial energy would be required to elevate the Mighty Bull Strength technique. Li Qingshan silently mused, guiding a thread of celestial energy into the runes of Mighty Bull Strength. The runes, having absorbed the celestial energy, began to flicker rapidly, becoming increasingly intricate and refined, before stabilizing once more. Mighty Bull Strength had reached the Qian level. A spark of realization ignited within Li Qingshan's heart. He had successfully elevated Mighty Bull Strength to the Qian level. Just a thread of celestial energy was sufficient to elevate it to the Qian level, which was equivalent to 1/100th of a spiritual stone. Such was the power of celestial energy, of course. This was also due to the low initial level of Mighty Bull Strength, making it easier to enhance. Li Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had effortlessly achieved the Qian level for Mighty Bull Strength. Furthermore, upon reaching the Qian level, he instinctively acquired the knowledge of the Qian level Mighty Bull Strength. The Qian level technique was significantly more sophisticated than its yellow level counterpart, though the overall changes were not drastic. Only certain aspects had been optimized. Li Qingshan practiced the technique once and immediately mastered the Qian level Mighty Bull Strength. The training efficiency of the Qian level technique was 30% greater than that of the yellow level. One should not underestimate this 30%. Over an extended period, the disparity in effectiveness would become monumental. This was merely the difference between the Qian and yellow levels. Had it been the distinction between earth level and heaven level techniques, the gap would have been even more pronounced. Li Qingshan felt a surge of fervor. Celestial energy could elevate the levels of techniques. He desired to acquire even more advanced martial arts. Thus, he continued to enhance the Mighty Bull Strength, by infusing more celestial energy. He upgraded the technique to the earth level. Upon reaching the earth level, this martial art underwent a profound transformation. with more than half of its content being entirely different from before. Moreover, a name emerged in Li Qingshan's mind. Mighty Bull Strength could no longer be called by that name. It had transformed into the Earth-level technique Demon Bull Strength. Despite the slight difference in nomenclature, the methods of practice between Mighty Bull Strength and Demon Bull Strength represented a fundamental qualitative change. They were akin to two entirely distinct martial arts. Li Qingshan was astonished, completely unaware of why such a transformation had occurred. Although he could not fathom the reason, he understood that the elevation of technique levels could induce mutations in the techniques themselves. Mighty Bull Strength had now mutated into Demon Bull Strength. Alternatively, one might say that Mighty Bull Strength was merely a simplified version of Demon Bull Strength. To Li Qingshan's surprise, the enhancement of the technique consumed relatively little celestial energy. This single portion of celestial energy still had a considerable amount left for further use. Thus, he pressed on. The Demon Bull technique was an Earth-level martial art, and should he continue to enhance it, it could potentially reach the heaven level. However, as he attempted to elevate the Earth-level technique further, the consumption of celestial energy suddenly increased significantly, yet fortunately, it remained within an acceptable range. Exhausting this remaining portion of celestial energy, he upgraded the Earth-level Demon Bull Strength to the heaven level. Upon reaching the heaven level, the runes within his body became increasingly intricate, continuously emitting a golden radiance. At this moment, the runes were entirely transformed from their previous form. Furthermore, the martial art itself underwent a complete metamorphosis, now known as Great Mighty Demon Technique. Li Qingshan exhaled, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. So, this was the true origin of Mighty Bull Strength. In truth, it was derived from the heaven-level technique Great Mighty Demon Technique. The elevation of the technique was ultimately a process of returning to its roots. Although Mighty Bull Strength stemmed from Great Mighty Demon Technique, the disparity between the two was akin to that of heaven and earth. To illustrate, a practitioner training in Great Mighty Demon Technique for a year could easily overpower 10 practitioners of Mighty Bull Strength. The gap between the two was that vast. The longer one trains, the more pronounced the difference becomes. Great Mighty Demon Technique also represented the upper limit of this martial art. Further enhancement would be meaningless. It was not that it could not be elevated, but rather that the consumption of celestial energy required for further enhancement was exorbitant, rendering it a wasteful endeavor. Li Qingshan's celestial energy was limited. He could not afford such extravagance. The Great Mighty Demon Technique was a top-tier martial art within the body refinement realm, entirely adequate for his current stage. Now, he was eager to discover the profound intricacies of the Great Mighty Demon Technique. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingshan began his training in this formidable technique. The Great Mighty Demon Technique was also divided into breathing techniques and stances, yet it was far more complex than the stances and breathing techniques of Mighty Bull Strength. While Mighty Bull Strength employed 18 cycles of breathing, the Great Mighty Demon Technique required 72 cycles. The difficulty of training in Great Mighty Demon Technique was tenfold that of Mighty Bull Strength. Even an ordinary individual, upon obtaining the Great Mighty Demon Technique, would find themselves utterly incapable of practicing it. Thus, Mighty Bull Strength was far more suitable for the average practitioner, whereas the Great Mighty Demon Technique could only be mastered by the most exceptional talents. However, even many prodigies would struggle to cultivate the Great Mighty Demon Technique. For ordinary martial artists, overly advanced martial arts manuals were not a boon. They would find themselves unable to learn or master them. Fortunately, Li Qingshan's innate qualities and martial aptitude had received significant enhancements, and his mind had also been fortified, granting him exceptional comprehension. Consequently, Li Qingshan was capable of practicing the Great Mighty Demon Technique. Once he commenced his training, a wondrous transformation began to unfold, with a peculiar force of vitality coursing through his muscles. With each increment of this vitality, his strength amplified, and after completing a single cycle of practice, Li Qingshan felt his strength had increased by 10 pounds. Furthermore, his flesh was undergoing a transformation. A black membrane was developing within his muscles, marking the transition of his ordinary flesh towards the realm of iron-like strength. This rapid pace of cultivation was astonishing. Upon concluding his first training session, Li Qingshan's eyes widened in realization. He now understood the most significant difference between the Great Mighty Demon Technique and ordinary martial arts. In Chapter 25, Golden Bones Fulfilled, the Great Mighty Demon Technique could cultivate unique characteristics. Ordinary techniques cannot cultivate such traits. For instance, Mighty Bull Strength is a standard technique that enhances the body, but this is merely an inherent effect of the technique itself. In contrast, the Great Mighty Demon Technique not only allows the practitioner to grow increasingly powerful, but also grants additional characteristics. The Great Mighty Demon Technique possesses two distinct traits: Great Strength and Demon Bull Physique. Great strength provides an extra boost to physical power, while demon bull physique enhances both defense and vitality, such as the might of a heaven-level technique. Only heaven-level techniques come with inherent traits, and typically, they possess only a single trait. However, the Great Mighty Demon technique is exceptional, featuring 2 traits, placing it among the elite of heaven-level techniques. After only a brief period of practice, Li Qingshan began to feel hunger pangs. Training in martial arts consumes one's nutrients, necessitating that practitioners consume copious amounts of food, particularly meat. Without any secret elixirs at his disposal, he had no choice but to indulge in meat. After consuming 3 pounds of braised beef, Li Qingshan finally felt satiated. Since embarking on his martial journey, his appetite had soared. He could effortlessly devour several pounds of meat without issue. Nevertheless, the benefits of meat alone were insufficient. He needed to seek out secret elixirs to optimize his training. The elixir is currently unavailable, yet the ethereal energy is indeed present. Previously, Li Qingshan utilized a portion of this ethereal energy to elevate the strength of the Bull Demon technique to the formidable Great Bull Demon skill, leaving him with 3 portions of ethereal energy. Having satisfied his hunger, Li Qingshan resolved to continue his training. However, this time, he intended to harness the ethereal energy for his practice. He aimed to explore the effects of cultivating with ethereal energy. A wisp of ethereal energy was infused into the runes of the Great Bull Demon skill, causing the golden runes to glow ever more brightly, pulsating like a heartbeat. As the runes throbbed, a mysterious energy emanated from them, flowing into Li Qingshan's body. The stages of refining flesh commenced. Iron flesh completed, copper flesh completed. Within the blood flesh, a layer of ancient bronze fascia emerged. The ethereal energy remained abundant, permitting further infusion into the runes. The power within the runes continuously surged into the blood flesh. The ancient bronze fascia continued its transformation, shifting towards a silvery hue. With the completion of the silver flesh transformation, an additional layer of silver fascia now resided within the blood flesh. The ethereal energy was inexhaustible, and the runes persisted in channeling energy. The silver flesh began its transformation into golden flesh. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, without any hindrance. Ethereal energy, such as the might of ethereal energy. What ordinary individuals toil for over years, he could achieve in an instant using ethereal energy. Li Qingshan was astonished by this outcome. Yet, upon reflection, the efficacy of ethereal energy seemed entirely reasonable, for it was indeed ethereal energy. To cultivate mere mortal martial arts with such energy, was it not to be expected? Golden flesh, Li Qingshan's golden flesh reached perfection. A qualitative transformation occurred within his blood flesh, and his muscles grew immensely powerful, now encased in a layer of golden fascia. This golden fascia enveloped his muscles, providing formidable support. Moreover, the Great Bull Demon skill endowed him with 2 significant attributes, enhancing both his strength and physique upon reaching the golden flesh realm. Exhaling deeply, Li Qingshan paused his training momentarily. He noticed a seemingly boundless energy coursing through him, with an abundance of strength at his disposal. Approaching a tricycle, Li Qingshan effortlessly lifted it overhead with a single hand. Such power was truly astounding, even to himself. His strength now exceeded 5,000 pounds. He had become a human tyrannosaurus. This was merely the beginning, as 4 additional realms of body refinement awaited him. How formidable would he become if he mastered all 4? The mere thought was beyond imagination. Excitedly, Li Qingshan realized that achieving the golden flesh realm had only consumed 1/3 of the ethereal energy, leaving ample reserves for further cultivation. He knew he must continue his training. This world was fraught with danger, and a sense of insecurity lingered within him. Given the opportunity to cultivate, he would not let it slip away. Ethereal energy retained no value if not transformed into personal strength, for only then could its worth be realized. Li Qingshan flexed his limbs and practiced the Great Bull Demon Fist, familiarizing himself with this set of movements. The Great Bull Demon Fist, as a complementary technique to the Great Bull Demon skill, naturally possessed considerable power. With the support of the runes, mastering this technique proved effortless, and after merely a few repetitions, he had already become proficient enough for practical combat. His martial prowess was truly exceptional. After regulating his breath, he resumed his training. With the ethereal energy still abundant, he continued to harness it for cultivation. Wisps of ethereal energy streamed into the runes, which began to pulsate with newfound strength as he initiated the bone refinement process. As he cultivated, a layer of black fascia emerged within his bones. And before long, the iron bones reached completion. Iron bones, copper bones, silver bones, and finally, the golden bones. the latter achieved in one breath. The moment the golden bones reached perfection, an extraordinary connection formed between his golden flesh and golden bones. As a golden fascia spread from his flesh to his skeletal structure, the ethereal energy was entirely expended, yet Li Qingshan's golden flesh and bones had reached their pinnacle. Unbeknownst to him, his height had increased by 7 to 8 centimeters. Previously standing at a mere 175 centimeters, Li Qingshan now towered at no less than 183 centimeters. His muscles had become even more robust, rendering him significantly more imposing. As if he had grown in stature, Li Qingshan's arms now held a staggering strength of 10,000 pounds, truly terrifying. This was only the initial stage of body refinement. What might his power be should he reach the pinnacle of this journey or even surpass it? Li Qingshan's understanding of the strength of warriors in this world had undergone a profound transformation. He had once perceived Zhang Hu as formidable, yet now recognized him as merely weak. It was no wonder Zhang Hu, despite his bone refinement realm, could only serve as an ordinary hunter. His low realm and inadequate strength held him back. Though both Li Qingshan and Zhang Hu were in the bone refinement stage, Zhang Hu practiced a yellow-level technique, with copper-level flesh and bones, rendering his power feeble. In contrast, Li Qingshan wielded a heavenly-level technique, with golden-level flesh and bones, his foundation solid and strength formidable. Even without engaging in combat with Zhang Hu, Li Qingshan was confident he could easily overpower him with a single hand. Such strength instilled within him a profound sense of confidence. Glancing at the Xintian ring, he noted that only 2 portions of ethereal energy remained. His body exhibited no abnormalities. Instead, he felt invigorated. Thus, he resolved to continue his martial training. Chapter 26. Ethereal energy depleted, golden skin achieved. Practicing alone required substantial amounts of flesh and secret elixirs, placing immense strain on the body in a short time. However, training with ethereal energy bore none of these drawbacks. There was no need for meat, no need for elixirs, and the body required no rest. As long as ethereal energy flowed, he could cultivate continuously. It could only be said that ethereal energy was truly extraordinary. Following the completion of bone refinement, he entered the blood refinement stage. Li Qingshan continued to channel ethereal energy into the runes of the great bull demon skill. Initiating the blood refinement process. In this realm, the focus was on the marrow. The stronger the marrow, the more formidable the blood-producing capabilities, resulting in extraordinary blood. Initially, he cultivated iron blood, with a layer of black fascia forming within the marrow, thickening the blood it produced. Then came the copper blood stage, where the marrow bore a bronze fascia, and the blood underwent a transformation, acquiring a hint of bronze hue. The silver blood stage followed, and then the golden blood stage, culminating in the perfection of golden blood. Within the marrow, a layer of golden fascia emerged, and the blood throughout his body was transformed, becoming exceedingly thick, now laced with golden threads. The golden flesh, golden bones, and golden blood created a synergistic effect, unleashing a brand new power that caused his strength to surge, with his arms now capable of exerting 20,000 pounds of force. Though the power increase from the blood refinement stage was not vast, it significantly enhanced his recovery capabilities. Ordinary individuals took 3 to 5 days to heal from wounds, while Li Qingshan, having achieved perfection in the golden blood stage, needed only a few hours for complete recovery. Even if his skin were cut, the wound would not bleed. The blood would envelop it, hastening the healing process. This was the essence of the blood refinement stage. Next came the organ refinement stage, focusing on the internal organs to enhance their strength. Iron organs, copper organs, silver organs, and finally, golden organs. The golden organs reached perfection, with a layer of golden fascia manifesting within them, rendering the internal organs immensely powerful. With golden flesh, golden bones, golden blood, and golden organs, Li Qingshan's strength surged once more, and his arms now wielded 30,000 pounds of force. Only one realm remained, the skin refinement stage. Li Qingshan glanced at the ethereal energy with a sense of concern. It was dwindling. Nevertheless, he pressed on with his training. Regardless of whether he could complete the skin refinement, he now possessed 30,000 pounds of might, providing him with a modicum of combat capability, sufficient to ensure his safety in Zhangjia village. He continued to summon ethereal energy to refine his skin. The skin refinement stage was the final and crucial step in body refinement, as its completion conferred substantial defensive capabilities. Ordinary weapons could no longer harm a skin-refined warrior. As he progressed in this stage, Li Qingshan's skin began to undergo transformation, turning coarse and thick, resembling that of an ox. Yet, upon this ox-like skin, intricate black patterns emerged. The iron skin reached perfection, rendering his skin unappealing but granting formidable defensive strength. capable of withstanding the attacks of ordinary blades, with some ethereal energy still remaining. He continued to refine his skin, achieving copper skin. His skin transitioned from rough and ox-like to a more refined, elastic texture, taking on an ancient bronze hue. Copper skin reached perfection, and he continued refining. The bronze skin becoming increasingly delicate, gradually turning pale. This marked the completion of silver skin. With only a trace of ethereal energy remaining, Li Qingshan began to worry about its sufficiency. He pressed on with the skin refinement. As the last wisp of ethereal energy was infused, the pale skin blushed with vitality, returning to a normal hue, yet surpassing that of an ordinary person. His skin became even whiter and more delicate. Channeling his vital energy, golden patterns emerged upon his pristine skin, signifying the achievement of golden skin. The final wisp of ethereal energy was thoroughly expended, resulting in the formation of golden skin, though it had not reached total perfection. It was merely a hair's breadth away, yet with the ethereal energy depleted, there was no recourse but for Li Qingshan to cultivate slowly on his own. However, the final aspect of self-cultivation is exceedingly arduous, requiring at least several months to complete this last stage of training. Once this final step is accomplished, one can attain the perfection of the golden skin. At that point, one may cultivate to the fifth realm of body refinement, achieving true unity in the realm of physical enhancement. With the golden skin fully developed, Li Qingshan's arms would possess a formidable strength of 40,000 pounds, his skin appearing delicate and snow-white while simultaneously boasting terrifying defensive capabilities. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Could his skin withstand the assault of a bullet? This thought unconsciously surfaced in Li Qingshan's mind, and of course, he would not be foolish enough to test the power of a bullet on his own body. Nor could he procure any firearms. However, there was no definitive certainty. While acquiring a gun domestically is challenging, it is indeed possible abroad. Just because he cannot obtain firearms now does not mean he will be unable to do so in the future. Once he has access to firearms, it may indeed be feasible to test whether his flesh can withstand bullets. Unbeknownst to him, a sliver of white light began to grace the horizon. Dawn was breaking. To his surprise, an entire night had slipped away just like that. Although using celestial energy can rapidly enhance one's cultivation, being merely a mortal, time is still required for training. Achieving the golden skin in just one night is already astonishingly swift. Should this result be disclosed, it would undoubtedly shock countless individuals. Despite having gone an entire night without sleep, Li Qingshan felt invigorated, as if he could easily endure 3 days and nights without rest. Nevertheless, as the morning was still young, he needed to promptly gather the supplies in the yard. Li Qingshan hurriedly retrieved all the rice and other provisions from his storage space and placed them in the yard. Thankfully, as these items were stored in the spatial container, the process was rather straightforward. These supplies should suffice for a considerable period. Once they are sold out, Li Qingshan can return for another trip. This mountain is a treasure trove, abundant with ginseng, ningxi, and various wild animals, not in short supply. All these items could fetch a handsome price in Li Qingshan's hands. Thus, he would not abandon the business here. Moreover, Li Qingshan harbored another idea: to employ villagers to cultivate medicinal herbs. The environment in this world is exceptionally conducive to the growth of herbal medicine, making it entirely feasible to hire these villagers for large-scale cultivation. Once this endeavor is set in motion, Li Qingshan could continuously acquire valuable herbs without concern for financial issues. Furthermore, this approach would also provide the villagers with a means of livelihood. The villagers in the mountains have few avenues for earning money, and with empty pockets, their lives are inevitably frugal. Li Qingshan's efforts would assist in improving their living conditions. Of course, Li Qingshan had his own selfish motives. He wished to transform this place into his own territory, but his intentions were genuinely altruistic. Chapter 27. Imparting the profound level technique. Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao arrived bright and early. Upon opening the door, Li Qingshan saw the two brothers enter the yard, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the abundant supplies. How could there be so many items? Zhang Hu exclaimed in surprise. These were delivered by my family last night after I notified them. Li Qingshan explained with a smile. Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao were only half convinced by his explanation, but they could not fathom any other reasoning. From now on, this place is in your capable hands. Li Qingshan said earnestly. I'm just worried I won't do well, Zhang Hu replied, scratching his head with uncertainty. It's quite simple. I've already set the prices. Just follow them. Li Qingshan reassured him, pointing to the goods. Each item was labeled with a clear price on A4-sized cardboard, making it straightforward and easy to understand. Although the Zhang brothers were hunters, they could read basic characters. Seeing the marked prices, they breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Big brother, we'll handle this. Zhang Hu declared earnestly. Did I trust you with this business? Li Qingshan replied. Honestly, I don't care how much we sell. I just need you to acquire more ginseng and other precious medicinal herbs. Yes, I will definitely gather more ginseng. Zhang Hu nodded seriously. Big brother, why do I feel like you're different today? Zhang Hu suddenly scrutinized Li Qingshan with a look of astonishment he had not noticed before. But now he could see the changes in Li Qingshan. Compared to the previous night, Li Qingshan seemed like an entirely different person, taller, more robust, and undeniably more handsome. This transformation stemmed from his martial arts accomplishments, which not only altered his appearance, but also significantly enhanced his aura. Zhang Bao gazed at Li Qingshan with equal surprise. Li Qingshan chuckled softly and said, Indeed, some changes have occurred within me, but I cannot disclose the specifics. Just consider it as a result of my martial arts training. Zhang Hu gasped in surprise, but merely nodded, his curiosity burning within him, yet he refrained from pressing further. He understood that everyone has their own secrets which should not be probed. Li Qingshan regarded Zhang Hu with an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Today, his perspective on Zhang Hu had completely shifted. Previously, he viewed Zhang Hu merely as a robust hunter, but now he could discern the depths of Zhang Hu's training. Zhang Hu had attained bone refinement, reaching the copper bone realm, his arms possessing 1,000 pounds of strength. If placed in Blue Star, he would undoubtedly be considered a world-class strongman, capable of competing in the Olympic weightlifting events, perhaps even securing a championship. Yet, in Li Qingshan's eyes, even such a powerful figure as Zhang Hu appeared as a mere weakling. Indeed, a weakling. With just a glance, Li Qingshan determined that he could easily overpower Zhang Hu with one hand. This exemplified the overwhelming disparity of the 5 realms, with all 5 levels of body refinement having reached the golden tier. Li Qingshan had ascended to the pinnacle among the few elite individuals in this realm. In his presence, Zhang Hu was nothing more than a weakling. Turning his gaze to Zhang Bao, he found him even less formidable than Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu had at least reached the copper bone stage, while Zhang Bao was still at the iron bone stage. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. It is not simply a matter of possessing a manual to succeed. It requires substantial resources for effective training, resources that the two brothers lacked, making it difficult for them to complete their cultivation. I will impart a technique to you both. You may cultivate it independently but refrain from sharing it with others. This technique is a refined version of the Mighty Bull technique, modified by an expert, classified as a profound level technique. You should find it relatively easy to master, Li Qingshan suddenly declared. This decision was made on a whim. The Mighty Bull technique had been transmitted to Li Qingshan by Zhang Hu, and now that Li Qingshan possessed a superior technique, he could naturally pass it on to Zhang Hu.as for Earth level and Heaven level techniques. Li Qingshan chose not to impart them. It was not out of reluctance, but rather due to their impracticality. The more advanced the technique, the greater the difficulty of cultivation. Given the brothers' inadequate conditions, providing them with Earth level and Heaven level techniques would be futile. The profound level technique would be far more beneficial. The two brothers were taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. Big brother, I am eternally grateful, Zhang Hu said solemnly. Such a monumental favor could not be expressed merely with words of thanks. Zhang Hu silently vowed to repay Li Qingshan's kindness whenever the opportunity arose. I feel the same. Zhang Bao, though less articulate, quickly chimed in. You need not be overly polite with me. I will teach you the profound level Mighty Bull technique. Li Qingshan smiled and began to impart the profound level Mighty Bull technique. This technique was more intricate than the yellow level, yet its essence remained unchanged, allowing Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, who were already adept in the Mighty Bull technique, to grasp it swiftly. Did I see now? I never realized it could be approached this way. Zhang Hu exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him as a mixture of shock and joy illuminated his face. He finally comprehended the secrets of the profound level technique. It was merely an improved version of the Mighty Bull technique. Mastering it took no longer than half an hour. Both Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao had already learned the profound level Mighty Bull technique. From now on, they could directly cultivate this new technique. Although Li Qingshan had imparted the profound level technique to them, he did not harbor high hopes for their future achievements. Their age and average innate talent meant their accomplishments would likely be limited. Nonetheless, being able to enhance their cultivation was still a positive outcome, which is why Li Qingshan chose to share the profound level Mighty Bull technique with them. Since the profound level technique was not considered official, its disclosure posed minimal risk, enabling Li Qingshan to freely teach it to the two brothers. Originally, Li Qingshan intended to spar with Zhang Hu to assess his current combat prowess. However, upon seeing Zhang Hu, he dismissed that notion, fully aware that he could easily overpower Zhang Hu, rendering any competition pointless. Having completed the instruction of the profound-level Mighty Bull technique and addressed all necessary matters, Li Qingshan bid them farewell and exited the village. Yesterday, he had only explored the creek. He now planned to investigate the creek's end. However, unbeknownst to him, as he departed the village, 3 figures stealthily followed in his wake. Chapter 28. 3 against 1. The advantage lies with me. The figures of Zhang Shu and his 2 brothers trailed far behind Li Qingshan, their eyes brimming with unrestrained greed. Zhang Shu, Zhang Jin, and Zhang Yi were not only siblings but also villagers of Zhangjia village. Although they were not hunters, they were well-versed in martial arts, adept with bows, arrows, and blades. Previously, when Li Qingshan peddled goods and procured herbs in the village, the glimmering silver had ensnared the 3 brothers' attention long ago. While they were not inherently malevolent, the allure of silver proved irresistible. Observing Li Qingshan's substantial profits, especially as he operated alone and had yet to cultivate martial skills, their ambitions were ignited. Thus, when Li Qingshan departed Zhangjia village, the 3 brothers promptly followed. Unbeknownst to them, until last night, Li Qingshan was indeed an ordinary person who had not practiced martial arts. However, after yesterday, he had transformed into a formidable warrior, having perfected his body through rigorous training, and not merely any warrior, but an exceptionally elite one. The 3 brothers had unwittingly stepped into a perilous predicament. Their singular focus remained on the silver, their eyes starkly revealing their avarice. Let us move further away. This vicinity is still too close to the village. We shall strike once we reach the mountains, Zhang Shu whispered. After all, Li Qingshan was ascending the mountain path, so they were not concerned about losing track of him. Li Qingshan, still traversing alone, presented the perfect opportunity for their ambush. At that moment, Li Qingshan sensed the presence of 3 individuals shadowing him. Initially, he paid it no heed, believing it to be a mere coincidence of fellow travelers on the mountain path. However, as he continued, he discerned that these 3 were indeed tailing him. This was easily ascertainable, as they maintained a consistent distance from him. When he slowed down, they mirrored his pace, and when he quickened his strides, they hastened as well. Only a pursuer would behave in such a manner. Who were they? What were their intentions? Realizing they were tracking him, Li Qingshan's wariness heightened. Yet, upon confirming their pursuit, he did not rush. Instead, he maintained a steady pace, ascending the mountain unhurriedly. Today, Li Qingshan felt an extraordinary surge of stamina. Yesterday, this very path had left him weary, but today, he found it remarkably effortless, as if exertion was a forgotten concept. He had not even applied himself. Had he chosen to exert himself, he could have easily outdistanced the Zhang brothers. After traversing the mountain for over an hour, he reached the same spot as yesterday, the base of the waterfall. Choosing to rest, he settled upon a large stone. After a quarter of an hour, the Zhang brothers approached leisurely. Zhang Shu wore a congenial smile as he greeted Li Qingshan. "Boss Li, you are here too," he exclaimed cheerfully. "Indeed. Are you planning to hunt in the mountains?" Li Qingshan responded with a nod, observing that all 3 brothers bore bows and hunting knives, embodying the guise of hunters. "Yes, we are headed up to hunt," Zhang Shu continued, his smile growing ever more benign. However, the glint of malice in his eyes was unmistakable. Zhang Jin and Zhang Yi remained tense, clutching their weapons in silence, as the 2 parties drew closer. They finally stood beside Li Qingshan. Zhang Shu's grin widened. His primary concern had been that Li Qingshan might escape, complicating their plans. Although Li Qingshan was merely an ordinary man, his escape would pose a significant challenge. Now that they had reached Li Qingshan's side, he had no opportunity to flee. "Boss Li, my brothers and I would like to borrow some silver from you. Would you be agreeable?" Zhang Shu inquired, placing his hand on the hilt of his hunting knife, his demeanor turning grave. "You followed me all this way just for my silver?" Li Qingshan asked calmly, maintaining his composure. "Isn't it obvious? If not for the silver, would we have traversed such a distance?" Zhang Jin interjected with a fierce expression, his murderous intent barely concealed. "Li Qingshan, hand over the silver, and I may spare your life," Zhang Shu declared loudly, his grip tightening on the knife's hilt. "Why play such games? Just make your move," Li Qingshan replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Initially, he had pondered whether there was a hidden agenda, but it appeared that their intentions were purely monetary. This was not unexpected. After all, he had accrued a considerable amount of silver in Zhangjia village, and it was only natural for someone to covet it. However, Li Qingshan had not anticipated that these seemingly simple villagers would turn against him. He had previously assumed Zhangjia village to be a safe haven. Now he realized how naive he had been, as this place was not Blue Star. Even in Blue Star, public safety was not guaranteed. Particularly in impoverished regions where lawlessness prevailed, it was entirely plausible for villagers to conspire for silver. Li Qingshan felt a surge of relief, thankful that he had acquired the spirit stones and the celestial energy the previous night, and that he had diligently practiced martial arts, elevating himself to a formidable warrior. Otherwise, he would have found himself in dire straits today. Of course, it would merely be a troublesome situation, not one that would cost him his life. If he faced danger, he could always teleport back to Blue Star. Thus, he perceived no mortal threat, merely an inconvenience. Now, however, that inconvenience was non-existent. The three brothers were no match for him. Yet, for a fleeting moment, Li Qingshan hesitated, to kill, or merely to incapacitate. Having never taken a life, he felt an unexpected reluctance to strike. However, the Zhang brothers wasted no time, swiftly drawing their hunting knives to attack him. 3 against 1. The advantage is mine. This victory is assured. Zhang Shu roared, confidence surging as he lunged forward with his blade. Chapter 29. Return to Blue Star. Li Qingshan no longer hesitated. He struck with sudden ferocity. His punch was straightforward, devoid of any embellishments, yet its speed was blinding, truly as swift as lightning. Before Zhang Shu could bring his knife down from its elevated position, Li Qingshan's fist had already collided with his head, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The sheer force of his blow obliterated the large skull, sending a spray of crimson and white matter cascading backward. With a force of 40,000 pounds behind his fist, how could a mere head withstand such an impact? Zhang Jin and Zhang Yi, caught utterly off guard, could only watch in horror as their elder brother's head was shattered in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan's fists struck the heads of both Zhang Jin and Zhang Yi, obliterating them as well. 3 headless corpses trembled momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Li Qingshan maintained his stance, a look of astonishment etched across his face. Strong, too strong, he mused. Had he truly become this formidable? He found himself dazed, unable to fathom that he had grown so powerful. 3 martial practitioners, attacking in unison, had been vanquished in mere seconds. This was what it meant to dominate. Although they were all body-refining warriors, the disparity in strength was immense. Li Qingshan's 5 aspects of body refinement had reached the gold level, marking him as a paragon among his peers. In stark contrast, the Zhang brothers were but the dregs of the body-refining realm. The difference was akin to heaven and earth. Li Qingshan now grasped the significance of a solid foundation in the body-refining stage. Fortunately, he had achieved the gold level across the board, rather than opting for the easier path of settling for iron level. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to insignificance. Suddenly, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, expelling the remnants of his morning meal. While the act of killing did not repulse him, the sight of headless corpses and the overwhelming stench of blood proved too much for his senses. The intense scent of blood was not something the average person could easily endure. It required time to acclimate. Once he had expelled the contents of his stomach, Li Qingshan felt considerably better. The discomfort that accompanied taking a life dissipated along with his vomit. Killing, it seemed, was not as monumental as he had once believed. A faint smile crept onto his lips. He was undeniably powerful now. As for the strength of warriors beyond the body-refining stage, Li Qingshan could only speculate. However, within the confines of body refinement, he was assuredly formidable, likely unable to find many challengers. This realization significantly heightened his sense of security for the future. Especially upon returning to Blue Star, Li Qingshan felt even safer, given the near absence of martial practitioners there. Perhaps he would even be recognized as the foremost expert in the martial arts community of Blue Star. With this thought, a sense of pride surged within him. Yet, he lamented that it would be difficult to flaunt his prowess in Blue Star. Should he draw too much attention, he risked attracting the scrutiny of the state, a predicament he wished to avoid. Although he had become strong, he understood that the might of the state was formidable, and he would likely struggle against it. Due to his lack of confidence when confronted with firearms, he felt overwhelmed. Even if he could contend with the guns, what about the ammunition and missiles? A mere mortal could not withstand the assault of missiles. Therefore, upon returning to Blue Star, he resolved to adopt a low profile. Subtly, he sought to calm the rising emotions within him and began to clean up the scene. Although the incident was primarily the fault of Zhang Shu and his companions, they were still residents of Zhangjia village. Hence, it was prudent to keep the matter of murder under wraps. The bodies required proper handling. The 3 corpses were all stored in his storage space, and Li Qingshan planned to find a valley to dispose of them. While there were not many other items around, the mountains were plentiful. After securing the bodies in the storage space, Li Qingshan lifted his gaze to the waterfall, then sought a path upward. This path was indeed challenging to climb. Had it been the Li Qingshan of yesterday, ascending would have proven quite difficult. However, the current Li Qingshan found it effortless. He leaped from his position, soaring upward, achieving a height of at least 10 meters. How high is 10 meters? It is approximately the height of a 3-story building. Tio leaped 10 meters from a standstill is genuinely impressive. This feat was accomplished purely through his own strength, as he had not yet mastered any lightness skills. Had he possessed such skills, he could likely have soared even higher. The realization that his martial arts knowledge was limited flitted across his mind. Yet he remained focused on scaling the steep cliff. Fortunately, he was no longer an ordinary person. This climbing endeavor posed no difficulty for him. Within a few minutes, he reached the mountain's summit, standing at the source of the waterfall. Of course, this was partly because the mountain was not particularly high. Otherwise, reaching the top in a few minutes would have been impossible. Upon reaching the waterfall's end, disappointment filled Li Qingshan's eyes, for it led to a small pool. Devoid of any other water sources, the pool was shallow enough to see its bottom clearly. There, at the bottom, was a spring. A continuous flow of mountain spring water emerging from it, cascading down the cliff to form a small waterfall. This waterfall meandered through the valley, creating a stream. There were no spiritual stones to be found. Li Qingshan searched the vicinity, but found neither spiritual stones nor anything particularly noteworthy. Initially, he had hoped to discover some special presents, such as relics or hidden realms, but it turned out his expectations were unfounded. This place was merely a natural landscape, devoid of any artificial traces. It was not a paradise or a mystical haven. The existence of spiritual stones appeared to be a natural remnant. However, since spiritual stones were present here, perhaps others existed nearby. Undeterred, Li Qingshan continued his search along the surrounding cliffs. After a lengthy search, he found nothing of significance. However, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a rare herb on the cliff. Although he did not locate any spiritual stones, he did find the valley. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingshan disposed of the 3 corpses from his storage space into the valley. The valley was bottomless, and once the bodies were cast down, they vanished from sight. The valley was also home to many wild beasts, so it would not take long before they would appear to consume the remains. Even if no beasts came to feast upon the bodies, it was of no concern to Li Qingshan. After searching the area thoroughly and finding nothing, he realized that the sun was beginning to set. A day had passed, seemingly wasted. Yet, Li Qingshan was not troubled. He merely smiled and sought a safe location to teleport back to Blue Star. It was indeed time to return. Chapter 30. Seeking death, a flash of light, and he was finally back. He had departed from a car, and upon his return, he found himself once again seated in the same vehicle. As if nothing had changed, however, he noticed that the window had been smashed. Observing the shattered glass, Li Qingshan's mood soured. He wondered which fool had vandalized his car during his absence. Cursing under his breath, he soon detected something amiss. There were voices nearby, men laughing triumphantly and women screaming in terror. Turning his head, Li Qingshan spotted 2 other cars parked about 20 meters away, surrounded by a group of burly men in black. The sounds of conversation and the woman's cries emanated from one of the SUVs. Although Li Qingshan had made no noise upon his arrival, one of the men caught sight of him. A burly man in black pointed at Li Qingshan's van, his face registering shock as he exclaimed, "There's someone in that vehicle." The group of black-clad men gasped in surprise and immediately turned their attention to the van. Upon confirming that there was indeed an extra person inside, they rushed toward the vehicle, brandishing black batons as weapons. "Where the hell did you come from?" growled a large, bearded man, his demeanor menacing. They had already searched the area thoroughly. Finding no one and no surveillance, only an empty car to ensure their safety, they had smashed the window and opened the doors, verifying that no one was hiding inside the vehicle, and thus had disregarded it. They never anticipated that someone would suddenly appear in the van. "I was just passing by. Could you let me go?" Li Qingshan replied politely. Faced with the intimidating group of men in black, he maintained his composure. Had it been the old Li Qingshan in such a situation, he would have been terrified. It was not that he was cowardly, but rather that he lacked the ability to handle such predicaments. However, the current Li Qingshan was entirely different, confident and unflappable. Thus, one's courage is indeed proportional to their capabilities. The greater the strength, the more audacious one becomes. Although Li Qingshan felt assured, he quickly discerned that these individuals were not to be trifled with. He wished to avoid trouble in the Blue Star world. After all, this was a realm governed by Li Qingshan had many concerns. He hoped to resolve the matter peacefully and to leave without incident. However, It was evident that his wish would not be easily fulfilled. These individuals had no intention of letting him go. Leave? Sure, just step out of the car, and we'll clarify the situation, the bearded man in black sneered. His smile chilling. All right, I'll get out, but please don't damage my vehicle. Li Qingshan nodded, and as he spoke, he indeed opened the door and stepped out. Observing Li Qingshan's compliance, the bearded man grew increasingly arrogant, his gaze towards Li Qingshan akin to that of one regarding a corpse. Indeed, in his eyes, Li Qingshan was already dead. They had no plans to spare him. Are you planning to kill me? Li Qingshan asked, standing firm after exiting the vehicle. Kill him, the bearded man responded with an action that confirmed Li Qingshan's fears. Sighing, Li Qingshan lamented that he merely wished to conduct some small business smoothly. Yet here were individuals intent on taking his life. Was his life so easily claimed? Originally, he had no desire to stir trouble. He recognized these individuals and had no inclination to meddle. Yet, they were determined not to let him go. Kid, you're just unlucky to have seen something you shouldn't have, the bearded man coldly remarked. Li Qingshan understood that whatever transpired in the car earlier was undoubtedly nefarious, and it could not be known by outsiders. Thus, they aimed to silence him. Since you wish to kill me, don't blame me, Li Qingshan said indifferently, a fierce glimmer flashing in his eyes. The beast within him was unleashed. One of the black-clad men swung a baton toward Li Qingshan's head, genuinely intending to end his life. However, the baton never reached its target, as Li Qingshan's hand shot out, gripping the man's throat and snapping it effortlessly. With a powerful throw, the man's body, weighing over 100 pounds, flew through the air like a projectile, crashing into the bearded man. The bearded man let out a howl of agony as he was sent sprawling backward, colliding with the car 20 meters away. Flipping it over, his body was twisted and broken, lifeless. Before the others could react, Li Qingshan surged forward like the wind, his hands moving with the swiftness of a phantom, gliding past the remaining men. 5 seconds later, the group of black-clad men lay motionless on the ground, having met their demise. In Blue Star, one must exercise caution when taking a life, ensuring minimal traces are left behind. Otherwise, the aftermath could prove troublesome. Thus, Li Qingshan had shown restraint, at least leaving them with intact bodies. He had merely broken their necks without destroying their heads. Li Qingshan was not only powerful, his reflexes and response speed surpassed those of ordinary individuals by several times. His speed was so extraordinary that the mere mortals before him could not react in time. Killing this group of men within 5 seconds was an effortless task for Li Qingshan. One does not perish if one does not seek death, Li Qingshan sighed, shaking his head, and proceeded to manage the scene. All the corpses were collected into his storage space, awaiting the next foray into the other world, where he could dispose of them more conveniently. It was indeed easier to handle bodies in that realm. The car that had been struck was empty, while the other vehicle contained occupants. Li Qingshan approached the latter and forcefully opened the car door. This was an off-road vehicle, offering ample interior space. As the door swung open, Li Qingshan beheld the scene within. Inside were a man and a woman. The girl's features were obscured, yet her figure was exquisite. Clad in a sleek black dress, she was curled up in her seat, while the man was engrossed in a bizarre chuckling fit, removing his clothing. The instant the door was flung open, both occupants froze momentarily. Then, the man unleashed a torrent of curses towards Li Qingshan. Who the hell told you to open the door? Are you looking for death? Li Qingshan had no intention of indulging him, disregarding the man's identity. Given his foul mouth, it was better to drag him out directly. Moreover, Li Qingshan was certain of one thing. This fellow was no good. If he were a decent person, would he associate with a group of ruthless killers? A corrupt leader breeds corrupt followers. With a swift motion, Li Qingshan seized the man by the hair and pulled him out. Ouch, my hair. Don't grab it, the man yelped, struggling vigorously, though his efforts were utterly futile against Li Qingshan. Come out, Li Qingshan commanded, tossing the man to the ground and turning his attention to the woman in the vehicle. After a moment of hesitation, she gradually emerged. Upon her exit, Li Qingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Yuqing? Su Yuqing, he exclaimed, recognizing her instantly. Su Yuqing was a name known to nearly everyone. Rising star in Long Nation's entertainment industry. She was extraordinarily beautiful, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall. Rarity among women. Her proportions were flawless, long legs, a slender waist, and an ample bosom. Her beauty was ethereal, outshining even the most stunning actresses in a fiercely competitive industry. Yet, it was her talent that truly set her apart. Whether in film or music, her accomplishments were remarkable. She was not merely a pretty face but a powerhouse of skill. Debuting at a young age of 16, she had swiftly risen to fame. Being dubbed a little diva by 17, and at just 19, she had already become a significant figure in the entertainment realm. Li Qingshan, though not particularly focused on celebrity culture, recognized her due to her immense popularity. The situation before him suggested that Su Yuqing had been forced into this predicament, yet it seemed implausible. With her beauty, talent, and formidable family background, the third daughter of the Su family, which owned a film company, she had the resources to rise to stardom without resorting to such measures. Furthermore, she was not in need of money. Her annual earnings from endorsements alone were substantial. Thus, only one possibility remained. Su Yuqing had been kidnapped. It was no wonder that the reactions of the black-clad figures had been so extreme upon his arrival. If news of her abduction were to spread, they would face dire consequences. The Su family was not to be trifled with, and Su Yuqing's influence was considerable. Li Qingshan scrutinized Su Yuqing, confirming her beauty. She was indeed breathtaking. A vision of allure. Initially, he had believed her beauty was enhanced by the camera, but now he realized that in person, she was even more stunning. However, a noticeable handprint on her cheek marred her beauty, corroborating his suspicions that she had been captured. "Thank you for rescuing me, sir." Su Yuqing bowed deeply, her expression one of profound gratitude. "Sir?" Li Qingshan found himself at a loss for words. While he was older than her, he was hardly old enough to warrant such a title. Yet, he chose not to correct her, instead calmly inquiring, "What transpired here?" A flicker of fear crossed Su Yuqing's face as she trembled. "He kidnapped me. I never anticipated he would do such a thing." As she recounted her ordeal, Li Qingshan learned that the man's name was Du Mingyu. They had known each other since childhood, having been classmates in high school before he went abroad for studies. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing had embarked on her career, achieving stardom. This year, Du Mingyu returned and began pursuing her. However, Su Yuqing had firmly rejected him, feeling no romantic inclination. Despite this, they remained friends. However, her guard was lowered due to their friendship, which led to the unfortunate incident where her bodyguards and assistants fell victim to the afternoon tea Du Mingyu had provided, rendering them unconscious and allowing him to abduct her. His rationale was disturbingly twisted. If he could not possess her, then no one else could, and he intended to ruin her. He planned to exploit her and record the act for the internet, intending to flee abroad before the Su family could respond. Du Mingyu was truly deranged. Such behavior was unfathomable for a sane person. "Brother, let us make a deal. I can offer you a substantial sum of money," Du Mingyu suddenly proposed. Earlier, he had been brazen, but upon realizing that none of his bodyguards were present, he fell silent. Despite his derangement, he was not foolish. He sensed that his guards must have encountered trouble and concluded that they were likely dealt with by the man before him. "Brother, I don't know your background, nor do I care, but I can give you 50 million. You can buy my life. It's a lucrative deal. Moreover, I can gift you this woman. I haven't touched her yet. She is still pure, and you can enjoy her at your leisure." Su Yuqing's expression changed dramatically at his words, her anxiety palpable as she glanced at Li Qingshan, genuinely worried that he might be tempted. 50 million, coupled with her presence, would entice any man. Before Su Yuqing could devise a countermeasure, Li Qingshan spoke slowly. "I'm afraid I have principles. I cannot force myself upon a woman. As for your 50 million, I doubt you'll be able to part with it." Li Qingshan felt a twinge of regret at the mention of 50 million, as it was indeed a staggering amount. Yet, such money was fraught with complications. Cash could be taken directly, but a wire transfer would leave a trace, and he had no desire to expose himself. However, he had already revealed himself. As he contemplated this, he turned his gaze back to Su Yuqing, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Chapter 32. The clever woman Su Yuqing was undeniably beautiful, a fact Li Qingshan could not dispute. Throughout his life, she was the most stunning woman he had encountered in reality. Yet, her existence posed a significant risk. Li Qingshan's thoughts turned dark. Su Yuqing's survival could not be permitted. There should not be any living witnesses aside from him at this scene. A jolt of fear coursed through Su Yuqing as she sensed the murderous intent radiating from Li Qingshan. Unlike the average girl, she was exceptionally intelligent, having demonstrated her sharp wit from a young age. Without such acumen, she would not have achieved her current level of success, even with the support of the Su family and her natural beauty. It was her intelligence that allowed her to become a household name. Though Su Yuqing was astute, she had let her guard down with Du Mingyu, viewing him as a true friend, which ultimately led to her downfall. When one drops their defenses, they become vulnerable to deception. However, she remained vigilant upon facing Li Qingshan. "Why does he wish to kill me?" she realized. I am a key witness to this incident. A wave of panic surged through her as she recognized the danger she was in. She recalled that outside the vehicle, there had been many of Du Mingyu's men, a multitude of bodyguards. Yet now, they were all conspicuously absent. It was highly likely that they had all been eliminated by the man standing before her. The other party even intended to kill Du Mingyu. Would that not render her the sole living witness at the scene? In such a circumstance, did she still hold any value in surviving? Yet, she did not wish to die. May I have a knife, please? I want to take his life myself, Su Yuqing said, raising her head to meet Li Qingshan's gaze, feigning calmness. However, her trembling hands betrayed her current anxiety. Li Qingshan fixed his gaze upon the woman before him, his heart in turmoil. He was neither a saint nor a cold-blooded monster. He was merely an ordinary man with a hardened heart. When faced with someone who wished to kill him, Li Qingshan felt no psychological burden in ending their life. Yet, when it came to harming a woman, he hesitated. He grappled with the moral dilemma of whether to act. While Su Yuqing presented him with an alternative, a request for a knife, a chance to choose. With a swift motion, a blade was thrust into the ground. Without hesitation, Su Yuqing forcefully withdrew the knife. It was a small, curved blade, a finely crafted weapon of modern design, one that Li Qingshan had discovered on a thug. Holding the knife, Su Yuqing approached Du Mingyu step by step. Though her hand trembled, her footsteps were resolute, tears streaming down her face. This was her first time contemplating murder, and it was against someone she had once considered a friend. They had grown up together. Du Mingyu was genuinely one of her closest companions. Yet now, he had transformed into a madman, and she was poised to take his life. As tears continued to fall, her grip on the knife gradually steadied. Du Mingyu trembled, hurling vile insults, fear evident in his eyes. However, he was paralyzed, unable to move. Li Qingshan had already shattered his spine, rendering him completely incapacitated. Though Du Mingyu remained unaware of this fact, Su Yuqing knelt beside Du Mingyu, her eyes now filled with determination. She raised the knife high above her head and plunged it down toward his heart. Suddenly, a large hand appeared, seizing Su Yuqing's wrist. Her hand could no longer descend. Startled, she turned to see the owner of the hand, Li Qingshan. With a stoic expression, he said, "Enough. Those hands of yours are not meant for killing. Allow me." Upon finishing his sentence, he pressed his hand against Du Mingyu's forehead. Du Mingyu's skull shattered, resulting in an instantaneous death, swift and merciful. Su Yuqing stood frozen, the knife slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. In that final moment, Li Qingshan's heart softened, and clarity washed over him. He realized he did not require Su Yuqing's leverage or her pledge of loyalty. It was unnecessary. He was formidable enough on his own. Should Su Yuqing divulge what had transpired here, he would merely have to eliminate her later. Nevertheless, what truly moved Li Qingshan, what softened his heart, was Su Yuqing's actions, her willingness to grasp a knife in a desperate plea for survival at his hands. Such a feat was not something an ordinary woman could accomplish. It demonstrated her intelligence and resourcefulness. In a dire situation, rather than succumbing to despair, she devised a strategy to secure her own life. Women of such acumen are rare. In truth, most women lack profound wisdom. However, Su Yuqing was evidently not one of those women. She was astute and composed. "Rest assured, I will not kill you. Given your intelligence, I trust you will refrain from any foolish actions. Let us act as though today never happened, shall we?" Li Qingshan spoke. Su Yuqing nodded fervently, not daring to disagree. Very well, Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. He had a preference for intelligent women, hoping that Su Yuqing would prove to be genuinely wise, unlike his ex-wife, Xie Meilan, who, despite appearing clever, had left him for a wealthy man, failing to see the folly in her decision. After all, what could a rich man possibly want with a divorced woman? Putting aside thoughts of that woman, Li Qingshan grasped Du Mingyu's corpse, and with the next breath, it vanished. Su Yuqing's breath caught in her throat, leaving her dumbfounded. She finally understood where all the people around her had gone. They had simply vanished. What kind of ability was this? At the very least, it was a form of supernatural power. This man before her was indeed no ordinary individual. Li Qingshan had deliberately displayed his abilities, making it clear to Su Yuqing that he was not to be trifled with. "I'm leaving." Li Qingshan waved his hand as he walked towards his van. "May I know you?" Su Yuqing called out to his retreating figure. "That won't be necessary. We are not acquainted," Li Qingshan replied without turning back, climbed into his van, and drove away. There was another vehicle at the scene, allowing Su Yuqing to leave independently, so Li Qingshan was unconcerned about her safety. as for forming an acquaintance with Su Yuqing. He had never entertained the thought. It seemed too troublesome at present. He was solely focused on making money. Chapter 33. The beautiful flight attendant. Upon returning to the city, Li Qingshan sought out a second-hand car dealer and promptly sold his used van at a low price. Incurring a loss of several thousand yuan, which was inconsequential to him, he then visited a hotel to gather his belongings, settled his bill, and purchased a flight ticket home. Arriving at the airport by taxi, Li Qingshan exhaled deeply while seated in the waiting area, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. After months away, he was finally returning home, and this time, it was entirely different from before. Previously, he had been an ordinary man, unaccomplished and looked down upon by his ex-wife. Now, he was a master martial artist, possessing extraordinary combat skills and wielding the Xintian ring, a powerful artifact. He could traverse two worlds and engage in trade. His life had been irrevocably transformed. From now on, I shall no longer burden my parents with worry, Li Qingshan murmured to himself, aware that, in recent years, his parents had fretted considerably over his affairs. Not only had his parents been concerned, but his two elder sisters had also been deeply worried for him. This time, upon returning home, he would ensure that his family would no longer have to fret over him. Instead, he would take care of them. After all, he would no longer lack for money. Li Qingshan's family was merely an ordinary household, comfortable but far from wealthy, completely distant from affluence. Now that he had money, he intended to improve the living conditions for his entire family. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, time flew by, and eventually, the announcement for boarding the flight echoed through the terminal. Li Qingshan gathered his belongings, completed the boarding process, and made his way down the jet bridge and onto the plane. This time, he did not skimp on himself. He had purchased a first-class ticket, marking his first experience flying in first class. Regular tickets were available at a discount, costing just over 400 yuan each. However, even at a discounted rate, a first-class seat was over 3,000 yuan. Expensive indeed. It was only because he was now financially secure that he could afford such luxury. Previously, he would never have splurged on first class. The first-class seats were indeed exquisite, offering ample space and comfort. There were very few passengers in first class, only 5 or 6 in total. Given the high price, it was only natural that there were fewer passengers. After a brief wait, the plane prepared for takeoff. Among the scant first-class passengers, including Li Qingshan, there were merely 6 in total. Li Qingshan noticed that the flight attendants in first class were significantly more attractive than those in economy class. While the economy class attendants were indeed beautiful, they could only be rated around 70 points. In contrast, the first-class attendants easily scored 90-5. Li Qingshan stole glances at the flight attendant, captivated by her beauty. It was entirely natural to admire such beauty. He held no ulterior motives, merely appreciating her allure. His ex-wife, Xie Meilan, was also considered beautiful, yet she could not hold a candle to the flight attendant before him. Before long, the flight attendant approached Li Qingshan, half squatting beside him, and gently inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you? We also provide complimentary food and beverages. Do you have any snacks? I'll take another drink," Li Qingshan replied without hesitation. After all, he was in first class. Having spent money, he was entitled to enjoy a meal and drink. A moment later, the flight attendant returned with a tray bearing snacks and a beverage. Li Qingshan noticed her name and employee number displayed on her nameplate, Xiaobing. It was a simple yet pleasant name. "Thank you," Li Qingshan expressed his gratitude. Xiaobing smiled in response, her service undeniably satisfactory. After completing her duties, she returned to her own seat, finally releasing a sigh of relief. The role of a flight attendant, in simple terms, was to serve others. There were no rewards for performing well. They earned their wages from the company. However, failing to meet expectations could lead to complaints from passengers, resulting in deductions from their pay. Among the multitude of passengers, one often encountered peculiar individuals. While the majority of passengers are well-behaved, a few peculiar individuals leave Xiaobing feeling quite apprehensive. Perhaps it is simply her misfortune. Despite her relatively short tenure, she has already encountered several bizarre passengers. Consequently, Xiaobing remains exceptionally cautious during her duties, striving to ensure that she does not make any mistakes and that no passengers cause her any trouble. Fortunately, this particular journey has been relatively smooth, with no significant issues arising thus far, and they are already halfway through the trip. At that moment, a middle-aged male passenger waved at Xiaobing. She quickly approached him with a bright smile. "Hello, how may I assist you?" she inquired cheerfully. "I am feeling unwell. Could you press on my chest to help me breathe more easily?" the middle-aged man said, his tone laced with a hint of lewdness. Xiaobing was momentarily taken aback by his request. The man before her appeared to be in his 40s, with a considerable belly and thin limbs, his round, chubby face framed by sparse hair. Resembling a Mediterranean hairstyle, Tio Xiaobing, his looks were rather repulsive. The mere thought of massaging this man's chest made her feel increasingly nauseated. "Sir, would you like me to call a doctor? If you're feeling unwell, I can inquire if a physician is available," Xiaobing said, forcing a smile despite her discomfort. "I don't need a doctor. This is just an old issue of mine. I often feel discomfort in my chest when flying. Since you are a flight attendant, you should provide the best service. Come over and massage my chest. Surely, you can fulfill this modest request, can't you? Is the service standard of your airline really that poor? If not, I will lodge a complaint against you once we land," the middle-aged man said, his demeanor cold and self-assured. He was well aware that flight attendants fear complaints, and he had successfully leveraged this tactic before. His lewd tendencies were simple. He found satisfaction in exploiting the attractive flight attendants for his own pleasure. Xia Bing was infuriated. Yet again, she faced an odious old lecher. Although it was her first encounter with such a man, she had heard her colleagues speak of similar experiences. These lecherous individuals often exploited regulations to their advantage, making them particularly troublesome. The current middle-aged lecher claimed to be unwell and demanded that Xia Bing massage his chest. If she refused, he would threaten her with a complaint. The airline takes complaints from first-class passengers seriously, and if he had legitimate grounds for his complaint, it was highly likely Xia Bing would face a fine. Though Xia Bing was enraged, she also felt a sense of panic. She wished to continue her career as a flight attendant and did not want to lose her job over this lecher's complaint. Even a fine was unacceptable to her. Why should she pay for something she did not do wrong? Gritting her teeth in frustration, she resolved that she could not acquiesce to such unreasonable demands. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch our chief attendant," Xiaobing said, determined to seek assistance. "Don't you dare leave." "Who do you think you are?" the middle-aged man bellowed, seizing Xiaobing's wrist with a menacing glare. His pride felt trampled, and he was seething with rage. How dare a mere flight attendant disregard him? His fury reached its peak, and he acted out. "Let go of my hand. Release me," Xiaobing cried out in shock. The other first-class passengers turned to look, though most merely observed without intervening. Encouraged by their inaction, the middle-aged man grew bolder. Xiaobing was genuinely frightened, her face draining of color. Just then, a figure appeared behind her. A strong hand grasping the middle-aged man's wrist, with a firm grip, the sound of bones being compressed echoed in the air. "That hurts. Let go of me, quickly," the middle-aged man shrieked in pain. He released his hold on Xiaobing, but his wrist remained firmly in the grip of Li Qingshan. Indeed, it was Li Qingshan who had intervened. Xiaobing instinctively recoiled, retreating into Li Qingshan's embrace. The sudden closeness startled her, but she quickly realized that the man behind her had come to her aid. Feeling a mix of gratitude and fear, Xiaobing remained still, caught between the lecherous man in front of her and her savior behind her. However, she instinctively leaned closer to Li Qingshan, putting more distance between herself and the middle-aged man. Li Qingshan gently patted Xiaobing's shoulder and spoke softly, "Don't worry. I am here." His kind words brought her a sense of comfort amidst the chaos. "Thank you," Xiaobing murmured softly. Li Qingshan turned his cold gaze towards the middle-aged man, saying, "You are quite brazen to attempt to sexually harass a flight attendant on an airplane. Fortunately, I noticed your misconduct. Otherwise, you would have succeeded. That's absurd. I never harassed anyone. You are the one attacking me." The middle-aged man protested, his face paling in disbelief. "Xiaobing, please fetch the chief attendant. If there are any air marshals on board, it would be best to summon them as well," Li Qingshan instructed directly. "All right, I will go get them," Xiaobing responded, quickly realizing the urgency of the situation. Li Qingshan stepped aside slightly to allow her to pass. "Let go of me. I did not harass anyone. You are spouting nonsense," the middle-aged man shouted in anger. Yet, with each outburst, Li Qingshan tightened his grip, ensuring the man felt the consequences of his actions. Finally, Xiaobing returned with the chief attendant and several crew members. Although there were no air marshals, their presence was sufficient to achieve Li Qingshan's goal. "You all arrived just in time. This lecherous man has been sexually harassing Miss Xiaobing, and I witnessed everything. I intervened because I saw him grabbing her hand, and I merely restrained him to prevent his vile actions. I did not physically harm him," Li Qingshan stated firmly. The chief attendant and her colleagues had been unaware of the situation until Xiaobing had summoned them. Now, hearing Li Qingshan's account, they grasped the full context. They had no reason to doubt his words, especially given Xiaobing's beauty. It was not uncommon for men to harbor inappropriate thoughts towards her. "That's nonsense. They were bullying me," the middle-aged man retorted, his face contorting with anger. Li Qingshan smirked and tightened his grip once more, prompting another cry of pain from the man. "Sir, please release his hand," the chief attendant said, exasperated. Li Qingshan complied, allowing the middle-aged man to inspect his wrist, which was now bruised and marked with fingerprints. The sheer force of Li Qingshan's grip had left visible damage. "My wrist is broken. I'm going to make you pay for this," the middle-aged man wailed, his threats filled with malice. "If you want me to pay, we can go to the hospital after we land to assess your injuries. And we can involve the authorities to determine how to handle this situation," Li Qingshan replied confidently, fully aware of the implications of their encounter. The middle-aged man's expression shifted once more, realizing he was not in a position of power. If this escalated, he would lose their security footage on the plane. "Shall we review it to clarify what transpired?" Li Qingshan proposed, turning the tables on the situation. The middle-aged man's complexion turned ashen. He was acutely aware that if the surveillance footage were to be reviewed, it would only exacerbate his predicament. A pang of discomfort seized my heart. Suddenly, the middle-aged man clutched his chest and collapsed onto his seat. Losing consciousness in an instant, the chief attendant was startled and hurried to assess the man's condition. After her examination, a smile crept onto her face. She chuckled and shook her head at the onlookers. Then deliberately stated, "This passenger has fainted. Let's allow him to rest properly. Any matters can be addressed once we disembark." The chief attendant, after all, wished to avoid entanglements, and this approach was perhaps the best resolution. Li Qingshan also chuckled, fully aware of the situation. That lecher was clearly feigning unconsciousness to evade trouble. This old rascal was quite cunning. Since the chief attendant had said as much, Li Qingshan naturally opted not to create any issues for himself. Ultimately, the fate of that lecher bore no relevance to him. The chief attendant then exchanged a few words with Xie Bing before swiftly departing. With so many passengers aboard, there were numerous matters requiring their attention. Leaving no time to linger, after her departure, Xie Bing's expression remained rather grim. She understood that this incident was far from over. It was likely that the lecher would lodge a complaint against her once they disembarked. It would then be up to the company to decide how to handle it, and she might even face a fine. This was the downside of working in the service industry. Once a complaint was filed, one found themselves in a precarious and disadvantageous position. While some companies would stand by their employees, many prioritized customer satisfaction, indifferent to the losses incurred by their staff. Contemplating this, Xie Bing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Despite her discontent, she approached Li Qingshan's side, her face expressing gratitude as she said, "Thank you for your help just now. I truly didn't know how I would have managed without you. Just a small matter. Any decent man would step in. After all, you're so beautiful, who wouldn't seize the opportunity to earn your favor?" Li Qingshan replied with a smile, a subtle compliment that lightened the mood. Xie Bing smiled shyly. Her spirits lifted somewhat. "Are you still worried about a complaint?" Li Qingshan inquired quietly. "Yes, some passengers can be like that," Xie Bing replied, half squatting beside him, her voice lowered. Given the presence of other passengers, they spoke in hushed tones. "No need to fret too much. Worst case, you can always find another job. With your qualifications, what position could you not secure?" Li Qingshan said lightly. Xie Bing bit her lip, responding softly, "Finding a job isn't as easy as that. I worked hard to secure this position. I don't want to lose it so easily." Her voice carried a hint of grievance. It was understandable. She had finally become a flight attendant and had dedicated herself to her work, only to potentially lose it due to a passenger's deliberate provocation. Li Qingshan gazed at the lovely flight attendant before him, feeling a twinge of affection as he said, "It's all right. If you can't continue here, I can support you." His words were quite direct. Upon hearing this, Xie Bing felt a flutter of sweetness in her heart, her cheeks flushing slightly. However, it wasn't the first time she had heard such sentiments. Many men had expressed similar intentions in the past. Among those she had encountered, there were those who wished to support her, marry her, or even engage in a one-night stand. Xie Bing had grown accustomed to such scenarios, and she certainly would not acquiesce to them. "Would you mind if we became friends? Perhaps get to know each other a bit?" Li Qingshan continued. Xie Bing did not reject the idea. She hadn't fallen for him at first glance, but she had to admit that his earlier intervention had left a positive impression. Just to know each other and be friends was something she could agree to if feelings developed later on. It was not entirely impossible for them to end up together. After all, Li Qingshan was seated in first class, suggesting he wasn't lacking in financial means. True impoverished individuals would not spend money on a first-class ticket. They exchanged contact information and became friends on social media. Upon inquiry, Xie Bing revealed that she hailed from northeast China and primarily operated domestic flights. When they might cross paths again was uncertain. The schedules of flight attendants were indeed unpredictable. Xiaobing was willing to converse with Li Qingshan, and whenever she was free from attending to other passengers, she would come to his side. Engaging in whispered conversation. Compared to their earlier interactions, they had grown noticeably more familiar. Li Qingshan found himself increasingly drawn to this flight attendant. Of course, her beauty and figure were captivating, rivaling the charms of the previous encounter with Su Yuqing. However, he had no inclination to pursue Su Yuqing, as she was the type of woman who brought complications he preferred to avoid. Xiaobing, on the other hand, appeared to be a lovely woman from an ordinary background, devoid of excessive complications. Moreover, her demeanor was quite gentle. Although she was a northern girl, she lacked the brashness often associated with them, instead embodying a serene grace that Li Qingshan found appealing. In truth, the once gentle Xie Meilan had transformed into a shrew after years of marriage. Li Qingshan often wondered whether it was his actions that drove her to madness, or if she had always been that way. As they neared the airport, Li Qingshan invited, "How about I take you out for a meal once we land? Do you have time?" Xiaobing shook her head, a look of consternation on her face. "I'm afraid that won't be possible this time. We only have a few hours of rest before we need to take off again. Then next time, when you have a free moment, I'll treat you to a day out in Jiangcheng," Li Qingshan said, not at all displeased, merely smiling as he extended the invitation once more. Xiaobing bit her lip and nodded gently, a smile gracing her features as she replied, "All right, I accept." The way she bit her lip was undeniably charming, though Li Qingshan couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like if he were to do the same. Inwardly, he acknowledged that he was indeed feeling a stir of affection. Undeniably, the finest way to conclude one chapter of romance was to begin another. Even if a new romance did not blossom, having a beautiful companion to share the journey could swiftly help one move on from past relationships. The shadow of Xie Meilan in Li Qingshan's heart was fading, dissipating like mist. Chapter 36. Homecoming. The airplane finally touched down at the airport. With his luggage in hand, Li Qingshan waved goodbye to Xiaobing, stepping off the plane amidst her warm smile. As for the lecher, he had long since regained consciousness and was among the first to disembark. Whether he would still file a complaint against Xiaobing remained uncertain. There was little more Li Qingshan could do about it. Upon exiting the airport, he hailed a taxi and provided his home address. The distance from the airport to the city center was considerable, while taking the airport shuttle could save some money. Li Qingshan felt it unnecessary to pinch pennies at this moment. The journey from the airport to his neighborhood took over an hour and cost him more than 200 yuan. Upon alighting from the taxi, Li Qingshan gazed at the familiar entrance of his community, feeling an inexplicable surge of anxiety. He hesitated briefly before walking in. "Oh, isn't this Li Qingshan? Have you returned home?" A middle-aged woman exclaimed upon spotting him, her tone teasing yet her gaze somewhat peculiar. Li Qingshan understood the reason behind her inquisitive look. Their neighborhood was an old one. Everyone had known each other for decades. Any significant event in a family was common knowledge. Li Qingshan's divorce and subsequent departure were major happenings, and it was no surprise that the woman regarded him with a glimmer of curiosity. Li Qingshan smiled and nodded, responding calmly, "Ah, it's you, Aunt Zhang." "Yes, I've returned. I spent a few months away and gained quite a bit. That's good to hear. Make sure you don't worry your parents anymore," Aunt Zhang replied with a smile. "I won't, Aunt Zhang. I'll be heading home now," Li Qingshan said with a smile, bidding her farewell before leaving. As soon as Li Qingshan walked away, Aunt Zhang promptly took out her phone and posted a message in her family group chat. "Li Qingshan from the Li family is finally back. Oh dear, having such a son. I truly don't know what to say." Her tone mixed a hint of schadenfreude with a touch of reflection. If her own son were similarly disappointing, she wondered if she would feel driven to madness. At his age, childless and divorced, having lost his job, such a son was indeed a worry. Aside from Aunt Zhang, Li Qingshan encountered several other elderly neighbors on his way home. These individuals had watched him grow up, and upon seeing him return, they greeted him warmly. Li Qingshan remained composed and courteous, exchanging pleasantries with them. Before he reached home, his phone rang. It was his mother, Lin Fong, calling him. "Son, I heard you're back?" Lin Fong asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Li Qingshan chuckled helplessly. He had initially planned to surprise his parents, but it seemed that surprise was no longer feasible. "It is likely that my parents are already aware of my return. By the time I reached the entrance of the community, the news of my homecoming had already reached them." "Mom, I'm back," Li Qingshan said with a smile. He felt a surge of joy, as if he had been reborn. "And it's wonderful that you're home. Come quickly. I've prepared delicious food for you. I'm waiting for you at home." Lin Fong replied cheerfully, her laughter tinged with a hint of tears. "All right, Mom, that I've been longing to taste your cooking. I will be home shortly," Li Qingshan said softly, his eyes gradually moistening. Reflecting on the events of the past few months, He realized how unworthy they had been. He had left home for a woman who did not deserve such sacrifice. Although he had claimed he was traveling, he knew he had merely run away from home, wishing to escape. Yet, as the saying goes, every cloud has a silver lining. Had it not been for this journey, he would never have encountered that temple, nor would he have obtained the Xintian ring. Without the Xintian ring, he would not have achieved his current gains. Exhaling deeply, a confident expression returned to his face. There was no need to dwell on the past. It was time to embrace a better future. When he became prosperous, he would ensure his parents enjoyed a comfortable life. With this thought in mind, Li Qingshan quickened his pace and soon arrived home. Having left without his keys, he needed to knock on the door. It was quickly opened by his father, Li Jiangguo. "Dad, I'm back," Li Qingshan greeted with a smile. Li Jiangguo's face lit up with joy as he patted his son's head, exclaiming, "It's great to have you back. Come in." As Li Qingshan stepped inside, the door closed behind him. The familiar sight of home greeted him. Despite months away, little had changed. Li Jiangguo regarded his son with a mix of curiosity and relief. Having noticed that Li Qingshan had become much more robust and taller, the clothes he wore were evidently a size too small. This was puzzling. Li Qingshan was nearly 30. How could he still be growing? Nevertheless, his newfound strength was a welcome change. During Li Qingshan's absence, his father had genuinely worried for him, concerned that something might have befallen him. Now, he was relieved to see his son return in good spirits. Lin Feng, busy in the kitchen, hurried out and embraced Li Qingshan with excitement. "You little rascal, you finally decided to come back. You nearly gave me a heart attack," she exclaimed, wiping away a tear. "I'm sorry, Mom, for making you worry," Li Qingshan replied with a grin. "Now that you're home, there's no need to dwell on the past. Don't you see? This time, you're completely different from before," Li Jiangguo remarked with a smile. Both parents were now retired, enjoying a leisurely life at home. Before retirement, Li Jiangguo had worked in a state-owned factory in sales, and his keen eye quickly caught the changes in his son. Not only was Li Qingshan physically stronger, but there was also a noticeable shift in his demeanor. Previously, he had carried an air of insecurity and fragility, but now, he exuded a profound confidence that made him appear as though he were the local authority. No. Even more than that, he radiated a self-assurance that surpassed that of any official. Jiangguo was left wondering what had transpired during his son's time away, and what had instilled such confidence in him. "Son, have you encountered something wonderful during your travels?" Li Jiangguo inquired with curiosity. Chapter 37. Benevolent Lies. Taken aback by his father's question, Li Qingshan paused before responding with a smile. "Indeed, I have encountered something good. I met a benefactor on my journey," he continued. "This benefactor has been immensely helpful to me, and with their support, my future looks promising. Once I am financially stable, I plan to marry a beautiful wife and have a bunch of children. At that time, I hope you both will help with the little ones." Lin Feng's face blossomed with joy at his words, and she eagerly encouraged, "Absolutely. While we are still young, you should hurry to marry and have children." Despite already having several grandchildren, she longed for her own biological grandchildren. "Go prepare the meal. Be careful not to burn anything," Li Jiangguo reminded her. "You chatterbox," Lin Feng playfully scolded, but she quickly returned to the kitchen. "Dad, I'm going to take a shower. We can talk later," Li Qingshan said hastily. He understood that his father had many questions, but he wasn't quite sure how to explain everything, so he opted for a quick shower instead. He figured that by the time he finished, his father might have forgotten some of his inquiries. "All right, go ahead," Li Jiangguo said with a chuckle. As Li Qingshan entered the bathroom, his father's smile remained unwavering. After meticulously grooming himself and shaving, Li Qingshan emerged from the shower, donned fresh clothes, and suddenly appeared much younger, though the clothes did fit a bit snugly. Gazing into the bathroom mirror at his robust reflection, he couldn't help but smile, satisfied with his transformation. A man should always possess a fit physique. He had previously been far too frail. Once he was ready, he stepped into the living room, where Li Jiangguo's satisfaction with his son only deepened. Once timid and self-conscious, Li Qingshan now stood tall and confident. Jiangguo couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps his son had been swapped with someone else, but he couldn't fathom a motive for such a swap. The Li Qingshan before him was undeniably his own son, just one who had returned from a transformative journey. "Don't just stand there. Come eat," Lin Feng called out cheerfully from the kitchen. "Coming," Li Qingshan replied as he hurried to assist her with the dishes. Soon, the family gathered around the dinner table. "Eat up. You must be starving," Lin Feng said, serving Li Qingshan a piece of braised pork. "Mom, I can serve myself," he insisted. "All right, help yourself, but make sure you eat plenty," she encouraged. However, It did not take long for Lin Feng and her husband to be taken aback by Li Qingshan's voracious appetite. Despite having prepared an ample spread of dishes for 3 people, enough to feed 4 or 5, Li Qingshan single-handedly devoured every last morsel. "Mom, is there any more food?" he asked, still wanting more. "No, dear. How can you eat so much? Is your health all right?" Lin Feng asked, her concern growing. The sudden increase in his appetite was indeed alarming. Li Qingshan chuckled. "Actually, I've been training with an elderly master. He is over 100 years old and remarkably healthy. He can consume 3 kilograms of rice in one meal. My appetite has widened from training with him. Don't be fooled by how much I eat. I'm also growing stronger and more robust. My meals are far from wasted." Upon hearing this explanation, both parents breathed a sigh of relief. Their curiosity about the old master piqued. Li Qingshan briefly introduced the old master, crafting a tale that was entirely fabricated. There was no such master, but this fictional character alleviated his parents' concerns about his newfound circumstances. "Ah, so you've been training? No wonder you eat so much. If you're still hungry, I can make you some noodles." Lin Feng offered with a smile. "No thanks. I think we should leave it at this for lunch. We can eat again later. By the way, I'd like to treat everyone to dinner tonight and invite my elder and second sister's families over so we can all catch up." Li Qingshan suggested cheerfully. "That sounds good. If you found success, you should definitely show appreciation to your sisters. They've helped you immensely." Li Jiangguo remarked solemnly. "I understand." Li Qingshan nodded gently. He was well aware of the significant support his sisters had provided during his courtship and marriage to Xie Meilan. In the past, he had lacked the means to repay them, but now that he was capable, he intended to show his gratitude through actions rather than words. "Mom, Dad, I'm going for a walk," Li Qingshan announced. "All right, just be careful," Li Jiangguo replied with a nod. Upon stepping outside, Li Qingshan took a leisurely stroll around the neighborhood before retrieving his phone to contact the esteemed Tang Wenquan. "Greetings, Old Master Tang. I have a batch of ginseng and some other wild herbs. I wonder if you are still in need of them." After sending the message, he casually attached a photograph that had been taken earlier, showcasing the newly acquired ginseng along with various herbs in this region. Ginseng holds the title of the most valuable and expensive, yet the other herbs also command a respectable price, as they are all wild varieties. Nowadays, most herbs are cultivated artificially, and their medicinal properties cannot compare to those of their wild counterparts. After a wait of 5 or 6 minutes, Old Master Tang called directly. "Shaoli, I want everything you have. However much you possess, I shall take it all." Old Master Tang's boldness was evident as he expressed his desire for all the herbs. Li Qingshan could not help but smile, replying, "No problem at all. Since you've requested, I'll certainly reserve everything for you." Hearing such a response from Li Qingshan brought great delight to Old Master Tang. "Then it's settled, by the way. Where are you at the moment?" he inquired. "I've returned to Jiangxing. Do you have anyone here? It would be preferable for us to conduct transactions in Jiangxing. I've found a stable channel that should yield a good supply of quality items in the future." Li Qingshan stated candidly. "Really?" Old Master Tang asked, his surprise evident. Old Master Tang was not lacking in wealth. He possessed an abundance of it. Most things in this world could be acquired with money, yet some items were difficult to procure, even with great riches, such as genuine wild herbs. Decades ago, these were relatively easy to obtain, but now they are truly scarce, as most have been harvested. Currently available herbs are predominantly cultivated, and while they are not unusable, they pale in comparison to their wild counterparts. Wealthy individuals do not lack funds. What they seek are the rare wild herbs. Upon hearing that Li Qingshan had access to such herbs, Old Master Tang was particularly pleased, especially when informed that Li Qingshan could continue supplying them in the future and why eldest granddaughter is responsible for the company's affairs in Jiangxing. "This will work out nicely. I will have her reach out to you. From now on, you two can handle transactions in this regard." "How does that sound?" Old Master Tang said with a smile. "Absolutely fine," Li Qingshan readily agreed. As long as there was profit to be made, he had no concerns about whom he was doing business with. Whether it was Old Master Tang's granddaughter or son, it mattered not, provided it did not hinder his earnings. After exchanging pleasantries, Old Master Tang cheerfully ended the call. Once the conversation concluded, Li Qingshan exhaled deeply, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. Ginseng and other herbs were not difficult for Li Qingshan to acquire. The key lay in securing a reliable sales channel. Only by finding a stable outlet could he transform these ginseng roots into currency. The Tang family, being a large conglomerate, possessed vast connections and numerous sales avenues. Collaborating with him would greatly facilitate future sales and potentially yield better prices. Li Qingshan could indeed sell the ginseng on his own, but while a few pieces might find buyers, selling in bulk posed a challenge. Ordinary individuals could hardly afford ginseng, often costing hundreds of thousands for even a single root and millions for a couple. Only the affluent could purchase such treasures. In Li Qingshan's circle, wealth was scarce, while Old Master Tang's network was filled with the affluent. Therefore, this business opportunity was one that Old Master Tang could exploit, while Li Qingshan could not, at least, not at this moment. Perhaps in the future, when his connections have expanded, he might be able to do so. Li Qingshan was not overly concerned about being constrained by the Tang family, as he held the source of goods in his hands. Should collaboration with the Tang family falter, he could always seek another partner. Having resources provided a sense of security. After waiting for half an hour, Li Qingshan received a friend request on WeChat. Upon glancing at the notification, he saw that the user was named Snowflakes Dancing, labeled as Tang Mu Shui. Old Master Tang's granddaughter Li Qingshan recalled that the last time he met the young lady Tang Qian, she was the younger granddaughter, while Tang Mu Shui was the elder, currently the lady of the Tang household. While Tang Qian was still in school, Tang Mu Shui had already immersed herself in the operations of the family business. Li Qingshan accepted her friend request. Is this Mr. Li? My grandfather is Tang Wenshuan, and he asked me to get in touch with you. Tang Mu Shui stated, I am Li Qingshan and it is a pleasure to meet you. Miss Tang, he replied. Mr. Li, let's keep it brief. Are you free to meet now? Tang Mu Shui said decisively. I am available. Where shall we meet? Li Qingshan responded. Come to my company in an hour. Here's the address. Please bring some of the items you wish to sell. We need to authenticate them, Tang Mu Shui instructed. No problem, Li Qingshan readily agreed. Having noted Tang Mu Shui's company address, Li Qingshan wasted no time. He exited the neighborhood, hailed a cab, and headed to the nearest large supermarket. There, he purchased a sizable suitcase along with medical-grade plastic bags. After acquiring his items, Li Qingshan proceeded to a nearby CAF, where he reserved a private booth. In the booth, he took out the ginseng and various herbs he intended to sell and, with medical-grade precision, repackaged them before placing them into the suitcase. The suitcase was filled to the brim with an array of herbs. Li Qingshan smiled with satisfaction. If he could sell this suitcase full of herbs, it would yield a substantial windfall. In less than an hour, Li Qingshan arrived at the Tang Group's office building, the headquarters of the Tang family's operations in Jiangcheng. Upon reaching the entrance, he was intercepted by security. However, after explaining his situation, the guards quickly contacted the reception and permitted Li Qingshan to enter. With his suitcase in tow, he approached the reception area, where a beautiful receptionist was already waiting for him. Are you Li Qingshan? She inquired. That would be me, he confirmed. Mr. Tang is already waiting for you in his office. Please follow me. Thank you, he replied. The exchange was brief, and soon Li Qingshan was escorted to the office. Upon entering, his first impression was the sheer size of the room. It was truly expansive, easily over 100 square meters. This was a stark contrast to his preconceived notions of an office. The lavishly decorated space was clearly delineated into several areas. In one section, several individuals awaited his arrival. Li Qingshan's gaze was instantly drawn to a strikingly beautiful woman. No, not just beautiful. She was an extraordinarily stunning woman. This beauty bore a resemblance to Tang Qian, yet their demeanors were entirely different. While Tang Qian exuded a youthful innocence, this woman appeared a few years older, radiating maturity and charm, exuding an air of a formidable female executive. Are you Li Qingshan? Please, take a seat, Tang Mu Shui said, rising to greet him with a polite demeanor. Her manner of speaking was not overly gentle but rather carried an assertive tone that felt surprisingly pleasant, confident yet not overbearing. It was rare to encounter a woman who embodied such strength. You are Tang Mu Shui, the esteemed manager. A pleasure to meet you, Li Qingshan responded with a smile. Although he could easily overpower Tang Mu Shui, he understood that to liquidate his ginseng, he needed to rely on the formidable woman before him. Hence, a degree of courtesy was warranted. It was not shameful to be polite for the sake of profit. Thus, the two embarked on their first formal introduction. This woman is truly captivating, exuding an undeniable allure, Li Qingshan mused internally. Tang Mu Shui was indeed a paragon of beauty. She possessed an enviable figure, striking features, and an aura of sophistication and capability. Unquestionably, she was a top-tier socialite. In comparison, his ex-wife Xie Meilan paled in insignificance. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Li Qingshan reminded himself that such a woman was beyond his reach at present. Focus, old boy, he chuckled to himself, viewing it as a motivation. Shall we assess the items here? Li Qingshan inquired. It would be ideal to appraise them on site. Tang Mu Shui replied, smiling. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Li Qingshan. He has access to some rare traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. These gentlemen are Elder Zhang and Elder Sun. both experts in traditional medicine and highly skilled in herb identification. Tang Mu Shui introduced. It is an honor to meet both esteemed elders, Li Qingshan expressed courteously. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Li Qingshan opened the box he had brought with him. Upon unveiling its contents, he meticulously extracted each meticulously wrapped traditional Chinese medicinal herb, one by one, placing them upon the table. In an instant, the air was permeated with the fragrant aroma of the herbs. Ginseng, Lingji, these are indeed treasures. Both Elder Zhang and Elder Sun stood up in excitement, eagerly approaching. As true experts in traditional Chinese medicine, they could discern merely by inhaling the scent that these herbs were all sourced from the wild. Wild medicinal herbs are exceedingly rare, particularly the ginseng, which appeared exceptionally flawless, seemed to possess considerable age. A century-old wild ginseng. I cannot be mistaken. I must be seeing correctly, Elder Sun exclaimed, his eyes fixed on a piece of wild ginseng on the table. 100-year-old wild ginseng is a remarkable find. It has been many years since they last encountered such a specimen. Decades ago, a century-old wild ginseng was already considered a rare treasure, let alone in this current era. Initially, Elder Zhang and Elder Sun had been somewhat indifferent regarding the appraisal of these medicinal herbs, assuming there could not be an abundance of such precious materials. However, their indifference quickly dissipated upon realizing the value of the herbs brought by the young man before them. Both Elder Zhang and Elder Sun immediately adopted a serious demeanor, retrieving their tools and donning gloves. Employing their respective methods, they commenced the appraisal of the herbs, beginning with the wild ginseng, as it holds the highest value and rarity. An exemplary century-old wild ginseng should possess an age of about 120 years, with a weight of 265 grams, estimated at 5.6 million. Elder Sun solemnly stated as he set down the century-old wild ginseng. Nearby, Tang Muxue diligently documented the findings. Elder Zhang concluded his assessment of another wild ginseng, which also turned out to be a century-old specimen, albeit with slightly inferior quality. It weighed 230 grams and was valued at 4.7 million. Their estimates were reflective of market prices rather than auction house valuations. If these ginsengs were to be presented at an auction, where affluent buyers compete, the prices would soar even higher. Previously, a particularly exquisite century-old wild ginseng fetched an astonishing 16 million at auction, and of course, such auction prices are rare and should only serve as a reference, not a definitive valuation. The mere fact that these century-old wild ginsengs could be appraised at several million was already a considerable overestimation. With no intention to suppress prices, upon hearing the valuations, a smile spread across Li Qingshan's face. He was aware of the high prices of century-old wild ginseng but had not anticipated them to be so exorbitant. He felt a surge of excitement. This time, he truly struck gold. There are still plenty of wild ginsengs in Zhangjia village. Li Qingshan had not brought all his wild ginsengs to sell in the future. He could continuously procure more. What surprised Li Qingshan even more was that the remaining herbs were also quite valuable. This is cordyceps, he lamented. Though in limited quantity, the quality is superb. Elder Zhang remarked as he picked up several pieces of cordyceps. Li Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. He had not realized he had collected cordyceps. Upon seeing the cordyceps in Elder Zhang's hands, he suddenly understood. This is not just any herb. In Zhangjia village, it is referred to as kuaigang. Reputed to be a nourishing tonic, Li Qingshan had received only a small bag, weighing about half a pound. Had he known it was cordyceps, he would have certainly acquired it in larger quantities. While the price of cordyceps does not rival that of wild ginseng, it is still quite abundant. He had heard from Zhang Kuei that this kuaigang is plentiful in the mountains, primarily used for body nourishment. In this other world, nourishing herbs are not particularly valued, thus there are not many harvesters. The price of cordyceps ranges from 100,000 to 200,000 per pound, depending on quality. Elder Zhang assessed Li Qingshan's cordyceps as being of very high quality, thus pricing it at 200,000 per pound. For half a pound, that amounts to 100,000. This price, while not comparable to wild ginseng, is nonetheless considered expensive for traditional Chinese medicine. Li Qingshan's heart raced. Is the price of cordyceps truly that high? While wild ginseng is indeed precious, it is also rare. Even in the forests of Zhangjia village, it cannot be easily found in abundance. However, Zhang Kuei had mentioned that cordyceps are plentiful there in this other world. Cordyceps are known as kuaigang. Regardless of its name, its price remains unchanged. Another avenue for profit has emerged. If he could acquire cordyceps in large quantities, it would undoubtedly lead to further fortune, of course. Rarity enhances value. Should he amass a significant quantity of cordyceps, he would not be able to sell them all at once, but would have to release them gradually. Yet, Li Qingshan had already caught a glimpse of a pathway to wealth. Chapter 40. The cooperation plan, the total price of all the medicinal herbs was ultimately set at 28 million, with the majority stemming from the wild ginseng. Although some other herbs were also valuable, they truly did not compare in worth. The real treasure lay in the wild ginseng, not necessarily because it is the best, but due to its highest market recognition. Elder Sun and Elder Zhang. I have a question I would like to pose, that Li Qingshan said with a smile. Please, go ahead, Elder Sun replied amiably. The fact that Li Qingshan could present such a substantial collection of precious herbs is a testament to his capability, earning him their respect. Are these herbs viable for large-scale development? Li Qingshan gestured toward the herbs. Can you provide this quality of herbs in bulk? Elder Sun inquired. Astonished, I can certainly try, but I am not well-versed in this area, so I cannot guarantee the sustainability of this business, Li Qingshan candidly admitted. Absolutely, but I am curious as to how you managed to acquire so many herbs, particularly these wild specimens, which are rich in medicinal properties. Elder Sun asked with intrigue. Li Qingshan chuckled, replying directly, Elder Sun, that is my business secret. Elder Sun, slightly embarrassed, said, I am sorry for my oversight, that was an inappropriate question. However, I can assure you that this business can be sustained. Elder Sun affirmed with confidence. Will you continue to purchase these herbs in the future? Li Qingshan continued to inquire. Of course, I will buy them. Elder Sun hastily replied, I will as well. Elder Zhang added eagerly. As seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, they naturally have their own channels for sourcing herbs and would profit from selling these materials. Tang Muxue, amused, remarked, Elder Zhang, Elder Sun, I haven't even spoken yet, and you're already eager to seize this opportunity. Both Elder Sun and Elder Zhang appeared somewhat sheepish. Tang Muxue turned to Li Qingshan and said, Mr. Li, although the Tang family does not operate a medicinal herb business, we are very interested in the herbs you provide and would like to pursue a continued partnership. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan beamed. In truth, his earlier question had been posed intentionally to gauge Tang Muxue's response and prompt her to propose a collaboration. Hearing Tang Muxue's words, Li Qingshan nodded with a smile, stating, since Miss Tang is willing to establish a long-term collaboration with me, that is splendid. I believe there will be many opportunities for us to work together in the future. That is indeed wonderful. I look forward to a fruitful partnership, Tang Muxue said with a smile. She had not anticipated that her initial visit to purchase ginseng would lead to such unexpected fortune. Though the Tang family does not engage in the medicinal herb trade, their business is extensive and their connections even broader. Entering the medicinal herb market would be a straightforward endeavor for the Tang family. However, Tang Muxue had no immediate desire to delve directly into the herb business. She planned to seek collaborators. Among her friends, some are already involved in the herbal trade, allowing her to resell the herbs acquired from Li Qingshan. Initially, she would focus on reselling herbs, and should Li Qingshan stabilize his supply in the future, she could consider establishing her own herbal company. After all, business is inherently flexible and adaptable, with no fixed model. As for the wild ginseng, Tang Muxue had no intention of selling it. Her grandfather shared the same sentiment. The Tang family is not lacking in wealth but rather in ginseng. These ginsengs would be stored for personal use or gifted to others in the future. Gifting ginseng among the wealthy carries more prestige than presenting other items. The value of such gestures transcends monetary measures. Li Qingshan paid no mind to how Tang Muxue would manage the herbs. As long as the prices remained reasonable, collaborating with the Tang family would prove to be more secure. Tang family capital is robust, and they are remarkably generous, settling the payment on the spot. This aspect greatly pleases Li Qingshan. Miss Tang, I need to trouble you with something, Li Qingshan began. What is it? Please, Mr. Li, feel free to speak. Tang Muxue replied with a smile, I intend to establish a company, but I am aware that starting a business requires quite a number of procedures. I wonder if Miss Tang knows anyone in this field who could assist me in expediting the process. I will cover any necessary expenses myself, Li Qingshan stated. Indeed, establishing a company entails numerous formalities, and if one were to handle the registration personally, it would consume considerable time and energy. Hence, specialized agencies have emerged to facilitate these processes. Naturally, for a fee. This is a minor issue. Please wait a moment while I arrange for someone to assist you, Tang Muxue said with a charming smile. For her, this was indeed a trivial matter. Using the office phone, Tang Muxue contacted her secretary and provided instructions. Within just a few minutes, there was a knock at the office door. Come in, Tang Muxue called, and a middle-aged man entered. General Manager Tang. You called for me? The man inquired, bowing slightly with a flattering expression. Manager Chun, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Li Qingshan. Our esteemed business partner. Mr. Li intends to establish a company in Jiangsheng, and you will be responsible for liaising with him. Furthermore, the necessary procedures for Mr. Li's company will be entrusted to you. I will provide further details later, Tang Muxue stated decisively. Understood, General Manager Tang, I will take care of it. Manager Chan replied with a smile. Li Qingshan realized it was time for him to take his leave, bidding farewell to Tang Muxue before following Manager Chan out of the office. As they exited, Li Qingshan's gaze drifted towards the corridor, where a tall woman approached. She possessed a striking beauty, scoring an impressive 85, though she could not quite match Tang Muxue. However, what captivated Li Qingshan's attention was not merely her appearance, but the aura she exuded. Having reached a high level of physical refinement, he could discern that this woman had martial training, emanating the presence of a warrior, albeit one whose strength he deemed relatively weak, comparable to Zhang Long and Zhang Hu, beings he could easily overpower with a mere finger. Yet, the fact that she practiced martial arts intrigued him, as he had not anticipated encountering such individuals in his world. Li Qingshan politely nodded at the woman before departing with Manager Chen. Chapter 41. Sending red envelopes. Lin Ziyue watched the young man retreating, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in her eyes. Upon encountering him, she felt as though her very essence had been ensnared, leaving her unable to make the slightest move. She was certain he was a master, far more formidable than herself. The exact realm of his prowess eluded her, but she sensed that should he choose to strike, her demise would be imminent. Only after he had completely vanished from her sight did Lin Ziyue exhale deeply, allowing the tension within her to dissipate. Suddenly, a jolt of urgency coursed through her, prompting her to rush into Tang Muxue's office. Upon entering, she found Tang Muxue unharmed, which brought her a sense of relief. "What is the matter with you?" Tang Muxue inquired, her brow furrowing in surprise. "Who was that young man who just left? Do you know his identity?" Lin Ziyue asked solemnly. "The young man who just departed. Are you referring to Li Qingshan?" Tang Muxue responded, her expression one of confusion. As she remained unaware of the events troubling her dear friend Li Qingshan. "So that's his name," Lin Ziyue murmured softly. "Are you saying Li Qingshan is a master? How strong is he?" Tang Muxue asked with curiosity. Fully aware of her friend's formidable abilities, Lin Ziyue had previously triumphed effortlessly against 3 boxing instructors who had attempted to overwhelm her in a training session, a testament to her strength. "He is exceptionally powerful. I sense that should he strike, it could easily lead to my demise," Lin Ziyue stated gravely. "Is he truly that formidable?" Tang Muxue exclaimed in astonishment. Until now, she had regarded Li Qingshan merely as an ordinary business partner. But this revelation ignited her curiosity about his true background. As Li Qingshan exited the company building, a look of exhilaration spread across his face. Over 20 million had come into his possession. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Having previously earned 700,000, he had already felt immense joy, but now, with a windfall of over 20 million, his elation knew no bounds. "I've truly struck it rich now." Li Qingshan mused. His thoughts drifted to his ex-wife. Had he possessed such wealth back then, perhaps Xie Meilan would not have divorced him. "She was never meant for such fortune," he uttered softly, a sardonic smile gracing his features. In truth, he felt a sense of resentment towards Xie Meilan's callousness. Had she not divorced him, he would never have embarked on his journey, nor would he have acquired the Xintian ring. The subsequent rewards would also have remained elusive. Every action and consequence is predetermined. Gradually, Li Qingshan's excitement began to mellow. He hailed a taxi and made his way to the nearest automobile dealership, intent on purchasing a vehicle for himself. This time, he planned to buy a new energy electric car, specifically targeting the top-tier Wanju AM9, priced at over 500,000. While he now had money, he also had numerous expenses, so an exorbitantly priced vehicle was unnecessary. A car in this price range would suffice for his needs, and its spacious interior would prove practical. Within an hour, all the paperwork was completed, and with a temporary license plate, he was ready to drive away. He even withdrew 100,000 in cash from the bank. The vibrant cash looked quite festive. Upon returning home, he faced some difficulty finding parking, ultimately having to leave the car outside the community and walk back. "Tomorrow, I'll go house hunting," he resolved. Living with his parents wasn't intolerable, but it did come with its inconveniences, especially given his current circumstances, which required frequent trips to another realm for business. Moreover, he intended to seek companionship in the future. Lacking his own residence would be quite inconvenient. With money now in his pocket, buying a house had become a trivial matter. "Uncle, you're back." As he entered, the children joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Li Qingshan. "Yes, your uncle has returned." He greeted his nieces and nephews with a smile. His elder sister and second sister were both married, the former having a son and a daughter, while the latter had a son. Knowing that Li Qingshan was home, both families had come to visit. The children were quite familiar with him and shared a good rapport, so they rushed over to greet him. "Uncle, why didn't you take me with you when you went out?" Zhang Ji complained, somewhat displeased. His elder sister's son, Zhang Ji, was 13 this year, while his younger daughter, Zhang Yin, was 9. The second sister had a 10-year-old boy named Yixian. "Next time, I'll be sure to take you all along," Li Qingshan replied, smiling. "I'll hold you to that, uncle," Zhang Ji insisted earnestly. "And by the way, allow me to give you all a little something," Li Qingshan said with a grin, reaching into his backpack for cash. A red envelope was out of the question, as he had too much cash to fit into one. Besides, he hadn't prepared any envelopes on the way back. "Come here, everyone gets 20,000 each," he said as he handed the cash to his nephews and nieces. "Thank you, uncle," the 3 children exclaimed joyfully, their faces beaming with smiles. They were old enough to understand the value of money, and with it, they could purchase things they desired. "Wow, you've really struck it rich," his elder sister, Li Yuanyuan, teased, as the commotion at the door attracted the attention of the entire family. His elder sister and her husband, Zhang Ming, along with his second sister, Li Feifei, and her husband, Yi Kai, emerged from the back, as did their father, Li Jiangguo, and mother, Lin Fong. When the adults saw the cash in the children's hands, they were taken aback. "Qingshan, you've truly struck it rich," Zhang Ming said with a smile. His second brother-in-law remained silent, though his eyes reflected surprise. However, his second sister looked somewhat worried and quickly took the money from the children's hands, attempting to return it to Li Qingshan. "Dear brother, even if you have become wealthy, you cannot behave in such a reckless manner, can you? Hurry up and return the money," said second sister Li Feifei. "Second sister, please give the money to the child. Look, he is on the verge of tears," Li Qingshan pointed at his nephew. "As for this sum of money, it is truly a trifling matter for me," Li Qingshan replied confidently. Chapter 42. A family reunion. "Take a look at this," Li Qingshan said with a smile, pulling out his phone to display the balance on his bank card. Upon seeing the amount, the family was taken aback. 27 million. "Where did you acquire such a fortune?" Father Li Jiangguo exclaimed in astonishment. His concern stemmed from the fear that his son might have engaged in some dubious activities. "I understand your worries, but consider this. If I had done something nefarious, would I openly share my financial success with you? Rest assured, all this money has been earned through legitimate means. During my recent venture, I encountered a benefactor who introduced me to a business opportunity. This individual specializes in procuring mountain goods, which he entrusted to me for sale. I was fortunate enough to meet the CEO of the Tang Group, to whom I sold these items and made a significant profit. Of course, this 27 million includes contributions from my partner. However, I still netted 6 million in earnings," Li Qingshan explained with a smile. The family, hearing this, was filled with both shock and joy. With such a lucrative means of earning, their future seemed promising. "Wonderful. This is truly fantastic," exclaimed Mother Lin Fong, wiping away tears of joy. "Since someone values you, make sure to handle this well, and do not let them suffer losses," Father Li Jiangguo advised earnestly. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I will manage this well. By the way, can we eat now? I am quite hungry," Li Qingshan said, patting his stomach. "Then let's eat. The meal is ready," Lin Fong replied cheerfully. With their son safely home and flourishing, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Before long, the entire family was gathered around the dining table. Knowing her son would return, Lin Fong had prepared an abundance of delicious dishes, with more than half of them being Li Qingshan's favorites. Li Qingshan felt a warmth in his heart and regretted his past recklessness. Leaving home due to his divorce was a decision he now deemed unwise. Fortunately, everything could still be mended. He smiled and began to eat heartily. Li Qingshan's return brought great joy to the family. Lin Fong, in high spirits, couldn't help but feel a tinge of discomfort as she looked at her 2 daughters, who were happily settled, and then at Li Qingshan, who was still single. "My son, now that you have money, why not reach out to Xie Meilan and see what her thoughts are? Is there a possibility of reconciliation?" Lin Fong suddenly suggested. Finding a wife is not an easy task nowadays. Although Xie Meilan comes with her own set of complications, she is still your former daughter-in-law. If you could remarry her, it would be a good thing. Li Qingshan paused momentarily, then shook his head seriously, replying, "Mom, you only need to mention this once. Please do not bring it up again. When I had no money, she abandoned me. Now that I am prosperous, why should I seek her out? A wise horse does not graze on old pastures. I have given up on Xie Meilan. I will never pursue her again in this lifetime. Besides, with my current status, what manner of woman could I not attract? Why would I settle for a woman who has been married before? As for my future marriage, Mom, you need not worry. I will surely bring home a daughter of a wealthy family." Lin Fong shot Li Qingshan a glance and replied, "Stop boasting about marrying into wealth. All I desire is for you to find someone quickly and give me a grandchild. Whether she is from a wealthy family or not, I am indifferent. Haha, Mom, while you may not care, I certainly do. I want those who relish in my misfortune to witness that even though I am divorced, I can still marry someone even better. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. However, his mind wandered to Tang Muxue, whom he had just met that afternoon. She truly seemed delightful. Yet, he wondered about her character and whether she was single. Besides Tang Muxue, the flight attendant Xia Bing was also quite impressive. And then there was the little diva Su Yuqing, who was equally remarkable. Yet, he decided to steer clear of women from the entertainment industry. Despite their lack of scandals, he still found that world too chaotic for his liking. Yes, dear mother, you must refrain from speaking recklessly. Listen to your younger brother. We shall not pursue Xie Meilan any longer. Now that I have the means, I can seek a better partner. Even if she is not from a wealthy family, she must at least be a well-off beauty. We cannot settle for women of poor conditions, remarked eldest sister Li Yuanyu. It is indeed prudent to be cautious and seek a partner of good standing. Second sister Li Feifei concurred. Both sisters felt disillusioned with Xie Meilan, having once cared for her as a sister-in-law. Yet, when it came to their brother, she had cast him aside due to his perceived shortcomings. This left a sour impression on the sisters. I merely mentioned it once, and you all have so much to say, Lin Feng said, somewhat displeased. All right, Mom, we were just joking. However, you must not mention that woman again. Li Yuanyuan quickly added, fine, I shall not speak of it again. Lin Feng sighed, feeling helpless. She did not harbor any fondness for Xie Meilan. Her concern was solely for her son. After all, Li Qingshan and Xie Meilan had spent years together and were quite familiar with each other. If they could mend their broken relationship, it would be ideal. After dinner, the family engaged in light conversation for a while before returning to their respective homes. Although the brothers-in-law were not wealthy, they were comfortably situated with cars and houses, leading a worry-free life. Nonetheless, they remained distant from true affluence. Li Qingshan had made up his mind that once he became prosperous, he would lend a hand to his two sisters. Throughout his life, while he was often at their mercy, they had treated him exceptionally well. Though it did not reach the level of a Dark Lord's tyranny, his sisters had significantly aided him. The bride price for his marriage had been covered entirely by his two sisters. Without their financial support, he would have struggled to afford it. Now that he was in a position to give back, he certainly intended to care for their families. However, such matters were best left unspoken. Once he was capable, he would assist them directly. By the way, Mom and Dad, I am considering purchasing a house for myself. Li Qingshan suddenly announced. Chapter 43. Buying a house. You wish to buy a house for yourself? That sounds reasonable. Having your own place would certainly be more convenient. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Father Li Jiangguo also concurred, saying, your mother is right. Nowadays, young women place a significant emphasis on home ownership. If you have a house, it will undoubtedly make it easier for you to meet potential partners. Li Qingshan smiled but did not clarify his intentions. His desire to buy a house was not primarily for the sake of meeting women. While having a house would indeed facilitate introductions, that was not his main motivation. His primary concern was that owning a house would afford him greater convenience in his endeavors. He envisioned himself frequently traveling to other realms, and residing at home would complicate matters. His parents were supportive of his decision to buy a house. After all, they lived in the same city, and purchasing a home did not equate to separation. The only question was where he intended to buy. However, Li Qingshan had his own thoughts on the matter. He planned to purchase a villa, preferably situated a bit farther from the city center to facilitate his business ventures. His parents eagerly discussed potential locations for the house. While Li Qingshan listened with a smile, keeping his plans to himself. As time passed, the next day arrived and Li Qingshan resolved to handle the housing matter first. Last night, he had already researched relevant information and identified properties that met his criteria. After having breakfast at home, Li Qingshan made a phone call to schedule a visit to the sales office. Mom, I am planning to go house hunting. Would you like to join me? Li Qingshan asked after some contemplation. Perhaps it's best if you go alone. We have plans to play mahjong with colleagues. Buying a house is your decision. You can handle it, Lin Feng replied after considering it. While she had initially intended to accompany him, she ultimately decided against it. On one hand, she truly had plans to play mahjong, and on the other, she did not want to interfere. She knew herself well. If she attended, she would undoubtedly express her opinions, which might cloud her son's judgment. It was better for her to refrain from going. We're both getting older, so we won't join you. However, if you find yourself short on funds, we can still contribute a little. She added. Li Jiangguo spoke up. Li Qingshan chuckled and replied, no need. I have the means. With that, Li Qingshan declared, I shall go alone. Go ahead, but do be cautious. When purchasing a property, Make sure to explore several options. Lin Fong couldn't help but advised, I understand. Li Qingshan responded with a smile and a nod. The prospect of his parents not accompanying him brought Li Qingshan a sense of relief, as it would indeed help him sidestep various potential inconveniences. It was not that he was dismissive of his parents' possible interference, but rather that their perspectives, grounded in the wisdom of their generation, often clashed with his youthful outlook. Descending the stairs, Li Qingshan exited the residential complex and entered his own vehicle. The older neighborhood where his parents resided had a scarcity of parking spaces, and acquiring one was nearly impossible. By nightfall, finding a place to park became an arduous task. It was genuinely inconvenient. Currently, Li Qingshan's financial resources were insufficient for purchasing a home for his parents. He hoped that in the future, as his wealth increased, he could provide them with a more suitable residence, enhancing their living conditions. The community Li Qingshan had chosen was named Jade Garden, a newly constructed upscale villa complex situated on the outskirts of the city. Its primary drawback was its somewhat remote location, far from the bustling city center. However, for those with vehicles, this was hardly an issue, as driving was a simple solution. Moreover, the surrounding environment was a boon, offering tranquility away from the urban clamor. A 20-minute drive from his home brought him to Jade Garden, a distance that posed no significant inconvenience. Upon arriving at Jade Garden, Li Qingshan took a leisurely drive around the vicinity and found himself increasingly pleased with the surroundings. Just a few kilometers away lay a large area of factories, primarily small garment processing establishments, which meant an abundance of warehouses. These warehouses were precisely what Li Qingshan had in mind, as renting several would greatly facilitate his business endeavors. Such conditions were highly aligned with his requirements. Now, it was merely a matter of determining whether the house itself would be suitable. Li Qingshan had already arranged a viewing via phone. Being a new community, there was indeed a sales office. He drove to the sales center, parked his car, and sent a message via his phone. As he arrived, a strikingly beautiful woman approached him at a brisk pace. Are you Li Qingshan? She greeted with a smile. Yes, I am Li Qingshan. You must be Wang Weiwei? He inquired. Indeed, Mr. Li, I am Wang Weiwei from the sales center, and I am delighted to assist you, she responded, her face beaming with warmth. As a professional sales representative, Wang Weiwei was exceedingly cordial to every potential client, as this was her way of ensuring her livelihood. Li Qingshan appraised Wang Weiwei with a keen eye, reflecting on her adeptness at her job. Working at a sales office certainly required a certain level of skill. Setting aside her capabilities, her appearance was undeniably impressive. Standing at 5'5", complemented by high heels, she effortlessly reached a height of 5'7". Boasting a model-like figure, with an attractive face and meticulous makeup, her looks could easily score an 85 out of 100. While she may not rival the likes of Su Yuqing or Tang Muxue, she was certainly a beauty in her own right. After all, individuals of such exquisite charm were quite rare. Within the realm of ordinary people, Wang Weiwei represented the pinnacle of beauty. Furthermore, her physique was commendable, exuding confidence. Please tell me more about the properties available. My budget is within 10 million, Li Qingshan expressed. He currently possessed over 20 million, yet this sum was earmarked for his business ventures. Naturally, he couldn't allocate all of it toward a home purchase. So he limited his budget for the property to 10 million, reserving over $1 million for operational capital. Hearing Li Qingshan's precise budget, Wang Weiwei felt a surge of optimism, believing that his chances of purchasing a home had increased significantly. Do you have any additional requirements for the property? Wang Weiwei inquired further. I prefer a ready-to-move-in, fully furnished home, Li Qingshan stated. He had no desire to invest in an off-plan property. Those who did were often seen as foolish. Although off-plan properties might offer lower prices, they came without guarantees. Li Qingshan had no intention of purchasing a property that lacked a tangible presence. He was in urgent need of a home. So he preferred to buy a fully furnished one, which would facilitate immediate occupancy. Given your preferences, there are not many properties available that fit your criteria. However, you have arrived at an opportune time. We still have 2 units that meet your requirements, Wang Weiwei said with a smile, relieved that there were still options. Here are the locations of those 2 houses, she continued, gesturing toward a model of the community. After inspecting the options, Li Qingshan quickly dismissed one of the properties due to its less-than-ideal location. Consequently, only one viable option remained. He pointed decisively at this property and declared, "Let us take a look at this one." Certainly, but this particular house, being fully furnished and with an area of over 600 square meters, is priced at 12 million, which exceeds your budget, Wang Weiwei promptly cautioned. After saying this, she looked to Li Qingshan. Awaiting his reaction, Li Qingshan, unfazed, simply replied, "Let us see it first." The additional 2 million was not a significant concern for him. What mattered most was whether the house was suitable. Jade Garden did not belong to the elite tier of communities. It could merely be classified as high-end, with villa prices generally ranging from 2 to 3 million. The villa Li Qingshan was interested in was considered the crown jewel of the complex. Should he choose other villas, their prices would undoubtedly be lower. Knowing that Li Qingshan had decided to view the 12 million villa, Wang Weiwei felt a surge of joy. If this transaction went through, her commission would be substantial. To secure that commission, she was determined to provide excellent service to Li Qingshan. The sales center had designated viewing vehicles, and Li Qingshan followed Wang Weiwei into one of them to visit the villa. The environment of this community was undeniably impressive, far superior to his own neighborhood, in contrast to the area where he had previously purchased a modest two-bedroom apartment for a mere several hundred thousand. The homes here started at 15,000 per square meter, often costing double or more. With higher prices came enhanced living conditions, and Li Qingshan found the environment of the community quite satisfactory. Wang Weiwei also took the opportunity to highlight the nearby amenities, such as kindergartens, schools, and supermarkets, all of which were readily available. While it may not rival the bustling heart of the city, the area was well equipped for daily living, ensuring convenience for its residents. Soon enough, they arrived at the villa, a spacious, standalone property with its own garden, lawn, and pond, boasting over 500 square meters of living space. The villa was fully renovated, with appliances already installed, though bedding and mattresses still needed to be purchased. Essentially, it required only minimal tidying before one could move in. The villa showcased a modern minimalist design, likely a cost-saving measure, yet the overall effect was quite appealing. Resonating well with Li Qingshan's taste, he was genuinely pleased with the property, never having imagined that one day he might possess such a prestigious home. Previously, his loftiest aspiration had been to earn enough to purchase a modest 100 square meter duplex. Achieving that would have sufficed. Yet now, he found himself on the verge of acquiring an expansive villa exceeding 500 square meters. Is there any room for negotiation on the price? Li Qingshan turned to Wang Weiwei and asked. If you find this villa satisfactory, I can offer a slight concession on the price, though it won't be substantial. This property is highly sought after, and several buyers are already interested if you wish to proceed. I recommend making a prompt decision, Wang Weiwei replied with a smile, though internally she felt quite anxious. The villa was indeed a challenging sell for two reasons. First, those who could afford such a property typically preferred to customize their spaces to their liking rather than settle for a pre-furnished model. While this villa was well appointed, affluent buyers often desired the freedom to design their own ideal homes. Second, potential buyers might find the price tag of over 12 million daunting, even if they were interested. In essence, it was akin to a car manufacturer producing a luxury sports car priced at $1 million. While the vehicle itself was excellent, those who could afford it were unlikely to purchase it, leaving those who desired it unable to afford it. The principle was the same. Let us delve into the matter of pricing. What is the maximum discount available, and what is the lowest price you can offer me? Li Qingshan continued. Please hold on a moment while I consult our manager, Wang Weiwei promptly replied. All right, Li Qingshan nodded. Wang Weiwei took out her phone and stepped aside to make a call. Li Qingshan leisurely surveyed the villa's decor, growing increasingly pleased with what he saw. Living here in the future would undoubtedly be quite comfortable. A few minutes later, Wang Weiwei returned with a beaming smile. Mr. Li, I have just spoken with our manager and secured the largest discount possible for you, a 10% reduction. This is the first time we are offering such a discount. We have never provided this to other clients. The original price of this villa is 12.58 million, and with the discount, it is now 11.32 million. We've even rounded off the total, bringing it to 11.30 million. This price truly reflects the utmost concession. We have even absorbed the cost of the renovations, Wang Weiwei explained while glancing at Lin Feng. Awaiting Li Qingshan's response, Li Qingshan was well aware that these were merely sales tactics, yet he was satisfied with the 10% discount. Continuing to haggle seemed pointless, but Li Qingshan jokingly remarked to Wang Weiwei. A mere 10% discount? That's rather mediocre. I wonder, Miss Wang, do you have any additional perks to offer? Chapter 45. Purchasing the villa. Hearing Li Qingshan's words, Wang Weiwei took a step back, her expression one of regret. I apologize, Mr. Li, but this is already the maximum concession our company can offer. As for any other perks, I'm afraid there are none. Li Qingshan scrutinized Wang Weiwei for a while before nodding in agreement. Very well then, I shall proceed with the purchase of this villa. In truth, Li Qingshan harbored some hope that Wang Weiwei might have some additional benefits to offer, as he had heard that sales representatives often provide perks when selling luxury properties. However, it soon became evident that this particular Miss Wang was not that type of woman. A twinge of disappointment lingered, yet Li Qingshan was not the sort to pressure a woman. Such matters hinge on mutual consent. Since she was unwilling, he had no intention of forcing the issue. Essentially, Li Qingshan was not that kind of man. He was merely curious. Had Wang Weiwei been willing to provide perks, he would have been open to the idea. But if not, he would let it go. Wang Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if she had misjudged Mr. Li. Mr. Li, how about I treat you to a meal, as a token of gratitude for your consideration in purchasing this villa? Would that be acceptable? Additionally, I can arrange a furniture package for you, which includes several complimentary items. While the price cannot be further reduced, I can certainly provide the gift package, Wang Weiwei said eagerly. If that is the case, I appreciate your kindness, but as for the meal, I must decline. I have been quite busy lately, Li Qingshan replied with a smile. Engaging in flirtation was one thing, but Li Qingshan had no interest in romance. His career was just beginning, and he was genuinely occupied. Moreover, he understood that only through career success could he attract women. Without a successful career, dining with a woman would bear little significance. Wang Weiwei felt a pang of disappointment but quickly smiled in agreement. Regardless, the sale of this villa would yield a significant commission for her. Of course, sales representatives like her did not earn as much commission as outsiders might imagine. They were salespeople, not real estate agents. Their company's commission structure was fixed, and from the sale of this villa, she would likely earn a commission of 150,000. While it was not as high as she had hoped, it was still quite impressive. Wang Weiwei was aware that many of her colleagues would do anything to sell a villa, but she could not bring herself to do so. For her, this was merely a job. She had not reached the point of compromising herself for work. It could only be said that Li Qingshan's luck was somewhat lacking. Had he encountered a different saleswoman, he might have received perks. However, such was not the case with Wang Weiwei. Afterward, the two returned to the sales office, where the manager personally attended to Li Qingshan and facilitated the necessary paperwork. Upon learning that Li Qingshan was paying in full, both the manager and Wang Weiwei were taken aback. It was uncommon for high-profile clients purchasing villas to pay in full. Most opted for loans. This was not because they lacked funds, but rather because they calculated that loans were more advantageous. While loans incur interest, they allow for greater liquidity, enabling clients to invest and generate more wealth. In contrast, Li Qingshan chose to pay in full, as it was more economical for him, allowing him to avoid interest payments. With more than 10 million remaining after purchasing the villa, he had ample capital at his disposal. An hour later, the paperwork for the villa was completed, and it was officially registered in Li Qingshan's name. Holding the property deed, Li Qingshan felt a sense of nostalgia. He had acquired a villa valued at over 10 million. It truly felt like a dream. By the way, can you arrange for housekeeping services? Li Qingshan inquired. Certainly. Our company can provide various types of housekeeping services, including live-in help or hourly assistance, Wang Weiwei replied with a smile. In that case, please arrange for an hourly housekeeper to come and clean my home daily, Li Qingshan instructed after a moment's thought. He had no desire to do housework, and given the size of the villa, it would certainly require daily cleaning. Not a problem. We can assign a housekeeper to come by every morning for 2 hours to ensure your villa is well maintained and the chores are taken care of. Additionally, we can arrange for 3 housekeepers to conduct a thorough maintenance check on the villa each month. Would that arrangement be acceptable? Wang Weiwei said. That sounds good, Li Qingshan nodded. With this arrangement, he would no longer need to do any housework. I'm glad to hear that. Regarding the cost, the monthly salary for such a housekeeper is 6,000. While that may be a bit pricey, I assure you that the quality of service will meet your expectations. Wang Weiwei explained that that's fine. If I am not satisfied, I will simply let her go, Li Qingshan replied with a chuckle. Although he was joking, Li Qingshan was serious. If their housekeeper did not meet his standards, he would certainly dismiss her. That will not be an issue, Wang Weiwei nodded. She was confident in her company's housekeeping team, as they employed professional caregivers, unlike unlicensed workers. Aside from housekeeping, there were other matters that needed to be entrusted to Wang Weiwei, such as utilities and internet services. Wang Weiwei readily agreed to handle these tasks. By the time everything was settled, it was already noon. Li Qingshan had no intention of returning home for lunch. Instead, he drove to a nearby market, purchasing a variety of prepared foods and other items before heading to a hanfu shop. There, he bought a ready-made hanfu, a short style commonly worn by ordinary people in television dramas. While it was not particularly beautiful, it was highly practical and would blend in well in the alternate world. After completing his shopping, he returned to his villa, parked his car, and went to his study. Locking the door behind him, the study would serve as his private space, and he would not require housekeeping in that area. From then on, he would conduct his adventures in the study. After all, the villa was his home, and he was free to do as he pleased. No one could infringe upon that. This was one of the reasons Li Qingshan sought to purchase a property. Living with his parents offered no such liberty. With all preparations complete, Li Qingshan activated the teleportation device in his villa. Chapter 46. Prosperity in Zhangjia village. In a flash of light, Li Qingshan found himself back in the alternate world. He appeared on a cliff in the back mountains of Zhangjia village. Taking a deep breath, he felt that the air in this world was noticeably fresher. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion, but rather a testament to the superior quality of the air here. Li Qingshan had already observed that his cultivation progress in Blue Star was less effective than in this world, where he felt his training advanced at a more rapid pace. This was not just a matter of perception. It was a tangible reality stemming from the differing environments of the two worlds. The Tang family was eager to purchase the medicinal herbs provided by Li Qingshan due to their exceptional quality. The environment in the alternate world was particularly conducive to the growth of plants and animals, resulting in superior medicinal materials. Li Qingshan had started to recognize this fact. The Tang family, being business-minded individuals, would not engage in ventures devoid of profit. Only because the medicinal herbs provided by Li Qingshan were of exceptional quality would they spend a considerable sum to acquire them. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingshan gazed at the mountains before him, feeling a surge of ambition within. Once a mere wastrel with no skills or opportunities, he had now transformed entirely. With the Xintian ring in his possession and having become a martial artist, he could traverse both the otherworld and the Blue Star. He had the chance to rise above others and ascend to the pinnacle of life. A chance he would not let slip by. It was time to head to Zhangjia village. He wondered what surprises awaited him there. Now a martial artist with remarkable abilities, Li Qingshan descended the cliff with ease in less than half an hour. He had returned to Zhangjia village. Boss Li has arrived, greeted the villagers warmly. Mr. Li, could you possibly lower the price of your rice a bit? We lack the funds to purchase it. Mr. Li, your fine salt is truly excellent. I bought 2 pounds at once. Upon his return, the villagers enthusiastically exchanged greetings with him, well aware that cultivating a good relationship with Li Qingshan would greatly benefit them. If Li Qingshan were in a good mood and lowered his prices, it would be a tremendous boon for them. Li Qingshan greeted everyone with a smile and soon arrived at his shop, where a number of customers were present, particularly many unfamiliar faces. These individuals, not knowing Li Qingshan, did not approach him, creating a situation where he found it difficult to enter his own courtyard. Could everyone please make way? He called out, unable to do anything else. It's Mr. Li. Everyone, step aside. Li Qingshan is the owner of this shop. Upon hearing Li Qingshan's voice, Zhang Hu quickly pushed through the crowd to welcome him. The throng parted, allowing Li Qingshan to pass. Brother, it's fortunate you arrived. If you hadn't come, we would have nothing left to sell. Zhang Hu exclaimed joyfully. No rush. I've already brought the goods. They'll arrive tonight, and tomorrow we can sell them in abundance. Li Qingshan replied with a smile. Hearing that the sales were going well brought him great joy. Zhang Hu led Li Qingshan into the courtyard and explained the sales situation over the past 2 days. The sales had been exceptionally brisk, which was hardly surprising given that the goods provided by Li Qingshan were of high quality and low price, surpassing those available in Qinglian town. Under such circumstances, it was only reasonable for sales to flourish. Moreover, only 2 nearby villages were aware of the news. Had it spread further, the sales would have been even more explosive. The items in the courtyard were nearly sold out, and if Li Qingshan had not come today, they would likely have been completely gone by tomorrow. Li Qingshan had not anticipated the goods would sell so well, which certainly lifted his spirits, as this was his first foray into business. He felt somewhat underprepared, but he planned to bring even more inventory next time. In addition to the successful sales, Wang Hu brought good news regarding the collection of medicinal herbs, which had also gone smoothly. Primarily because Li Qingshan offered high prices. The mountain folk were not foolish. Knowing they could sell their herbs to Li Qingshan for a better price made them eager to do so. In just 2 days, a substantial amount of herbs had been gathered. Li Qingshan welcomed all herbs offered, eager to procure as much as possible. The most valuable herbs were wild ginseng, but their limited quantity made large-scale transactions challenging. Other herbs were more abundant and could be traded in larger quantities. Given the favorable prices, Li Qingshan saw no reason to forego ordinary herb transactions, particularly for the winterworm summergrass, which he was determined to acquire in bulk. He informed Zhang Hu that he intended to buy large quantities of this herb. Although it was not called winterworm summergrass in this world, that did not matter. Li Qingshan only needed to specify which herbs he was interested in. With several customers still waiting to purchase items, Li Qingshan was not in a hurry and decided to assist in selling the goods. Fortunately, the remaining inventory was minimal, and with Li Qingshan's help, they sold everything in just half an hour. The customers who managed to buy were delighted, while those who did not were left in low spirits. Please do not worry. Our caravan will deliver more goods tonight, and we will have items available for sale tomorrow. I kindly ask everyone to return then, Zhang Hu assured the crowd with a smile. Tomorrow, you say? Then we shall return. The villagers who had missed out exclaimed joyfully. Brother Zhang, we agreed to come back tomorrow. You must be ready with the goods. Seeing this scene, Li Qingshan smiled and nodded. Although only 2 days had passed, Zhang Hu had managed to handle things quite capably. Li Qingshan did not expect Zhang Hu to become a professional manager. Achieving this level of competence was already sufficient. After all, the business was quite simple: acquire herbs and sell products. As the crowd dispersed, Li Qingshan cheerfully said, "Let us go. I have brought some delicious treats for us to enjoy indoors." Following his invitation, Zhang Hu, Zhang Bao, and their families gathered. Li Qingshan opened his backpack and revealed the prepared food he had brought, along with ample drinks. "This is delightful, truly delightful," Zhang Bao exclaimed after tasting the marinated beef. His face reflecting sheer enjoyment. In their world, marinated beef was a rare delicacy, seldom encountered. Especially not the kind made with a plethora of spices from modern society, making it even more fragrant and delectable. Zhang Hu, Zhang Bao, and their families savored the meal, relishing the variety of marinated meats and other cooked dishes, including a full bag of steamed buns, ample for everyone. The men enjoyed their drinks while the women and children had beverages of their own. This meal left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Qingshan and Zhang Hu began to tally the accounts. The goods Li Qingshan had left were all sold, yielding 135 taels of silver and 3,350 copper coins. While the remaining silver was modest, the collection of medicinal herbs was significant, particularly the wild ginseng, of which there were over 100. Li Qingshan had originally set aside some herbs, and now he had acquired a considerable amount more for sale. After completing the inventory handover, Li Qingshan turned to Zhang Bao. "Brother Zhang Bao, could you run a quick errand and fetch the village chief? I have matters to discuss with him." "Certainly, I'll be right back," Zhang Bao replied, not inquiring further about Li Qingshan's intentions. Zhang Hu, however, was curious and asked, "Li Degu, what do you need the village chief for?" "It's something good," Li Qingshan replied with a smile. "Once the village chief arrives, I will explain everything. Then I won't pry further." Zhang Hu nodded in understanding. Zhangjia village was small, making it easy to summon people. Within 3 to 5 minutes, the village chief, Zhang Yin, arrived, accompanied by his elderly father and uncle. Li Qingshan's gaze lingered on the uncle for a moment longer. Previously unnoticed, he now sensed that the uncle exuded a subtle and unique aura. Distinct from the others, the uncle seemed extraordinary, though Li Qingshan could not discern the specifics of his exceptional qualities. The uncle smiled at Li Qingshan and said, "Mr. Li, may I inquire why you have summoned us?" Though he appeared genial, his keen eyes scrutinized Li Qingshan, a glint of sharpness flashing briefly before he reverted to the demeanor of an aged man. Li Qingshan smiled and replied, "It is good news. My family elders have agreed to form an alliance with Zhangjia village, making you our allies from now on. As allies, we will have the convenience of mutual benefit. I will sell goods to Zhangjia village at low prices, allowing the villagers to purchase quality products at affordable rates, which you can then resell. The profit you make will depend on your own abilities. This business is guaranteed to be profitable for you, as you are aware of the quality and value of my goods. However, I wonder if Zhangjia village is willing to ally with me?" After Li Qingshan finished speaking, he looked towards the village chief. "Absolutely, we would be more than willing. Mr. Li, your regard for Zhangjia village is an honor. How could we possibly refuse such an alliance?" exclaimed Zhang Yin, excitement evident in his voice. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. "But are there any conditions?" the uncle asked cautiously. "There are indeed conditions. Zhangjia village will need to assist me in procuring medicinal herbs and mountain goods in the future, but we can certainly discuss the pricing." Li Qingshan replied with a smile. "Is that all?" the uncle asked, somewhat skeptically. "Indeed, that is the case. Uncle, Zhangjia village remains far too impoverished to provide any assistance to us," Li Qingshan declared with an air of arrogance. His pride was perfectly balanced, neither overly domineering nor lacking in disdain. It was this very arrogance that led uncle to trust Li Qingshan's words even more, as it was evident that Zhangjia village had little of value to offer. "In light of this, let us form an alliance," uncle replied slowly, nodding. Despite their brief acquaintance, he could discern that Li Qingshan was not a malicious person. He was worth befriending. Furthermore, this opportunity was of utmost importance for Zhangjia village. Should they miss this chance, it could be many years before Zhangjia village could hope for any development. Though uncle was advanced in age, his wisdom was unparalleled in the village. In his youth, he had traveled extensively and understood that with the support of Li Qingshan's low-priced goods, Zhangjia village could achieve significant progress. However, This matter requires the collective effort of the village. We cannot leave it to individual households. Li Qingshan interjected. Please elaborate, uncle urged eagerly. Li Qingshan smiled and proceeded to outline a set of company management processes and methods. Such practices were commonplace in modern settings, but rare in this context. The essence was to view Zhangjia village as a cohesive team, where villagers were not isolated households but part of a collective. A capable leader with management and business acumen should be chosen to guide the villagers, delegating tasks accordingly. Once profits were generated, the villagers would share in the earnings based on their contributions. If the villagers were to tackle this independently, it would prove exceedingly challenging, as most lacked business acumen and capability. Thus, a leader was necessary to provide direction. Naturally, it would be Zhang Yin, the village head, who would assume this leadership role. Excellent, this is indeed how it should be managed, Zhang Yin exclaimed with enthusiasm, clearly fond of Li Qingshan's proposal. After careful consideration, Uncle agreed that this approach was indeed commendable. It would benefit the entire village. Nevertheless, they needed to convene the villagers for discussion before finalizing the plan. Based on Uncle's judgment, the likelihood of success was quite high. Zhang Hu felt a mix of joy and disappointment. This meant their brothers would have no opportunity to prove themselves. At that moment, however, Li Qingshan turned to Zhang Hu with a smile, saying, Brother Zhang Hu, Brother Zhang Bao, your contributions will still be needed for this endeavor. What do you mean? Zhang Hu asked, puzzled. Li Qingshan gestured towards the courtyard, explaining, you will continue to work with me, but I will no longer provide you with silver. Instead, you will earn commissions. From now on, you will manage this courtyard, overseeing all goods that come and go. You will be responsible for maintaining accurate records. For every item sold from your hands, you will receive a commission. The more you sell, the greater your earnings. In essence, Li Qingshan was akin to a general agent, while the Zhang brothers would serve as primary agents beneath him, with Zhangjia village acting as secondary agents acquiring goods from them. Although the brothers' commissions would not be substantial, the volume of sales could lead to considerable wealth. Upon grasping the crux of the arrangement, Zhang Hu was immediately elated. Thank you, Brother Li, he expressed, touched. We're family. No need for formality. Li Qingshan replied with a smile, Mr. Li, you have done us a great service. As a token of gratitude, I would like to offer you a gift, Uncle sighed, suddenly speaking up. Hearing this, Li Qingshan felt a mix of surprise and excitement, curious about what gift Uncle might present. Follow me, Uncle instructed, leading Li Qingshan to the rear courtyard. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan followed. Upon arriving, Uncle spoke. I have nothing else of value to offer, but I can impart a technique I learned in my youth. This technique was not particularly mystical. However, after years of practice, it could extend one's lifespan and had the intriguing ability to conceal one's cultivation level. Li Qingshan's interest was piqued. Both the promise of longevity and the ability to mask one's prowess were highly desirable attributes. The technique, known as Song He Gui Shigong, had been a serendipitous gift from a friend in his youth. Yet, its difficulty rendered it challenging to master. Uncle had previously attempted to teach it to several individuals, but none had succeeded. I now pass this technique on to you. But whether you can master it is contingent upon your own capabilities, Uncle stated, and without waiting for Li Qingshan's response, he began to convey the method. The technique itself was not overly complex, consisting solely of a breathing method. However, this breathing exercise was far from simple. It required a meditative visualization of pine trees, cranes, or turtles, ideally all three simultaneously, though achieving this was no small feat. Uncle had practiced for decades, but had never managed to visualize all three at once. As Li Qingshan began to learn and practice, it became apparent that his martial aptitude surpassed that of ordinary individuals, marking him as a prodigy. Consequently, the technique was readily absorbed by him. While learning was one thing, mastering it was another. However, with his exceptional talent and a solid foundation in body refinement, Li Qingshan quickly grasped the essence of the technique. Within a mere hour, he achieved a state of tranquility. Uncle observed this with astonishment, realizing Li Qingshan's extraordinary martial talent. He silently marveled that he had chosen wisely. This technique had originally been gifted to him by a close friend during his youth, who had claimed it was linked to a significant secret concerning the four symbols' sacred land. Uncle, however, had never learned the specifics of this secret. His friend had merely insisted that the technique must be passed down. He had grown old, with descendants unable to carry on the legacy, and now, finally, someone was poised to inherit it. If Li Qingshan had failed to demonstrate any promise, Uncle would have kept this secret hidden. Now, however, witnessing Li Qingshan's potential, he was inclined to share this secret with him, though he decided to wait until Li Qingshan completed his training. After an hour had passed, Li Qingshan exhaled, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. This technique is remarkable, he murmured. having genuinely felt its profound effects. With the initiation of Song He Gue Shi Gong, a mysterious aura began to circulate within him, capable of masking his presence. However, his current level of cultivation limited its effectiveness. Additionally, he sensed something amiss with the technique, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the discrepancy. It was a pity that the Xintian ring lacked spiritual energy, as it could have enhanced his practice. Alas, the foundational effects remained insufficient, and greater power would only manifest at higher levels of mastery. It seems you have gained much from this, Uncle remarked, stroking his beard with a smile. Indeed, I have benefited greatly. Li Qingshan replied with a grin. Thank you, Uncle, for imparting this technique. Uncle chuckled softly before beginning to recount. That was 70 years ago. I was merely in my 20s, brimming with youthful vigor, traversing the world, and fortuitously encountering several friends. Among them was one with whom I shared a profound bond. My sworn brother. One day, he came to me gravely injured, on the brink of death, and entrusted me with this technique. He revealed that it was derived from the four symbols sacred land and held a significant secret. What that secret entailed, he could not divulge, but he urged me to ensure its continuation. My descendants have failed to grasp it, which is why I now pass it on to you. You possess exceptional talent, and perhaps one day, you will uncover its mysteries. The four symbols sacred land? What is that place? Li Qingshan inquired eagerly, having grown up within the confines of his family and remaining largely ignorant of the world beyond. Please enlighten me, Uncle. Uncle regarded Li Qingshan with a curious glance, but dismissed the thought, attributing his ignorance to a lack of familial support. Uncle Air nodded and remarked, the powers in the world are numerous as the stars in the sky, yet each has its own rank and status. The most formidable is the sacred land, followed by the grand sect, and then the various clans. Beneath the clans, there are the first, second, and third-tier powers. Those that fall below the third tier are considered insignificant. Throughout history, spanning thousands of years, there have been 35 sacred lands, most of which have vanished into the annals of time. A millennium ago, the four symbols sacred land reigned supreme, but it was ultimately besieged and obliterated by several other sacred lands. It is said that the four symbols sacred land left behind a legacy, but whether this is true remains unknown. Similar tales abound in the realm, so do not take them too seriously. Is that so? Then, Uncle Air, could you enlighten me on what lies beyond the realm of body refinement? Li Qingshan inquired curiously. And how many powers still exist in the realm? How many sacred lands and grand sects remain? He pressed further, his curiosity insatiable. I possess only a rudimentary understanding of the world's powers. After all, I am merely a humble villager, Uncle Air replied with a wry smile. However, I can certainly share what I know. Please, enlighten me, Uncle Air, Li Qingshan urged, eager for insight. He was utterly unfamiliar with this world. The realm is divided into 9 provinces, a vast expanse where our great Zhou is but a mere speck. Uncle Air began slowly. Li Qingshan learned that they referred to this world as the 9 provinces, each province being immensely large. The Great Zhou is situated in the eastern Luo province, which comprises 5 major nations, Great Yan, Great Zhao, Great Zhou, Southern Barbarians, and Northern Desolation. Among these, Great Zhou is the most powerful, dominating the central plains, while the other 4 nations are scattered around it. Zhangjia village is merely a small mountain village within the territory of Great Zhou. In addition to the 5 major nations, there exist numerous martial powers, though none are classified as sacred lands. No sacred lands? How can that be? Li Qingshan asked, intrigued. Once, there were sacred lands. A millennium ago, the 4 symbols sacred land dominated the northern Luo province, but it was eventually besieged by the sacred lands of other provinces. After a fierce battle, the 4 symbols sacred land was annihilated. Since then, our northern Luo province has been devoid of sacred lands. A sacred land is not merely a title. It symbolizes a level of power. It is said that only those who possess celestial beings can ascend to the status of a sacred land. For 1,000 years, no celestial beings have emerged from our eastern Luo province, hence there are no sacred lands. Do not inquire too much about sacred lands. I know little myself. I am merely an old man awaiting the end of my days. Lacking the knowledge of such matters, Uncle Air said, rolling his eyes with a look of disinterest. Li Qingshan's heart brimmed with questions, yet he knew he could only relinquish his inquiries. After all, it was reasonable for Uncle Air to be uninformed about sacred lands and celestial beings. Li Qingshan was genuinely curious about sacred lands, but he had no means to seek further answers, leaving his questions to linger in his mind. Despite the absence of sacred lands, the grand sects and clans were plentiful and widespread across the nations. The martial arts of this world remained vibrant, and even within the small Zhangjia village, Most villagers practiced martial arts and had trained in some form of combat. Although there were many clans, the mightiest remained the 5 major nations, which possessed both armies and skilled individuals affiliated with the court. Thus, the general security was relatively stable. Uncle Heir assured Li Qingshan not to worry excessively about the martial powers, as they too were suppressed by the court and would not act recklessly. While the number of martial powers was vast, true experts were rare. According to Uncle Heir, the majority of warriors were still in the body refinement stage. For instance, within the army, one only needed to complete the flesh refinement stage to become a formal soldier. The bone refinement stage qualifies one to be a squad leader, managing 10 men, while blood refinement allows for the rank of a 100-man captain, overseeing 100 men. The organ refinement stage enables one to become a 1,000-man commander, and skin refinement grants entry into the ranks of generals. Thus, most members of the army, as well as those in various powers, are still at the body refinement stage. Experts beyond this realm are exceedingly scarce. What lies beyond body refinement? Li Qingshan could not help but ask. I knew you would ask that. Allow me to explain. Uncle Heir chuckled. The body refinement stage is the foundation for warriors. Only upon completing body refinement and achieving its perfection can one aspire to reach the next level. Beyond body refinement, there exist 5 stages: Qi and blood, transformation of strength, true energy, innate, and celestial. Our eastern Luo province has not produced a celestial being in a millennium. Thus, the highest realm we have is the innate stage. As for why celestial beings are absent, I cannot say. In truth, not to mention celestial beings, simply breaking through to the Qi and blood stage qualifies one as a remarkable expert. You know our neighboring Qinglian town? There isn't a single expert in the Qi and blood stage there. I have heard that the top expert in Qinglian town is the chief constable, who has attained the pinnacle of body refinement. Is breaking through to the Qi and blood stage that challenging? Li Qingshan asked, astonished. It is not that the Qi and blood stage is difficult to break through. Rather, each level is challenging to surpass. As one ascends, the barriers become increasingly formidable. We live in a small area with scarce resources, and true experts seldom come here. Even if someone were to reach the Qi and blood stage, they would not remain in Qinglian town. They would surely migrate to more prosperous cities. After all, people aspire to rise, Uncle Heir said with a smile. That I see. Li Qingshan nodded, comprehending the analogy. It's akin to a millionaire emerging from a mountain village, instantly relocating to the city and never returning. Which explains why the village remains devoid of millionaires. Their conversation continued for over 2 hours, and the afternoon slipped away unnoticed. However, Li Qingshan gained considerable knowledge about the outside world from Uncle Heir. It was unfortunate that Uncle Heir, having aged, had not descended the mountain in years. The information he possessed was largely outdated, gleaned from the idle chatter of other villagers. As for its accuracy, even Uncle Heir himself could not be certain. Nevertheless, thanks to Uncle Heir's insights, Li Qingshan acquired a broader understanding of this world. He discovered that, besides martial artists, there existed malevolent spirits and supernatural beings. However, both the malevolent spirits and supernatural beings were scarce, and some individuals might go their entire lives without encountering them. Thus, Uncle Heir advised Li Qingshan not to overly concern himself with these entities. Having lived over 90 years, Uncle Heir had encountered malevolent spirits only a few times, demonstrating that one needed luck to encounter such beings. Malevolent spirits do not appear during the day but may manifest in desolate areas at night, so avoiding night travel significantly enhances safety. In Li Qingshan's understanding, malevolent spirits were akin to ghosts. He had heard ghost stories throughout his life, but had never encountered a ghost himself, perhaps due to his good fortune. I must return to rest. My old bones can hardly withstand it, Uncle Heir said wearily. After all, he was over 90 years old, and his vitality was waning. Time waits for no one. Li Qingshan personally escorted Uncle Heir back home before returning to his own courtyard. Yet, upon approaching the yard, he discovered a throng of villagers gathered there. Li has arrived. Mr. Li, we honor your noble deeds. Please accept our bow, the villagers exclaimed as they knelt before Li Qingshan. Please rise, everyone. What is the meaning of this? Li Qingshan quickly responded. Come, my fellow villagers, please stand and speak. Zhang Hu rushed over to assist the kneeling villagers. Then, with a face full of gratitude, he addressed Li Qingshan. Brother, everyone has learned about the situation and knows you intend to help us earn a living. The villagers are deeply moved, so they have come to express their gratitude. In truth, even without Zhang Hu's explanation, Li Qingshan could surmise the villagers' intentions. However, with Zhang Hu's clarification, he felt even more assured. The villagers held immense gratitude for Li Qingshan. Zhangjia village had suffered from poverty for many years. It was not that the villagers did not wish to work hard and prosper, but rather that they lacked the opportunity and resources. Now that a chance had finally arisen, with Li Qingshan willing to provide them with a means to earn, how could they not be grateful? Although the villagers of Zhangjia village lacked formal education, they were quite astute. They understood well the value of the goods Li Qingshan offered, high quality and reasonably priced. After purchasing them at a low cost, they could easily turn a profit, allowing them to achieve small fortunes. For Zhangjia village, this was a tremendous boon, which is why many villagers voluntarily came to express their thanks to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, after much persuasion, finally managed to convince the villagers to leave. Once they departed, the village chief, Zhang Yin, approached him with a face full of embarrassment and said, "Mr. Li, there is still one matter for which I need your assistance." Curious, Li Qingshan inquired, "What is it that you need help with?" Zhang Yin replied, somewhat bashfully, "I had initially underestimated the situation. After discussing the prospect of commerce with the villagers, they were all quite receptive. However, since none of us have experience in trade, I find myself rather confused about the collaborative methods you previously mentioned. Would you be so kind as to clarify them for me once more?" At this point, his face was flushed with shame. Li Qingshan chuckled softly and responded, "Ah, I see. This is a trivial matter. It is entirely understandable that the village chief, having no prior experience in business, might be bewildered by these concepts. I have a solution." As he spoke, Li Qingshan began to rummage through his backpack. Appearing to retrieve items in reality, however, he was accessing his storage space, using the backpack merely as a disguise. He produced a ballpoint pen and a small notebook. Opening the notebook, he began to write in a script known as small seal, which he recognized as suitable for this context. While he was somewhat unfamiliar with small seal, he managed to write, albeit slowly. The villagers gathered around, their astonishment palpable. Both the notebook and the ballpoint pen were extraordinary items to them. It was their first encounter with such tools. While the notebook could be understood, the pen left them in awe, for their world had only known the brush, with no other writing instruments in existence. The pen, however, required no ink. How remarkable it was for a scion of a prominent family to possess such treasures. As Zhang Yin focused intently on the words being inscribed, he, though of average capability, was the village chief and possessed a certain level of education. Upon reading Li Qingshan's writing, he realized that it contained a comprehensive business plan. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhang Yin felt as though he had come upon a priceless treasure. Though Li Qingshan himself lacked experience in commerce, the vastness of his knowledge as a modern individual provided him with a foundational understanding of business operations. He synthesized the circumstances of Zhangjia village and composed a set of regulations. The village merely needed to adhere to this model. The content was divided into two main sections, one focused on organizing manpower and the other on the mechanics of trade. Mastering these two aspects would enable Zhangjia village to initiate a corporate operational model. After an extensive half-hour of writing, Li Qingshan finally concluded, "Village chief, please take a look and feel free to ask me any questions you may have." Exhaling deeply, he handed the notebook to Zhang Yin. Li Qingshan held Zhangjia village in high regard, for the mountains were abundant with treasures, and he intended to harness these resources. Furthermore, the government's control over this mountainous region was notably feeble, and the local powers regarded it as inconsequential. Allowing Li Qingshan to establish a firm foothold here, Zhangjia village, thus, gained newfound significance for him. The method of control was straightforward. Ensure that the villagers could never detach themselves from Li Qingshan. Should they develop any disloyalty, cutting off their supply of resources would spell their demise. Once the villagers experienced the benefits Li Qingshan provided and enjoyed a prosperous life, would they willingly return to a life of poverty? This was a calculated strategy. Even if his distant uncle discerned his intentions, it would be of no consequence. Zhang Yin examined the notebook, asking numerous questions. After a considerable time, he exclaimed joyfully, "I understand now. Thanks to your guidance, Mr. Li, I would have been utterly lost without it." The village chief was genuinely elated, for he had finally grasped the operational procedures. Eager to put the recorded methods to the test, he hesitated, asking, "Is this notebook truly a precious gift?" Li Qingshan, fully aware of the implications, laughed heartily and replied, "If you cherish it, consider it a gift. Not only the notebook but this pen is also yours." In this world, such stationery was indeed a rare treasure, yet in Li Qingshan's own world, it was merely commonplace. He had no qualms about giving it away and had previously contemplated that stationery could thrive in this era. If modern writing instruments were introduced into this world for trade, the profits would be substantial. Having received the gifted notebook and pen, the village chief was overjoyed, feeling as though he had struck gold. Li Qingshan smiled and produced several more ballpoint pens and notebooks from his backpack, offering them to Zhang Yan. Here are additional supplies for your use. You will need them for extensive record-keeping. Thank you so much, Zhang Yan exclaimed, recognizing the value of these items and vowing to utilize them wisely. With his arms full of treasures, the village chief soon took his leave, for there remained much work to be done. Zhang Hu, feeling the weight of responsibility, nervously spoke up, "Brother, we are still uncertain about what tasks we should undertake." Zhang Hu was under considerable pressure, anxious about his ability to perform well. "Do not fret. The tasks required of you are quite straightforward. I will teach you once, and you shall understand." Li Qingshan reassured them. "I asked, there's something specific you need to teach us?" Zhang Hu asked, curiosity piqued. "Indeed, it pertains to numbers." Li Qingshan replied earnestly. "In this world, the script was small seal, and Arabic numerals had yet to make an appearance. Thus, the process of accounting would prove to be rather cumbersome." Li Qingshan intended to teach them how to keep records. "By the way, gather your children and women. I will conduct a lesson," he added. Realizing that teaching one person was akin to teaching many, he invited Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao's families to join. After all, the concepts of numbers and basic accounting were accessible to all, regardless of age or gender. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao were quite pleased and hurried home to call their families. Unexpectedly, the word spread swiftly among the families, and soon, not only did the families of Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao arrive, but also Zhang Kuei's family, albeit with some trepidation about being turned away by Li Qingshan. "Since you are here, you may as well join in the lesson," Li Qingshan said with a smile. Teaching numbers posed little challenge. However, imparting simplified Chinese characters was strictly off-limits due to the packaging of numerous items he planned to introduce later, which bore simplified characters. Thus, while teaching numbers would not pose any issues, it was imperative to refrain from sharing simplified characters. Li Qingshan prepared a small blackboard for the lesson, ample for the task at hand. Upon hearing the news, the village chief, who had already departed, rushed back. "Mr. Li, may I join the lesson as well?" he asked eagerly. "Certainly, everyone take a seat, and I will teach you all together," Li Qingshan replied. The village chief and the others quickly entered and found their places. Those with benches sat, while others made do with the ground. Unconcerned about the dirt, Li Qingshan began to write on the blackboard, explaining as he went, "These are numbers, referred to as Li's numbers, invented by my ancestors. The digits are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Learning these numbers was relatively simple, yet for the group before him, the sight of such uncomplicated digits was nothing short of astonishing. They could hardly fathom that numbers could be inscribed in such a manner. While the small seal numerals had already been simplified to an extent, they paled in comparison to the modern numerical system. With this modern numerical system, bookkeeping would become immensely simpler. Li Qingshan even humorously referred to these numerals as Li's numbers. Knowing full well that no one in this world could contest it, given the absence of Arabic numerals, to Li Qingshan's surprise, as commerce expanded, the concept of Li's numbers gradually spread, and within a few years, the common folk of Dongluishao began to adopt them widely. While learning the numbers was straightforward, the challenges lay in mastering arithmetic and the intricacies of bookkeeping. Li Qingshan harbored no desire to become a teacher. Thus, he impulsively inscribed all the knowledge he wished to impart onto a small blackboard. It would be ideal if the attendees could grasp the concepts on sight. Otherwise, they would have to rely on the blackboard to learn gradually on their own. "Well, that will be all for today. You may return now, and we shall discuss further matters tomorrow." Li Qingshan observed the encroaching night, realizing it was time to conclude the gathering. The attendees, snapping back to reality, rose promptly and bowed deeply before him, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for your instruction," they chorused in unison, fully aware of the immense value of the knowledge Li Qingshan had shared. While the children might not grasp its significance, the adults certainly understood its worth, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for his selfless teaching. "We are all acquaintances here. There's no need for such formality. You should head back now. The children must be quite hungry and it's time for dinner." "I also need to step out to check on my caravan's arrival," Li Qingshan remarked casually. "Mr. Li, do you require us to send more hands to assist?" the village chief eagerly inquired, wishing to mobilize the villagers to repay Li Qingshan's kindness. "No need for that. My caravan prefers to avoid outsiders. Their presence would only complicate matters," Li Qingshan replied with sincerity. Upon hearing this, the village chief's mind began to conjecture. He speculated that Li Qingshan's caravan must harbor certain secrets that necessitated discretion, hence his refusal of assistance. Thus, it seemed best to adhere to Li Qingshan's wishes. "In that case, we shall take our leave," the village chief said with a smile. However, an idea sparked within Li Qingshan. Prompting him to grasp the village chief's arm, "I have a proposal. I wish to construct a new courtyard in Zhangja village," he announced. The current courtyard was merely functional, lacking in utility, and Li Qingshan held little regard for the existing structures in the village. He felt the necessity to build a new courtyard, or rather, a completely new warehouse. Without a large warehouse, future collaboration with Zhangja village would prove challenging. Chapter 52. Are you willing to be a shield? No problem at all. Constructing a courtyard is certainly feasible, the village chief confidently asserted, thumping his chest. While Zhangja village may lack in other areas, they still possessed ample land. Therefore, agreeing to Li Qingshan's request was a straightforward decision. Pleased with the village chief's response, Li Qingshan recognized that the subsequent construction would be significantly simplified. Nevertheless, the villagers' cooperation would still be essential for the building process. Fortunately, Li Qingshan had an abundance of materials such as steel and cement for construction, alleviating any concerns the villagers might have had. The village chief paused to discuss the building plans with Li Qingshan, and soon they reached an agreement. Li Qingshan intended to build the new structure on a vacant plot near the village entrance. Given the poor condition of the village roads, it would be more suitable to establish the new courtyard at the entrance. Moreover, the existing structures in the village occupied considerable land, leaving little room for larger constructions. Li Qingshan envisioned creating a more substantial fortress on the open land, intended not only as a warehouse but also as a stronghold. Although the martial prowess in this world was formidable, a fortress constructed of concrete and steel would not be easily breached by mere flesh and blood. Furthermore, such a stronghold would enable the defenders to utilize firearms, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. This notion remained unspoken, swirling quietly in Li Qingshan's mind, yet the site for the new construction could be firmly established. The land would not require any financial expenditure on Li Qingshan's part. As long as the village chief consented, it would be sufficient. Thus, the rural setting held its own advantages. Such arrangements would be far more complicated in an urban environment. After finalizing their plans, the village chief and the others departed. Once Li Qingshan ensured the area was devoid of onlookers, he hurried back to the courtyard and retrieved a multitude of items from his storage space. In a short time, the courtyard was filled with various household goods. Leaving Li Qingshan's storage nearly emptied, he estimated that these supplies would suffice for the near future, although replenishment would eventually be necessary. After waiting for half an hour, Li Qingshan proceeded to Zhang Hu's home to summon Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Zhang Hu was astonished by the sheer volume of items present. However, he refrained from asking questions, merely assuring Li Qingshan that he would safeguard the goods. Li Qingshan then meticulously guided the two on how to inventory the items and maintain the accounts. Before long, the task was accomplished. Li Qingshan had no intention of lingering, as the living conditions here were rather unsatisfactory. He preferred the comfort of his residence in the Blue Star world. He quickly found a room to rest and informed Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao that he intended to enter seclusion for cultivation, instructing them not to disturb him under any circumstances. Zhang Hu readily agreed. Li Qingshan locked the door behind him and transported himself back to the Blue Star world, reappearing in the study of his villa. The comfort of having his own villa was undeniable, making travel between worlds much more convenient. Without a personal residence, such journeys would be far less manageable. He checked his phone, which displayed numerous missed calls and messages. One of the most significant was from his parents. Li Qingshan could only call them back to explain that he was on a business trip in the countryside, where the signal was poor. Thus, he had not been attentive to his phone. The advancements in communication technology, though beneficial, could also complicate matters, as was evident in this situation. And no matter where Li Qingshan went, his phone would inevitably be inundated with calls from his parents. This issue would likely worsen in the future, necessitating preemptive communication with them and relevant parties. He had already devised an excuse, claiming he was on a business trip in the mountains, where the signal was inadequate for phone calls. The veracity of this statement would be unprovable, thus it sufficed. Emerging from the study, Li Qingshan noted that his villa appeared significantly cleaner than before, with the air noticeably fresher. Someone had evidently tidied up. He surmised that the property management had arranged for cleaning services, although it was not the housekeeper, who was scheduled to come for an interview the following day. Only upon passing the interview would she receive a key to begin her duties. Setting his phone aside, he gazed at the emptiness of the villa, feeling a fleeting sense of solitude envelop him. Li Qingshan furrowed his brow, disliking this sensation. He picked up his phone and scrolled through his contacts, ultimately messaging the flight attendant Xia Bing to see if she might be available. However, he received an automatic reply indicating she was at work. Curiously, he decided to message Tang Muxue instead. "Miss Tang? What are you up to?" he inquired, half-jokingly. After sending the message, Li Qingshan couldn't help but smirk at his own actions. He had previously claimed not to dwell on thoughts of this enchanting woman. Yet here he was, reaching out to her. To his surprise, Tang Mushua replied promptly, "Mr. Li, could you do me a favor?" She asked, and of course, he responded with a smile, "My family has arranged a blind date for me. And I can't refuse that. I was wondering if you would be willing to act as a shield." Tang Mushua found herself dining at a secluded restaurant in Paris that evening, where only one couple occupied a table. The man seated across from her was strikingly handsome, yet considerably older than she. His demeanor exuded a sense of stability, characteristic of a domineering figure. Zhang Tianqing, the heir to the Zhang group, came from a family as formidable as the Tang family. Having known each other since childhood, they were essentially childhood friends. However, Zhang Tianqing had spent many years abroad, and their paths had diverged until his return, when he promptly began pursuing Tang Mushua. Her family had also approved of this courtship, placing Tang Mushua in a rather difficult position. Chapter 53. Zhang Tianqing's malice. Zhang Tianqing's attributes were exemplary, likely making him the dream suitor for countless young women. Yet, the affections of others did not guarantee Tang Mushua's interest. Zhang Tianqing simply was not her type. Given their long acquaintance, had Tang Mushua been inclined to like him, they would have been together long. It was precisely due to a lack of affection that they never came together. As for Zhang Tianqing in the past, he did not regard Tang Mushua with any particular interest. However, upon his return this year, he was astounded to discover how strikingly beautiful Tang Mushua had become. Zhang Tianqing was 7 or 8 years older than Tang Mushua, and during his adulthood, she was still a young girl, which naturally precluded him from harboring any romantic feelings for her at the time. Yet now, Tang Mushua had blossomed into the most enchanting and alluring phase of her life, and Zhang Tianqing found himself utterly captivated by her. Unfortunately, Tang Mushua did not reciprocate his feelings. Although durians are expensive, there remains a significant number of individuals who do not appreciate their taste. Zhang Tianqing possessed commendable qualities, handsome, wealthy, and from a respectable family, yet Tang Mushua simply did not have an affinity for him. It was as straightforward as that. However, Tang Mushua's parents had a fondness for Zhang Tianqing. Despite the considerable age difference, they viewed the union of the Zhang and Tang families as a perfect match. The families were well matched in status, and with the pressure of parental matchmaking, it became awkward for Zhang Tianqing to refuse, especially since they had known each other since childhood. While Tang Mushua was caught in a dilemma, contemplating how to reject him, a text from Li Qingshan arrived. At that moment, she felt a flicker of hope. Recalling her best friend Lin Xue's words, she remembered that Li Qingshan was quite skilled. Since he was adept, he would likely not shy away from complications, so she decided to enlist Li Qingshan's assistance. Thus, Tang Mushua sent a message to Li Qingshan, inquiring whether he had the courage to act as her shield. This matter was to be conducted openly, without deceiving Li Qingshan. She entrusted the decision to him. "You want me to be your shield?" Li Qingshan scoffed. Had it been the old Li Qingshan, he would have been foolish to agree to such a role. A shield was not something even a dog would accept. However, now, he found himself intrigued. For a sycophant, playing the role of a shield would only lead to misfortune. Yet for someone of his caliber, it presented an interesting game, one that piqued his interest. "Very well, let us play," Li Qingshan mused to himself. After pondering, he replied with a message. "Sure, where are you?" Tang Mushua smiled upon reading the message and promptly informed Li Qingshan of her location. Had it been an ordinary man, she would never have sent such a message, for no commonplace individual could possibly rival Zhang Tianqing. Yet, perhaps Li Qingshan held a modicum of potential. Thus, she made her decision. Setting her phone down, she turned to Zhang Tianqing with a resigned expression. "Tianqing, I must apologize. The truth is, I am already in a relationship and have a boyfriend, so we cannot continue as we are." "That cannot be. Your parents told me you were still single, that you had never dated anyone," Zhang Tianqing replied incredulously. "We only recently established our relationship, so I haven't had the chance to inform my parents yet. Your pursuit of me caught me off guard, but after much contemplation, I felt it necessary to be honest with you about this matter. You're not deceiving me, are you?" Zhang Tianqing questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. He simply could not believe that Tang Mushua had a boyfriend, and my boyfriend is on his way. He should arrive shortly. "You will believe me then," Tang Mushua stated calmly. "Very well, I shall await the opportunity to meet your boyfriend. I am curious to see what sort of man has taken you from me," Zhang Tianqing replied earnestly. A chill coursed through him. He could not allow the woman he desired to be claimed by another. Anyone who dared to take his woman would face dire consequences. Zhang Tianqing was not as refined as he appeared on the surface. During his years abroad, he had experienced much, including taking lives. In fact, among the second-generation wealthy, It was the wastrels who posed the least threat. It was individuals like Zhang Tianqing, who wielded power and intellect, that were truly dangerous, for they possessed both influence and cunning. Tang Muxue had been deceived by Zhang Tianqing's exterior. She did not believe he would truly resort to harming Li Qingshan. At most, he might cause a minor inconvenience. Such trivial issues should not pose much of a problem for Li Qingshan. Yet, unforeseen events often transpired in moments of casual disregard. Finally, Li Qingshan arrived. As he pushed open the door, Tang Muxue's eyes lit up with surprise. She had genuinely worried that he might not show up. Now, however, he was finally here. A glimmer of excitement danced in her eyes, a mix of truth and pretense. "I'm here," Tang Muxue announced, rising to greet him with a smile and a wave. Li Qingshan, upon spotting Tang Muxue, approached with a grin. This evening, Tang Muxue had donned a lovely black dress, meticulously styled to be exceptionally alluring. For a fleeting moment, Li Qingshan's gaze was captivated. As he reached Tang Muxue, he boldly wrapped his arms around her waist. Tang Muxue stiffened, utterly unprepared for such an advance. However, in front of Zhang Tianqing, she felt compelled to endure and play along. Otherwise, the charade could not continue. "You being naughty, going out alone with a man. You're making me feel jealous," Li Qingshan remarked, feigning displeasure. "But he is Zhang Tianqing, my childhood friend. We've known each other forever, as I mentioned before." "Please don't be upset," Tang Muxue replied sweetly. The two appeared as an authentic couple, showcasing the innate talent women possess for theatrics. Zhang Tianqing's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging as he glared at Li Qingshan with an undercurrent of hostility. "I am Zhang Tianqing, general manager of the Zhang Group and the eldest son of the Zhang family. I am also Tang Muxue's suitor. I don't know who you are, but are you certain you wish to involve yourself in this matter? The union between Tang Muxue and myself is supported by both our families. Are you sure you want to proceed?" Zhang Tianqing spoke slowly. Indeed, Zhang Tianqing's words were heavy with authority, capable of subduing an ordinary person with a single utterance. "I love Muxue sincerely. Her heart belongs to me. Are you certain you wish to continue pursuing her?" Li Qingshan replied calmly. The impact of his words rendered Zhang Tianqing's expression dark and tumultuous. The weight of such a statement was immensely distressing, filling him with a sense of revulsion. The woman he cherished had affections for another man, and the feeling was unbearable. Zhang Tianqing was somewhat obsessive. He could not abide the thought of his woman being drawn to another. The mere idea of Tang Muxue being close to the man before him ignited a murderous rage within him. Li Qingshan smirked, reveling in the discomfort he was causing. "You have quite the audacity, not knowing which family I belong to?" Zhang Tianqing inquired, his curiosity piqued. Li Qingshan's presence was unfamiliar to him, and Zhang Tianqing felt the need to ascertain his background. Knowing the enemy's details was crucial for strategizing his next move. Unlike the typical wastrel, Zhang Tianqing was intelligent and formidable, with abundant resources at his disposal, making him a dangerous adversary. However, Li Qingshan was unfazed. Should Zhang Tianqing choose to engage in civil discourse, he would oblige, but should he resort to underhanded tactics, Li Qingshan would not hesitate to eliminate him. Though he was concerned about the ramifications of his actions. Taking a life was not daunting for him. "I know what you're getting at. I am just an ordinary person, from ordinary parents, and I have been divorced, though I have no children. However, Tang Muxue has feelings for me. So I'm afraid she is my woman now. I kindly ask you to keep your distance from her, as your actions will not sit well with me. Tang Muxue will not reciprocate your affections." Li Qingshan stated matter-of-factly. Li Qingshan's instincts had sharpened significantly since achieving mastery in his physical training. He could sense the murderous intent emanating from Zhang Tianqing, especially given the harshness of his words. Thus, he felt no obligation to grant Zhang Tianqing any courtesy. Tang Muxue looked at Li Qingshan in astonishment, surprised by his boldness and fiery demeanor. Yet, she could not deny that his assertive approach had garnered her admiration. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings for Li Qingshan deepened. "You see, this is my boyfriend. His temper isn't the best. By the way, my grandfather is aware of our relationship and was the one who introduced us. So, you needn't worry about my affairs. We will handle them ourselves. Zhang Tianqing, I must apologize, but I will take my leave now." Tang Muxue stood, her expression apologetic. "Very well, we shall converse again at a later time." Zhang Tianqing replied, his demeanor composed yet simmering with unspoken tension. Zhang Tianqing remarked with a smile, though his heart simmered with rage. He nonetheless maintained the poise befitting his character. "Shall we proceed?" Li Qingshan stated, as he directly took Tang Muxue's delicate hand in his own. Her hand, so fair and tender, felt exquisitely comfortable within his grasp. and a hint of intoxication graced Li Qingshan's countenance. Tang Muxue cast an exasperated glance at Li Qingshan. Yet she did not resist, for Zhang Tianqing was still present. Observing the pair depart hand in hand, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Zhang Tianqing. He was genuinely contemplating taking a life. However, he was not a fool. He would not act without first discerning the circumstances. Unfamiliar with Li Qingshan's identity and background, he refrained from making any rash moves. Yet, should he discover that Li Qingshan was merely an ordinary man, he would not hesitate to strike. What if I were to kill him? Would that suffice? Li Qingshan suddenly proposed as they reached the doorway. Why would you bring that up out of the blue? Are you truly contemplating murder? Tang Muxue shot him a disapproving look. Li Qingshan chuckled lightly and replied earnestly, I sense his murderous intent directed towards me. If he intends to confront me, then I shall retaliate. I am not jesting. Perhaps I should return and clarify matters. I feel as though I have escalated this situation. Tang Muxue furrowed her brow, realizing her own impulsiveness. She had initially thought only of extricating herself from the arranged meeting, believing in Li Qingshan's formidable abilities to ensure her safety. However, she now recognized that the situation had spiraled beyond her control. It is futile now. Even if you were to return and explain, it would be in vain, for I have already said what I did. Of course, I merely spoke in jest. We live in a civilized society, and he is unlikely to commit random acts of violence. Li Qingshan smiled reassuringly. Tang Muxue exhaled softly and murmured, just be cautious. I genuinely regret having called you here. She had fully grasped the gravity of her mistake. Summoning Li Qingshan had complicated matters. Unless she was willing to marry Zhang Tianqing, resolving this predicament would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, any man would find it hard to accept Li Qingshan's earlier remarks. Do not overthink it. If he does not seek trouble with me, I shall not pursue him. Should he provoke me, it would be his loss. Li Qingshan replied with a grin. Aren't you at all afraid? Tang Muxue inquired curiously. Do you even know who he is? The scion of the Tang family, whose wealth amounts to hundreds of billions. You truly do not fear the repercussions of antagonizing such a lineage? Tang Muxue probed, tentatively. Even if he possesses a fortune in the trillions, he still has but one life. Li Qingshan responded with casual ease. Tang Muxue, astute as she was, quickly understood the underlying message in his words. And no matter how wealthy Zhang Tianqing may be, he possessed only a single life. One that Li Qingshan could extinguish. Oh, not act recklessly, Tang Muxue urged. Very well, I assure you I will not. However, you must compensate me. Your phone call summoned me here, yet I have yet to eat. Li Qingshan remarked, patting his stomach. All right then, I shall treat you to a meal. What would you like to eat? Tang Muxue offered. How about barbecue? I know a fantastic barbecue restaurant that I haven't visited in quite some time. I am craving it, Li Qingshan replied with a smile. Chapter 55. No more simpering. May I release your hand now? Tang Muxue said with exasperation, for even at that moment, Li Qingshan continued to hold her hand. She had endured it long enough, but Li Qingshan had grown increasingly audacious, beginning to toy with her hand. That was crossing the line. Li Qingshan chuckled softly and, without further insistence, released her hand. Where is the barbecue restaurant you mentioned? And how shall we get there? Will we need to take a vehicle? Tang Muxue inquired. You can ride in my car, have your bodyguards follow behind in another vehicle, if that is acceptable, Li Qingshan suggested. That works, Tang Muxue nodded, pulling out her phone to send a text instructing her bodyguards to follow. How did you know I have bodyguards? Tang Muxue suddenly realized, surprised. Her bodyguards were not constantly by her side. At least, they were not visible now. However, she had a group of undercover bodyguards, yet they were not closely trailing her, especially while she walked hand in hand with Li Qingshan. I can sense their presence. Li Qingshan replied with a smile. His perceptive abilities were quite formidable, especially when it came to ordinary individuals like her bodyguards, who were mere mortals in his eyes. He could easily locate them. Are you also a practitioner of martial arts? Tang Muxue asked in a manner of speaking. Li Qingshan nodded. What sect do you belong to, and what is your current level of mastery? Tang Muxue inquired further. That is a question I cannot easily answer, Li Qingshan admitted with a hint of reluctance. Before Tang Muxue could press further, he continued. I have only trained under my master, so I do not belong to any particular sect. As for my level, it is difficult to quantify, but I am certainly much stronger than the female martial artist by your side. Are you referring to Lin Ziyue? You know she is also a martial artist? Tang Muxue exclaimed in surprise. Of course, I am aware. There is a distinct difference between those who practice martial arts and ordinary people. In truth, I have yet to interact with any other martial artists. I have some questions I would like to pose to her, should the opportunity arise, Li Qingshan stated. That sounds great. I agree. It would be perfect for you both to exchange insights, Tang Muxue replied cheerfully. She was aware that Lin Ziyue harbored considerable curiosity about Li Qingshan and had numerous questions for him. This arrangement would be ideal. Li Qingshan, too, was intrigued by Lin Ziyue, or rather, the martial arts system of the Blue Star world. He wondered what level of martial prowess had been attained in the Blue Star realm. Did martial artists from Blue Star possess formidable strength as well? However, the only martial artist Li Qingshan had encountered thus far was Lin Ziyue. While Tang Muxue's bodyguards could not be classified as true martial artists, they were merely practitioners, slightly stronger than ordinary individuals, but incomparable to actual martial artists. My car has arrived. Please get in. Li Qingshan opened the door for Tang Muxue. She did not disdain the seemingly inferior vehicle and promptly took her seat in the passenger side. Li Qingshan entered the car, and they set off. How do you intend to explain this to your parents? Li Qingshan asked with a grin. Tang Muxue was momentarily taken aback, puzzled about what she needed to explain to her parents. However, she soon realized that it pertained to Li Qingshan. Zhang Tianqing likely won't disclose anything, right? Tang Muxue said, lacking confidence. She was uncertain whether Zhang Tianqing would mention Li Qingshan. Even if he chooses to remain silent, your bodyguards would not? When I appeared, your parents might already be inquiring about my background. Li Qingshan replied with a smile. Tang Muxue bit her lip, acutely aware of the likelihood of Li Qingshan's assertion. Perhaps her parents were already investigating his origins. This is so frustrating, she lamented weakly. You should not fret about finding a match. Why worry over such trivialities? Li Qingshan questioned, puzzled. I am not concerned about finding a partner. There are many men who wish to marry me. But does their desire to marry me guarantee that I will actually wed them? Tang Muxue retorted, displeased. I comprehend. You are right. Without love, one can simply forego marriage. Li Qingshan nodded. He understood Tang Muxue's sentiments, recalling a certain heiress from Waha who had remained unmarried despite a plethora of suitors. She too faced the absence of genuine love, lacking a suitable companion. They were all individuals with their own desires. Ordinary people might consider compromising, but those of their stature would not settle for a marriage devoid of affection. Tang Muxue was likely in a similar predicament. Moreover, for the second-generation elite, finding true love proved even more challenging. They were confined to searching for partners within their own social circles, and suitable candidates were few and far between. Once they found none to their liking, complications ensued. They generally did not seek spouses from outside their circles due to vast disparities in conditions. Marriages between mismatched backgrounds rarely resulted in happiness. It seems you have a tough road ahead. If all else fails, you could always marry me. Li Qingshan jested half-heartedly. Please refrain from making such jokes in the future. They are inappropriate, Tang Muxue gently admonished. She sensed a hint of seriousness in Li Qingshan's tone when he spoke, prompting her to firmly caution him against harboring any notions of pursuing her. While she was somewhat intrigued by him, he was not the type of man who stirred her heart. Setting aside the fact that he had been married before, she found his age to be somewhat unsuitable. She preferred not to entertain men significantly older than herself. Of course, Tang Muxue was still a connoisseur of beauty, and Li Qingshan's appearance did not quite evoke her interest. Though he was handsome, he fell short of her ideal. After that, the two fell into a comfortable silence. As Li Qingshan was not one to indulge in sycophancy. Earlier, I served as a shield, merely indulging in a moment of leisure with Li Qingshan. However, to expect him to act as a sycophant for Tang Muxue is utterly inconceivable. Since Tang Muxue holds no interest in him, it is best to let matters rest here. Nevertheless, Li Qingshan finds himself in no unfavorable position, for he is being treated to a barbecue by a beautiful woman. Upon arrival, he inquired, "Are you accustomed to dining at this barbecue stall? What is there to be unaccustomed to? During my university days, I frequently joined my roommates for meals at such stalls. How nostalgic." Tang Muxue replied with a smile. Then it seems we've come to the right place today. Li Qingshan nodded with a grin. After parking the car, the two exited, with Li Qingshan consciously maintaining a distance from Tang Muxue. Observing him keep a meter's distance, Tang Muxue felt an inexplicable twinge of discomfort. Such is the nature of women. Chapter 56. Why did you get divorced? Li Gu, it has been ages since your last visit. A strikingly beautiful woman greeted Li Qingshan as he approached the barbecue stall. This lovely proprietress, named Lin Qinya, is the owner of the establishment. It is said that she is a widow, independently raising her daughter while running this barbecue shop. With her beauty and exceptional culinary skills, her stall enjoys remarkable business. 3 years prior, Li Qingshan fortuitously dined here and developed a fondness for the place. The proprietress not only possesses charm but also ensures the quality of ingredients and the delectable flavors of the food. Regular patrons frequent this stall, and although Li Qingshan visits only occasionally, Li Qingshan remembers him well. I recently went through a divorce and took a solo hiking trip to clear my mind. I just returned a few days ago, Li Qingshan said with a smile, no longer troubled by the matter of his divorce. Lin Qinya paused momentarily, unsure of how to respond. She had met Li Qingshan's ex-wife, Lin Dongxue, once and knew her to be a stunning yet discerning woman. The woman named Xie Meilan had visited the stall only once, making numerous critical remarks about the establishment before never returning. Lin Qinya understood that the woman deemed the stall too lowly for her taste, which is why Li Qingshan had since dined alone when craving barbecue. Out with the old, in with the new. With your qualities, you can surely find someone even better, Lin Qinya remarked with a smile. Turning to Tang Muxue, she asked, and who is this beautiful lady? This is my friend, Tang Muxue. I was craving barbecue and brought her along for company. Do not misconstrue it as anything romantic. Li Qingshan explained with a chuckle. Lin Qinya nodded in understanding and warmly welcomed them. This table is for you. It's a quieter spot, so what would you like to eat today? She inquired. I'll have 50 skewers of beef, 50 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of squid, 10 servings of grilled oysters, 20 skewers of chicken, 10 skewers of chicken kidneys, 20 skewers of pork belly, 10 skewers of grilled cauliflower, and 10 skewers of grilled mushrooms. That should suffice for me, Li Qingshan stated. As for you, feel free to order what you desire. The items I mentioned are simply my personal favorites. Choose according to your taste, he added, directing his attention to Tang Muxue. Tang Muxue was taken aback. Can you consume all that by yourself? She asked in astonishment. Not only was Tang Muxue surprised, but Lin Qinya was equally taken aback. Li Qingshan had never ordered such a large quantity during his previous visits, typically spending no more than 30 to 50 yuan on barbecue. This was the first time he had ordered so much. Lin Qinya gently advised, oldly, perhaps you should consider ordering less. You need not order so much all at once. If business picks up later, it may be too late to order more. Rest assured, I can manage it. Previously, I refrained from ordering due to financial constraints, but today, I am in a position to indulge, Li Qingshan explained with a smile. Lin Qinya finally understood but still harbored some concern, as the quantity he ordered was indeed excessive for one person. However, given that Li Qingshan seemed confident, she refrained from further persuasion. After a moment's thought, Tang Muxue spoke up, then I will have 10 skewers of lamb and 10 skewers of beef, to start with. Her appetite was modest, and she was quite selective, unsure of the quality of the food here. So, she decided to order conservatively for her first visit. All right, please wait a moment. By the way, do you enjoy spicy food? Lin Qinya asked Tang Muxue. Knowing that Li Qingshan preferred non-spicy food, she inquired, what flavor do you enjoy? Tang Muxue asked, pointing at Li Qingshan. I prefer a honey glaze, with a hint of sweetness and mild spiciness, he replied with a smile. Then I shall have the same. Tang Muxue responded cheerfully. Certainly, just a moment. It will be ready shortly, Lin Qinya said with a smile. This barbecue shop is quite popular, Tang Muxue observed, glancing around at the bustling patrons. It was evident that business thrived here, with many returning customers. The proprietress was reliable, using fresh ingredients, and the quality of the food was apparent. Moreover, the grilling skills were commendable, especially the seasoning, which was quite delicious. In the past, Lin Qinya had personally handled the grilling, which was even better, but as her business grew, she employed 2 cooks to manage the grilling while she focused on customer service. Fortunately, the cooks were skilled, and the flavoring remained unchanged, ensuring the food was still delightful. Li Qingshan explained. Tang Muxue nodded, having merely made casual observations to spark conversation. Truth be told, it had been years since she had visited such street-side eateries. She recalled only going with classmates during university, and since graduating, she had not revisited such establishments. Now, she found herself feeling a tinge of nostalgia, though she remained uncertain about the quality of the food here. By the way, how did your divorce come about? Would you mind sharing? Tang Muxue casually inquired, seeking to fill the silence that could grow tedious. Li Qingshan's expression momentarily turned distant before he slowly began to speak. Well, it's a rather common tale. There's a saying that poverty brings sorrow to a marriage, which perfectly encapsulates our situation. My ex-wife and I were college classmates. She was beautiful and precisely my type. I pursued her for several years, and we became a couple during college, eventually planning our wedding after graduation. In the beginning, we were blissfully happy, free from worries, simply enjoying each other's company. However, as time passed, she became focused on her career, and we agreed to delay having children, as pregnancy would interfere with her work. I acquiesced, as I loved her and was willing to fulfill her requests. Years went by, and as we approached our 30s, we still had no children. I yearned to start a family while we were still young. but she remained opposed. Once, she became pregnant, and I was elated at the prospect of fatherhood, but she secretly terminated the pregnancy. Li Qingshan chuckled, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Chapter 57. A drunken man. This was not the first time she had chosen to end our child's life. This was the second occurrence. Li Qingshan continued, his tone calm, though Tang Mushui noted a flicker of resentment in his eyes. After all, he had the potential to be a father, yet that woman had deprived him of that right. She was selfish, and it was only after the divorce that I came to understand this. Our separation was partly due to my circumstances. I lacked financial stability and ambition, failing to meet her expectations, which led her to refuse to bear my children. By the time we divorced, another man was already pursuing her. Her boss, a billionaire who would chase after her, a woman who had undergone abortions. What could possibly be going through his mind? And as for my ex-wife, could she have been so naive as to believe she had found true love? Li Qingshan scoffed. Tang Mushui was taken aback. Having never anticipated the depth of the story behind Li Qingshan's marriage, I shouldn't have asked you about this, she said apologetically. There's nothing wrong with inquiring. It gives me an opportunity to share. Li Qingshan replied, in truth, I have no one to confide in, so it feels good to express these thoughts to you. You need not worry about me. I am doing well. I should even express my gratitude to my ex-wife. It is because of our divorce that I encountered the benefactors in my life. Otherwise, I would still be an ordinary person, far from the life I lead now. Li Qingshan chuckled and remarked. Have you encountered some noble benefactor? Tang Mushui inquired with genuine curiosity, eager to uncover the identity of this esteemed individual who had crossed paths with Li Qingshan. With a smile, Li Qingshan shook his head and replied. It cannot be divulged. Very well, it seems I should not have asked, Tang Mushui said, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qingshan. Though she was not truly upset, she found the exchange somewhat tedious. So, when did you begin honing your skills? Surely, it wasn't after your divorce that you took up martial arts. If you possessed such formidable prowess prior to your separation, you wouldn't have ended up divorced, would you? She pressed further. Her curiosity about Li Qingshan's background piqued. It cannot be divulged, Li Qingshan reiterated, shaking his head once more. His evasive response nearly exasperated Tang Mushui. I don't need you to tell me. It's clear that you only began training after meeting your benefactor. She huffed, stating her conclusion. Li Qingshan merely smiled, offering no rebuttal, inviting her to speculate further. As the barbecue arrived, the proprietress presented a platter laden with an array of grilled delicacies. Having ordered generously, many items remained uncooked, and what was served initially consisted solely of grilled meat. Accompanying the meat was a large bottle of beverage. Li Qingshan had opted for coconut water instead of alcohol, a choice he particularly enjoyed. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Tang Mushui to exclaim, "It smells delightful. Let me have a taste." She picked up a skewer of grilled meat, took a bite, and exclaimed, delicious, quite delectable indeed. While it was not an earth-shattering experience, having tasted many exquisite dishes before, this barbecue was notably authentic, the tender meat evoking nostalgic memories of her university days spent enjoying barbecues with classmates. It's been so long. This flavor feels so familiar, Li Qingshan remarked as he savored his meal. While Tang Mushui ate with poise, Li Qingshan indulged with abandon, devouring the grilled meat voraciously, leaving little behind. Tang Mushui's appetite was modest. After a few skewers, she gradually ceased eating, primarily due to the generous portion size. Initially, she had expected smaller skewers, but instead, she encountered substantial servings, leaving her satisfied after just a few bites. You should eat more. I'm full, she said softly. Very well, I shall not hold back then. Practitioners of martial arts require hearty appetites. Only when sated can one train effectively, Li Qingshan replied casually, then resumed his hearty consumption. This barbecue is truly delightful. It had been ages since he had enjoyed meat with such enthusiasm, and soon, the entire table's worth of grilled delights was consumed solely by him. Tang Mushui fell silent, observing as Li Qingshan devoured his meal. Having previously learned of Li Qingshan's superior martial prowess compared to Lin Ziyue, her curiosity about him had grown. After hearing Li Qingshan recount his experiences surrounding his divorce, she felt a wave of sympathy for him. Yet, witnessing his carefree demeanor, her perception shifted once more. She recognized that Li Qingshan was a man of formidable inner strength. A failed marriage could not dampen his spirit. The woman who had forsaken him had undoubtedly made a grievous error, one she would surely regret in time. Tang Mushui mused internally. What are you staring at? Li Qingshan asked with a grin, setting down his skewer. Are you developing feelings for me? dream on. I merely noticed your impressive appetite, Tang Muxue replied, unfazed by his banter, now accustomed to their playful exchanges. Hey, beautiful, how about sharing a drink with your big brother? I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Look, I'm wealthy. A drunken man approached, exuding the scent of alcohol and addressing Tang Muxue with a lecherous grin. Instantly, Tang Muxue's expression turned icy. Please leave. I have no interest in drinking with you, she stated coldly. Not interested in drinking with me? You're disrespecting me, the inebriated man retorted, his demeanor darkening as he rummaged through his pocket. Producing a small knife, do you believe I want to use this to mar your pretty face, turning you into an eyesore? He threatened, the blade ominously close to her eye in that moment. Tang Muxue felt a surge of anxiety. Her bodyguards had rushed over but were still some distance away, several meters away. Just then, Li Qingshan stood up, seized the drunken man by the throat, and effortlessly lifted him away as one would a mere chicken. What are you doing? Let me go. The captured man struggled, but his efforts were futile against Li Qingshan's strength. With ease, Li Qingshan tossed him aside. Let go of my brother. A few burly men charged at Li Qingshan. Without hesitation, he seized each by the neck, applying a swift squeeze before discarding them as well. None could withstand his might. His actions were not merely brute force. They were executed with finesse, incapacitating the assailants momentarily. Let us go, Li Qingshan said with a smile to Tang Muxue. She gestured toward the three fallen men, asking, will they be all right? They're fine, just drunk and no harm done. It's not our concern. Let us hurry, he assured her, prompting Tang Muxue to shake her head and follow suit. Thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal next time, she offered. I no need. I'll be quite busy in the near future. Li Qingshan replied, casting a glance at her. His interest in pursuing difficult women had waned. 5 years ago, he might have eagerly sought a relationship with someone like Tang Muxue, but now, he craved simplicity. If mutual affection existed, they would unite. If not, so be it. It was evident that Tang Muxue held no romantic feelings for him, rendering further pursuit unnecessary. Tang Muxue was taken aback, more surprised than anything else. She hadn't anticipated that Li Qingshan would decline her invitation. Many men yearned for an opportunity to dine with her, and had Zhang Tianqing been given the chance, he would have been overjoyed. Yet here was Li Qingshan, refusing her overture. Well then, let it be, she said, a hint of irritation creeping into her voice. She possessed her own pride. Since Li Qingshan had rebuffed her, she would not press further. Please assist me in business matters in the future. I shall take my leave now. Your bodyguards are approaching, Li Qingshan noted with a smile, gesturing toward her approaching protectors. Tang Muxue nodded, but said nothing further. Her mood soured. Li Qingshan chuckled softly as he walked to his car and drove away, leaving an air of unresolved tension between them. Tang Muxue felt discomfort in her heart, particularly at having faced rejection for the first time after extending an invitation to a man. Let us return, and ensure that those drunken fools are dealt with. I do not wish to see them again, she commanded. Understood, miss, came the reply. Those drunken men had incurred Tang Muxue's displeasure and would undoubtedly face repercussions. Once home, Tang Muxue's thoughts were still unsettled. She resided in a villa, living alone with only a housekeeper and bodyguard for company. After a refreshing bath, she retrieved her phone and made a call. The line connected swiftly. She was reaching out to her close friend, Su Yuqing. Darling, what a pleasant surprise. I thought you were off on a blind date, Su Yuqing greeted cheerfully. Cut the nonsense, Tang Muxue retorted, a touch of irritation in her tone. Indeed, Su Yuqing was the same rising star whom Li Qingshan had previously rescued. The two had been friends since childhood, both hailing from affluent families. By the way, I heard you were in danger. Are you all right? Tang Muxue inquired with concern. I'm fine now. I suppose I was lucky to encounter a noble benefactor, Su Yuqing reflected, expressing genuine gratitude for the timely intervention that had spared her from a dire fate. You also met a benefactor? What happened? Tang Muxue asked, curiosity piqued, especially since Li Qingshan had mentioned a similar experience. Nothing much. I promised not to disclose any details. Sorry about that. But enough about me. How did your blind date go? Did it bear fruit? Su Yuqing astutely shifted the topic of conversation. However, things did not go as planned, and some complications arose. Tang Muxue said helplessly. She then elaborated on the details of her blind date, ultimately mentioning Li Qingshan's subsequent cold demeanor. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing burst into laughter, exclaiming, You've been rejected. Do you realize that? Ha ha ha, it's utterly hilarious. If I'm being dismissed, it's probably because that man feels inferior. Tang Muxue retorted with annoyance. Men can be truly insufferable, she added again. Honestly, I'm a bit curious about the man you mentioned. How could he possibly decline your invitation to dine? Su Yuqing inquired. He's just like that. I think he's rather arrogant and difficult to get along with. Everything was fine at first, but he suddenly turned distant. I have no idea what he's up to. Tang Muxue mumbled. You, having never been in a relationship, simply don't understand how men think, Su Yuqing chuckled. Although I have yet to experience romance, I have encountered many situations in life. Such matters are not beyond my understanding. Initially, he was interested in you, assuming you felt the same, which is why he approached you. However, when you clearly stated your lack of interest, he grasped your meaning and let go. It's truly that simple. UVE overcomplicated the issue, Su Yuqing analyzed. But he shouldn't he act that way? If he genuinely likes me, shouldn't he pursue me? Relationships should take at least a few years, right? Tang Muxue expressed her dissatisfaction. If it were a young man without any romantic experience, he might have such thoughts and desire to pursue a relationship. However, for a mature man with past romantic experiences, the desire to date is simply non-existent. Mature men prefer straightforwardness. If they like someone, they come together, and if not, they part ways without hesitation. He embodies this type of man. Such men are hard to handle, so consider carefully whether you wish to continue engaging with him. It's not as if I can't find someone else. I have no intention of pursuing him. He's even divorced. What does he have to be proud of? Tang Muxue said with a hint of irritation. Then there's nothing more to discuss. By the way, what is this man's name? He wouldn't happen to be someone I know, would he? Su Yuqing asked curiously. His name is Li Qingshan. You definitely don't know him, Tang Muxue replied casually. However, Su Yuqing was left utterly astonished. Chapter 59. Truly a good best friend. Su Yuqing was taken aback, completely unprepared for the revelation that the man her best friend spoke of was, in fact, Li Qingshan. She was well aware of him, having previously seen his car's license plate and conducted some inquiries into his identity. Su Yuqing was familiar with Li Qingshan's basic information. Internally, she had wrestled with the decision of whether to approach Li Qingshan. On one hand, she felt immense gratitude towards him and a desire to repay him, or perhaps it could be said that she had developed an interest in him. On the other hand, the psychological shadow Li Qingshan had cast over her was significant, and she harbored concerns that he might seek revenge. Hearing her best friend mention his name left Su Yuqing in shock. She subtly probed for more information and soon confirmed that this Li Qingshan was indeed the one she knew, her savior. Furthermore, she learned that Li Qingshan was in the ginseng business. Tang Muxue, I'll come visit you in a few days, all right? Su Yuqing said. Sure. I'm quite bored, so if you want to come over, please do, Tang Muxue replied with a smile. It's settled then. I'll come by in a few days. Su Yuqing said happily. Although Su Yuqing had been saved by Li Qingshan, the situation remained quite complex and would require a few days to resolve. Once everything was settled, she would be free to visit Tang Muxue. The two women chatted cheerfully, while at that moment, Li Qingshan pulled over his car in front of a night venue. Night Angel Club, one of the finest nightclubs in Jiangqing. Li Qingshan had long heard of this establishment, but previously, as a married man with limited finances, he had never dared to enter such a place. Today, however, was different. Today, he was single and financially secure. After being rejected by Tang Muxue, Li Qingshan was able to let go with grace. Yet, he still had his own desires, especially since he hadn't been intimate with Xie Meilan for several months before the divorce, and since then, he hadn't encountered any women at all. Altogether, it had been over half a year since he had last been with a woman. While single men may not fully understand the implications of this, married men certainly do. After a prolonged absence from intimacy, men inevitably feel a certain discomfort. Li Qingshan was currently experiencing that sensation. After pausing for a moment, he decisively opened the car door and walked towards the Night Angel Club. Night Angel is a high-end establishment with a premium atmosphere and expensive entry fees. Surprisingly, there was even an admission fee of 200 yuan. In general, nightclubs do not dare to charge for entry, nor would they be able to sell tickets. However, Night Angel's business thrived, and patrons had grown accustomed to the ticket prices. After purchasing his ticket, Li Qingshan was allowed entry. However, that merely granted him access to the seating area. If he wished to enter a private room, additional charges would apply. It was evident that the owner of this establishment was quite adept at business. Despite the pricing model, wealthy clientele still flocked to the venue, supposedly drawn by the abundance of beautiful women. Whether this was true would soon be revealed. The deafening music quickly assaulted Li Qingshan's eardrums as he entered the expansive venue. He was taken aback by the sheer size of the interior space. Night Angel Club featured a remarkably vast area, complemented by impressive lighting effects. Within this grand space, there was also a large dance floor.
accompanied by a massive stage where a group of beautiful women danced. The dance floor was bustling with numerous couples engaging in flirtation. While Li Qingshan had little experience in nightclubs, he found the atmosphere quite overwhelming. Although most of the seating was occupied, there were still available spots. However, using the seating area also required a minimum expenditure. The club owner was undoubtedly relentless when it came to profits. Li Qingshan settled into a seat and ordered a drink, as he preferred non-alcoholic beverages, viewing this visit as a way to pass time, or perhaps to indulge in the pursuit of beauty. Before long, he acclimated to the vibrant ambience, without needing to seek out companionship. A stunning woman approached him. She was strikingly attractive, with a voluptuous figure and vibrant purple hair, her beauty surpassing that of many internet celebrities. "Hey handsome, is anyone sitting here? Mind if I join you for a drink?" The woman asked with a smile, taking a seat beside him. However, Li Qingshan frowned. He could keenly sense that the woman exuded a rather chaotic aura, which left him feeling somewhat nauseated. How could such a beautiful woman emit such an unpleasant vibe? Li Qingshan was perplexed. It was akin to a plate of visually appealing braised pork that, upon closer inspection, reeked of decay. It was repulsive and impossible to eat. Reflecting on the exquisite women he had encountered, such as Su Yuqing and Tang Muxue, he recalled that not only were they stunning, but they also possessed an alluring essence that captivated him. It was as if a cake was placed before him, releasing an irresistible aroma. I understand now. That is the scent of virginity. No wonder he was drawn to Tang Muxue. It all made sense. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that his attraction to Tang Muxue stemmed not only from her beauty, but also from the enticing aura she radiated, an essence unique to virgins. Ordinary individuals might not perceive such fragrance, yet Li Qingshan was capable of it due to his advanced cultivation. His senses were remarkably heightened. "I'm sorry, but I'm waiting for someone. They'll be here shortly?" Li Qingshan declined. "All right then," the purple-haired woman nodded, turning away without any lingering attachment. Although Li Qingshan came to the club with the intention of pursuing beauty, he was not interested in just any woman. At the very least, she could not be something repulsive. The night was teeming with women, and shortly after, another approached him, asking if he could buy her a drink. Their intentions were abundantly clear. These women were also there to sell their allure. However, Li Qingshan found no appeal in them. He was now quite discerning when it came to women. Not just any woman would do. "This is pointless," Li Qingshan remarked in exasperation. While the nightclub was filled with attractive women, finding one who was both beautiful and pure was a rarity. If all else failed, perhaps he could settle for someone slightly cleaner? Li Qingshan thought helplessly. Just then, a woman walked past the seating area, leaving a trail of enchanting fragrance in her wake. That fragrance was pure and unmistakably that of virginity. Chapter 60. Club conflict. Li Qingshan's gaze was instantly captivated. Before him stood a woman with an exquisitely beautiful silhouette, boasting long, straight black hair and a statuesque figure, nearly 170 centimeters tall, a paragon of perfection, though only her back was visible, leaving her facial features shrouded in mystery. Even her mere outline was profoundly enticing. With a smile, Li Qingshan rose and approached the enchanting figure. The thrill of the chase beckoned. Upon discovering a desirable target, one must seize the opportunity. Such pursuit was the essence of allure, a true source of excitement. The woman had not entered the dance floor but had settled at a lounge table, sipping a cocktail while enjoying the performances. The nightclub's dance shows were nothing short of spectacular. Li Qingshan caught a glimpse of her face. He was struck by her exquisite beauty, her features refined and exuding an air of aristocracy reminiscent of Tang Muxue. Such a woman, by all accounts, should not frequent such places, which piqued Li Qingshan's curiosity. However, he refrained from approaching her hastily, opting instead to observe the situation further. While Li Qingshan remained still, another man had already taken the initiative to engage her. The club was loud, yet Li Qingshan could discern their conversation clearly. "Hello, beautiful, may I introduce myself?" the man said, brandishing his Ferrari car keys as a token of his wealth. The woman, however, showed no interest in the keys. She merely glanced at him and decisively replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." Her disinterest was genuine, for the man was rather unattractive. "You insolent wench, do you know who I am? How dare you reject me? Do you believe I won't gather a crowd to deal with you?" The man spat, his anger boiling over. The woman, seemingly startled by his aggressive demeanor, muttered a curse under her breath and attempted to leave. "How dare you call me insane? You think you can just walk away?" he bellowed, seizing her wrist to prevent her escape. The primary reason for his persistence was, of course, her stunning beauty. he was unwilling to relinquish such a prize. Though the Night Angel Club boasted high standards, it did not guarantee safety. Such venues inherently harbored certain dangers, particularly for solitary women. "Let me go. I want to leave." "Are you out of your mind?" the woman cried out, her voice rising in panic. Yet the cacophony of music drowned her pleas, rendering them unheard. A few patrons noticed her plight, but none intervened. The club's security merely cast a cursory glance before averting their eyes, recognizing the man as a high-ranking VIP member of their establishment, while the woman remained a stranger. Thus, their allegiance was clear. Maintaining order was their priority. As long as no chaos erupted, they were unlikely to concern themselves with any other matters, including instances of drunkenness or potential misconduct. At that moment, several men converged around them, comrades of the man who had initially approached her. Their familiarity with such scenarios was evident. They were seasoned in their dubious craft. Zhao Shirin, feeling somewhat alarmed, had indeed entered the nightclub with her own agenda, but certainly did not wish to find herself in such a predicament. "Step aside. I wish to leave, or I will call the police," she declared, her voice resolute. "Huh, this little lady is amusing. Brothers, lend me a hand," the man replied, reaching for Zhao Shirin to pull her along. However, she was no fool. She recognized that if they succeeded in dragging her away, dire consequences would likely follow. Zhao Shirin had her own motives for visiting the nightclub, but she was determined not to succumb to its depravity. "What do you want with my girlfriend?" Li Qingshan finally emerged, addressing the group as he approached. The men's confusion was palpable. They genuinely believed Li Qingshan was the woman's boyfriend. Zhao Shirin, too, was taken aback, for she alone understood that the man before her had no connection to her whatsoever. Still, she was no naif. She sensed the precariousness of the situation and opted for silence. As Li Qingshan spoke, he forcefully shoved the nearest man aside. Grasping the woman's hand, he attempted to lead her away. "Who the hell do you think you are? Move aside, or I won't let you off easy," the man growled, his breath reeking of alcohol, a clear indication of his inebriation. Yet often, one's actions are not solely dictated by drink. Alcohol merely emboldens already existing tendencies. Li Qingshan was not inclined to indulge their insolence. Their crude words provoked him. He stepped forward and delivered a swift slap, mindful to temper his strength, for he was aware of his own considerable power. A single blow could easily prove fatal, and he had no desire for the situation to escalate beyond control. Nonetheless, even with his restrained force, the men were no match for him one after another. They fell to the ground, dazed and disoriented, their teeth loosened yet spared from serious harm. "Let us go," Li Qingshan said, taking Zhao Shirin's hand as they made their way towards the exit. Just then, the club's security rushed over, blocking their path. "You can't leave just yet. You can't assault people here," they declared, preventing their departure. How absurd. It was truly laughable. The security had not intervened when the men were causing trouble. Yet now that the tables had turned, they found the courage to confront Li Qingshan. He chose not to waste words on them, opting instead for a decisive stomp that shattered the marble floor beneath him. The guards felt a shiver of fear at the display of strength. "Get out of my way, or I will make you regret it," Li Qingshan warned coldly. The security personnel, startled, hastily retreated. Zhao Shirin, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Chapter 61. Come to my house tonight. With Zhao Shirin's hand in his, Li Qingshan swiftly exited the nightclub, the security too intimidated to impede their progress. "Thank you for earlier. I truly didn't know what I would have done without you," she expressed gratefully. "Not at all. It was nothing significant. However, you ought to avoid such places in the future. They are far too dangerous. You were fortunate to encounter me tonight, but next time, luck may not be on your side," Li Qingshan replied with a smile. "Agreed. I will heed your advice and refrain from returning to such venues." Zhao Shirin nodded earnestly, her earlier fear still fresh in her mind. "How about we grab a cup of coffee?" she suggested with a smile that, of course, I would never decline a beautiful lady's invitation. Li Qingshan replied cheerfully. "Dio, you have a car. I didn't drive here," Zhao Shirin mentioned. "Then let us take mine," Li Qingshan offered, and they both climbed into his vehicle. "Where to?" he inquired. Zhao Shirin provided the location of a CAF. Li Qingshan pulled out his phone for navigation, as he only had a vague idea of the place. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination, a lavish CAF that also served as a fine dining establishment. Zhao Shirin, a regular patron, effortlessly led Li Qingshan to a table and ordered their coffees, a latte for her and a cappuccino for him. The coffee was delightful, and the ambience was equally enjoyable. "I don't think you strike me as someone who frequents nightclubs. What brought you there tonight?" Li Qingshan inquired with a smile. I could say the same about you. What prompted your visit? Zhao Shirin countered. I've been divorced for a few months now, single for almost half a year. Tonight, I suddenly felt quite lonely, so I thought I might spend some time at a bar, Li Qingshan replied candidly. Li Qingshan had grown increasingly unreserved in his demeanor, his words now direct and forthright, a stark contrast to his previous self. Whether this shift was deemed good or bad was subjective. However, for Li Qingshan, this newfound honesty brought him immense comfort. It was like this. So what do you think of me? Zhao Shirin said with a smile. You are exceptionally beautiful, both in appearance and figure, truly among the finest. Li Qingshan replied with a grin. Although his words carried a hint of flattery, they were nonetheless sincere, for Zhao Shirin before him was indeed stunning. Thank you, Zhao Shirin responded, her smile brightening. She was aware of her beauty, yet hearing Li Qingshan express it brought her joy. The coffee arrived promptly, and the two fell into a comfortable silence, savoring the rich aroma of the brew. It was difficult to ascertain whether the delightful taste stemmed from quality ingredients or skilled craftsmanship. Perhaps it was a harmonious blend of both. How about we go to my place for a while? Li Qingshan inquired with a smile. Zhao Shirin hesitated, pondering for a full minute before gently nodding. Sure, Li Qingshan felt a surge of happiness. His pursuit for the evening had proved fruitful. He knew there must be stories behind Zhao Shirin. Yet what did that matter to him? He was simply here to indulge his desires. And they both sought their own satisfaction, knowing they would part ways after tomorrow. Thus, the intricacies of each other's lives held no significance for him. They continued to sip their coffee, sharing laughter and light conversation, deliberately avoiding discussions about their personal lives, an unspoken understanding between them. Once they finished their coffee, Li Qingshan took Zhao Shirin's hand and led her out without resistance. She initially felt a twinge of nervousness, but gradually relaxed. There won't be anyone else at your place, will there? Zhao Shirin asked, settling into the passenger seat, still somewhat uneasy. It's my new house. I'm the only one who lives there. Li Qingshan reassured her. By the way, I forgot to mention, I need to stock up on essentials. How about we swing by the supermarket on our way? Otherwise, I won't even have water to drink when I get home, he added. Sounds good, let's go shopping, Zhao Shirin replied cheerfully. Li Qingshan drove to a nearby supermarket, relieved to find it still open. The store was quite large, and it offered an array of affordable household items. Pushing a shopping cart with one hand while holding Zhao Shirin's hand with the other, they strolled through the aisles like a couple in love. Zhao Shirin appeared more enthusiastic than Li Qingshan, seemingly more excited about the shopping experience than the man beside her. They filled their cart to the brim, and when one cart proved insufficient, they fetched another to continue their purchases. Li Qingshan didn't mind. After all, it wouldn't cost much. Checking out took quite some time with their overflowing carts. Let me pay, Zhao Shirin insisted, and without waiting for Li Qingshan's consent, she proceeded to settle the bill. Li Qingshan smiled. Yet he felt a peculiar sensation, akin to shopping with a wife. However, when he was with Xie Meilan, she had never offered to pay for him, even post-marriage. Despite her income likely being equal to or greater than his, she had contributed little to their shared expenses. In many households, this was the unfortunate reality. A wife's earnings were her own, while the husband's were deemed for the family. Zhao Shirin's willingness to pay stirred an unfamiliar feeling in Li Qingshan. Afterward, they needed to load their purchases into the trunk. Li Qingshan, possessing considerable strength, effortlessly lifted all the bags, leaving Zhao Shirin astonished. Her surprise was fleeting, as her thoughts wandered back to the nightclub scene. None of those men could rival Li Qingshan, making his strength seem entirely reasonable. Once the trunk was packed, they climbed into the car, and with a swift press on the accelerator, Li Qingshan was on his way home. Having a car certainly simplified matters. The drive took merely 15 minutes. Upon parking in the garage, Li Qingshan began unloading the trunk. Zhao Shirin gazed in awe at Li Qingshan's villa, realizing he was indeed wealthy. Of course, she was well off herself. They busied themselves with the groceries for quite some time before finally finishing. At that moment, Li Qingshan turned and embraced Zhao Shirin. Leaning down to kiss her, he found himself unable to wait any longer. Let's take a shower first, Zhao Shirin said after a while, pushing him away. All right, but we should shower together, Li Qingshan replied with a grin. Such a rare opportunity was not one he intended to squander. Zhao Shirin blushed but did not refuse, nodding in agreement. Li Qingshan's heart soared as he scooped her up and carried her toward the bathroom. 2 hours later, they lay in bed together. Are you even human? Zhao Shirin said in exasperation, genuinely feeling that the man before her was extraordinary. It was her first time, but she had consulted several close friends beforehand, all of whom had informed her that their boyfriends lasted only a few minutes, with those reaching half an hour being exceedingly rare. Hence, Zhao Shirin anticipated a mere 20 minutes would be impressive. The reality was over 2 hours had passed before they concluded, though that included shower time. It was still far longer than she had expected. People vary. Don't compare me to those weaklings, Li Qingshan said with a smile. Zhao Shirin shot him a look, but internally, she felt a surge of joy. Convinced her judgment was impeccable. Regardless, she had genuinely enjoyed herself. It had been overwhelming, and she felt as though she could hardly keep up. Having heard her friends lament about their unsatisfactory experiences, she found herself now concerned that Li Qingshan might not be sated. Curiosity piqued, she reached out to touch him, her expression shifting dramatically. Li Qingshan remained unyielding. You're still not satisfied? Is that even possible? Zhao Shirin asked in disbelief. If you keep being so reckless, I won't hold back. You can't blame me if I wear you out, Li Qingshan warned. He did not mean to threaten her. He simply felt protective, knowing it was her first time. He wished to be gentle and considerate. Not overly forceful. In this context, Zhao Shirin's boldness was risky. I'm just joking. I wouldn't dare, she quickly replied, creating distance between them. She was genuinely apprehensive, fearing another round could be overwhelming. All right, I'll let you off this time. There will be other opportunities, Li Qingshan said playfully. Next time, we might not have the chance, Zhao Shirin murmured softly. Why not? I'm not done enjoying myself yet. Why don't you share what's been going on with you? You don't seem like the type who would venture out for casual encounters, Li Qingshan asked. It was clear to him that Zhao Shirin was not the sort to engage in such frivolities, sparking his curiosity about her reasons for seeking him out. After a moment of silence, Zhao Shirin began. I've led a charmed life, never knowing hardship, all thanks to my parents' wealth. However, my father's factory has recently encountered issues, and the financial chain has collapsed. If this isn't resolved, our family faces bankruptcy, and my good days will come to an end. Yet, someone has expressed interest in marrying me, offering a considerable sum to make me his wife. I've agreed, but it leaves me discontented, as I don't like him. I'm marrying for money. I refuse to give my first time to someone I don't care for. I'd rather give it to someone I do. Li Qingshan was left dumbfounded by her words. If Zhao Shirin had sought pleasure, he could understand without any guilt. However, he never expected her motives to be such an unusual twist of fate. It was evident she felt a sense of bitterness, wanting to relinquish her first experience before potentially betraying her future husband. Aren't you worried that he might retaliate? Li Qingshan asked, swallowing hard in surprise. What does that have to do with me? He is the one forcing me into marriage. If he has the audacity to pressure me, then I can certainly do what I wish, Zhao Shirin replied. A hint of resentment in her tone. It was clear that there were deeper complexities to her story, which she had not fully divulged. It seemed that a mere marriage would not evoke such strong emotions from her. The saying, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet indeed, holds a profound truth. The man who can coerce Zhao Shirin into marriage must undoubtedly come from a wealthy and influential family. Given such advantageous circumstances, why would he not seek a woman willing to marry him? Why pursue someone like Zhao Shirin? To wed such a woman would surely be a stroke of misfortune. Li Qingshan found himself feeling a modicum of sympathy for that man. Of course, this was none of his concern. He was merely out for leisure and had no intentions of marrying Zhao Shirin. My future husband is affluent and powerful, so you best tread carefully. Let our affair end here. Do not seek me out again. Consider us strangers. Otherwise, it may bring you trouble. I am indifferent, but you should exercise caution. Zhao Shirin softly remarked. Her gaze towards Li Qingshan bore a hint of affection, for regardless of the circumstances, he was her first man, and a woman tends to harbor special feelings for her first. This sentiment is not exclusive to women. Men similarly possess unique feelings for their first love. Since we have the time, why not share a bit about your family and that man? At least it would prepare me mentally. Li Qingshan suggested. Should our affair come to their attention, I would prefer to be forewarned rather than caught off guard, he reiterated. Are you frightened? Zhao Shirin inquired playfully. Let me clarify, there is no one in this world who instills fear in me. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. That does not equate to being afraid of it, Li Qingshan replied slowly. Furthermore, you claim to possess considerable strength. Just how formidable are you? Can you afford to support me? Zhao Shirin suddenly sat up, her expression playful. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Qingshan replied, somewhat speechless. Li Qingshan began to comprehend that this girl, while appearing quite normal, had a rather whimsical imagination. It is not typical for a woman to give away her virginity before marriage. Yet, Zhao Shirin could do just that. This alone hinted at her unconventional nature. Despite her eccentric thoughts, it must be said that her figure was indeed exquisite, and her beauty was striking. The crucial point was that her virginity had been claimed by Li Qingshan. Men possess a certain possessiveness, and Li Qingshan's desire to claim her would only intensify. If their relationship had been casual before, it would have been inconsequential. However, now that he had taken her innocence, he found himself harboring some domineering thoughts. I am not jesting. I speak earnestly. If you can provide me 30,000 each month, I would be willing to be your mistress. I do not care if you have a wife or girlfriend. When you desire me, you may seek me out. If not, you may disregard me. How does that sound? Such terms should not be difficult for you to meet, Zhao Shirin said seriously. What are your thoughts? Li Qingshan inquired, now sitting up with earnestness. What else could I think? Simply resolving my predicament. That man is rather repulsive. He is over a decade older than I, with an oily appearance. The key is, he is ugly and has a beer belly. The first time I saw him, I was utterly disgusted. The thought of marrying him and having him on top of me daily makes me nauseous. I have never suffered in my life. Enduring such misery in my later years is unbearable. If I had any other option, I would certainly refuse to marry him, Zhao Shirin said earnestly to Li Qingshan. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan began to understand. Ultimately, it was simply that the man was too unattractive. Were he even slightly more presentable, Zhao Shirin might have readily accepted the marriage. Thus, physical attractiveness remains of paramount importance. Wealth is merely a supplementary asset. Particularly for someone like Zhao Shirin, who has never faced hardship, her lack of understanding regarding the importance of wealth is evident. She had experienced affluence, thus she does not view it as paramount. My monthly allowance was 100,000. If you can provide me 30,000 each month, it would suffice for my expenses. Even if I do not marry, I can still lead a good life. As for my family, there is no need to worry. They are merely bankrupt, not destitute. At worst, I will have to be frugal, she continued. This statement struck a chord. Even if wealthy individuals face bankruptcy, they still possess some assets, albeit hidden from public view. Regardless, their lifestyle need not be a cause for concern, as they simply cannot afford their previous extravagant living. Supporting a young lady like her for 30,000 a month seemed feasible in Li Qingshan's mind. Zhao Shirin's proposal genuinely intrigued him. For Li Qingshan, 30,000 was not an insurmountable sum. If it could provide him with emotional fulfillment and happiness, then the expenditure would be entirely worthwhile. After all, Zhao Shirin's figure and beauty were not inferior to Tang Mushue's. The primary distinction lay in Zhao Shirin's familial situation, which was less favorable than Tang Mushue's. However, from another perspective, that was Zhao Shirin's advantage. Her family's troubles provided an opportunity for him to support her. The Tang family, even in bankruptcy, would never allow Tang Mushue to be courted in such a manner. Since you propose it, I shall accept. Li Qingshan stated solemnly. However, let me be clear. If you choose to be my woman, you must adhere to certain standards. You must not engage with others. Should you find someone else you fancy, you may end our arrangement, and I will willingly let you go. However, while you are with me, you must not betray my trust, he said, looking earnestly at Zhao Shirin. What do you take me for? If I were that kind of woman, would I have saved my first time for you? Zhao Shirin retorted, visibly displeased, playfully pinching Li Qingshan's waist. Yet, to her surprise, she found it impossible to grasp. What kind of flesh is this? Why can't I pinch it? Zhao Shirin exclaimed in astonishment. I am a martial artist, trained in hard qigong. Not even your delicate hand could penetrate, let alone a knife. Li Qingshan replied nonchalantly, subtly showcasing his prowess. Is it truly unbreakable? I find that hard to believe, Zhao Shirin said, her expression skeptical. There is a fruit knife on the table. You may fetch it and test your theory. Li Qingshan suggested calmly, eager to demonstrate his abilities. Zhao Shirin, intrigued, decided to take him up on the challenge. I shall indeed try, she declared, determined to put his claim to the test. Go ahead. Show me your skills. Li Qingshan encouraged with a smile. Remarkably, Zhao Shirin returned with the fruit knife, her thought process truly unconventional. What normal girl would entertain such a notion? How shall we proceed? Zhao Shirin asked with enthusiasm. Li Qingshan raised his arm. Just aim for this spot, he instructed. Are you genuinely going to do this? Zhao Shirin asked cautiously, her apprehension palpable. Hurry, just stab it already, Li Qingshan urged. With his encouragement, Zhao Shirin steeled herself and slowly approached. The fruit knife poised to pierce Li Qingshan's arm. However, the knife met his skin and failed to penetrate, as Li Qingshan's remarkable defense proved impenetrable. How is your skin so hard? Zhao Shirin exclaimed. Astonished. This is truly impervious to blades. Although I have heard of such a thing, witnessing it firsthand is an entirely different experience, Zhao Shirin said, her astonishment rendering her at a loss for words. Perhaps astounded is the most fitting description. Certainly, after the initial shock, a sense of surprise follows. She never anticipated that a man she casually met at the bar would bring her such immense delight. Zhao Shirin is no fool. She understands that a man with such capabilities is certainly not an ordinary individual. Apart from your impressive martial arts skills, do you possess any other talents? Zhao Shirin inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity about Li Qingshan's abilities. You will gradually discover them in due time. For now, let us refrain from too many inquiries to preserve the element of surprise, Li Qingshan replied, not wishing to divulge all his abilities. Despite Zhao Shirin being his partner, certain boundaries must be maintained. Very well then, if you choose not to share, I shall respect that, Zhao Shirin acquiesced with a nod. Although she may appear unreliable at times, she is, in truth, a clever woman. Upon sensing the peculiar tone in Li Qingshan's voice, she promptly ceased her questions on the matter. Now, let us discuss your family circumstances. I am still unaware of the situation at home, Li Qingshan prompted. Zhao Shirin had no intention of withholding information and promptly responded, as I mentioned earlier. My family is in the business sector and my parents own a garment processing factory, producing clothing for others without a proprietary brand, merely fulfilling orders. However, that was in the past. Last year, someone approached my father about a partnership to establish a brand office. For reasons unknown, my parents were persuaded and subsequently founded a clothing company, abandoning their previous business model to produce their own branded garments. As you can imagine, the outcome was disastrous. We incurred significant losses, and our products failed to sell. Presently, our factory is inundated with unsold clothing, unable to secure new orders, while our suppliers are pressuring for payments, and our cash reserves have dwindled. If no one intervenes, our factory will surely face closure, and bankruptcy looms on the horizon. Zhao Shirin spoke of these matters with an unsettling calmness, leaving one to wonder about her true feelings. As for my father's friend, who is buried in debts, he has long since fled. I suspect my father may have fallen into someone else's trap, she added, her tone now laced with bitterness, conveying a sense of betrayal. Li Qingshan concurred, acknowledging the harsh reality of business risks. Even if one is aware of being deceived, what can be done? Business inherently carries risks. Losing one's capital in such ventures is a consequence of one's own choices. He remarked, how much does your father need to cover the factory's financial shortfall? Or rather, what would it take to purchase your father's factory? Lin Feng suddenly interjected. Are you suggesting buying my father's factory? Zhao Shirin exclaimed, sitting up in astonishment. If the price is right, I would indeed consider it. Lin Feng nodded in response. The world of Zhuzhou lacks many necessities. A clothing business can still be lucrative. Naturally, modern garments cannot simply be sold in Zhuzhou, necessitating custom-made clothing to be shipped there. Previously, Li Qingshan had dismissed the idea due to its complexities, but now, acquiring a garment processing factory to produce tailored clothing for sale seems entirely feasible. What is the asking price for your father's factory? If the venture proves profitable, I would certainly be willing to invest. I am not entirely certain, but it should be in the tens of millions. I overheard my father mentioning that someone was willing to pay 30 million for the factory, yet he declined the offer. If you are genuinely interested in purchasing, you could contact my father and inquire about the minimum price he would accept. Should it be agreeable, I can arrange for an evaluation of the factory, Li Qingshan suggested. At this point, the specifics of Zhao Shirin's family factory remain unclear, but it is merely an estimation for now. Great. I will call my father tomorrow, Zhao Shirin declared cheerfully. Despite her earlier resolve to detach herself from her family's affairs, she recognizes the sacrifices her parents made in raising her and feels inclined to assist them if possible. However, she decides that tonight is not the right time for such discussions, as it is already late. Shall we indulge in a repeat performance? Li Qingshan suddenly expressed interest. Absolutely not. I cannot bear it. It is too painful, Zhao Shirin exclaimed, clutching her blanket. I assure you, there are other methods, Li Qingshan said with a smile, transforming into a teacher to impart new knowledge to the young lady before him. Soon enough, a peculiar yet cheerful song resonated throughout the room. Chapter 65. The business commences the following morning. While Li Qingshan and Zhao Shirin were still asleep, the doorbell rang. Li Qingshan donned a set of pajamas and answered the door, discovering a middle-aged woman standing outside. Upon inquiry, he learned that she was the housekeeper the property management had arranged for him. Her surname is Chen, and she will henceforth be referred to as Auntie Chen. At 45 years of age, she presented herself neatly in a professional uniform, leaving a positive first impression on Li Qingshan. Their brief conversation revealed that Auntie Chen possesses a certain refinement, unlike the typical rural housewife. They agreed to a trial period of half a month. Should Li Qingshan be satisfied, she would continue with her duties. Auntie Chen would work for 2 hours each day, arriving after 9 a.m. and departing by 11 a.m. With a thorough cleaning once a week, her monthly salary would be 6 500. Cooking and fire-making duties were not part of her responsibilities. Li Qingshan found the working hours to be quite suitable. Hiring a live-in housekeeper would have been cumbersome due to his unique work nature, requiring frequent travel between two worlds. A stranger in the house might complicate matters, but Auntie Chin's limited two-hour presence would not interfere with his schedule. After finalizing the arrangements, Li Qingshan informed Auntie Chin that she could begin her duties the following day, as having a woman in the house at present was somewhat inconvenient. Auntie Chin nodded in agreement. Perceiving it as a minor issue, Li Qingshan then woke Zhao Shirin, and after they both dressed and washed up, breakfast was simple: boiled eggs and a bowl of noodles. Zhao Shirin had a modest appetite, while Li Qingshan required a more substantial meal. After satisfying their hunger, they parted ways, with Zhao Shirin heading home and Li Qingshan preparing to attend to business matters. Having established a collaboration with Zhang Jiakan, Li Qingshan needed to ensure a sufficient supply of goods. His ample storage space made it convenient for reselling supplies. However, the first step was to rent a spacious warehouse. Driving around the vicinity, he noticed numerous warehouses advertising for rent. After selecting one that appealed to him, he contacted the owner. The owner, eager to rent the space, arrived quickly, and after some negotiation, Li Qingshan secured the lease for the large warehouse. The rental cost was quite reasonable compared to other commercial spaces, amounting to 150,000 per year. Li Qingshan also inquired about purchasing the warehouse. Learning that it would cost 3 million, after contemplation, he decided to rent for now and consider building a suitable warehouse in the future. With the warehouse secured, many logistical tasks became more manageable. During his upcoming bulk purchasing trip, he could simply provide the warehouse address for deliveries. Of course, a rental contract needed to be established. Once the contract was finalized, Li Qingshan transferred the payment of 150,000, thereby claiming the warehouse as his own for a year. He changed the locks and then drove away. Ready to embark on his new venture, Li Qingshan is well aware of the popular goods in Jia Village, particularly the high demand for grains and daily necessities. However, these items may not necessarily yield substantial profits, as the villagers are generally impoverished. Extracting any significant wealth from them is not a simple endeavor. Li Qingshan values the collaborative channels over mere profit from the villagers. He takes out a notebook, jotting down his thoughts and compiling a list of essentials: grains, daily necessities, clothing, footwear, and some basic medications. Previously, he inquired and learned that Zhangjia village lacks Chinese herbal medicine, yet they are short on finished pharmaceuticals. The root of the issue lies in the absence of a qualified doctor in the village. They rely on barefoot doctors. When villagers fall ill, they turn to these practitioners for herbal remedies, often leaving their recovery to chance. This circumstance inspired Li Qingshan to consider selling medicines, primarily focusing on wound disinfectants, oral anti-inflammatory drugs, and cold medications for wind-cold ailments. For now, preparing these few types of medicine suffices, with plans to procure additional ones as needed. Presently, he is also planning infrastructure development in Zhangjia village, necessitating cement and rebar. As he gazes at the diverse array of products listed in his notebook, Li Qingshan realizes the magnitude of tasks ahead. In this era, accessing information is remarkably convenient. If this were the past, sourcing suppliers would require extensive inquiries. However, now, a simple online search swiftly reveals local wholesalers. Although online shopping is quite advanced, for bulk purchases, local wholesalers often prove to be more cost-effective and timely. The first issue Li Qingshan must address is the wholesale of grains. He drives to a local grain wholesaler and, after explaining his intentions, is warmly received by the owner. Acknowledging Li Qingshan's involvement in grain trading and his need for large quantities, the owner becomes even more enthusiastic. This proprietor serves as the city's general agent and oversees numerous distributors, treating Li Qingshan as one of them. With business opportunities at hand, he is naturally very welcoming. Nowadays, business dealings are straightforward, especially in this line of work where prices are largely fixed. He presents his price list, allowing Li Qingshan to make his selections. Upon reviewing the prices, Li Qingshan silently marvels at how affordable the grains are. He places an order worth 2 million, much to the delight of the owner, who, due to the substantial value, also offers delivery services. Li Qingshan provides the address of his warehouse, successfully concluding his first business transaction. At this moment, he realizes his warehouse requires a manager. Chapter 66. Hiring cousin to oversee the warehouse. A warehouse manager is indeed necessary. Otherwise, Li Qingshan cannot be expected to guard it daily. However, due to the significance of this role, selecting the right person is crucial. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. He recalls someone he could consider. This individual is his cousin, though not closely related, more of a distant relative. Li Qingshan has known him since childhood. He was quite intelligent in his younger years. However, after suffering from a fever, he became somewhat muddled. He is not truly foolish, but but rather a bit simple-minded compared to others. He follows instructions well, yet may not take initiative unless prompted. Li Qingshan distinctly remembers a time he invited his cousin to hang out, only to forget about it himself. While Li Qingshan forgot, his cousin waited at home for him for an entire day and night. It was only after his father reminded him that he recalled the incident. His cousin, Ling Guoqing, is 5 years older than Li Qingshan, currently single and without a stable job, doing odd jobs for a relative in construction. He is not much different from ordinary people, just a bit simple-minded. Ling Guoqing has completed middle school. While he cannot handle complex tasks, overseeing a warehouse is well within his capabilities. Li Qingshan checks his phone and finds Ling Guoqing's number. He promptly dials it.is Guoqing busy. Do you have a moment to talk? Upon connection, Li Qingshan inquires directly. Yes, what is it? Ling Guoqing responds succinctly, omitting any unnecessary chatter. I have a job watching over a warehouse. Can you come and manage it for me? Li Qingshan states plainly. Sure, I'm on my way now, Ling Guoqing replies, still as straightforward as ever. He does not ask about the location or the salary. His simplicity is apparent. Nonetheless, he is not incompetent. He can take care of himself and is capable of handling the job assigned to him. Li Qingshan feels that having Ling Guoqing as the warehouse manager is a perfect fit. Soon, another voice comes through the phone. Li Qingshan. What do you need Guoqing for? Recognizing the voice as Ling Guoqing's father, Li Qingshan responds, Uncle, I have a job for Guoqing. He addresses Ling Guoqing's father as uncle. That's wonderful, thank you so much. Guoqing hasn't worked in a month. Ling Guoqing's father expresses his gratitude. It seems Guoqing's previous job was unstable, leading to his month-long unemployment. What exactly is the job? Uncle inquires. Concerned that I just need him to watch the warehouse door. When deliveries arrive, he needs to sign off on them. It's that simple. He won't have any other responsibilities. He's my cousin, so I won't shortchange him. I'll pay him 10,000 a month. 10,000 a month? Thank you so much, Uncle exclaims with excitement. Previously, Guoqing's monthly income was only around 3,000 to 5,000, depending on the work. Now, with Li Qingshan offering 10,000, Uncle is overjoyed. This salary not only sustains Guoqing but also allows him to save a considerable amount. Have him come to the warehouse now. I'll send you the address, Li Qingshan states. All right, please send it over. Uncle replies, equally thrilled. Guoqing can ride a motorcycle, so as long as he has an address, he can manage. The warehouse job only requires daytime hours. There is no need for him to work at night. Moreover, the warehouse serves merely as a transit station. Once goods are stored, Li Qingshan will come to collect them. Thus, the warehouse is generally empty at night, requiring no additional oversight. After resolving the warehouse oversight issue, Li Qingshan hangs up. Just as he ends the call, his phone rings again. Checking the number, he sees it's Zhao Shirin calling. He promptly answers, Li Qingshan. I spoke with my father. Tio addressed this deficit. They need a considerable sum. Therefore, the factory's selling price is at least 35 million. What do you think? Zhao Shirin asks nervously. In principle, that's feasible, but we need to send someone for an evaluation first. Please reassure your father not to worry. I will also send someone to contact you for the evaluation. If everything checks out, I can accept the 35 million price. Li Qingshan responds directly. He is indeed willing to consider the 35 million price. But the key lies in whether the factory is worth that amount. Therefore, he needs to engage professionals for an assessment. After hanging up, Li Qingshan calls manager Chen, sent by Tang Muxue to assist him. Once the call connects, Li Qingshan exchanges pleasantries before stating his requirements. Manager Chen, I plan to acquire a garment factory, but I'm not well versed in this area. Could you assist me by introducing relevant personnel? As for the fees, we can discuss that. Additionally, I have a batch of ginseng to deliver. Where can we meet for the transaction? Upon hearing Li Qingshan's initial request, Manager Chen feels a twinge of annoyance. After all, he is a manager at the Tang Group, and Li Qingshan seems to treat him as a subordinate. However, when he hears about the ginseng, his irritation dissipates. He is well aware of the immense value of wild ginseng. The more he purchases, the more stable his status within the group will be in the future. Thus, Li Qingshan can certainly be considered his benefactor. Rest assured, I shall personally attend to this matter for you, ensuring that everything is handled meticulously. Moreover, there is no need to seek external assistance, as our Tang Group possesses a specialized team for such tasks. Of course, you will still need to cover the applicable fees. No problem. I am prepared to pay any fees required, Li Qingshan replied with a smile. He was well aware that the Tang Group is a legitimate company, and although fees are charged, they are not exorbitant. It is precisely this understanding that prompted his confident remarks. Chapter 67. A box of wild ginseng. Li Qingshan awaited his cousin at the warehouse entrance, which was not for long. His cousin, Ling Guoqing, greeted him with a smile upon arrival. offering a simple nod of acknowledgement without further words. Had anyone else witnessed this exchange, they might perceive a lack of respect from his cousin. However, Li Qingshan understood that this was simply Lin Guoqing's nature, characterized by a slight intellectual deficiency and a particular disposition. Cousin, you have arrived just in time. This is the warehouse I have rented. From now on, you need only come here daily to oversee it. This room is for your rest, and when deliveries arrive, you will sign for the goods and store them in the warehouse. Li Qingshan explained as he escorted his cousin around the premises, clearly outlining the job responsibilities. I understand. Thank you, cousin, Lin Guoqing responded with a beaming smile, genuinely pleased with the simplicity and ease of the work. He appreciated the opportunity to earn money in this manner, recognizing its significance. Earning money meant he could buy delicious food to share with his parents at home. To him, the essence of money was straightforward. It allowed him to procure items for his family. Li Qingshan chuckled as he patted his cousin's shoulder. Though somewhat simple-minded, Lin Guoqing was physically robust, standing tall at 1.8 meters. Employing his cousin to oversee the warehouse was far preferable to hiring elderly individuals for the task. Let's commence your duties today, cousin. Just keep watch here. More deliveries are expected shortly, so remember to sign for them, Li Qingshan instructed succinctly. After confirming that Lin Guoqing understood his responsibilities, he departed in his vehicle. With Lin Guoqing guarding the warehouse, Li Qingshan found his own tasks considerably lighter. After leaving the warehouse, he drove to meet Manager Chen, carrying a box filled solely with ginseng, as other items held insufficient value. Future transactions would be categorized into two types, one for ginseng and another for other medicinal herbs. The latter would be accumulated in sufficient quantity before trading, while ginseng could be traded in smaller amounts. The meeting took place in the company's reception area. The Tang Group's office was expansive, and any available office could serve as a suitable meeting venue. The transaction proceeded smoothly, albeit taking a considerable amount of time. As the goods in question were not ordinary items but wild ginseng, each root required individual inspection, weighing, and pricing. Given the substantial quantity of ginseng Li Qingshan brought, the process was notably prolonged. Li Qingshan reflected on the limited reliable manpower at his disposal. While he could employ his cousin to guard the warehouse, selling ginseng was a task that required specialized expertise. Once the company was established, he resolved to hire a professional team dedicated to such transactions, rather than personally attending to each deal as he currently did. Unlike Tang Mu Shui, who could delegate such responsibilities to Manager Chen, Li Qingshan was still in the nascent stages of his business. Lacking sufficient manpower, this time, Li Qingshan had brought a significant quantity of ginseng, nearly depleting his entire stock. The box was filled to the brim with over 200 roots, each at least 10 years old, with most ranging from 30 to 50 years. Roots over a century old were rare, and those below 10 years were never harvested by the ginseng farmers. It took several hours to assess the entire box of ginseng. Fortunately, the Tang Group had ample personnel. Otherwise, the appraisal would have consumed even more time. The final valuation for the box of ginseng was set at 85 million. This price was deemed fair, though not exorbitant. For authentic wild ginseng, had these roots been auctioned, they could likely fetch over 100 million. The Tang Group had no intention of selling the ginseng, as doing so would negate its true value. Only by presenting the ginseng as high-end gifts could their worth be genuinely realized. Li Qingshan was unconcerned about how the ginseng would be handled. He was simply aware that he was on the verge of significant profit, 85 million. However, Manager Chen kindly reminded him to consider tax implications. Chen suggested that Li Qingshan collaborate with an accounting firm to optimize tax handling through a process known as reasonable tax avoidance. He also recommended a reputable accounting firm, which Li Qingshan was eager to accept, recognizing his own inexperience in this matter. Understanding his limitations, he sought Manager Chen's assistance in contacting a professional accounting firm. If Li Qingshan approached the firm independently, they may not prioritize his needs as highly. However, if Manager Chen from the Tang Group facilitated the introduction, the situation would be markedly different. Networking often operates in such a manner. Manager Chen was more than willing to assist, as it would also strengthen his personal rapport with Li Qingshan. To put it plainly, while Chen was a senior employee at the Tang Group, Li Qingshan was a billionaire, and maintaining a favorable relationship with such a magnate was certainly in Chen's interest. Thank you for your help, Manager Chen. Are you free tonight? Perhaps we could share a meal? Li Qingshan suggested with a smile. Well, in that case, I shall not be polite, Manager Chen replied, equally smiling, having no reason to decline the invitation. He was keen to maintain a positive personal relationship with Li Qingshan. After agreeing on the plans, Li Qingshan departed. With respect to the accounting firm, Manager Chen had already scheduled an appointment for Li Qingshan. He had contacted a large and capable firm, able to handle not only tax-related matters but also acquisition processes. This meant Li Qingshan could rely on this single firm for all his accounting needs. Chapter 68. The Value of Accountants. Xuanfa Accounting Firm. This was the establishment recommended by Manager Chen. The name may sound somewhat unrefined, but its implications were positive. Having researched the firm online prior to his visit, Li Qingshan confirmed that it was indeed a significant player in the industry. He entered the firm and introduced himself at the front desk, mentioning his prior appointment. Mr. Li, please follow me, the receptionist said promptly with a welcoming smile. Nodding, Li Qingshan followed her into the office. A striking young professional approached Li Qingshan with a swift gait. Upon noticing him, she smiled and introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Sun Jing, and I will be handling your business. Shall we discuss this in my office? Certainly, Li Qingshan nodded in agreement, following Sun Jing into her office. What would you like to drink, Mr. Li? She inquired. Some soda, please, he replied, preferring a beverage over tea. Although many cautioned against sugary drinks, Li Qingshan was unconcerned. Given his current robust health, he could consume virtually anything without adverse effects. Sun Jing hesitated momentarily before retrieving a bottle of soda for him. After taking a sip, Li Qingshan outlined the tasks at hand. He had two primary objectives: the acquisition of a clothing factory and the resolution of the company's tax issues. The ginseng sales would also be categorized under company operations, necessitating careful tax handling. If the tax issues are not addressed properly now, it will lead to significant troubles in the future when those tax authorities come knocking. Sun Jing inquired in detail about the situation and subsequently requested Li Qingshan to provide the invoices. Within just a few minutes, Sun Jing had clarified the business at hand. Rest assured, Mr. Li, this matter is entirely manageable by us. As for the fees, our company does charge slightly more than those smaller firms, but it is undoubtedly worth the investment. The principle of you get what you pay for requires no further elaboration. You surely understand it better than I do. Moreover, you are a client referred by Manager Chen of Tang Group. Out of respect for Manager Chen, we would never take advantage of you. Is that agreeable? Very well. I will leave this matter in your capable hands. What is your pricing structure? Li Qingshan inquired. When it comes to financial matters, caution is paramount. Although he is now financially secure, he knows it is crucial to clarify all details thoroughly. Our company offers various pricing models, primarily divided into two types. The first is an annual package, which should be quite straightforward. We charge you an annual fee, allowing us to serve you throughout that year. The second is a case-by-case fee structure. For instance, in this instance, you would pay for this specific service. Given the scale of your company, the annual fee would likely range from 1.2 million to 2 million. The precise fee can only be determined after an assessment of your company. If we consider just the current case at hand, your tax issue would require 50,000, while the investigation into the garment factory would cost 150,000. The total would amount to 200,000. Thus, in comparison, the annual package appears to be the more economical option. He smiled as he spoke. From a financial standpoint, the annual package does indeed seem more advantageous. Sun Jing nodded in agreement with a smile. Let us proceed with this case for now, and we can discuss the annual package later. I need some time to think it over. After some contemplation, Li Qingshan voiced his thoughts. His hesitation stemmed primarily from a lack of trust. He had never collaborated with this company before and was unsure of its capabilities. Entering into a long-term partnership without assurance would be an imprudent decision. Sun Jing smiled and nodded in agreement. They both signed a cooperation agreement, and Li Qingshan paid the fee of 200,000. In reality, this amount had already been discounted for Mr. Li. Had it not been for Manager Chen's referral, the cost would have been higher. Financial firms typically charge substantial fees and are quite profitable. Yet they also maintain high entry barriers, making such services inaccessible to the average person. What Li Qingshan did not fully grasp was that accounting firms do not merely provide accounting services. They offer a myriad of related services, which is where their true value lies. That evening, Li Qingshan dined with Manager Chen at a relatively upscale hotel, as he had previously promised to treat him. The meal cost Li Qingshan over 10,000. After satisfying their appetites, they each returned home. However, upon leaving the hotel, Li Qingshan did not head straight home. Instead, he drove to the warehouse. To his surprise, he found his cousin still at the warehouse. Why haven't you gone home, cousin? Isn't it after working hours? Li Qingshan asked, bewildered. I was concerned since no one was watching over the warehouse. His cousin replied with a smile. Li Qingshan felt both amused and touched. Yet, his cousin's words served as a reminder that the warehouse could indeed be at risk without supervision, as Li Qingshan could not possibly come every night to clear out the goods. Although it seemed like a good idea in theory, the practical execution of visiting every night was uncertain. How about this? You tidy up that room, and you can stay there from now on. I'll bring over some appliances tomorrow to make it more comfortable, Li Qingshan proposed to his cousin. The warehouse had a security room that was quite spacious, and Li Qingshan planned to convert it into a living space for his cousin. This way, his cousin could stay there when there were goods in the warehouse, and return home when it was empty. With his cousin residing there, the goods would be safer. All right, his cousin nodded, saying little more. As was his usual demeanor. Okay, you can head home now, you'll be staying here from now on, Li Qingshan said with a smile. Then I'll take my leave, his cousin replied with a smile. Riding off on his motorcycle, Li Qingshan also smiled as he opened the warehouse door and stepped inside. 3 minutes later, he emerged from the warehouse, which was now completely empty. Chapter 69. Transporting goods having storage capabilities is truly invaluable. Li Qingshan reflected inwardly. That night, he returned to his villa. He then locked the door to his study and utilized the teleportation featured in this manner. Li Qingshan effortlessly transported himself from the Blue Star world to the Jiuzhou world. The entire process was completed quietly and without a hitch. In a flash of light, Li Qingshan found himself in his room in the Jiuzhou world. The door to his room was securely locked, indicating that Zhang Hu and the others had not entered, likely obeying his instructions. He was unsure, however, if they had come looking for him in the meantime. Yet, Li Qingshan was indifferent. After all, he was not omnipotent and could not attend to every matter. Stepping out of the room, Li Qingshan did not greet Zhang Hu and the others, instead walking straight out of the courtyard. Upon exiting, he hurried forward and soon arrived at a vast open area at the village entrance. This expansive space was the designated site for Li Qingshan's new home. Taking advantage of the quiet night, he hurried to manage the situation. After confirming that no one else was around, Li Qingshan released the items from his storage ring one by one. Steel bars, cement, bricks, an astonishing quantity piled high. Rice, flour, fine salt, and a plethora of various daily necessities were similarly stacked in abundance. Once all the items were arranged, Li Qingshan returned to the village and summoned Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao. Zhang Hu, Zhang Bao, I've transported all the goods to the village entrance. Gather a few people and make an effort to move everything inside tonight. Previously, when the items were fewer, Li Qingshan had directly placed them in the courtyard. However, this time there were too many goods to fit. If he were to simply place them in the village, their sudden appearance would be alarming, and explaining their origin would likely be futile. Thus, Li Qingshan opted to leave the items at the village entrance. This approach would create some inconvenience, requiring them to move the goods back to the village piece by piece, but it would spare him the need to explain their origins. He could simply say they were delivered by a merchant caravan. Although this still seemed peculiar, at least it provided a plausible excuse, which was sufficient for Li Qingshan. Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao were taken aback by the mountain of goods at the village entrance. So much stuff, Zhang Bao exclaimed, his mouth agape. Though Zhang Hu remained silent, his expression mirrored the surprise. All right, big brother, we'll gather people right away, Zhang Hu quickly responded. Snapping back to reality, he left Zhang Bao to keep watch while he dashed back to the village. Before long, Zhang Hu returned with a number of villagers. Li Qingshan pointed to the construction materials and told Zhang Hu, these items are for building the courtyard, so there's no need to move them. Just leave them here. The rest are for trade, and we will move those to the village. Li Qingshan refrained from mentioning the courtyard specifically, as it was too small to accommodate the volume of goods. However, leaving the food at the village entrance was also not secure, so moving it to the village would be wiser. The village had a large open area suitable for storage. Previously, Li Qingshan had intended to place the items directly in the village's open space. But since the surrounding area was populated by villagers, suddenly depositing the goods there would lead to complications and explanation. Thus, he had opted for the village entrance instead. Now, it was time for the villagers to put in the effort to transport the items. In reality, moving goods was a manageable task for the villagers, as they were not ordinary villagers from the Blue Star world. They were robust villagers from the Jiuzhou world, where nearly everyone practiced martial arts, albeit to varying degrees. Every villager in Zhangjia village had cultivated the strength of a fierce bull, meaning even the most unassuming among them possessed the strength of several hundred pounds. Transporting these goods would be a breeze for them. Mr. Li, why don't you take a rest? We'll handle everything here, the village chief greeted Li Qingshan with a smile. Very well, I entrust this to you. I'll take my leave now, Li Qingshan replied. Smiling and nodding in agreement, he was unperturbed by the possibility of the villagers embezzling any items, for after all, so many eyes were watching. Moreover, Li Qingshan was well aware of the quantities of the items. If anyone were to engage in theft, it would merely serve to reveal their true character. Testing them with such limited resources was, in fact, quite appropriate. Although Li Qingshan had returned to the courtyard, he did not indulge in rest. Instead, he commenced practicing the Songha Gue Shigong in the open space of the yard. This particular technique was remarkably intricate, not easily mastered. Li Qingshan needed to engage in continuous practice to reach the threshold of proficiency. Regrettably, the absence of celestial energy posed a challenge. Had there been such energy, mastering this method would not have been difficult. It was certain that spiritual stones still existed in this world, but they were nowhere to be found in this village. To acquire more spiritual stones, one would have to venture beyond the confines of the village. Nevertheless, Li Qingshan was not in a hurry. He understood the virtue of steady progress. He intended to first solidify the foundation of Li family village before setting off to Qinglian town. It remained uncertain what surprises awaited him there. After a night of cultivation, Li Qingshan gained a deeper understanding of the Songhe Gui Qigong. Although he had yet to see tangible results, he sensed that he was on the verge of grasping its essence. At this moment, he recognized that the Songhe Gui Qigong was indeed extraordinary. While he had effortlessly achieved results with the Man Yo Jin previously, he now found it significantly more challenging to elicit any effects from the Songhe Gui Qigong. This highlighted the considerable difficulty of mastering this technique. Furthermore, it was essential to note that Li Qingshan's cultivation aptitude had been enhanced by celestial energy. If this technique was proving so arduous even after such an enhancement, it was conceivable that it would be even more difficult without it. No wonder his second uncle had devoted his life to cultivation without yielding any useful results. The challenge was simply too great. As dawn broke, Zhang Hu and his brother arrived seeking Li Qingshan, informing him that all the items had been successfully transported and urging him to verify the inventory. Li Qingshan accepted without hesitation and proceeded to count the items in the central clearing of the village. The goods were stacked high. As he approached to inspect them, he nodded in acknowledgement. It was impractical to examine each item individually. A general overview would suffice. However, the approximate quantities were unlikely to be inaccurate. In truth, a considerable number of people had participated in the transportation last night, and their mutual supervision ensured safety. Even if someone harbored ill intentions, they likely lacked the audacity to act in such circumstances. Mr. Li, here is the inventory list for your review. The village chief approached with a smile, handing over a notebook. He explained that he had not rested the previous night, but had instead counted the items in the clearing. Last night was indeed the most convenient time for inventory, as he could directly record the quantities of items as they were brought in, eliminating the need for a separate count. The accounts were meticulously documented. Li Qingshan was pleasantly surprised to see that modern numerals had been employed in the records. Clearly, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao had taught the village chief how to use these numerals. Mr. Li, the numerals you taught to Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao are truly invaluable. I had no choice but to learn from them, the village chief admitted, a touch of anxiety evident in his voice. Under normal circumstances, he should have sought Li Qingshan's permission before adopting such a method of notation. However, having found no response after visiting Li Qingshan earlier that day, he had taken the initiative to learn. Captivated by the utility of the numerals, the village chief resolved in his mind to employ these numerals for all future accounting, as his previous method using words had been cumbersome. The transition to numerical notation was far more convenient. He had also borrowed a notebook and a ballpoint pen from Zhang Hu, recognizing their significant benefits. Li Qingshan did not concern himself with such trivial matters and readily agreed. If the village chief is willing to learn, then by all means, proceed. I will review the accounts now. Upon examining the records, Li Qingshan furrowed his brow. The accounting was poorly executed. It was clear that the village chief's method of record-keeping was inadequate. Despite being the village head and considered an educated man, he had not been formally trained in many aspects, learning accounting from his father. The method taught by his second uncle was outdated and inefficient. The numerals were hastily written, making them difficult to decipher. Fortunately, the general meaning was discernible. After some effort, Li Qingshan completed his review and confirmed that the quantities were accurate. It was evident that they needed to be taught a new method of accounting, as maintaining proper records was crucial to preventing dishonesty. With this thought in mind, he discussed the matter with the village chief, who agreed with a smile. Mr. Li, how should we proceed next? The village chief inquired, his face a canvas of uncertainty. Although they were to collaborate, he was genuinely unsure of the next steps. However, Li Qingshan had already formulated a plan. I propose we organize the villagers into teams of 10 households each. Each team will be responsible for selling goods in a designated area. The profits from these sales will be divided, with 80% going to the team and 20% allocated to the village. The latter will be further divided into two parts, one for the village's public funds and the other to serve as salaries for the management. For instance, as the village chief, you would be entitled to a salary. As for the public funds, the village can establish its own regulations for their use, such as repairing roads or supporting the elderly. Li Qingshan outlined his plan. The village chief applauded the proposal enthusiastically, finding it brilliant. Previously uncertain about how to proceed, he now felt a clear direction. Moreover, we need not go out to sell goods every day. Perhaps a trip every 10 to 15 days will suffice, allowing ample time for hunting or farming in between. This will not hinder agricultural responsibilities, Li Qingshan added. This is splendid. With your guidance, Mr. Li, I now know exactly what to do, the village chief exclaimed joyfully. Just then, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao ran back from the village entrance, shouting in alarm, "Not good! Not good! The bandits from Hefeng Mountain have come." Zhang Hu's cries sent a wave of panic through the village chief, who immediately instructed the villagers to return home and arm themselves in preparation for battle. Li Qingshan paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. Having grown up in a modern society devoid of genuine banditry, he was momentarily taken aback. "Are we truly facing bandits?" he asked urgently. "Yes, it is the bandits from Hefeng Mountain," the village chief replied gravely. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the stacked goods in the village, and his expression darkened further. If the village had been devoid of supplies, it would have been challenging to fend off the bandits, but with so many resources at stake, the situation became increasingly dire. "Do not panic, village chief. Please tell me more about these bandits if necessary. I can summon skilled fighters from my family," Li Qingshan reassured him. "Mr. Li, you can call for skilled fighters? That is wonderful news," the village chief exclaimed. Relief washing over him, he understood that these bandits were not particularly formidable. If Li Qingshan could indeed summon capable warriors, they would stand a better chance against the bandits. "Now, village chief, please tell me more about the bandit situation," Li Qingshan urged. "Although we are impoverished, we are plagued by numerous bandits in our generation. There is a mountain called Hefeng Mountain that is easy to defend but hard to attack. Last year, a band of bandits took control of it, and since then, they have frequently descended upon our village to pillage grain and valuables. Fortunately, these bandits tend to follow certain rules. As long as we provide them with a specified amount of grain, they will spare us. However, bandits are still bandits. They are not benevolent individuals. If we appear even slightly weak, they may take advantage of us. Therefore, whenever they approach, every household must send out its men and weapons. We cannot allow them to enter the village," the village chief explained succinctly. "Are there any experts among these bandits? What is the highest level of skill among them?" Li Qingshan inquired, concerned. "There are indeed skilled individuals among them. Their leader is a practitioner of the Lianzong level, and several of the sub-leaders are at the Lian Shui realm," the village chief replied with a heavy heart. "A practitioner of the Lianzong level?" Li Qingshan found the notion amusing. So, it was merely the Lianzong level. Chapter 71. The arrogance of the bandits. Upon hearing rumors of the bandits' arrival, Li Qingshan felt a twinge of concern, fearing that their strength might surpass his own. However, that anxiety quickly dissipated, for the bandits were not formidable at all. Their leader was merely a master of the refining organ stage, which posed no challenge to Li Qingshan. It is worth noting that Li Qingshan had already attained great mastery in the refining skin realm, merely a step away from achieving the pinnacle of that stage. Moreover, he was not just any practitioner at this level. He was among the elite, bolstered by the extraordinary power of his Xintian ring. "Is this all they are capable of? In that case, we need not worry," Li Qingshan remarked with a smile. "Does Mr. Li have confidence in dealing with the bandits?" the village chief asked, his voice brimming with excitement. If Li Qingshan could indeed handle the bandits, their future encounters would become significantly less daunting. Li Qingshan nodded. "I possess a degree of confidence, but I have yet to engage with the bandits directly. The specifics remain uncertain. Perhaps we should first ascertain their intentions." "That sounds good," the village chief agreed with a nod. As they approached the village entrance, they found the bandits had already arrived. The number of bandits was not overwhelming, merely a little over 20. Although Zhangjia village was small, it boasted a population of 700 to 800, including 200 to 300 able-bodied men. These few bandits were no match for Zhangjia village. Yet, the bandits exhibited no fear of the villagers, for the bandits of Hefeng Mountain numbered in the hundreds. What was more concerning was that each bandit was trained in martial arts, some even masters of the refining organ stage, rendering them beyond the capacity of a village like Zhangjia to confront. On the way, Li Qingshan inquired why the court had not dealt with these bandits. The answer was rather mundane. The court had deemed the bandits beneath their notice. In simpler terms, the bandits' misdeeds were too trivial, mere child's play, and thus the court had not dispatched troops to eradicate them. Local officials had little desire to act against these bandits, for mobilizing the army against them would be a cumbersome task. Without support from above, local forces could not be expected to confront the bandits. It was this absurd rationale that allowed the bandits to thrive. In truth, this was indicative of the court's decline. During the dynasty's zenith, such a situation would have been unthinkable. However, the The current court was beset with numerous issues and could scarcely attend to local matters, resulting in a lack of action against the bandits. The bandits were not insurmountable. Rather, it was the inaction of the authorities that permitted their continued existence. You people of Zhangjia village, listen well. I know you have come into some fortune. I care not for the reasons behind your prosperity. Now, we of Hefeng Mountain wish to partake of your bounty. Produce 10,000 jin of grain within 3 days, and we shall pretend we never saw you. From now on, you must deliver 10,000 jin of grain every month. If you can manage this, Hefeng Zhai will guarantee the safety of Zhangjia village. Should you fail, do not blame us for being unkind, declared a leading bandit, his voice cold and commanding. His gaze swept over the crowd, eventually locking onto the village chief and Li Qingshan. Scrutinizing the latter with particular intensity, it was evident to him that Li Qingshan was unlike the other villagers. Though he could not pinpoint the difference, it was unmistakable, akin to distinguishing between a laborer and a university student. Their appearances and demeanor were worlds apart. 10,000 jin of grain each month. You must be dreaming. The villagers erupted in outrage upon hearing this demand. Such a quantity of grain was beyond the means of Zhangjia village, even if they were to sell everything they had. Did the Hefeng bandits truly believe they could extort such a sum? They were well aware of the impossibility, yet they made the demand nonetheless. This was clearly an attempt at extortion. If Zhangjia village acquiesced, it would be the beginning of a slow but steady plundering. Should they refuse, the bandits could easily find pretexts to strike. The malevolence of these bandits was truly astounding. The villagers were filled with righteous indignation at this outrageous demand. Providing 10,000 jin of grain each month was simply unfeasible. Every village faced challenges regarding grain supplies, and Zhangjia village was no exception. While Li Qingshan could potentially meet this demand, he saw no reason to comply. I could arrange for 10,000 jin of grain, he said, stepping forward, but I am concerned about your capability to handle such a quantity. Hefeng Mountain. Who are you? You claim to be from Zhangjia village, yet you hardly appear to fit the mold. The bandit leader retorted coldly, glancing at Li Qingshan. The Hefeng Mountain bandits had their eyes and ears in every village, and they were well aware of Li Qingshan's activities. It was precisely this knowledge that led them to send a small group to gauge the situation. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I pose a question. Dare you take my palm strike? If you are bold enough to accept it, then we can discuss matters further. If you cannot, do not blame me for what follows, Li Qingshan replied with a light laugh, his tone dripping with disdain. How audacious! Do you think I fear you? The leader fumed, charging at Li Qingshan and delivering a powerful punch. It should be noted that this bandit leader had attained the refining blood stage, a considerable skill level, and thus had no trouble overwhelming the villagers. Li Qingshan stood resolute, raising his hand to meet the attack. The two strikes collided, and with a faint sound, the bandit leader's arm shattered. A scream escaped him as he was sent flying backward, his arm obliterated. Li Qingshan had shown restraint. Otherwise, the bandit's entire body could have been obliterated in an instant. Chapter 72. Ascending Hefeng Mountain. Witnessing their leader's arm being shattered, the onlookers were left in shock. Both the villagers of Zhangjia and the bandits were taken aback, unable to fathom that Li Qingshan's martial prowess was so extraordinary. How formidable! He shattered the bandit leader's arm with a single strike. The disparity in strength is glaring, they murmured among themselves. Brothers, let us charge together and slay him. One burly bandit bellowed, drawing his sword and rushing toward Li Qingshan. In their minds, while Li Qingshan's hand-to-hand combat was impressive, they possessed weapons. It was sheer folly for their leader to rely solely on his fists. They believed they could bring him down with their blades. In an instant, Li Qingshan darted forward like a bolt of lightning, and the bandits were no match for his explosive power. Within moments, over 20 bandits were sent sprawling, their heads exploding upon impact, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage in their wake. Only the disarmed bandit leader remained conscious, his shock palpable. He had not anticipated Li Qingshan's overwhelming might, nor his ruthless efficiency in dispatching his subordinates without mercy. Let me give you a chance. Answer my questions clearly, and I shall grant you a swift death. I promise you a quick end, devoid of torment. However, should you choose to be evasive, I will take great pleasure in carving your flesh piece by piece. Li Qingshan stated coldly, fixing his gaze on the bandit leader. The bandit leader, recognizing the futility of resistance, offered a wry smile and collapsed to the ground. Ask what you will. I shall answer. Just grant me a swift death and spare me the agony. This bandit leader, wise in the face of impending doom, understood that he was cornered. He realized that Li Qingshan would not spare him, but he preferred a quick demise to prolonged suffering. As for the affairs of Hefeng Mountain, there was little he felt compelled to conceal. Whatever Li Qingshan wished to know, he was prepared to divulge. Seeing the bandit's willingness to cooperate, Li Qingshan smiled and began his inquiries. Rest assured, as long as you obediently comply and cooperate, I shall grant you a swift release from your suffering. Upon hearing such a promise from Li Qingshan, the small bandit leader finally felt at ease. What Li Qingshan primarily wished to inquire about were the details regarding the bandits of Hefeng Mountain. Pray tell, how many bandits reside in Hefeng Mountain, and who among them possesses exceptional skills? Li Qingshan asked. The small bandit leader, realizing the futility of concealing the truth, swiftly divulged all the information he had. The number of bandits at Hefeng Mountain was not particularly large, totaling just over 300. Among them, the most formidable were the 5 leaders of the stronghold, each possessing the realm of training their internal organs, their prowess far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. The station troops in Qinglian town had previously attempted to suppress the bandits. However, Hefeng Mountain was easily defensible yet challenging to assail, compounded by the presence of those 5 formidable masters, which ultimately led to the retreat of the station forces. Nevertheless, the existence of these troops instilled a sense of restraint in the bandits, preventing them from overstepping their bounds. The reason they descended this time was due to rumors of substantial grain and supplies in Zhangjiakan. Lacking precise intelligence, they dispatched a small leader to gather information. Should Zhangjiakan prove to be an easy target, they would act. If it were formidable, they would reassess their approach. In essence, the bandits of Hefeng Mountain had prepared for both scenarios. If they could overpower Zhangjiakan, they would seize it. If not, they would retreat. There was no need to inquire about the route to Hefeng Mountain, as the villagers of Zhangjiakan were well acquainted with it. Hefeng Mountain lay a mere 20-odd miles away. Not an insurmountable distance. In the past, when no bandits roamed the mountain, the villagers would frequently venture up to gather firewood, but the emergence of bandits thwarted such endeavors. Once the questioning concluded, Li Qingshan raised his hand and struck, obliterating the bandit leader's head. This bandit had lost all value, and thus, his continued existence was unwarranted. Mr. Li, what shall we do next? The village chief approached and inquired softly. His expression was grave, aware that the fate of Zhangjiakan hinged upon this moment. If Li Qingshan could not contend with the Hefeng Mountain bandits, their village would surely face ruin. Although Zhangjiakan had several hundred able-bodied men, they stood no chance against the bandits. Leave this matter to me, but I require a guide to lead the way. I am confident in my ability to eradicate the Hefeng Mountain bandits, Li Qingshan asserted. That is well, you needn't worry about the guide. Many in our village know the route to Hefeng Mountain. The village chief hastily replied, I'll take charge of this. I am familiar with the way to Hefeng Mountain. Zhang Hu stepped forward and declared loudly. He believed that since Li Qingshan had expressed confidence in eradicating the bandits, he surely could. Thus, it was decided that he would lead the way, and his familiarity with Li Qingshan would prove advantageous. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Brother Zhang Hu, Li Qingshan said with a smile. There is no time to lose. We must set off now. I leave the matter of the bodies here to the villagers, Li Qingshan continued. The villagers readily agreed. Zhang Hu returned home to gather his hunting bow and steel knife before embarking alongside Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, carried no weapons, for his fists were his most formidable tools, and he was not skilled in wielding arms. His expertise lay in the mighty bull demon fist. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the bandits atop Hefeng Mountain, a calamity was approaching. The 5 leaders of Hefeng Mountain were currently entertaining a distinguished guest in the great hall of the stronghold. A young man clad in a brocade robe occupied the seat of honor, while the 5 leaders of Hefeng Mountain sat below him. The status of this brocade-robed young man surpassed that of the 5 leaders. Yet, the identity of this young man remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 73. A path of bloodshed. We have arrived at Hefeng Mountain. It lies ahead, Zhang Hu announced. Li Qingshan gazed forward to behold a steep cliff. Though not excessively high, it was exceedingly sheer. With only a single path leading up and down, if one could secure this route, it would be immensely difficult to mount an assault. However, this mountain was only suitable for bandit habitation, as it lacked arable land. A village would find it unsuitable for settlement, given the necessity for agriculture. From a distance, Li Qingshan already glimpsed the patrolling bandits of Hefeng Mountain. This is where I shall part ways. You may return now. Stay safe on your journey, Li Qingshan told Zhang Hu. The impending battle rendered Zhang Hu unnecessary, and Li Qingshan wished to avoid any concerns for Zhang Hu's safety, as well as to keep his secrets hidden. Thus, it was best for Zhang Hu to return home swiftly, avoiding any potential complications. Aware of his own limited prowess, Zhang Hu understood that remaining would only serve as a liability. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave, brother. Do take care, Zhang Hu responded promptly. Indeed. Return safely and exercise caution, Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. Zhang Hu acknowledged his words and swiftly departed, crouching low as he moved. Zhang Hu possessed the strength of refined bones and could typically handle ordinary dangers. Provided he did not encounter anything too formidable, Li Qingshan did not act immediately but instead began to survey the terrain. After assessing the surroundings, he felt a profound sense of reassurance. Hefeng Mountain truly presented a dead end. While it was indeed easy to defend yet difficult to attack, such a characteristic meant that once an assault occurred, escape would be nearly impossible. With but one path in and out, the attackers needed only to blockade it. And those atop the mountain would find themselves trapped. Having confirmed this, Li Qingshan wasted no time and boldly advanced towards Hefeng Mountain. In no time, his presence was noticed. Upon seeing Li Qingshan approach, the bandits atop Hefeng Mountain were taken aback, and several rushed to confront him. One small bandit leader pointed at Li Qingshan and barked, "This is Hefeng Mountain. Who are you?" Li Qingshan, met with such a challenge, smirked coldly and replied, "I am Li Qingshan, here to annihilate you bandits of Hefeng Mountain." The bandits were ruthless and had committed numerous heinous acts, marking them as quintessential bandits. Therefore, Li Qingshan felt no moral burden in eliminating them. Seizing the opportunity to confront these brigands, Li Qingshan's words faded. He charged at the bandits before him. With his current abilities, when he launched his assault, his speed was astonishing. Within the blink of an eye, he covered the 30-meter distance to reach them. The bandits had no capacity for resistance or even time to react. By the time they comprehended his approach, it was too late. Li Qingshan raised his hand and struck, his palm connecting with the leader's head, which exploded instantaneously. The act of exploding heads proved to be the most secure, effective, and reliable method of killing. The heart may falter, but the head cannot mislead. Thus, shattering it ensured certain death. "This is bad. A master is attacking," the bandits cried out in terror. Yet, there was no time for them to react. Li Qingshan had already reached their ranks, unleashing his strikes without hesitation. One palm for each. All heads exploding. "I truly am formidable," Li Qingshan remarked, now possessing an even deeper understanding of his own strength and facing these bandits who had trained their bodies. He dispatched them with effortless precision, not pausing even for a moment. It was not that the bandits lacked strength. Rather, Li Qingshan was simply too powerful. The slain bandits, had they been among the villagers of Zhangjiakan, would have been considered skilled fighters. Yet, in Li Qingshan's hands, they could not showcase even a fraction of their combat abilities. This exemplified Li Qingshan's prowess. Without missing a beat, he charged towards the remaining bandits. "This is bad. A master is attacking. Brothers, flee. We cannot win." The scene devolved into chaos as the bandits, witnessing Li Qingshan's merciless slaughter, were paralyzed with fear. It was their first encounter with such a ruthlessly efficient method of killing. So terrifying. So incomprehensibly powerful. Yet, escape was beyond their grasp. Li Qingshan pursued them relentlessly, dispatching each fleeing bandit in turn. These bandits were the sentinels at the mountain pass. Once eliminated, he could ascend the path to Hefeng Mountain. The bandits atop the mountain remained oblivious to the unfolding events at the foot of the mountain. Hefeng Mountain was vast, its surrounding terrain complex, and standing atop it did not afford a complete view of the situation below. Therefore, Li Qingshan is committing murder here, and those on the mountain cannot see anything. Their line of sight is severely restricted. This is indeed a fortunate circumstance for Li Qingshan. If they could see him, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. However, for Li Qingshan, the issue is hardly significant. He cast a glance upward at the mountain, then took a step forward, charging up the slope. Li Qingshan's speed was astonishing, resembling a whirlwind. As he advanced along the mountain path, the bandits of Black Wind Mountain were also highly vigilant, with numerous lookout posts along the way. Yet, these sentinels posed no threat to Li Qingshan as he ascended Black Wind Mountain. No one could stand against him, and not a single bandit was capable of sounding an alarm in time. Before the bandits could react, Li Qingshan had already reached the summit. This was the true peak of Black Wind Mountain. At the summit, there lay an expansive clearing where the Black Wind stronghold was established, surrounded by numerous buildings and bandits. The moment Li Qingshan appeared, the bandits immediately took notice of him. Chapter 74. Terrifying strength. Li Qingshan's face broke into a cold smile. The exhilaration of his ascent had been utterly delightful, for all of them were mere bandits, unburdened by conscience, free to kill without a thought for legal repercussions. Although Li Qingshan had taken many lives before, those encounters had come with their own complications. Thus, killing bandits here was devoid of any concern. The wildness within him seemed to have been awakened. "Who are you? Brothers, trouble. An enemy has invaded." The bandits atop the mountain quickly recognized Li Qingshan. With shouts, They charged toward him. Li Qingshan smiled coldly and rushed toward the bandits. With a powerful stomp, the ground erupted, and his body shot forward like a cannonball, closing the distance to the bandits in an instant. Li Qingshan moved so swiftly that the bandits were caught completely off guard. Before they could react, he began his assault. Though these bandits possessed some martial skills, they were utterly incomparable to Li Qingshan. Inside the stronghold's grand hall, a group of individuals was engaged in revelry when they finally heard the sounds of chaos outside. What is happening? The young nobleman seated in the main position, clad in a brocade robe, asked with a frown. I'll go take a look, spoke the fifth of Black Wind Mountain. Seeing the leader nod, the fifth stood and quickly exited. Upon stepping outside, he witnessed Li Qingshan in the midst of slaughter. Enraged by the sight, he drew the long knife at his waist and shouted at Li Qingshan, "Who is this wild brat daring to wreak havoc in Black Wind Mountain? I shall be the one to cut you down." As he spoke, he charged at Li Qingshan, raising his long knife high above his head to strike. Li Qingshan had long anticipated his movement. Effortlessly dodging the blow, he countered with a powerful slap to the bandit's head, instantly crushing it. The fifth of Black Wind Mountain was thus effortlessly slain. Not good. The fifth has been killed. Seeing this, the remaining bandits were struck with panic, fleeing while shouting in terror. The commotion outside had grown too loud, echoing into the stronghold. Inside, the nobleman's expression turned icy as he commanded, "Let us go outside and see what is happening." "Why apologies for the disturbance, esteemed sir," the leader of Black Wind Mountain said, his face filled with regret. This nobleman was of no ordinary status and was of great importance to Black Wind Mountain. They could not afford to neglect him, just as this predicament arose. It was indeed a troublesome situation. The group exited the stronghold's grand hall, and upon reaching the entrance, they beheld Li Qingshan pursuing the fleeing bandits. In that moment, Li Qingshan did not employ any particularly formidable techniques. He simply dispatched the bandits with a casual slap, sending them to their demise. Because Li Qingshan's display of power seemed unremarkable, they mistakenly assumed his strength was limited. "Stop! Who are you? And why have you come to our Black Wind Mountain to kill?" The leader of Black Wind Mountain bellowed. Having just dispatched a nearby bandit, Li Qingshan turned to face them. "You need not inquire about my identity. Soon, you shall all be dead. It would be wise for you to remain obedient and not flee, but rather stand here and await your doom." Li Qingshan responded slowly. "What an arrogant brat! Do you know who I am?" The brocade-clad nobleman retorted coldly. "I know not who you are, but I do know that you are about to die. The one who will kill you is none other than I." Li Qingshan replied with a smile. The sensation of possessing martial prowess was exhilarating, especially when one could kill freely. That feeling was even more intoxicating. "Zhang, deal with him," the nobleman commanded abruptly. Following him was a middle-aged man, Zhang, the bodyguard. The nobleman had brought him along for protection, confident in Zhang's formidable skills. "Understood, my lord," Zhang replied, stepping forward, wielding a massive blade, a two-handed sword resembling a cavalry saber. With a blade measuring at least 1.5 meters long and weighing over 100 pounds. With ease, Zhang brandished the enormous sword and addressed Li Qingshan. "Boy, do you choose to come and die on your own? Or shall I send you on your way? I advise you to present your neck willingly. That way, I can end your life swiftly and spare you the agony of suffering. Trying to show off before me? Let me see what skills you possess. Thinking you can take my head?" Li Qingshan replied coldly. With that, he charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was upon his opponent. "You seek death?" Zhang roared, swinging his massive blade toward Li Qingshan. "Your speed is far too slow. Can such a technique truly strike anyone?" Li Qingshan questioned, bewildered, as he effortlessly dodged behind Zhang. Zhang's reaction was painfully sluggish, and Li Qingshan easily sidestepped him. The blow only struck the afterimage left by Li Qingshan's movement. Zhang's slow strike merely cut through empty air. To the onlookers, this scene was nothing short of astonishing. Li Qingshan's speed was incredible. To them, it appeared as though he had merely flashed and then found himself behind Zhang. Before Zhang could respond, Li Qingshan delivered a swift blow to the back of his head, and Zhang was dead without a struggle. Incredible! It was utterly unbelievable. Zhang was indeed an exceptional warrior. None of the 5 leaders of Black Wind Mountain could match him. Yet now, he had been effortlessly slain by this man. Li Qingshan's strength was undoubtedly formidable. The brocade-clad nobleman remained relatively composed, but the leaders of Black Wind Mountain wore expressions of dread, for they understood that they were no match for Zhang. If Zhang could be so easily killed, what fate awaited them? Chapter 75. The pursuit of the wind blade technique, everyone turned their gaze toward the brocade-clad nobleman, realizing they were no longer Li Qingshan's match and that their only hope lay with him. You possess some skill, but it is hardly sufficient. I could subdue you with but one hand. I am Wang Qin, the young master of the Wang family from Qinglian town. The technique I cultivate is the supreme wind blade of the Wang family. You, a mere insignificant wretch, dare to provoke us? You truly do not know the meaning of death, the nobleman declared arrogantly. The wind blade. Can it transcend the body refinement stage? Li Qingshan suddenly inquired. Li Qingshan was on the verge of breaking through to the body refinement stage and had specific requirements for techniques. Seeking one that could elevate him beyond that realm, he needed a technique that would allow him to surpass the limits of the body refinement stage. Li Qingshan was contemplating where to acquire such a technique when fortune smiled upon him, and he encountered this very one. However, he was uncertain if the Wang family's wind blade could be cultivated beyond the body refinement stage. Ha ha ha, how laughable. You actually think you can transcend the body refinement stage? Techniques that surpass it are exceedingly rare, not something one can simply acquire. While the wind blade of my Wang family is indeed powerful, it does not reach beyond the body refinement stage. The nobleman replied, his arrogance unabated. If it cannot break through the body refinement stage, what right do you have to boast before me? Li Qingshan taunted derisively. He had indeed been deceived by the other party, believing them to be a formidable expert, only to realize the truth was far less impressive. In fact, Li Qingshan could discern the other's meager abilities at a glance. This individual had merely reached the initial stage of skin refining. Although Li Qingshan was also at the skin refining level, the disparity between them was immense. With a sense of pride, Li Qingshan could confidently assert that he was virtually invincible among his peers. Once I have you subdued, I shall enjoy the pleasure of peeling your skin off, declared the richly dressed young master, seething with rage. After uttering these words, he swiftly charged towards Li Qingshan, too slow. Your speed is utterly pathetic, Li Qingshan remarked while shaking his head, although he had yet to make a move. The boastful words of the richly dressed young master had initially seemed impressive, and Li Qingshan was curious to see what the chasing wind blade was truly capable of. The young master, infuriated, swung his blade with ferocity, sending 8 streaks of light hurtling towards Li Qingshan from various angles. The chasing wind blade, indeed, possessed some finesse. Yet, Li Qingshan effortlessly evaded the attack, sidestepping the young master's strikes. Though the technique was exquisite and executed with remarkable speed, the practitioner was lacking, and no matter how formidable the swordplay, if the wielder was inadequate, what good could it possibly serve? Where do you think you're escaping to? The young master fumed, his technique failing to even graze the hem of Li Qingshan's garment. This is dull. You are far too weak. Li Qingshan sighed, disappointment etched on his face. In an instant, he appeared beside the young master and struck him with a single palm, sending him hurtling through the air. The young master spat blood, his body flying 10 meters away. The gulf between them was insurmountable. He couldn't withstand even a single blow from Li Qingshan. Witnessing this spectacle, the bandit leader of Black Wind Mountain's eyes widened in disbelief. They were well aware of the young master's prowess, having previously clashed with him. Even 5 of them combined were no match for his skill. The chasing wind blade was indeed a remarkable technique, far beyond their capabilities. Yet now, it had been rendered utterly ineffective against Li Qingshan. What does it mean to experience a gap in ability? This was precisely it. Without uttering a word, Li Qingshan advanced towards the remaining leaders of the bandits. Run for your lives, the chief of Black Wind Mountain shouted, turning to flee, but it was too late. In the presence of Li Qingshan, their speed was woefully inadequate. They scarcely managed to take 3 steps before being overtaken. 1 palm for each, he shattered their skulls. Let us all perish together, the 3 leaders of Black Wind Mountain roared, turning to strike back. Knowing he could not survive, he sought to inflict at least 1 blow upon Li Qingshan before his demise. It was a noble thought, but as unrealistic as a dream. His strike failed to even brush against Li Qingshan's garments. Li Qingshan had already closed the distance, delivering a palm strike to the leader's forehead. The technique of exploding the head had become second nature to Li Qingshan. With a palm pressed against the leader's brow, it burst open. Though he did not exert his full strength, that palm still contained at least 20,000 pounds of force. The sheer weight of such power, concentrated in a single hand, resulted in an explosive impact upon contact point. 3 minutes later, every bandit from Black Wind Mountain lay slain. Not a single one remained. The only survivors were Li Qingshan and the richly dressed young master. The young master was spared only because Li Qingshan found his chasing wind blade intriguing. Now, I offer you 2 choices. Point 1. Reveal to me the secrets of the chasing wind blade, and I will grant you a swift and merciful death. 2. Remain silent, and I shall methodically dismantle your bones, ensuring you endure a slow and agonizing demise, Li Qingshan proclaimed. Esteemed hero, I assure you, all matters can be negotiated, as long as you spare my life. I will divulge the secrets of the chasing wind blade, the young master hastily replied, desperation evident in his tone. He could not bear the thought of dying here without reason. It would be far too humiliating. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan approached the young master, seizing one of his fingers and crushing it with force. The young master let out a piercing scream, unprepared for such brutality. Do you think I jest with you? If you refuse to share the secrets of the chasing wind blade, prepare to relish the pain that follows, Li Qingshan stated coldly. No. I will tell you everything, the young master pleaded. Having never experienced such torment, the pain of his crushed finger was unbearable, and he could no longer endure it in a moment of desperation. He divulged the entirety of the chasing wind blade secrets. Chapter 76. A windfall. Li Qingshan possessed an extraordinary memory. Upon hearing the secrets once, he committed them to memory with remarkable clarity. With the door to the chasing wind blade opened, the remainder of the inquiries became significantly easier. Whatever Li Qingshan asked. The young master answered. He spoke of the power dynamics in Qinglian town. The Wang family, to which the young master belonged, was among the top-tier powers in Qinglian town. There were three major families, Wang, Qian, and Sun, considered the elite. The remaining factions were mere vassals to these three families. The young master was the legitimate heir of the Wang family. His visit to Black Wind Mountain was intended as a warning to the bandits, who were a bandit faction supported by the Wang family, created to serve their interests. However, bandits are notoriously unruly and often require reminders of their subordinate status. The young master had not anticipated that what began as a routine affair would culminate in such chaos, leading to the annihilation of Black Wind Mountain and his own capture. Given that Qinglian town was a relatively small locale, the intricacies of power were not overly complex, and the information he could provide was limited. Li Qingshan, keenly interested in martial arts, inquired about cultivation techniques. He discovered that acquiring techniques beyond the body refining stage was exceedingly difficult. Numerous techniques existed for body refining, easily accessible among various families and common folk alike. For instance, even a village like Zhangjiakan had body refining techniques. However, techniques beyond body refining were rare and precious. None of the three major families in Qinglian town possessed any, and to obtain such techniques, one would need to venture to the county seat or a sect. On the surface, Qinglian town lacked techniques beyond body refining. Perhaps there were some hidden away, but they would be exceedingly challenging to locate. The chasing wind blade was a martial skill, the most powerful technique of the Wang family. The body refining technique was known as the Wang family's body refinement method, and the young master revealed it in its entirety. Li Qingshan, who practiced a heavenly grade technique, had a discerning eye. Upon reviewing the Wang family's body refinement method, he concluded that it was little more than an earthly grade technique. Heaven and earth, the earthly grade was hardly impressive. Although the technique itself lacked strength, such prominent families typically possessed potent elixirs to complement their training. Even if the technique was weak, their resources would enhance its effectiveness. This was the advantage of powerful families, far beyond what lone practitioners could achieve. For instance, Li Qingshan had yet to use any medicinal aids. Without the aid of the Shintian ring, he would achieve no results even after a lifetime of practice. While those prominent families may lack extraordinary abilities, they possess resources. Through these resources, they could elevate their descendants' martial prowess. Thus, the young master's previous arrogance stemmed from a genuine sense of superiority among his peers. Yet, in comparison to Li Qingshan, the gap was insurmountable. Having gathered all necessary information, Li Qingshan spared him the torment and delivered a swift strike to end his life. However, the young master met his end with profound dissatisfaction. Regardless of his feelings, death was inevitable. The scene was littered with corpses. Now, the task at hand was to tidy up. Li Qingshan had fought his way up from the foot of the mountain, and the bodies along the way were efficiently dealt with. Every corpse was collected into his storage ring. Though these individuals were bandits and their deaths were inconsequential, the bodies still required proper handling. Li Qingshan was also keen to keep his methods of killing concealed from others. Thus, it was safest to eliminate the remains entirely, especially the body of the young master, which needed to be disposed of meticulously. The Wang family of Qinglian town was undoubtedly a significant faction, being one of the three major families. Therefore, caution was paramount in handling this matter. Without a storage medium, managing such a number of corpses would be a cumbersome task. However, the handling of these corpses has now become considerably simpler. Li Qingshan directly stored the bodies in his storage space. Addressing such matters is indeed quite straightforward. He merely needs to dispose of all these corpses in the mountains behind Zhangjia village tonight. After today, it would be impossible for anyone to trace these events. The mountains are teeming with wild beasts, and it is likely that these corpses will scarcely suffice to satisfy their hunger. Therefore, Li Qingshan has never felt any concern regarding the disposal of the bodies. With the corpses dealt with, it is now time to attend to the spoils of war. There is quite an abundance of loot within the stronghold, particularly when Li Qingshan stumbled upon the treasure trove of the leaders, leaving him momentarily astounded. Inside the treasury, there are numerous large chests, and upon opening them, he found them filled to the brim with gold, silver, and jewels, gold, silver, precious stones, antiques, and paintings. Was it truly the case that bandits could be so affluent? Li Qingshan was indeed curious about this, but he had no means to inquire, as all the individuals in the stronghold had been eliminated by him. However, the majority of the chests contained silver, with only a single chest dedicated to gold, jewels, and antiques. Among the antiques and paintings, Li Qingshan discovered a genealogical record belonging to the Qian family. Upon seeing this genealogy, a hypothesis formed in Li Qingshan's mind. Could it be that the bandits of Hefeng Mountain had plundered a prominent family? These treasures of gold, silver, jewels, and antiques were likely the spoils of this family, which had fallen victim to the bandits' depredations. The likelihood of this scenario is exceedingly high. Typically, impoverished families do not possess genealogies, which are only found among prominent clans, who also tend to collect such wealth. It is indeed unfortunate for this family to have been ravaged by bandits. Nevertheless, all these treasures now belong to Li Qingshan. He gleefully stored all these chests in his storage space. Antiques and paintings are challenging to sell in the Blue Star world, as the histories of the two worlds do not align. Thus, it is difficult to find a market for them. However, jewelry and precious metals can easily be traded, as their intrinsic value remains high regardless of the era. As for the silver, there is no need for liquidation. It can be utilized directly in this world. This campaign against the bandits has indeed granted Li Qingshan a considerable fortune. Should more bandits emerge in the future, he intends to continue his campaign against them. By the way, he pondered whether there might be other bandits in the vicinity. It seems unlikely that only Hefeng Mountain would harbor such rogues. Li Qingshan mused to himself, feeling a twinge of temptation regarding the prospect of eradicating bandits. Chapter 77. Overwhelmed with joy indeed, conducting business cannot compare to the swiftness of robbery. If such wealth exists within a bandit's lair, how much could one acquire by plundering the affluent families? The thought stirred a sense of excitement within Li Qingshan. Yet, it remained merely a thought. He would never truly engage in such actions. Two reasons deterred him from pursuing this course. The first is moral. He cannot transcend the psychological barrier within himself. The second reason is that this world is home to many formidable individuals. Should he attempt to rob, he might very well fall victim to a righteous expert wielding a blade of justice. Therefore, it is prudent to refrain from such endeavors, as they carry inherent risks. Moreover, it is unnecessary, given that he possesses resources from two worlds to support him. Simply trading resources from either world would suffice to enrich him, so why take the risk of robbing another family? Hefeng Mountain was thoroughly stripped bare by Li Qingshan. He also discovered several manuals, though, in his estimation, their quality was rather low, all belonging to the realm of body refinement techniques. Not a single manual above the body refinement stage was to be found. This is quite normal, considering the lowly status of these bandits. Any disappointment Li Qingshan felt was fleeting. Once he had organized everything, he departed from the stronghold. Li Qingshan chose not to set the stronghold ablaze, leaving the structures intact, as they might still be of use to the nearby villagers. As for whether bandits would return to occupy the stronghold, Li Qingshan was unconcerned. Those who would covet such a desolate place could hardly be formidable foes. If the situation arose, he could always return to reap the rewards once more. Brother, you have returned. Was everything successful? Shortly after Li Qingshan descended from the mountain, he encountered Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu's face illuminated with joy upon seeing Li Qingshan. It turned out that he had not returned to Zhangjia village, but had instead sought a concealed spot at the foot of the mountain to hide. I'm fine. All is well. Li Qingshan replied, equally pleased to see Zhang Hu. Li Qingshan had not anticipated Zhang Hu's loyalty. Knowing the danger of this area, he had chosen to remain. The bandits of Hefeng Mountain have been eradicated. You need not worry about them any longer. Let us return now, Li Qingshan said with a smile. The bandits of Hefeng Mountain have all been slain? Good heavens! Zhang Hu exclaimed in astonishment. He knew of Li Qingshan's strength, yet he did not expect such ferocity. The bandits of Hafeng Mountain numbered in the hundreds, each a martial artist. Though their realms were lowly, all being in the body refinement stage, they were nonetheless martial practitioners. Furthermore, several of the bandits' leaders had achieved great mastery in body refinement. Any one of them could have wreaked havoc in Zhangjia village. It was unimaginable that such a stronghold had been dismantled by Li Qingshan alone. What level of martial prowess has Li Qingshan attained? Zhang Hu's heart surged with a mix of awe and joy. Moreover, he recalled the techniques Li Qingshan had imparted to him. If Li Qingshan could wield such power through these teachings, could he not achieve similar prowess? Even if he could not reach Li Qingshan's level, attaining half of his skill would suffice to satisfy him. Let us hurry back. You must share this good news with the villagers. Li Qingshan urged with a smile. Indeed, let us hasten, Zhang Hu replied, brimming with excitement. Their pace was swift, and it did not take long for them to return to Zhangjia village. Upon reaching the village entrance, they found a throng of villagers awaiting them. The village chief and Uncle Heir were among those gathered at the entrance. Ism Art Li who has returned. Mr. Li is safe and sound, the village chief exclaimed. Somewhat agitated, Li Qingshan had become the village's guardian, and he was naturally relieved by his well-being. Yet, the village chief found it odd. Li Qingshan's appearance did not resemble that of someone who had just been through a battle. Could it be that Li Qingshan had not engaged the bandits at all? Doubt lingered in the village chief's mind. Yet his actions showed no hesitation as he quickly approached. I have good news for you all. Hafeng Mountain has been vanquished. It no longer exists, Zhang Hu declared joyfully while running. Upon hearing this news, the villagers erupted in astonished chatter. Hafeng Mountain is gone. What has transpired? The villagers were both elated and perplexed, though some had already surmised the outcome, such as Uncle Heir. Moreover, Uncle Heir held no doubts about this conclusion. Among all in Zhangjia village, he understood Li Qingshan's strength the best. It was only he who had discerned the hints of Li Qingshan's prowess. Zhang Hu's exuberant proclamations detailed Li Qingshan's victories over the bandits, and it was through his words that the villagers learned of Li Qingshan's triumph on Hafeng Mountain, where he had dispatched every last bandit. The demise of Hafeng Mountain was a cause for celebration among the villagers. Many were overwhelmed with emotion, some even shedding tears of joy, while others mourned loved ones lost to the bandits. The news of their extermination brought both laughter and tears, embodying the essence of profound joy and sorrow. To avenge their kin by vanquishing the bandits was undoubtedly a source of happiness. Yet the memory of those lost weighed heavily on their hearts. With the bandits no longer a threat, the villagers could resume their tasks as planned. Let us proceed with the plans we had previously arranged. Also, the construction of the courtyard requires the village chief's attention, Li Qingshan stated. Rest assured, Mr. Li, we will dedicate ourselves to this task. I do wonder, however, if the cement you mentioned truly is as effective as you claim? The village chief asked that Li Qingshan had previously discussed cement with them, but had not completed his explanation before the bandits had arrived. With the bandits now eradicated, it was an opportune moment to elaborate on the topic of cement. This is certainly no problem, village chief and esteemed craftsman, come and observe. This is cement, these are steel bars, and these are red bricks. All of these materials are essential for constructing the courtyard. The method of using cement is quite simple. I can teach you, and you will grasp it with ease. Cement is truly a remarkable substance, Li Qingshan said, smiling as he pointed at the cement. Chapter 78. Meeting the family. Although the world of Zhuzhou lacks cement, there are indeed similar materials. Following Li Qingshan's explanation, the villagers finally understood the purpose of cement. What a treasure, truly a treasure! Upon the village chief's realization of the significance of cement, his gaze fell upon the mountains of it scattered across the ground, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The cement was all bagged, with at least several thousand bags in total. Li Qingshan was uncertain whether this amount would suffice, but decided to purchase it nonetheless. Reasoning that if it proved inadequate, he could always procure more later. In the modern world, cement was reasonably priced, and he could certainly afford it for the use of rebar. Li Qingshan provided a brief explanation, and the village chief quickly grasped its application. He then unveiled a set of blueprints he had sourced online, architectural plans for a castle. Initially, Li Qingshan intended to construct a courtyard, but upon discovering these plans, he decided instead to build a castle. Of course, it would not be grand in scale, merely a modest fortress, but it would serve splendidly as a storage facility. With cement, rebar, and red bricks at hand, the construction of such a castle was no daunting task. You are not merely constructing a courtyard, you are erecting a stronghold, the village chief remarked with a wry smile as he examined the blueprints. How can this be considered a stronghold? It is but a small castle, Li Qingshan replied. However, I would like you to first build this small castle for me. Once it is completed, we shall transform Zhangjia village into a fortified town. We will erect walls around the village, ensuring we all reside within its safety. I will provide all the necessary materials for the castle's construction. Li Qingshan added with a smile, Mr. Li, are you speaking earnestly? The village chief exclaimed with excitement. If they could indeed transform Zhangjia village into a castle, it would significantly enhance their safety. The village chief was acutely aware of the vast difference that entailed. Although there were martial artists in this world, it was generally quite challenging for an ordinary martial artist to assault a castle. What I say is true, of course. You simply need to construct my castle first. Li Qingshan asserted. This castle would serve as a stronghold for him, thus he was keenly invested in the endeavor. The village chief, elated by Li Qingshan's promise, shared the news with the surrounding villagers, who erupted in cheers. After conveying several instructions, Li Qingshan departed swiftly. He made his way to the back mountain, retrieving all the bodies from his storage space and disposing of them in a deep valley. The valley was teeming with ferocious beasts. By leaving the bodies there, they would be consumed within a night, making it a simple task to dispose of them. Once the bodies were dealt with, Li Qingshan executed a teleportation, returning to his villa. Having his own villa made matters considerably more convenient. He took out his phone from the storage space and connected to the internet, only to find several unfamiliar missed calls. Ignoring these likely nuisance calls, he turned his attention to the text messages that required his response. One message was from Zhao Shirin, inviting him to her home, as her father wished to meet him. Glancing at the time, Li Qingshan sent a reply. After all, Zhao Shirin was his woman, and he could certainly accommodate her request. After taking a shower and changing into a fresh outfit, he checked his phone again to find a playful message from Zhao Shirin. Darling? Thank you. I'll be waiting for you at home. Smile crept across Li Qingshan's face. Although Zhao Shirin could be considered his woman, she could only be regarded as his kept woman, not a legitimate girlfriend. However, they had agreed to present themselves as a couple to the outside world, though marriage was not in their plans, and Zhao Shirin would not concern herself with Li Qingshan's romantic affairs. Thus, he was free to pursue other women without it affecting their relationship. Li Qingshan even contemplated that, should Zhao Shirin be willing, he might ask her to bear him children. While he had no plans to marry, he did desire offspring, for he possessed a considerable estate that required heirs. Yet, he pondered how long he might live. If his cultivation reached a certain level, living for several hundred years was not out of the question. Thus, whether or not he had children to inherit his estate seemed somewhat inconsequential. While Li Qingshan was not in a hurry, his parents undoubtedly were. Therefore, if the opportunity arose, he should consider providing them with grandchildren as a means of reassurance. Half an hour later, Li Qingshan arrived at Zhao Shirin's residence. Unlike a villa, her family lived in a spacious apartment, which was large but shared by many inhabitants. Upon his arrival, he found Zhao's family waiting for him, which took him by surprise, as he had not anticipated such importance being placed upon him. However, he soon understood the underlying reasons, for Zhao's family had reached a desperate juncture. They had hoped Zhao Shirin would marry into wealth, gaining assistance through her marriage, but upon her return home, she divulged her relationship with Li Qingshan, stating that her affluent boyfriend was willing to purchase their factory. The prospect of marrying her was no longer feasible. And thus, Li Qingshan's investment had become their last hope. Little Li, is it appropriate for me to address you thus? Zhao Shihai inquired politely. That is quite suitable, Uncle Zhao. You may call me that, Li Qingshan replied with a nod. Given Zhao Shihai's age, which was comparable to that of Li Qingshan's father, it felt fitting for him to be addressed as Little Li. Although this gathering could be considered a meeting with the parents, Li Qingshan felt no trace of nervousness, owing to two reasons. First, he had been married before and was familiar with such situations. Second, he was acutely aware of Zhao Shirin's family circumstances. Knowing that they were in need of his assistance granted him confidence, and hence he felt no anxiety. Zhao Shirin's family had been briefed on the matter, and they treated Li Qingshan with utmost respect, though inexplicably, a palpable tension surrounded them, as if they were in the presence of a formidable tiger. In truth, their instincts were not mistaken. Li Qingshan was likely 10 times more fearsome than a tiger, capable of dispatching one with a mere gesture. Though Li Qingshan had entirely suppressed his aura, even the slightest hint of it, inadvertently released, still exerted an influence over those nearby. The family members, lacking the familiarity that Zhao Shirin possessed, could not help but feel the weight of his formidable presence, leading them to tense up in his company. The meal proceeded without incident, with no one daring to confront Li Qingshan, despite his earlier anticipation of potential trouble. Clearly, Zhao Shirin's family were not fools. They understood the gravity of their situation. As the family finished their meal and prepared to relax on the sofa, a knock echoed from the entrance. Zhao Shirin's parents exchanged surprised glances but gestured for one of their sons to answer the door. Upon opening it, Zhao Shirin's brother was met with a disconcerting sight that flashed across his face. "Old Zhao, when will you repay the debts you owe us? We've waited day after day, month after month, and soon it will be the new year. Are you planning to delay until next year?" As he spoke, a group of men pushed their way in, led by a rather unremarkable-looking man, who could even be deemed somewhat unattractive. Standing around 1.60 meters, he lacked any notable physique, though his belly protruded like that of a frog. His thinning hair had formed a receding hairline, and a prominent bulbous nose adorned his face, which was round and glistening with oil when he spoke. His crooked yellow teeth were on full display. "Boss Huang, what brings you here? Please, have a seat, everyone," Zhao Shirin's father hastily invited. "That's unnecessary. Just tell me when you plan to repay the debt," the impatient Mr. Huang remarked. Zhao Shirin had already approached Lin Feng, quietly introducing him. It was then that Lin Feng realized that Mr. Huang was the very man who was once to marry Zhao Shirin. Simultaneously, Mr. Huang was one of the creditors of the Zhao family, to whom they owed over 7 million in goods in the past. Such a sum would have been trivial, easily dismissed, but now the situation was dire. The Zhao family had fallen on hard times. Their warehouse was filled with unsold goods, the financial chain had snapped, and they owed a considerable amount to the bank, with little left in their savings. The predicament could be succinctly described with 4 words: Zhao family at the end of their rope. In light of the Zhao family's plight, they felt compelled to consider marrying off Zhao Shirin. Of course, this was a condition put forth by Mr. Huang himself. He had stated that should he marry Zhao Shirin, he would financially assist the Zhao family in overcoming their troubles. Zhao Shirin, however, was loath to marry such an unattractive man, yet faced with the family's predicament, she had no choice but to comply. Should she refuse, the Zhao family would inevitably face bankruptcy, a fate that would usher in a bleak future with little hope for recovery. Reluctantly, Zhao Shirin agreed to the marriage, but this did not prevent her from giving away her first time. This led to her fateful encounter with Li Qingshan at the bar. Mr. Huang's gaze had already settled on Li Qingshan and Zhao Shirin. His look at Li Qingshan was laced with resentment, while his glance at Zhao Shirin was imbued with greed. Li Qingshan, too, was taken aback by the rapid shift in Mr. Huang's focus. "Old Zhao, don't you think you should repay the 1.2 million you owe me?" Mr. Huang's voice dripped with menace. "Zhao boss, please, have a heart. Just pay back the 800,000 you owe me. Zhao boss, I run a small business. Isn't it time you settled the 2.1 million you owe?" The creditors, lining up behind Mr. Huang, launched their collective assault on Zhao boss. They were all suppliers to Zhao's factory, not major tycoons but rather small workshop owners, providing various components like buttons, thread, and zippers. Although these small components added up in quantity and value, each creditor was owed several $100,000. Together, their debts exceeded 10 million. Though the individual sums were not overwhelming, their sheer number made it impossible for the Zhao family to withstand their demands. The creditors had banded together, spurred on by Mr. Huang's machinations. Without his intervention, they likely would not have congregated here. Mr. Huang had orchestrated this situation deliberately. Initially, he had been poised to marry Zhao Shirin, but news of her reluctance had infuriated him. Zhao Shirin was stunningly beautiful, and Mr. Huang had been smitten the moment he laid eyes on her. Yet he was not naive. He understood his own lack of appeal. Despite his unattractiveness, the Zhao family had wealth, making Zhao Shirin's marriage to him unlikely. But fate had dealt the Zhao family a cruel hand. Their business had failed and bankruptcy loomed. Seizing the opportunity, Mr. Huang proposed marriage to Zhao Shirin, promising financial assistance to navigate their difficulties. The Huang family possessed considerable resources, and if they were willing to lend a hand, the Zhao family could certainly weather this storm. Though Mr. Huang was not handsome, he was wealthy, and the Zhao family, seeing the prospect of money, begrudgingly consented. Mr. Huang had been eagerly awaiting the wedding day, only to be met with this unexpected turn of events, which soured his mood. The indignation he felt festered within him. He would not let the Zhao family escape unscathed for what he perceived as an affront. Thus, he brought the creditors to the Zhao family's doorstep. Zhao Sihai attempted to negotiate, but to no avail. The creditors had received word of the impending bankruptcy, knowing that if the Zhao family fell, they would see not a penny of their owed debts. They had collectively resolved to secure their payments, and they would not leave without it. Mr. Huang wore a smug expression, eager to see how the Zhao family would navigate this crisis. Should they falter, the opportunity to possess Zhao Shirin would present itself, not as a bride, but as a mere plaything. Zhao Sihai sighed in resignation, recognizing the futility of his predicament. These individuals were his creditors, and he lacked the means to repay them, rendering his situation hopeless. casting a glance at Mr. Huang. He refrained from further pleas, knowing full well that even a humble supplication would be in vain. Instead, Zhao Sihai approached Li Qingshan, donning a conciliatory smile. "Nephew, might you lend us your assistance to help navigate this dire situation?" After all, Li Qingshan was Zhao Shirin's boyfriend and came from a wealthy family. If he were willing to extend a hand, the Zhao family could indeed surmount their challenges. Li Qingshan smiled and nodded. Of course, in truth, he had been waiting for Zhao Sihai to approach him directly. Had he not, Li Qingshan might have intervened regardless. Mr. Huang had been closely observing Zhao Sihai's actions, and upon witnessing him approach a young man with a friendly demeanor, he sensed something amiss. Particularly troubling was the close proximity of Zhao Shirin to this man, suggesting an intimate rapport. A realization dawned upon Mr. Huang. It was the presence of this man that had deterred Zhao Shirin from marrying him. The bitter jealousy of a scorned suitor surged within him. "Ah, so it is you who has been meddling behind the scenes," he thought darkly, his eyes narrowing with a venomous glint. Li Qingshan stepped forward to address the creditors. He commanded, "Please, refrain from your clamor and allow me a moment to speak. Zhao uncle owes you money, and I shall see to it that you are repaid. We must adhere to proper procedures. Do you all have your promissory notes? Are they intact? Prepare your documents, and we can commence with the repayments, and no problem. I have everything ready," a large man eagerly responded. "Then please line up. We will handle this one by one. Starting with you," Li Qingshan instructed the hefty creditor. He then turned to the Zhao family, saying, "Let's bring out the tables and chairs. We shall conduct our business here." Zhao Sihai was the first to react, hastily bringing over a folding table, perfect for their needs. The rest of the Zhao family quickly followed suit, gathering chairs and benches. Most creditors had their documents on hand, ready to settle accounts on the spot. Though some had rushed over without any paperwork, realizing they could potentially receive their payments today, Li Qingshan began processing their accounts one by one, with Zhao Sihai assisting him. They worked diligently to verify the records, while Li Qingshan personally handled the transfers. Once completed, he collected the promissory notes, leaving Zhao Sihai watching in silence, unable to voice his thoughts. Initially, he had hoped to reclaim the notes, but it was clear that Li Qingshan had no intention of relinquishing them. Zhao Sihai felt a pang of disappointment. Nonetheless, he recognized that this outcome was the best he could hope for. Meanwhile, Mr. Huang seethed with rage at the unfolding scene. He had come prepared to confront the Zhao family, only to have his plans thwarted by the young man before him. Mr. Huang approached with a mocking smile, addressing Li Qingshan coldly, "You seem unfamiliar. Where do you hail from? I've not seen you before. It's not surprising we haven't met. I don't know you either. Are you here to collect debts? If so, please wait your turn," Li Qingshan replied nonchalantly. "Do you not realize that Zhao Shirin is the woman I have chosen? She had previously agreed to marry me. Now you dare to come and take her from me? Are you not showing me any respect?" Mr. Huang slammed the table, his voice laced with icy disdain. He undoubtedly possesses the audacity to speak in such a manner, for his family is both affluent and influential. It is not merely wealth that he has at his disposal. Rather, there exists a substantial degree of power within his household. He may be oblivious to the identity of Li Qingshan, yet he feels emboldened to confront him. "Grant you face? Who do you think you are? Get out of my sight this instant," Li Qingshan stated coldly. Ever since he achieved mastery in his cultivation, he has regarded others with an air of condescension, akin to observing mere ants. Now, an ant dares to be arrogant before him, and a surge of murderous intent involuntarily arises within him. Boss Huang suddenly felt a chill coursing through his body as a wave of fear engulfed him, compelling him to instinctively retreat. Chapter 81. Li Qingshan's rejection? Indeed, a waste of space, incapable of enduring even a fraction of my murderous aura. Li Qingshan smirked coldly, contemplating within. The murderous intent he projected was not particularly intense. A person of resolute will could withstand it, however. It was evident that this waste of space before him was not among them. Boss Huang could not even endure a modicum of Li Qingshan's killing intent. His mental fortitude was exceedingly frail. Go label him as an ant would be an overestimation. Hurry up and leave. "Do not disgrace yourself before me," Li Qingshan said icily. "You wait, I will not let you off easily," Boss Huang exclaimed, his face a mixture of anger and fear, before turning to flee. This was the most instinctive and correct choice his body could make. Upon standing before Li Qingshan, he experienced an overwhelming tremor of fear, compelling him to escape. Observing the retreating Boss Huang, Li Qingshan merely offered a cold smirk, without paying him any further heed in Li Qingshan's eyes. This individual was but a petty character. Avoiding him was a stroke of good fortune for the other. Should anyone dare to provoke Li Qingshan, he would not hesitate to eliminate another. Regarding the act of killing, the most challenging aspect lies in the first instance. Once one has crossed that threshold, subsequent acts become remarkably effortless, devoid of any psychological burden. Li Qingshan found himself in such a position during his inaugural act of killing. He felt a slight discomfort, yet at this juncture, taking a life was as trivial as anything could be. Eliminating someone like Boss Huang would be an uncomplicated task. He merely needed to find a secluded spot to snap his neck and dispose of the body in his storage space. The next time he returned to Zhangjiakan, he could simply discard the corpse in the mountains, thus completing the entire process seamlessly. This method of killing was flawless. In the modern world, murder is one matter. But in the Jiuzhou realm, disposing of a body is entirely another. Unless the likes of Uncle Hat can traverse time and space, solving the case would be impossible. With the eyesore of Boss Huang gone, the remaining matters became considerably easier to manage. The creditors were quite orderly, after all. They were eager to reclaim their debts and understood that further disturbances would only lead to their own detriment. Hence, they lined up patiently, one by one, to settle their accounts. The process of reconciling accounts would require some time, yet an hour would suffice. After an hour, the last creditor emerged from the building with a smile. His debt was modest, merely 370,000, yet for him, this sum represented a significant amount. Having finally received the 370,000, he released a breath he had been holding. Li Qingshan gathered all the documents into a briefcase, which belonged to one of the creditors. He had proactively requested it for the purpose of organization, as the abundance of items on site made it quite inconvenient without one. Xiaoli, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I would have been at a loss, Zhao Sihai exclaimed with excitement. Uncle Zhao, you are too kind. We are family, after all. This small matter is something I can manage, Li Qingshan replied. However, he added, that being said, I am merely temporarily holding on to these IOUs for you. Once the transaction with the garment factory is finalized, we can revisit the matter. Agreed. We shall proceed as you say, Zhao Sihai nodded. He had no intention of shirking his debts. He was well aware that evasion was impossible. Moreover, with Li Qingshan's assistance, he reaped substantial benefits, as most of the debts owed to suppliers had been resolved. Yet, several significant debts remained. Their family was indeed in dire straits, burdened with considerable liabilities. Without assistance, navigating this crisis would be exceedingly challenging. Uncle Zhao, shall we discuss the garment factory matter now? Li Qingshan proposed. Certainly, let us do so, Zhao Sihai replied quickly. Let us go to my study. This is not the place for such discussions, he suggested. The two then proceeded to Zhao Sihai's study. Uncle Zhao, to speak candidly, how much more do you require to resolve your troubles, and how much would you be willing to sell your garment factory for? Li Qingshan inquired directly. The funding shortfall stands at approximately 35 million, Zhao Sihai lamented. The gap was indeed substantial. Even after settling the debts owed to the aforementioned suppliers, he still required 35 million. His initial plan had been to sell the factory, their home, and some of the antique paintings in their collection to cover the debts. However, doing so would leave their family's assets nearly depleted. And this was the best-case scenario. The most pressing issue was that selling the garment factory at a fair price proved difficult. Local business owners were well aware of his circumstances and were reluctant to take over. Meanwhile, the creditors relentlessly pursued him, particularly regarding the overdue bank loans. If the bank loans remained unpaid, they would inevitably initiate enforcement proceedings against his family. Initially, Zhao Sihai had intended for his daughter, Zhao Shirin, to marry Boss Huang, who had promised to provide 20 million as working capital. While 20 million would not entirely clear all debts, possessing such cash would indeed revitalize the situation. The immediate priority would be to repay the bank loans, then reapply for a new loan, thus breathing life into the enterprise. Although the bank loans would still exist, the advantage was that once repaid, they could be accessed again. The remaining funds could be allocated for debt repayment and operational expenses for the factory. In this way, only 20 million would be necessary to revive the entire situation. However, the circumstances had changed, and so too would the approach. Xiaoli, do you think we could consider an alternative cooperative arrangement? Zhao Sihai suggested, proposing that Li Qingshan invest a portion of money as equity. With an influx of 20 million in cash, he could reinvigorate the factory. It could be said that Zhao Sihai was indeed a shrewd businessman. His mind agile, even in adversity. Yet, how could Li Qingshan possibly agree to such terms? What he valued was the garment factory's processing capabilities. He had no interest in merely acquiring a stake. It was either to purchase the factory outright or to walk away entirely. The notion of equity was devoid of appeal. Uncle Zhao, I have no interest in equity arrangements. Do you still intend to sell the factory? If not, then so be it. Li Qingshan stated directly that I will sell it. Zhao Sihai replied with a bitter smile. Chapter 82. The Four-Masked Men. Zhao Sihai found himself devoid of choices. There were few buyers capable of producing several million in cash to purchase his factory outright. Boss Huang may have had wealth, but he was disinterested in operating a garment processing factory, as he already owned his own. Why would he spend money to acquire another? The same applied to other local business owners. The factory's value was evident, yet not all were willing to invest. Uncle Zhao, if you feel selling the factory is inappropriate, then so be it. However, if you wish for me to invest, that too is out of the question. I only intend to possess it wholly. Li Qingshan smiled. This was his bottom line. Moreover, whether or not he needed to purchase the garment factory was uncertain. If he did, he could easily seek alternatives. I will sell it, Zhao Sihai sighed, ultimately making his decision. If Li Qingshan had agreed to the first proposal, it would have been ideal. However, regrettably, he did not. Since he was unwilling to invest, selling the factory was the only recourse. Let us proceed to discuss the details, Li Qingshan suggested. Half an hour later, the two had largely ironed out the particulars. Li Qingshan was willing to purchase the factory, although a formal appraisal of the price was necessary. As for Zhao Sihai's outstanding debt of 35 million, Li Qingshan could initially lend him that amount. The debt would be deducted from the factory's earnings, and any shortfall would be treated as a personal loan from Li Qingshan to Zhao Sihai. The factory would subsequently be managed by Zhao Sihai, who would not hold shares but would receive a stipulated annual dividend. Moreover, as the factory director, Zhao Sihai's remuneration would undoubtedly be substantial. Debts could be repaid gradually. Although Zhao Sihai felt a sense of resentment, he found himself powerless to alter the situation. Thus, he transformed from a business owner into a mere employee. Nevertheless, it must be said that the predicament faced by his family had been resolved. The general plan was as such. The specific details could not be discussed between the two within the confines of the office. It would require the accountants hired by Li Qingshan to conduct an on-site assessment at the factory before a genuine quotation could be provided. Uncle Zhao, since the matter has been settled, I shall take my leave, Li Qingshan stated, rising to his feet. Very well, allow me to see you off, Zhao Sihai replied with a smile. In truth, despite his lingering dissatisfaction, the finality of the situation alleviated a significant burden from Zhao Sihai's heart. At the very least, his family no longer needed to worry about bankruptcy. I will accompany you, Zhao Shirin eagerly interjected as they stepped outside. She sensed a certain heaviness in the atmosphere at home and had no desire to remain there. Besides, she had grown accustomed to the pleasures of life. Although she had only rested for a day, she felt ready for another round of excitement that evening, a fitting reward for Li Qingshan. Upon hearing Zhao Shirin's words, Li Qingshan's eyes lit up, for he too appreciated such delights. However, he found it inconvenient to voice such desires himself. With Zhao Shirin now taking the initiative, it could not have been more fortuitous for him. He was in for another delightful evening. Once Li Qingshan departed, the Zhao family quickly surrounded Zhao Sihai. Father, how did your discussion go? What conclusion did you reach? Zhao Sihai's eldest son inquired promptly. What conclusion could there be? Li Qingshan was unwilling to take a stake, but he was willing to purchase the factory outright. Zhao Sihai sighed as he relayed the essence of their conversation. Upon hearing the outcome, the expressions of the Zhao family shifted dramatically, each reacting differently, some with joy, others with a sullen demeanor. Clearly, their thoughts varied widely. Although the factory will no longer be ours, at least this trouble has been resolved. We will no longer have a factory. Each of you must seek your own paths, Zhao Sihai lamented before departing. Indifferent to how his children would process the news, he felt he had done all he could. Zhao Shirin returned to the villa with Li Qingshan, and as soon as they arrived, Li Qingshan eagerly took her by the hand, leading her towards the bedroom. Amid her surprised exclamations, the two engaged in a passionate night of intimacy. The following morning, Li Qingshan woke early while Zhao Shirin remained lost in a deep slumber. After the exertions of the previous night, it would likely take her some time to awaken. Li Qingshan smiled, choosing not to disturb her. After freshening up, he left the villa and jogged along the tree-lined path between the villas for over an hour to warm up. Upon returning, he found Zhao Shirin still asleep and, feeling reluctant to wake her, he simply sent her a text message before heading out. He had numerous tasks to attend to that day and could not afford to waste time on such matters. As Li Qingshan drove out of the community, he noticed a car trailing behind him. Initially, he had merely sensed the vehicle's presence but was uncertain whether it was indeed following him. However, after deliberately making several turns, he confirmed his suspicion. The car was indeed tailing him. Curiosity piqued, he wondered who could be pursuing him. Ordinarily, He believed he had no enemies, yet he recalled a few potential adversaries. Deciding to confront the situation, Li Qingshan pulled over to a secluded area by the roadside. He intended to use himself as bait to lure out his pursuers, though he was uncertain if they would take the bait. As he parked, the other vehicle did the same. The doors swung open, and 4 masked men emerged, wielding baseball bats, charging directly towards him. Attack! The 4 assailants shouted in unison, raising their bats to strike Li Qingshan. He responded with a cold smile, swiftly delivering a powerful slap that sent one of them flying. Despite having tempered his strength, the impact was too much for them to withstand. Before the remaining 3 could react, Li Qingshan dealt them each a blow, leaving them utterly incapacitated. Now, tell me who you are, Li Qingshan commanded, his tone firm yet inquisitive. He had formulated several theories in his mind, but he required their confirmation. You refuse to speak, do you? Then I shall not be held responsible, Li Qingshan remarked with a chilling smile. He swiftly engaged the 4 once more, using a light yet effective technique that shattered their bones with ease, eliciting anguished cries. All right, we'll tell you everything. One of them quickly conceded, unable to endure the pain. We're just street thugs, trying to make a living. Someone paid us to come and teach you a lesson. Our boss is named Tai Tude. We don't know the details. We just follow orders. If you have questions, you'll have to ask our boss. The 4 men, having learned to respond in unison, divulged the essential details. They were not professional assassins but mere street-level enforcers, hired to inflict harm on Li Qingshan for a fee. Each had received 10,000 yuan for their trouble, while their boss would take the lion's share. I'll call your boss to let him know the job is done. You're free to leave now, Li Qingshan said nonchalantly. The masked men quickly complied, with one of them dialing their boss. Boss, it's done, we're on our way back, he stated nervously, aware of Li Qingshan's presence and feeling compelled to adhere to his instructions. Good job, return quickly, a voice replied from the other end. Unbeknownst to Tai Tu, his subordinates had been captured and betrayed him. He believed the job was an easy way to earn money, expecting to pocket 260,000 yuan from a 300,000 yuan contract. Leaving his men with mere scraps, Li Qingshan scanned the area, noting the absence of surveillance cameras. His decision to stop here stemmed from the realization that there were none. However, the vicinity was populated with numerous residential buildings, and he could not ascertain if anyone had witnessed or recorded the altercation. In the city, actions were constrained by the presence of potential witnesses, unlike in the wilderness where one could act freely without concern for repercussions. Li Qingshan had initially contemplated silencing the thugs permanently but reconsidered, realizing that merely being a petty thug, their elimination would not significantly impact his life. Moreover, committing murder in plain sight would only invite trouble. Get in my car and take me to your boss, Li Qingshan instructed. The 4 men dared not resist and climbed obediently into his vehicle. Driving was a task Li Qingshan would undertake himself. He had no intention of relinquishing control to them. The 4 men, having learned their lesson, remained subdued as they entered the car. Upon entering the vehicle, the 4 individuals dutifully guided the way, and the journey proved remarkably smooth and expeditious. Eventually, they arrived at the location where Tai Tu was situated. Li Qingshan promptly disembarked with the 4 individuals. You all lead the way. Take me to find Tai Tu, Li Qingshan instructed. Naturally, the 4 dared not resist and obediently complied. After exiting the vehicle, they guided Li Qingshan to Tai Tu's whereabouts. Tai Tu owned a financial company and was presently in his office. With 4 subordinates leading the way, they encountered no obstacles. Although Tai Tu's subordinates sensed something amiss, they gave it little thought, as they could not fathom that enemies had come knocking at their door. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation, it was far too late. Meanwhile, Tai Tu was in his office, engrossed in his mobile phone. A knock resounded at the office door, and Tai Tu impatiently exclaimed, "Damn it, who is it?" "Come in yourself," as the door swung open, 4 burly men entered, all of whom were Tai Tu's subordinates, the same ones who had previously donned masks to confront Li Qingshan. Now, their masks had been removed. "It's you 4 rascals. As long as the job is done." "What do you want with me?" Tai Tu said, his annoyance palpable. "Boss, something has happened. You should handle it yourself," the 4 replied with forced smiles, stepping aside. Then, Li Qingshan walked in. The moment Tai Tu laid eyes on Li Qingshan, he sprang to his feet. He possessed a photograph of Li Qingshan, thus instantly recognizing him as the target they had sought. Tai Tu was acutely aware that this was the very individual they intended to deal with. Given that the target had come to his doorstep, it was evident that their previous operation had failed. Tai Tu shot a fierce glare at the 4 men, contemplating their incompetence. Failing to defeat the adversary was one thing, but bringing the enemy to him was utterly unacceptable. Once this matter concluded, he would ensure the four received a severe reprimand. However, any punishment would have to wait until the current predicament was resolved. "You've got quite the nerve to come here, young man," Taitu remarked with a forced smile. As he spoke, he discreetly pressed a hidden button on his desk. This was an alarm he had installed. Pressing it would trigger a red alert throughout the company. His subordinates outside would immediately rush in upon seeing the alarmed IT was his means of self-protection. Li Qingshan observed Taitu's subtle maneuvering with clarity. Yet he paid it no mind. These ordinary individuals held no significance in his eyes. Footsteps echoed at the entrance, and a dozen sturdy men armed with various weapons surged in. Li Qingshan smiled faintly and turned to confront them. These men were no match for him, and he effortlessly subdued them. Within a minute, the corridor was littered with groaning figures, their limbs broken and clearly suffering from severe injuries. At that moment, Li Qingshan raised his gaze and inquired, "Why is there no surveillance here?" One of the four burly men who had accompanied Li Qingshan spoke. "We engage in this line of work. Who would dare install surveillance?" His reasoning was quite sound. If they were running a legitimate business, having cameras would be entirely normal. However, the reality was that they were not running a legitimate enterprise, but rather a financial company involved in illicit activities. Installing cameras would only serve to incriminate themselves. "I see, no surveillance. That's splendid," Li Qingshan chuckled. Previously, he had been concerned about the presence of cameras hindering his actions, but now, with no surveillance in place, he felt free to pursue his intentions without restraint. Taitu, however, felt a chill run down his spine as he observed the fighting unfolding in the corridor. His men, armed to the teeth, were no match for this one individual. The opponent's skills were terrifying. Even his subordinates combined would likely falter against him. With a thud, Taitu sank to his knees. "Boss, please show mercy this once. I am merely a pawn in this game, forced to do the bidding of others. You can beat me, but I beg you not to take my life." Taitu kowtowed, pleading for leniency. His survival thus far was attributed to his keen perception. He recognized that the man before him was not someone to provoke. Most importantly, he sensed a palpable aura of menace radiating from Li Qingshan. It was clear that Li Qingshan genuinely intended to kill him. Particularly when Li Qingshan inquired about the surveillance, Taitu felt the murderous intent intensify upon learning there were no cameras. Some individuals lack the discernment to sense such threats, but Taitu had risen to his current position through his astuteness and sensitivity to danger. Initially, Taitu had merely been a petty hoodlum, yet his perceptiveness and intelligence had propelled him to his position as a leader. Li Qingshan approached Taitu, tilting his head to scrutinize the man before him. Taitu appeared to be in his 30s, with a gleaming bald head that earned him his moniker. As Li Qingshan regarded the gang leader, he contemplated how to deal with him. Murder was the simplest solution, yet it offered little benefit to Li Qingshan. "I am deliberating whether to end your life or spare you as a mere dog," Li Qingshan stated with a wry smile. "Boss, please spare us. We are of use. We can serve you," Taitu implored, bowing his head once more before raising it earnestly. "Do you know who is out to get me?" Li Qingshan queried. "I know it's Boss Wang. He has offered 300,000 to have you dealt with," Taitu replied without hesitation. "Here's the deal. You personally take him out. If you can accomplish that, you may work under me, but if not, it will be a little troublesome for you," Li Qingshan said nonchalantly. Taitu's heart raced. Murder? He had never killed anyone in his life. Despite his fearsome appearance, he was merely a thug, not a cold-blooded killer. Why would he kill? Although he had committed numerous wrongdoings, taking a life was not among them. Taitu cautiously glanced at Li Qingshan again, sensing the murderous intent in his eyes. He realized that failure to comply might truly lead to his demise. "I will count to 3, and you must give me an answer. Should you fail to respond, I will make the decision for you." Li Qingshan stated leisurely. "I agree." Taitu replied decisively. He understood that refusal would lead to certain death, while acquiescence offered a chance at survival. At worst, he would merely have to kill someone. "What do you intend to do?" Li Qingshan asked, curiosity piquing his interest. "I will call Boss Wang and inform him that your limbs have been broken and that you are in our custody. We are waiting for him at the abandoned factory on the outskirts. Should he wish to take revenge, he would undoubtedly be eager to come personally. Once he arrives, he will meet his end. The remote location of the factory provides a safer environment to carry out the deed," Taitu explained. "Very well. You possess a sharp mind, and your plan is commendable. Proceed as you suggested." Mr. Li nodded in approval. If Taitu lacked intelligence, he would not have survived this long. The time had come for Taitu to put on a show. He picked up his phone, switched to speaker mode, and dialed Boss Wang. When Boss Wang answered, he was in high spirits. "Taitu, did the job go south?" "Rest assured, boss. Where I intervene, success is inevitable. That man has been dealt with. His limbs are broken, and in consideration of your reputation, I have brought him here. We are at the abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts, as you are aware. This is a complimentary offer. Would you care to come and exact your revenge? You may either beat him or stab him a few times, no extra charge, Taitu said with a beaming smile. Ha ha ha, Taitu, you truly know how to get things done. Consider it a favor owed to you. Keep an eye on him. I'll be there shortly. I want to teach him a lesson myself. AS Boss Huang laughed heartily. The call ended. The mood was exceptionally buoyant for Boss Huang, as he believed he had successfully dealt with Li Qingshan. Previously, he had been unaware of Li Qingshan's true identity but recognized him as a wealthy and young individual, likely with powerful connections. Thus, he had refrained from acting hastily, opting instead to gather information about Li Qingshan's background after their encounter. For a person like him, it is a trivial matter to find friends and investigate the identities of others, and the results are invariably accurate. The identity of Li Qingshan was swiftly uncovered. While he was unaware of the extent of Li Qingshan's wealth, he recognized him as an ordinary individual. Upon confirming that Li Qingshan was indeed just an average person, Boss Huang contemplated teaching him a lesson, one that would leave a profound impact. Without hesitation, Boss Huang hired individuals to break Li Qingshan's limbs. This was not his first endeavor of such a nature. One could say he was exceptionally adept at it. Thus, upon receiving a call from Taitu, Boss Huang harbored no doubts about the news. In high spirits, he drove to the abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. He had visited this forsaken site several times before, having brought others here for similar purposes. Consequently, he was quite familiar with the surrounding routes and navigated there alone. From several hundred meters away, Boss Huang spotted multiple vehicles parked in the factory's open area, along with Taitu's subordinates. Although he did not see Li Qingshan, he assumed he might be inside one of the cars, which explained his absence from the open space. At that moment, Boss Huang felt no suspicion. Rather, he wore an eager smile, anticipating the opportunity to personally administer a lesson to Li Qingshan. While he would never resort to murder himself, after all, he had ample wealth and could pay others to undertake such deeds, he could certainly vent his frustrations on Li Qingshan. Perhaps he would use a club to further injure the limbs he intended to break. Boss Huang, you've arrived. Taitu had already exited his vehicle and greeted Boss Huang with a smile. Displaying no signs of abnormality. It could be said that Taitu, a seasoned veteran in such matters, was exceedingly skilled at maintaining composure. In contrast, his subordinates exhibited somewhat unnatural expressions. Boss Huang, however, paid no heed to their demeanor and happily exchanged pleasantries with Taitu. Where is that fellow you mentioned? I wish to teach him a lesson myself, Boss Huang declared. Are you referring to me? As the car door swung open, Li Qingshan stepped out. The moment Boss Huang laid eyes on Li Qingshan, his expression shifted drastically. He realized that Li Qingshan appeared unscathed, without a single injury. Boss Huang turned to Taitu, understanding that he had been duped. You two are truly something else. I concede I am willing to pay to avert disaster. Just name your price, and I shall provide you the funds. Boss Huang swiftly admitted defeat, his heart simmering with resentment towards Taitu for having betrayed him. Nevertheless, in this predicament, he had no choice but to relent. Willing to pay to escape this calamity, individuals like Boss Huang naturally surrounded themselves with bodyguards, but this situation required a different approach. The task at hand was to punish Li Qingshan, and Boss Huang's bodyguards were reputable. He could not involve them in such affairs. Therefore, he had come alone, having grown complacent after multiple collaborations with Taitu. He had not anticipated that this moment of relaxation would lead to his downfall. However, whether he had brought bodyguards or not would not have altered the outcome. Even with protection, they would have posed no match for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan paid no attention to Boss Huang, merely turning to Taitu and calmly stating, "You should know what it means to offer a token of loyalty. You are undoubtedly aware of what comes next. Rest assured, we know how to proceed." Taitu replied, steeling himself out. Of course, he was unwilling to partake in such actions, but he had no choice. Refusal would mean death. Let us act. Everyone must join in, Taitu coldly commanded those around him. Every enforcer present, including Taitu, brandished a baseball bat. Taitu, what are you planning? Do you intend to kill me? I must remind you, I am a member of the Huang family. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my family will not let you off easily, Boss Huang shouted, his face a mask of terror. I'm sorry, Boss Huang, but we have no choice. You brought this upon yourself, Taitu coldly replied, leading the charge as he struck Boss Huang with a bat. Let us go. With Taitu's order, all began to swing their bats, mercilessly beating Boss Huang. He had never dreamed that he would find himself in such a predicament. At this point, even if he wished to beg for mercy. It was utterly impossible. Li Qingshan produced a small camera, capturing the scene as it unfolded. Tai Tu and the others noticed but dared not say a word, knowing that speaking out could cost them their lives. They were well aware that Li Qingshan engaged in such recordings. This was what it meant to offer loyalty. They had placed their lives in Li Qingshan's hands. Should they disobey, the exposure of this video would seal their fates. Tai Tu might have wished to resist, but they were utterly outmatched in Li Qingshan's presence. They could only fervently seek Li Qingshan's favor, since everyone wielded baseball bats rather than knives. And surrounded Boss Huang in their assault, no one would be able to determine who was responsible for his demise. This was precisely why they opted for bats. The ambiguity of the weapon rendered it difficult to ascertain the perpetrator. Thus, Boss Huang was brutally beaten to death. Excellent work. You may leave now. I will handle the remaining matters, including the disposal of Boss Huang's body, ensuring it does not bring you any trouble. Keep your mouth shut. Do not speak recklessly, Li Qingshan said with a smile. We wouldn't dare, Tai Tu replied with a bitter smile. Chapter 86. Plans for opening a restaurant. Boss Huang likely never imagined that he would be so effortlessly killed. He had initially intended to seek revenge on Li Qingshan, only to find himself perishing at his hands. Although he was beaten to death by Tai Tu and his men, in truth, he did die at Li Qingshan's hands. Without Li Qingshan's influence, Tai Tu would not have been able to carry out such an act. Mr. Li, what about the Huang family? Tai Tu inquired, somewhat apprehensive. Li Qingshan had instructed Tai Tu and the others to call him Mr. Li rather than boss, as he had no intention of engaging in underworld dealings. While Boss Huang was inconsequential, the Huang family behind him held considerable influence. If they sought retribution against Tai Tu, he would be ill-equipped to defend himself. Rest assured, I will handle matters concerning the Huang family. Moreover, we need not worry excessively. Boss Huang is unlikely to disclose this incident to others. If no one knows that he sought you out, and no one is aware that he came here, then this affair will not implicate us. Even if the Huang family has extensive connections, they may not trace this back to us. Furthermore, if they do manage to find us, I will take care of it. I hope the Huang family will act wisely and refrain from provoking me, Li Qingshan stated. Understood, Mr. Li, Tai Tu acknowledged, feeling considerably relieved. They had witnessed Li Qingshan's prowess firsthand. He could certainly deal with the minor Huang family. Quickly, clean up thoroughly and leave no traces behind, Li Qingshan reiterated. Tai Tu wasted no time, and soon everyone hastily departed. Once they had driven away, Li Qingshan collected Boss Huang's body into his storage space. The body would eventually be transported to the Jiuzhou world, where it would remain untraceable. Without a body, Boss Huang could only be deemed missing, not dead, and it would be impossible to accuse Li Qingshan and his associates of murder. In a society governed by law, evidence is paramount. Without it, one cannot convict another. Li Qingshan was willing to abide by the rules, provided others did as well. Should they fail to do so, he would not hesitate to take action. The scene was meticulously cleaned. Even the bloodied soil was stored in Li Qingshan's space. After waiting for half an hour, he called Tai Tu to come pick him up. As previously arranged, Li Qingshan would remain to handle the body, while Tai Tu and his crew would leave. Forbidden from witnessing the process, Tai Tu drove over himself, while the other subordinates returned to the city. Here, there was no one else but Tai Tu. Li Qingshan opened the door and took a seat in the back. Tai Tu was notably astute, refraining from inquiring further about the matter of the corpse. After they embarked on their journey, Li Qingshan spoke directly. Tai Tu, you must cease all your illegal dealings from now on. Engaging in such business is inherently unsafe and could cost you dearly. Since you have chosen to become my subordinate and follow my lead, it is imperative that you steer clear of such enterprises. Tai Tu's expression turned serious, yet he promptly queried, Mr. Li, what business shall we pursue henceforth? Truth be told, I have no desire to engage in these illicit activities. However, I find myself at a loss for alternative ventures. In my youth, I operated a legitimate business. I even ran a hot pot restaurant. That establishment ended up costing me over 300,000. If legitimate businesses were truly profitable, who would resort to illegal trades? You may feel inadequate, but I am here to support you. I possess numerous business opportunities, one of which I can entrust to you. Given your prior experience with hot pot, this should suit you well. We can establish a high-end restaurant, or rather, a refined wellness dining establishment. I will supply you with premium medicinal herbs and exotic delicacies. We are never short of affluent patrons here, and I suspect they are rather discerning. Ordinary fare is unlikely to entice them, yet I believe they will find these exotic delicacies intriguing. Are there indeed channels to procure such premium exotic delicacies? Tai Tu hesitantly inquired. Although he was merely a gang leader, He possessed a discerning eye. He understood that high-quality exotic delicacies could fetch exorbitant prices, yet he wondered how one could possibly acquire such rare items in this day and age. For instance, upscale truffles are indeed worth their weight in gold. Zhangjia village may not have much, but it abounds with exotic delicacies, and in that realm, they hold little value. Li Qingshan could acquire these delicacies at minimal cost. He, after all, could not consume them all himself, prompting the idea of finding a channel to resell them. Simply selling exotic delicacies would be a wasteful endeavor, yielding poor prices. However, transforming these delicacies into finished dishes for sale would yield a vastly different price point. Zhangjia village is also home to a plethora of wildlife. Tigers and black bears exist, though they are formidable and difficult to hunt. Meanwhile, creatures like pheasants, wild rabbits, wild boars, and deer are abundant. Li Qingshan had previously contemplated opening a high-end restaurant, but due to his myriad responsibilities and the lack of reliable associates, he had set that idea aside. Now, with Taitu and his crew under his command, he decided to entrust this venture to them as a trial. Should it succeed, it would be splendid. If it faltered, he could simply explore other avenues. After all, for Li Qingshan, establishing such a restaurant would not require significant investment. It could serve as a mere experiment. Upon hearing Li Qingshan's explanation, Taitu felt a surge of excitement. If Li Qingshan could indeed provide premium exotic delicacies, then a high-end restaurant could very well thrive. Wealthy patrons are never deterred by high prices. They are only concerned that the quality meets their expectations. To them, spending hundreds of thousands on a meal is merely a trifling matter, something utterly inconceivable to the impoverished. The two discussed further details, and Taida's enthusiasm grew. He was determined to open the upscale restaurant. Chapter 87. My parents wish to meet you. Though Zhangjia village is impoverished, it is not lacking in resources, and the abundance of exotic delicacies is noteworthy. However, Li Qingshan could hardly consume or utilize much of what was available. Relying solely on his efforts would make it challenging to sell these items. Thus, he contemplated how to monetize these resources, which led to considerations of distribution channels. He had previously contemplated two approaches. One involved handing the goods over to a wholesaler for sale, akin to his prior dealings with wild ginseng. The other was to establish his own restaurant to manage these exotic delicacies. Following his encounter with Taitu, he decided to consolidate Taida's crew under his command to open a restaurant as a trial. The outcome was uncertain, but attempting it posed no harm. If successful, it would yield an additional revenue stream, and if it failed, then he would simply incur a minor loss. Li Qingshan was unconcerned about Taida's ability to execute this venture, for he possessed ample confidence. Even a small sale of his existing assets could yield substantial profits, rendering this new venture insignificant in comparison. However, this business avenue would still prove beneficial to Li Qingshan, as many of his lucrative dealings could not be made public, such as the sale of exotic delicacies and wild ginseng. These matters are best kept under wraps, conducted discreetly to avoid scrutiny, especially when questioned by friends and family about his business. Successfully operating the restaurant would provide both external and internal explanations. After arriving in the city, the two parted ways. Li Qingshan entered his vehicle and placed a call to Manager Chen. After arranging a meeting, he drove to meet Chen. Manager Chen, hailing from the Tang Group, was responsible for managing Li Qingshan's business affairs. Although he was merely a junior manager within the conglomerate, his proficiency was commendable. Li Qingshan's directives had been executed flawlessly. Now, Li Qingshan sought to establish his own company and secure an office location. Undertaking these tasks independently would be cumbersome and time-consuming, yet in Manager Chen's capable hands, these matters were resolved in mere days. The company was registered, and an office space was secured. Initially, Li Qingshan had contemplated purchasing property, but due to limited funds, he opted for renting for the time being. Once he amassed sufficient capital, he could either acquire the office or construct an entirely new building. In accordance with Li Qingshan's specifications, the office was somewhat secluded yet boasted a pleasant environment and ample space. Manager Chen registered two companies on Li Qingshan's behalf. The first, Qingshan Investment Company, would focus solely on investments, fully owned by Li Qingshan. The second, Shunfeng Trading Company, would handle various trade transactions. With these two enterprises established, Li Qingshan's operations would become significantly more streamlined. Manager Chen, I truly appreciate your assistance. Without you, I cannot fathom the effort it would have taken to register these companies, Li Qingshan remarked with a smile. You're too kind. These are my responsibilities, Manager Chen replied, equally cheerful, devoid of any arrogance. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Qingshan retrieved some items from his bag. Manager Chen, could you please assess whether your company would accept these items? If not, do you have any alternative channels to liquidate them? Initially indifferent, Manager Chin's eyes widened upon seeing the array of gold jewelry and gemstones Li Qingshan presented. These were spoils from Li Fengshan's exploits in Heifeng Mountain. He refrained from bringing out the ancient artifacts and paintings, as their provenance would be challenging to clarify in this world, potentially leading to complications. However, the jewelry posed no such concerns. Mr. Li, you have truly come to the right person. Our Tang Group also operates a chain of jewelry stores. We can certainly assist you in processing these items. Let's head to the jewelry company now for an appraisal and valuation. Should you find the price agreeable, you may sell them to us. If not, we can simply part ways, Manager Chun suggested promptly. Sounds good. Let's proceed as you propose. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement, as long as the offered price was reasonable. He was willing to sell. Conducting such transactions with familiar parties was far more reliable and reassuring than dealing with strangers who might employ dubious tactics. Their previous collaborations with the Tang Group had been exceedingly pleasant, fostering a foundational trust. Suddenly, Manager Chin spoke again. Would it be possible to inform General Tang about the sale of these jewels? She has a particular fondness for such items, and if she finds them appealing, her offer may be even more favorable. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan's thoughts drifted to Tang Muxue. He nodded and replied, that sounds fine. Please reach out to General Tang. Manager Chun made a commendable remark before promptly placing a call to General Tang's secretary. General Tang was a person of considerable busyness. Anyone wishing to reach her had to first go through her secretary. Only those closely associated with her could directly contact Tang Muxue. Thus, even if Manager Chun wanted to speak with Tang Muxue, he too had to initiate contact with her secretary. 5 minutes later, Li Qingshan's phone rang, revealing a call from Tang Muxue. Li Qingshan, do you have jewelry to sell? Tang Muxue inquired straightforwardly, without any pleasantries. Indeed, I have a batch of jewelry that I intend to sell that I wonder if you might be interested, he replied. Very well, bring the items and come directly to my company, Tang Muxue said without hesitation. By the way, are you free at noon? My parents would like to meet you, she added, startling Li Qingshan. What do you mean by that? He quickly asked. What do you mean by that? What do you mean your parents want to see me? Li Qingshan retorted, somewhat exasperated. Manager Chen, overhearing this exchange, fell silent, not daring to interject. Tang Muxue lowered her voice and said softly, please do me this favor. After all, you have considerable experience and my parents have heard that I have a boyfriend and wish to meet him. I must have spies around me. I can no longer conceal our relationship. Rest assured, I will not let you suffer any loss. You may state your conditions, and I shall compensate you. That should suffice. Yes, money. Do you think I lack your little sum? Small change holds no interest for me, and you cannot provide me with substantial amounts, so let us not discuss money, Li Qingshan promptly replied. What do you wish then? Tang Muxue inquired. From Li Qingshan's tone, she sensed that he had demands, yet he was not interested in monetary compensation. As he had articulated, she could not offer him a significant amount, and too little would not satisfy him. How about this? You treat me to dinner tonight, and I will take you to a movie afterward. Is that too much to ask? Since I am your boyfriend now, isn't it only natural for us to go on a date? Li Qingshan suggested with a smile. Tang Muxue was indeed strikingly beautiful and possessed an undeniable allure. Although Li Qingshan was currently single, having already established a relationship with Zhao Shirin, he had no qualms about drawing closer to Tang Muxue. Agreed, hurry over, Tang Muxue replied through gritted teeth. While she was not entirely pleased with Li Qingshan's request, she found herself with little alternative. Finding a mere man to act as a shield was no simple task. Among the male acquaintances Tang Muxue knew, Li Qingshan was the most suitable. An inferior man would certainly not suffice, as such individuals could not stand up to her parents. Conversely, those too familiar were also unsuitable. The closeness of their families could complicate matters, potentially leading to misunderstandings. Moreover, she had previously utilized Li Qingshan as a stand-in boyfriend, and that experience had proven quite satisfactory. Having already had a trial run, it seemed prudent to enlist Li Qingshan's help once again. Furthermore, Tang Muxue's parents were already aware of Li Qingshan's existence, likely having learned of him when she first had him impersonate her boyfriend. Thus, seeking someone else at short notice would be inappropriate, making it more sensible to have Li Qingshan reprise his role. Tang Muxue's impression of Li Qingshan was complex and difficult to encapsulate in a single statement. Rest assured, I am a person of my word. I will be there shortly, Li Qingshan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Half an hour later, Li Qingshan arrived at the headquarters of the Tang Group. Manager Chen exchanged pleasantries before taking his leave, understanding that he was not suited for the ensuing circumstances. Sometimes, knowing less rather than more was advantageous. Li Qingshan, this way, a familiar figure awaited him in the lobby. He recognized her as Lin Ziyue, Tang Muxue's bodyguard and a practitioner of martial arts. albeit with modest skills that could not be compared to Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan, let us reacquaint ourselves. I am Lin Ziyue. And I practice Baguazhang, she said, offering him a smile. Hello, I am Li Qingshan, and I suppose further introductions are unnecessary, he replied with a grin. What style of martial arts do you practice? Lin Ziyue inquired candidly. Not convenient to disclose, he shook his head, preferring to keep his unique training under wraps, as explaining it would be overly complicated. Not even a name, Lin Ziyue pressed, her curiosity piqued. Have you heard of Dalin Yomaquan? Li Qingshan pondered before mentioning the name of his martial art. Lin Ziyue paused, momentarily taken aback, her expression hinting at skepticism. She had never encountered such a name before. Is there truly a martial art by that name? It sounds like something from a novel. Are you certain you practice a martial art with such a title? She asked, doubt evident in her voice. That is precisely why I refrained from telling you earlier. You would not recognize it. There are countless martial arts, many of which are secretive, and it is entirely normal for outsiders to be unaware of them. Li Qingshan replied nonchalantly. We should have an opportunity to spar sometime. I would like to see just how skilled you are, Lin Ziyue proposed, eager to test her abilities against a master. Though she was aware that she could not match Li Qingshan's prowess, she was not deterred, viewing the chance to engage with a skilled practitioner as an honor. By the way, do you know what the situation is today? What trick is Tang Mushu up to now? Li Qingshan leaned in closer, whispering his inquiry. I cannot divulge that. You must enter and discover for yourself, Lin Ziyue replied with a playful smile. Li Qingshan shrugged, choosing not to press further. He had already arrived at the company. And any matters could be addressed within. Rest assured, uncle and aunt are not at the company, Lin Ziyue reassured him. You could have mentioned that sooner. Were you hoping to see me humiliated? Li Qingshan chuckled. Rolling his eyes at her, Lin Ziyue laughed again, feeling that Li Qingshan was not as unattainable as she had first thought. Upon entering Tang Mushue's office, it was evident that her parents were not present. Uncle and aunt are not here. Did they not say they wanted to meet me? Li Qingshan asked with a grin. If my parents were truly here, I wonder if you would still dare to come? Tang Mushue retorted with a cold smile. Pausing momentarily, she continued. My parents mentioned they would invite you to dinner today. Once we sit down at the table, remember to mind your manners, be aware of what can and cannot be said, and keep our relationship vague. Just say we are dating, as we have not known each other long, and it may be a few years before marriage. Also, do not mention your divorce to my parents. Tang Mushue's expression grew serious as she began outlining the important details. Are you joking with me, or is this for real? Li Qingshan tilted his head, scrutinizing Tang Mushue. Are you not afraid I might take this too seriously? He added. Tang Mushue's demeanor shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, she finally said, let us take it one step at a time. We can discuss future matters later. Does that sound acceptable? This was clearly a carefully considered strategy on her part. Or perhaps a means of buying time. Very well, if you wish to play, I shall accompany you, Li Qingshan replied cheerfully. After all, what was the harm in a bit of fun? He was not short on funds. And with a stunning beauty accompanying him, he felt no loss that, of course, this was all contingent on it not interfering with his financial pursuits. Chapter 89. Selling jewelry. Let us set aside these trivial matters for later and focus on the more pressing issues. Li Qingshan declared. You mentioned a transaction involving precious metals and gems, correct? Tang Mushue inquired, eyeing the box in Li Qingshan's hand. Indeed, the items are all here. Please take a look and appraise them. If the price is right, I shall sell them to you, Li Qingshan responded, patting the box. Recently, Li Qingshan had found himself spending quite a bit, and his finances were running low. Fortunately, his luck had been favorable, as he had acquired these gems in Haifeng Mountain. Selling them should help mitigate his financial losses. Please examine them closely, he said, opening the box and presenting the jewelry one by one. Each piece within the box had been carefully selected by Li Qingshan. In his eyes, they were all of considerable value. Although he was not an expert in jewelry, he could generally discern whether something was worth a significant amount. Despite the fact that the worlds of Jojo and Blue Star were fundamentally different, many things remained consistent across both, particularly gold and gems. However, there were also subtle differences between the two worlds and the world of Jojo. There exist some wondrous treasures that are presumably absent in the realm of Blue Star. However, these enchanting artifacts are not easily encountered, and Li Qingshan has yet to come across any. Yet, it would be inaccurate to say he has encountered none. At least in the Jojo world, he has indeed encountered spirit stones. It remains uncertain whether spirit stones exist in the Blue Star realm. When Li Qingshan finally unveils these treasures, Tang Mushue's gaze is momentarily astonished. Having witnessed grand spectacles before and being well acquainted with gold, silver, and jewels, She finds that the jewelry presented by Li Qingshan appears to possess remarkable quality, categorizing it as exquisite among gems, capable of fetching a high price at auction. Nevertheless, compared to antiques, jewelry lacks the historical depth. Unless one speaks of rare and well-documented gems, ordinary jewelry does not hold substantial value on its own. This is due to the historical significance imbued within those esteemed jewels, justifying their elevated prices. Please, take a moment to rest. I shall summon the experts to examine these items, Tang Muxue stated. Li Qingshan nodded and settled onto the nearby sofa. As the door swung open, several seasoned experts entered the room. Upon observing the array of jewels on the table, their eyes flickered with interest, for the quality and craftsmanship of these jewels were unlike anything they had encountered in the market. Miss Tang? From which era do these items originate? They bear the semblance of antiques, one elderly gentleman inquired. Tang Muxue remained silent, casting a glance toward Li Qingshan. Surprised, he responded, "You possess remarkable discernment, esteemed sir. These items have been passed down through my family. They are indeed not modern artifacts. However, I cannot ascertain their exact era, nor am I well versed in their provenance. I assure you, they are heirlooms from my family, not items of dubious origin. I do not question their lineage. But their unique designs pique my curiosity regarding their origins," the elderly gentleman replied with a smile. He was confident that the Tang group would not engage with items of questionable provenance. The mere act of inviting them for appraisal suggested that the item's legitimacy was assured. They were gem appraisers, not antique specialists. Nonetheless, the realms of jewelry and antiques often intersect. Though they may not be experts in antiques, they could discern the extraordinary nature of these jewels. Should these items be of considerable age, their value would likely be enhanced. Yet they were not specialists in that field and could only estimate based on the current market prices of jewels and gold. Then, esteemed sir, I kindly ask you to provide an initial valuation, Li Qingshan requested. He was acutely aware that, despite these items being classified as antiques, the historical context of the two worlds differ. Antiques from the Jiuzhou realm would likely not command significant prices in the Blue Star realm. The worth of an antique is not solely determined by its age, but rather by market recognition. To state that an item is ancient, one could merely point to a stone found by the roadside. However, stones hold no value as the market does not acknowledge their worth. Thus, the price of antiques essentially reflects societal acknowledgement. Li Qingshan understood this well, and thus never contemplated selling these jewels at antique prices. If Tang Muxue were to acquire them and subsequently sell them as antiques, that would be her expertise, unrelated to him. As Li Qingshan leisurely savored his tea, the experts began their meticulous appraisal of the jewels, not only determining their authenticity but also assigning prices to each piece. The Tang group's influence was indeed formidable, as a mere request summoned these esteemed appraisers. If Li Qingshan were to undertake this task himself, it would have proven quite challenging. With outsiders present, Tang Muxue did not approach Li Qingshan, and both engaged in their respective pursuits. Li Qingshan retrieved his phone, searching online for suitable goods. The Jiuzhou world was markedly underdeveloped, akin to the ancient societal structures of the Blue Star realm. Thus, it lacked an abundance of resources, from food to essential living supplies and various high-tech products. In essence, Jiuzhou represented a blank market, presenting a lucrative opportunity for Li Qingshan. Yet, the presence of powerful warriors in Jiuzhou necessitated caution regarding his own safety. Were it not for these formidable beings, he would have long embarked on extensive development in Jiuzhou. The current conditions remained immature, as the might of the warriors in Jiuzhou was indeed intimidating. If Li Qingshan's endeavors attracted the attention of certain powerful individuals, his future troubles could be considerable. Therefore, he could engage in discreet trade within Jiuzhou, but until he attained invincibility, he must conduct himself with humility. Fortunately, he had established roots in Zhangjia village, allowing him to gradually build his business. Presently, he aimed to revamp Zhangjia village, transforming it into their own territory while ensuring some benefits for the villagers. With this thought in mind, Li Qingshan logged onto Pinduoduo, commencing his search for daily necessities. The appraisal skills of the experts were indeed impressive. They meticulously evaluated each piece of jewelry on the table, marking their prices accordingly. As anticipated, the gold jewelry was the least valuable. Although gold is a precious metal, it pales in comparison to the worth of gemstones. Each piece was assigned a price, and the total valuation was calculated. The overall worth of this batch of jewelry was considerably lower than Li Qingshan had anticipated, amounting to merely 36 million. He found himself questioning whether there had been an error in the pricing. Is this price somewhat low? Li Qingshan inquired, directing his question to Tang Muxue. If you believe the price to be inadequate, feel free to consult others. Do you perceive these jewels as overly expensive? Your perception is based on retail prices, while what I present to you is a buyback price. I assure you, This buyback offer is quite generous. If the profit margin were too slim, I would have no interest in pursuing this venture, Tang Muxue replied, visibly displeased. Her displeasure stemmed from Li Qingshan's suspicion that she had undervalued the treasures, which she found utterly unfathomable. Apologies, that was my error. I lack experience in this area, Li Qingshan quickly apologized. Realizing his misstep, in his mind, he had always perceived these jewels as highly valuable. In reality, selling for over 30 million was indeed substantial. However, Li Qingshan's newfound wealth led him to subconsciously deem that amount as insufficient. Yet, for an ordinary person, over 30 million was an astronomical figure that could not be earned in a lifetime. At least you were sensible, Tang Muxue replied with a hint of pride, feeling a sense of joy that Li Qingshan recognized his mistake so swiftly. While Li Qingshan verbally acknowledged his error, he scrutinized the price of each jewel, confirming their valuations. He silently calculated in his mind, recognizing that while the total was lower than he had anticipated, it remained within an acceptable range. Moreover, he had faith that Tang Muxue would not deceive him in such matters. After all, 36 million was not an insignificant sum, especially considering he had only presented 1/10 of the jewels. Due to the quantity, he feared that revealing them all at once might be overwhelming. So he opted to showcase merely 1/10. Given that even 1/10 fetched 36 million, the remaining jewels should also yield a commendable price. Naturally, jewel prices are not calculated in such a straightforward manner. So it was not to be assumed that 1/10 equated to 36 million, leading to the remaining treasures being worth over 300 million. The actual worth of the remaining jewels would depend on their intrinsic value. This is just a small portion. I have a much larger collection in my storage space. Are you able to handle it all at once? Li Qingshan inquired, looking toward Tang Muxue. Do you underestimate me? I can certainly manage more than this, Tang Muxue retorted, gritting her teeth. For reasons unknown, whenever Li Qingshan spoke to her in such a manner, it made her feel a mix of irritation and a desire to bite him. Very well, please handle this batch. It amounts to 36 million in jewels. I shall head downstairs to retrieve the remaining collection, Li Qingshan stated. His initial assumption had been misguided. He had anticipated that this batch of jewels could fetch several hundred million. Had they indeed been worth that amount, the remaining jewels could be sold gradually. However, realizing that the jewels he brought could only yield over 30 million, he concluded it would be more prudent to sell them all at once. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Qingshan descended the stairs. In truth, the jewels were not stored in his vehicle but rather within his storage space. His mention of going to the car was merely a pretext. However, the tasks that need to be accomplished must be executed meticulously. Even if they serve merely as an excuse, they must be performed with precision. Thus, Li Qingshan indeed descended to the car, waiting for several minutes before emerging. As though he had retrieved jewels from within, when he reappeared from the vehicle, he was seen carrying a large travel suitcase. All the remaining jewels had been placed within this suitcase, which was notably heavy. Laden as it was with gold and gems, under ordinary circumstances, one might struggle to lift such a weight, yet Li Qingshan handled it with remarkable ease. Moments later, he returned to the office. The sight of the oversized suitcase in his grasp left the onlookers astounded. Li Qingshan, pray tell, do not tell me that all the remaining jewels are contained within this suitcase, inquired Tang Muxue, her expression one of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that such a multitude of jewels could fit inside. Indeed, every last one, Li Qingshan replied with a cheerful smile. If it weren't for the sheer volume, I would have hesitated to approach you for a sale. Having grown somewhat familiar with Tang Muxue, his tone was casual and unrestrained. Let us not dwell on that. We still need to trouble the professors to inventory all these items, Tang Muxue remarked casually. Though her demeanor was nonchalant, the professors were considerably more serious. Aware that this transaction involved sums in the tens of millions or even over 100 million, as they began their appraisal, they proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of making even the slightest error. Li Qingshan opened the suitcase, slowly revealing the jewels one by one, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding onlookers. While these professors were no strangers to exquisite items, encountering such a vast array of fine jewelry at once was indeed shocking. Given the substantial quantity, the evaluation would understandably take a considerable amount of time. Let us move aside and enjoy some tea while we wait. We need not linger here, Tang Muxue suggested quietly as she approached Li Qingshan. With so much to appraise, their presence felt somewhat cumbersome, and it would be rather dull to sit idly by it would be my honor, Li Qingshan replied with a smile. Tang Muxue's office was spacious, complete with a dedicated bar and a tea table. That moment, she invited Li Qingshan to the tea table, preparing to brew him a cup to savor. when you meet my parents tonight? How do you plan to introduce yourself? She inquired softly as she prepared the tea. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Rest assured, I have experience in such matters, Li Qingshan replied cheerfully. And it was no exaggeration. He indeed possessed considerable experience in such situations. You'd best take this seriously. If you mess things up, you'll be in deep trouble, Tang Muxue said playfully, her tone tinged with a hint of playful exasperation. To be honest, her feigned annoyance was quite endearing. Chapter 91. Sudden wealth. A full 2 hours had passed, and all the remaining jewels had been appraised. The evaluation yielded a price that left Li Qingshan pleasantly surprised. The current batch of jewels was valued at an astounding 527 million. Coupled with the previous appraisal, the total reached 563 million. The notably high price of this latter batch was due to the presence of top-quality jadeite, renowned for its exorbitant market value, which significantly inflated the overall worth. Upon learning of the exceptional jadeite and its steep price, Li Qingshan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had initially mistaken the prime jadeite for mere stones, unaware of their true value. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, resulting in a lucrative sale. The figure of 563 million was entirely acceptable to Li Qingshan, and even more so for Tang Muxue. The Tang Group could easily produce 500 million in cash, and they would not incur losses in this transaction. If sold through their channels, the profit margin would range from 30 to 50%, providing ample opportunity for the Tang Group to reap substantial rewards. However, such transactions could only be effectively managed by a large corporation like the Tang Group, something Li Qingshan could not achieve alone. Thus, certain profits were best left to them. Point 1 could not possibly transfer all the funds to oneself. A clean exchange had been made, and 563 million was deposited into Li Qingshan's account. This time, being more experienced, the payment was directed not into his personal account but to the company's account, where a professional accountant would handle the taxation. He was uncertain of the exact tax amount owed, but he trusted that the accountant would ensure reasonable tax avoidance. However, considering the substantial income, the tax obligation would not be trivial. Taxes were a necessity. Only through payment could the funds be rendered legitimate. Failure to pay could lead to scrutiny regarding the source of the money, risking it being classified as ill-gotten gains or tax evasion, resulting in far greater complications. Tax avoidance was an essential lesson for the wealthy. Despite the hefty tax, this transaction had transformed Li Qingshan into a billionaire. He was thoroughly satisfied with the deal, knowing he would not face financial constraints anytime soon. As the transaction had consumed considerable time. Evening approached, marking the dinner appointment with Tang Muxue and her parents. He had no intention of breaking that commitment. Your current appearance will not suffice. We must find you a suitable outfit, Tang Muxue stated, appraising Li Qingshan from head to toe. Though he remained tall and handsome, especially after cultivating his skills, he had not taken the time to refine his appearance. Having divorced, he had grown indifferent to his outward presentation. While Li Qingshan may not have cared, Tang Muxue certainly did. It would be inappropriate for him to present himself poorly when meeting her parents. I'm perfectly fine as is. In fact, I find it rather comfortable. Li Qingshan chuckled. After all, he traversed 2 worlds frequently, making him less concerned with his external appearance. In the Jiuzhou world, there were no stringent requirements regarding hairstyles, so as long as his hair was not overly eccentric, he would be acceptable. Additionally, the Jiuzhou world lacked customs around long hair. Otherwise, Li Qingshan would have to don a wig each time. You must listen to me this time. I'll take you to a wonderful place. Tang Muxue insisted, pulling Li Qingshan along without giving him a chance to protest. Feeling the warmth of her hand, he nodded in agreement. They boarded Tang Muxue's car, where she took on the role of the driver, and together they headed to a beauty center. Such establishments were foreign to Li Qingshan. Their exorbitant prices had previously deterred him. However, with his newfound wealth, he could now afford such luxuries, as he was indeed a billionaire. I am a member here, and I frequent this place, Tang Muxue explained as they exited the Card. My best friend owns this shop, so you needn't worry about being taken advantage of, Tang Muxue added reassuringly. No need for so many explanations. I'll follow your lead today, Li Qingshan replied with a smile, considering it a minor matter to heed Tang Muxue's guidance. Tang Muxue beamed, her face lighting up with joy. Upon entering the beauty center, a striking woman rushed towards them. Xiaoxue, you're here. Is this gentleman your man? The beautiful woman teased. What are you saying? Don't be ridiculous, Tang Muxue retorted playfully. She proceeded to introduce the two, saying, allow me to introduce, this is my dear friend Wang Yin, and this is my friend Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan greeted Wang Yin with a smile, and she reciprocated warmly. The two women gathered together, sharing laughter and conversation. Tang Muxue explained her current request, to help Li Qingshan enhance his image. Rest assured, leave it to me. I'll transform you into a dashing gentleman, Wang Yin assured him with a smile. Then I shall entrust this to you. I want to pay if he is indeed handsome, Tang Mushue teased. You can count on paying, he is already a handsome guy, Wang Yin laughed, indicating the close friendship between the two women. Li Qingshan was taken aback when he realized Wang Yin would personally handle his makeover. Sensing his confusion, Tang Mushue elaborated, revealing that Wang Yin had studied personal image design in college and had even furthered her education at a prestigious university in France. Wang Yin possessed formidable skills in this area, and her capabilities were soon evident. After her intervention, Li Qingshan's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. If he had previously been an ordinary handsome man, Wang Yin's touch imbued him with the air of a refined gentleman. Gazing at the handsome figure reflected in the mirror, Li Qingshan found it hard to believe that he could be so strikingly attractive. It was indeed understandable that someone could earn such a fortune. Chapter 92. Meeting Tang Mushue's parents. Although Li Qingshan did not particularly care about his appearance, he was certainly more than willing to embrace being a dashing gentleman. Wang Yan's service was impeccable. She not only redesigned Li Qingshan's facial features, but also transformed his hairstyle, attire, footwear, and even trousers. The entire ensemble must have cost a significant amount. However, this expense was entirely covered by Tang Mushue. And Li Qingshan was unaware of the exact sum. Of course, for the two of them, this was merely a trifle, not worthy of undue concern. As Tang Mushue gazed at Li Qingshan, a flicker of infatuation glimmered in her eyes. How handsome! At that moment, the Li Qingshan before her was a perfect match for the idol she had envisioned. It was not merely about resembling him in appearance, but rather sharing the same image and aura. The ideal man in Tang Mushue's imagination was tall, strikingly handsome, strong, and exuded a noble charm. Previously, Li Qingshan could only be described as tall and handsome, but he lacked the other qualities that aligned with Tang Mushue's aesthetic. However, the Li Qingshan before her now met all her criteria. Love often begins with external appearances and charisma. As for character, that requires deeper understanding through interaction. Previously, Tang Mushue held no particular thoughts about Li Qingshan, but now her feelings had certainly shifted. Both men and women are, in fact, quite enamored with appearances and easily swayed by looks. Many women, without makeup, blend into the crowd as ordinary passers-by, garnering no attention. No man would take notice of them. Yet, once they don their makeup and slip into alluring attire, their allure skyrockets, attracting a throng of admirers. Thus, personal image holds significant importance. Dear, snap out of it. Your eyes are about to pop out. Wang Yin teased Tang Mushue. Tang Mushue, having regained her composure, shot Wang Yin an awkward glare. Wang Yin, unfazed, merely covered her mouth and chuckled. We should depart. Let's not keep my parents waiting too long, Tang Mushue hastily remarked, seemingly to mask her anxiety. Then let us leave promptly. It would indeed be inappropriate to keep uncle and aunt waiting. Li Qingshan agreed with a nod. Tang Mushue, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and early blessings of children. After Wang Yin uttered those words, she immediately laughed and dashed away. Tang Mushue's face flushed crimson, yet she found herself helpless against her mischievous friend. Moreover, with time pressing, she could not afford to linger. The two of them then boarded Tang Mushue's car and set off for the hotel. Tang Mushue's parents had already reserved a private room at the hotel. They could head straight there. Inside the private room, Tang Sun and Zhang Ling were engaged in hushed conversation. Tang Sun was Tang Mushue's father, and Zhang Ling was her mother. They were deeply concerned about their daughter's marriage, especially given that Tang Mushue was not getting any younger. They had previously arranged several blind dates for her, all of which Tang Mushue had declined. As her age increased, her parents placed even greater emphasis on her marital prospects. Now, upon receiving news that their daughter was in a relationship, they hurried over to meet this young man. They had heard some details about him, and it was said that he came from an ordinary background and had been married before, which meant he was a divorced man from a typical family. Their daughter, however, belonged to a prominent family. The Tang family was a well-established lineage, and the matter of their daughter's marriage was of utmost importance. Not to mention seeking alliances with other prestigious families, at the very least, her partner should be of equal standing. Moreover, it would be preferable to find an unmarried man. How could they accept a divorced man? With such thoughts racing through their minds, Tang Mushue's parents felt rather displeased. Nonetheless, they were relatively open-minded. They did not react with overwhelming agitation upon hearing the news, nor did they intend to immediately sever the relationship. They simply wished to meet the man first. If he proved to be genuinely exceptional, they could reconsider. As they spoke, the door to the private room swung open, revealing their daughter entering hand in hand with a man. Their gazes instantly fell upon this young man, who was, of course, Li Qingshan. Tang Muxue was well aware of her parents' intentions, so upon arriving at the hotel, she instinctively took Li Qingshan's hand. This gesture was clearly for her parents' benefit, and Tang Muxue felt compelled to comply due to their pressure. "Mom and Dad, allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Li Qingshan. This is my father, Tang Sun, and my mother, Zhongling." Tang Muxue made the introductions. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt." Li Qingshan promptly greeted them. He referred to them as uncle and aunt due to their age, which was greater than his own parents. Tang Sun and Zhongling nodded in acknowledgement, their gazes still fixed on Li Qingshan. Initially, they could not comprehend why their daughter would choose such a man as her boyfriend. However, upon seeing Li Qingshan, they began to understand her perspective. The man before them was indeed handsome and exuded an indescribable masculine aura. A glimmer of realization flickered in Zhongling's eyes. The Li Qingshan standing before them was impressive in both appearance and demeanor. No wonder their daughter had developed feelings for him. They were both quite satisfied with his image and charisma. However, they couldn't overlook the fact that Li Qingshan's circumstances were less than ideal. He hailed from an ordinary family, with parents who were merely average individuals. Furthermore, Li Qingshan had been divorced, categorizing him as a second marriage man. Such conditions would typically be unacceptable to the parents of a girl from an affluent family. Not to mention their status as part of a prestigious lineage, they were inclined to be particularly discerning. It was only their indulgent nature that had allowed them to even meet Li Qingshan. "Please, have a seat. Let us eat and converse," Tang Sun softly suggested. Li Qingshan and Tang Muxue took their seats. At that moment, Li Qingshan glanced over at Tang Muxue and noticed her palm was clammy with sweat. This girl appeared calm on the surface, yet internally, she was clearly quite anxious. Her palms were practically dripping with perspiration. "The dishes may be served now," Tang Sun instructed the nearby server. The server acknowledged and swiftly relayed the message to the kitchen to begin serving the meal. Taking advantage of the interval before the dishes arrived, Zhang Ling began to inquire about Li Qingshan's background. While they were familiar with some aspects of his situation, they sought more detailed information, which prompted their current line of questioning. Li Qingshan did not withhold any details and shared what he could. He came from an ordinary family, was divorced, had encountered a benefactor who aided him, engaged in some small business ventures, and had managed to earn a modest fortune. Although he was now a billionaire, in comparison to the Tang family, it was merely a trifling sum. Tang Sun and Zhang Ling exchanged glances, feeling increasingly disappointed. Chapter 93. A New Turmoil. Upon seeing their expressions, Li Qingshan understood their sentiments. He had already prepared a response in his mind and directly spoke up. "Uncle, Aunt, you need not worry on my relationship with Tang Muxue is still relatively new, and we have not been together for long. We are both young and not in a rush to marry. It is premature to discuss such matters. It would be best for us to take our time to get to know one another. We can address future concerns when the time is right." Hearing Li Qingshan's words, Tang Muxue's parents visibly relaxed. They sensed a sincerity in his tone, alleviating their concerns for the time being. Perhaps, in due course, their daughter and Li Qingshan might part ways. However, the thought of their daughter dating without marrying, and then potentially breaking up, was indeed disheartening. Tang Sun let out a sigh, feeling quite vexed. He mused that perhaps it was best to accept the situation. Rather than being excessively choosy, especially as their daughter was growing older, they could not afford to wait until she was 30 or 40 to marry and have children. It was imperative to encourage her to settle down while she was still young. This would be in her best interest. Yet, the fact remained that there were no suitable candidates for marriage. Li Qingshan's circumstances were indeed mismatched with their family's standards for a son-in-law. Tang Muxue cast a glance at Li Qingshan, remaining silent, but her thoughts were unclear. The meal proceeded in a rather conventional manner. Tang Muxue's parents felt considerably reassured. They could tell that Li Qingshan was not the typical frivolous youth. Despite his average circumstances, he still managed to instill a sense of security within them. After finishing the meal, Li Qingshan took his leave. He had already spent ample time on this matter and needed to return to Zhangjiakan. Ultimately, one must acknowledge that women are merely embellishments in life, not the entirety of existence. If he were still like before, with empty pockets, no woman would ever take an interest in him. Thus, for Li Qingshan, the most crucial task remained earning money. Once he amassed wealth, he could attract any woman he desired. As for whether that woman genuinely loved him, it hardly mattered to him. What was important was their utility. As long as he harbors affection for this woman, and she is willing to accompany him, that suffices for him. Naturally, if this woman could genuinely reciprocate his feelings, it would be even better. Regarding matters of the heart, Li Qingshan would no longer impose his will. Upon returning to the villa, he proceeded to the study, locked the door behind him, and swiftly teleported away. For the time being, the study was the safest place. However, that would not remain the case in the future. Considering his own safety moving forward, it was imperative to renovate the basement. The villa Li Qingshan purchased included a basement, which the previous owner had utilized as a wine cellar. Li Qingshan intended to enlist a renovation company to transform the basement into an underground refuge. When the time came for him to traverse dimensions, he could directly teleport to this sanctuary, ensuring his safety. In the blink of an eye, he had transitioned from the Blue Star world to the Jojo realm. At this moment, Li Qingshan found himself on the back mountain, needing to deal with the body of Boss Wang. He had become quite adept at handling such matters, simply disposing of the corpse over the cliff would suffice. The mountains were teeming with wild beasts, and a body would be consumed entirely before nightfall. Upon returning to Zhangjia village, Li Qingshan noticed a multitude of villagers fervently constructing his courtyard at the village entrance. Upon spotting him, the villagers greeted him warmly. "Hello, Mr. Li. Mr. Li, you've arrived. Rest assured, we will ensure your courtyard is built to perfection." "Thank you all for your hard work," Li Qingshan replied with a smile and a slight bow. In truth, once the courtyard was completed, it would serve no purpose for Li Qingshan personally. Ultimately, it would benefit Zhangjia village. However, nominally, this courtyard belonged to Li Qingshan, effectively granting him a foothold in this world. Thus, the courtyard held considerable significance for him. Zhang Hu, aware of Li Qingshan's arrival, hurried over. Zhang Hu's expression was grim, prompting Li Qingshan to realize that trouble had undoubtedly arisen. "Has something happened, Zhang Hu?" Li Qingshan inquired directly. "Indeed, brother Li, there has been a predicament," Zhang Hu replied, looking somewhat troubled. "Do you tell what has transpired?" Li Qingshan asked curiously. "In recent days, we have been following your plan for trade. Our goods are of excellent quality and competitively priced, gaining popularity across various villages. However, when one of our small teams traveled to Zhaojia village to sell goods, they were detained by Zhao Yuanwei. Zhao Yuanwei sent word through his men, expressing that they wished to partake in the trade as well. How do you suggest we proceed? Zhao Yuanwei is not an easy person to deal with. What is the situation with Zhaojia village and Zhao Yuanwei? Li Qingshan asked in a low voice. The occurrence of such an event was not unexpected for Li Qingshan. In any era, commerce seldom unfolds smoothly. Especially as one's business expands, the likelihood of encountering complications increases. However, it was crucial to ascertain the specifics regarding Zhao Yuanwei. Zhang Hu began to explain further. The situation in Zhaojia village was similar to that of Zhangjia village, with 80 of the villagers belonging to the Zhao family. Yet, unlike Zhangjia village, which was impoverished and devoid of wealthy individuals, Zhaojia village thrived. The population of Zhaojia village was at least 2,000, making it a significant settlement in the region. Furthermore, the surrounding land was exceptionally fertile, with numerous prime rice fields. Consequently, the villagers of Zhaojia village were generally more affluent, not necessarily wealthy, but certainly better off than their counterparts in Zhangjia village. The wealthiest individual in Zhaojia village was Zhao Yuanwei. This Zhao Yuanwei was no ordinary figure. In his youth, he had ventured out to study martial arts and reportedly spent 10 years as a bodyguard. In middle age, he returned to Zhaojia village with his fortune, and over the past 20 years, he had risen to become the village's wealthiest man, known as Zhao Yuanwei. Not only was Zhao Yuanwei affluent, but he was also a formidable martial artist, a master of internal cultivation. Even the bandits of Black Wind Mountain dared not provoke him. Chapter 94, The Audacious Zhaojia Village. So, he is a local tyrant. Li Qingshan mused silently. Zhao Yuanwei possessed a keen eye, quickly recognizing the potential profitability of Zhangjia village's business. This was hardly surprising, as any astute individual could discern the lucrative opportunities presented. The goods Li Qingshan provided to Zhangjia village were of high quality and competitively priced, significantly lower than market rates. Even if they transported these goods to Qinglian town for sale, they would still fetch a good price. However, Li Qingshan understood that the dynamics in Qinglian town were considerably more complex. While trading within neighboring villages might be manageable, venturing into Qinglian town would certainly attract trouble. Indeed, even before reaching Qinglian town, their activities had already drawn Zhaojia village's covetous gaze. "I see. There's no need for concern. I will have a word with him," Li Qingshan replied with a smile. If Zhao Yuanwei were a master of physical cultivation, Li Qingshan might have felt some apprehension. Given that Zhao Yuanwei was merely a master of internal cultivation, Li Qingshan was untroubled. Within the realm of physical cultivation, he was undoubtedly invincible. This much confidence he possessed. As long as the other party did not surpass that level, there was nothing to fear. Zhao's intention is to meet you in person for a discussion. What do you suggest we do? Zhang Hu inquired. If he wishes to see me, then I shall oblige. That I am also keen to ascertain his true intentions. Li Qingshan replied thoughtfully. The surrounding 10 miles had already been regarded as his territory by Li Qingshan. Thus, Zhao Yuanwei, this local tyrant, had become a potential adversary for him. It remained to be seen what Zhao Yuanwei truly desired. If he sought collaboration, then all matters could be discussed amicably. Should he harbor ulterior motives? However, then Li Qingshan would not entertain him. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, it was likely that Zhao Yuanwei was not a benevolent character. After all, what sort of good person would detain the personnel of a potential partner? Li Qingshan certainly did not perceive Zhao Yuanwei as a good individual. That, of course, opportunities should still be afforded. At the very least, they should meet to converse. Let us find someone to guide us. We shall head to Zhaojia village at once, Li Qingshan declared. I can lead the way. I know the route. Zhang Hu replied. Li Qingshan nodded with a smile in agreement. After exchanging greetings with the village chief, the two swiftly set off. Zhangjia village was not far from Zhaojia village, merely a distance of over 10 miles. However, the mountain path was arduous, and traversing it was no simple feat. Fortunately, both Zhang Hu and Li Qingshan were martial artists, possessing good physical fitness, allowing them to traverse the distance with relative ease. The mountain trail posed no hindrance to them, and they arrived at the outskirts of Zhaojia village in no time. The location of Zhaojia village differed greatly from that of Zhangjia village. Zhangjia village was somewhat secluded, nestled at the foot of a mountain, while Zhaojia village was situated on a plain, adjacent to a large river, surrounded by neatly arranged fertile fields. Upon witnessing Zhaojia village, Li Qingshan marveled at its impressive scale. In reality, Zhaojia village was even more conducive to development. If he were to establish it as his stronghold, it would undoubtedly be more suitable. However, after a fleeting thought, he dismissed the notion. After all, he had initially appeared in Zhangjia village, and thus, he preferred to remain there. Moreover, the villagers of Zhangjia village had consistently treated him with greater warmth. In contrast, the atmosphere in Zhaojia village was evidently less hospitable. The villagers of Zhangjia village faced detainment when conducting business in Zhaojia village, which spoke volumes about the prevailing conditions there. We are approaching Zhaojia village now. Let us exercise caution, Zhang Hu advised gravely. Zhaojia village tends to bully outsiders, he added. Understood, Li Qingshan affirmed with a nod. The two soon reached Zhaojia village, and as they approached the entrance, they were already noticed. Zhang Hu had visited Zhaojia village multiple times before, making his identity easily recognizable. Some villagers promptly recognized Zhang Hu. It's Zhang Hu from Zhangjia village. One villager exclaimed loudly. What brings you here, Zhang Hu? Another villager inquired, blocking his path. What do you mean, what brings me here? Our people from Zhangjia village have been detained by you. You said you wanted to meet with someone capable of making decisions. And now I have brought him to you. This is Li Qingshan. Only he can negotiate, Zhang Hu stated, pointing at Li Qingshan. It is Mr. Li. Our Zhao Yuanwei wishes to meet you to discuss a business deal. A villager hastily informed Li Qingshan. From the villager's demeanor, Li Qingshan sensed that the people of Zhaojia village were not particularly courteous towards him. Please lead the way. I am eager to meet Zhao Yuanwei. Li Qingshan remarked, scanning the crowd with a nonchalant air. These are merely ordinary villagers, and it is futile to be angry with them. We must seek an audience with Zhao Yuanwei. The villager nodded and quickly led the way ahead. Clearly, the news had already spread. Zhao Yuanwei had been informed. Soon, an elderly gentleman approached swiftly. Zhang Hu whispered an explanation to Li Qingshan's ear, indicating that the old man was Zhao Yuanwei's steward. Zhao Yuanwei himself did not make an appearance but instead sent the steward in his stead. The steward, who also bore the surname Zhao, would henceforth be referred to as Steward Zhao. As he walked, Steward Zhao smiled and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, courteously stating, Mr. Li's visit truly brings honor to the Zhao family. Let us dispense with such pleasantries, Steward Zhao. We should proceed to meet Zhao Yuanwei. Li Qingshan replied with a hint of aloofness. Both the villagers and Steward Zhao left Li Qingshan with an unpleasant impression. Evoking a sense of insincerity, Steward Zhao merely smiled, unfazed. He then spoke, of course, let us go meet the master. Please follow me. Now, it was Steward Zhao who took the lead. A considerable number of people had gathered in the village. Drawn by the commotion, Steward Zhao, may I inquire if the villagers from Zhangjia village have committed any transgressions? Why have you detained them? Li Qingshan asked as they walked. They have done nothing egregious. Merely a minor misunderstanding. Since Li has arrived, I believe the misunderstanding can be resolved, and they will be free to leave, Steward Zhao replied with a smile. And if the misunderstanding cannot be resolved, would that mean they remain detained? Li Qingshan pressed. Steward Zhao smiled but offered no answer, clearly acquiescing to this implication. Chapter 95. The mask is torn. Li Qingshan smiled as well. yet chose to remain silent. Further discussion was futile at this juncture. Better to wait until he encountered Zhao Yuanwei. Should Zhao Yuanwei provide a satisfactory explanation, all would be well. If not, dire consequences could ensue. Zhangjia village would undoubtedly face greater troubles in the future. The business of Zhangjia village was Li Qingshan's business. To mitigate future complications, it was imperative to address the current issues promptly. As the saying goes, strike the first blow to avoid 100 retaliations. Before long, an opulent courtyard came into view. The residence of Zhao Yuanwei. It was evident that Zhao Yuanwei sought to intimidate Li Qingshan. As a line of bodyguards stood at the entrance, Li Qingshan merely glanced at the guards without paying them much heed. They posed no threat to him. If he wished to deal with them, it would be a simple matter. Just a fleeting glance from Li Qingshan sent shivers down the spines of several guards, who were evidently attuned to the atmosphere. In that brief moment, they sensed the latent murderous intent within Li Qingshan's gaze. Their ability to perceive such a threat indicated their sensitivity, yet this feeling was fleeting, and before they could fully comprehend it, Li Qingshan had already passed by them. The guards were left bewildered, instinctively feeling a sense of dread. The courtyard was expansive, winding through several turns until they finally arrived at the main hall. Seated at the head of the hall was an elderly gentleman. There was no need for introduction. It was clear that this was Zhao Yuanwei. "You must be Zhao Yuanwei," Lin Feng acknowledged, bowing toward the elder. Zhao Yuanwei did not rise but merely nodded with a smile. "I see you are Mr. Li," he said with a grin. "Please, take a seat. Tea will be served for you." Mr. Li, in the parlor, apart from Zhao Yuanwei. There were several others present, though he made no introductions. There was no need. It was evident that these individuals were part of Zhao Yuanwei's entourage. Li Qingshan did not bother with formalities and, accompanied by Zhang Hu, took a seat directly. "Zhao Yuanwei, are the people from Zhangjia village well?" Li Qingshan inquired directly. "They are well, nothing has happened to them. However, there has been a minor misunderstanding that has temporarily detained them. Once we clarify the misunderstanding, they will naturally be allowed to leave." Zhao Yuanwei chuckled. The others in the hall joined in laughter, while only Li Qingshan and Zhang Hu remained stoic. "A misunderstanding, you say? Might you elaborate on the nature of this misunderstanding?" Li Qingshan asked, his tone laced with skepticism. "It is nothing too grave, merely that the goods they brought were substandard and short in quantity. Such dishonesty in trade is something I have never encountered before. Hence, I decided to detain them to inquire who instructed them to conduct such business. Since MRLI is their employer, it was only fitting to invite you here for a discussion." Zhao Yuanwei remarked, his tone laden with significance. "Ah, I see. There must indeed be a misunderstanding." Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. The words belonged to them. They could say what they wished, and Li Qingshan had no intention of engaging in a verbal dispute. "I am curious as to why you summoned me, Zhao Yuanwei," he continued. "This matter is quite straightforward. I have heard that MR.Li collaborates with the villagers of Zhangjia village in trade. Since you can partner with Zhangjia village, you can certainly work with me, Zhao," Zhao Yuanwei proclaimed with a hearty laugh. "And how do you envision this collaboration?" Li Qingshan inquired, adopting a serious demeanor as he listened attentively. "It is simple, Mr. Li. You may transport your goods to our Zhao family village, and we shall handle the sales. As for pricing, you shall not suffer any loss. The price you offer Zhangjia village will be the same as what we offer you. Thus, you shall not be at a disadvantage and may indeed profit more. As we Zhao family village will assist you in generating revenue," Zhao Yuanwei stated, fixing his gaze intently on Li Qingshan. "Is that so? It seems Zhao Yuanwei lacks sincerity. Such a deal is hardly worth pursuing." Li Qingshan replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Truthfully, the price he offered Zhangjia village was already quite low, a gesture of goodwill toward them. He had no intention of profiting excessively from Zhangjia village. Given the region's poverty, he instead hoped that the villagers could help him procure more wild delicacies, thereby allowing him to earn greater profits. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanwei's expression darkened with rage. Li Qingshan's willingness to collaborate with Zhangjia village while dismissing a partnership with Zhao family village was a clear affront to their dignity. "Mr. Li, are you looking down upon us Zhao family village? Do you hold Zhao Yuanwei in contempt as well?" An adjacent middle-aged man rose, his expression cold as he fixed his gaze upon Li Qingshan. His eyes gleaming with provocation. He had long harbored disdain for Li Qingshan, but until now, Zhao Yuanwei had not openly clashed with him, so he had restrained himself. However, the current situation suggested that a confrontation between Li Qingshan and Zhao Yuanwei was imminent. Given the impasse in negotiations, there was no point in further discussion. They could take action. Some of these individuals were villagers from Zhao family village, while others were Zhao Yuanwei's subordinates. Regardless, they all shared a common trait. They were skilled in martial arts and quite formidable. At least within Zhao family village. Zhao Yuanwei was known for his caution. He was uncertain of Li Qingshan's capabilities and the number of companions he had brought along. Thus, he had arranged for a considerable number of skilled fighters for protection, relying primarily on his own prowess. Despite his age, Zhao Yuanwei was, in fact, the strongest among them. It seems you intend to take action against me, Li Qingshan remarked slowly. That little brat Zhao Yuanwei is overstepping his bounds. We should subdue him first. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier turned to Zhao Yuanwei to seek approval. Zhao Yuanwei remained silent, merely nodding with a smile. The middle-aged man, seeing Zhao Yuanwei's assent, was filled with delight. With a loud laugh, he charged toward Li Qingshan, raising his fist to strike at Li Qingshan's forehead.